Shalom. First and foremost, I want to give all praises to the Heavenly Father, Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh Shai, Bahasham, Hakodash. Double honors to the apostles, the elders at Great Millstone, who do well. Peace and salutations as always to the elect. Here to uplift the names of the Most High God, Yahweh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, his name, all right, Yah, right, Hawa, exist, to be, he is, right, by Hashem, in the name, okay, of the only begotten Son of the Most High, who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, right, his Hebrew name is Yahweh Shai, Yah, Yahweh Shai, Savior of salvation, our mediator, our high priest, and our way back to the Father in these latter days, via the Rachakodash, the Holy Spirit, sent from on high in these latter days, right, so that the servants, the prophets, can stand on their feet, and through the words of Yahweh Bashim Shai, the remnant, the elect will be gathered, right, for the great salvation that is coming, right, which is going to be synonymous with the destruction and the end of Esau's world, right, as you can see Esau squirming around, trying to make light of this great awakening and downplay it, all right, but it won't work. All right, so this lesson that I thought up came from a thought that I had when I woke up, and the thought was, how long? And we often have this thought, you know, as we're operating on a high level of faith, which the scriptures tell you faith is the substance of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. We can clearly see all of these prophecies coming to pass, okay, and it excites us. We still have that urge in our spirit for the kingdom to come like now. We understand we're subject to prophecy. That's what we're going to get into. But you still have this thought, and when you go into the scriptures, okay, as you can see here on the book of Psalms, I just typed in how long. Because I woke up vexed, I woke up bitter spirit, which that happens, because we're in this flesh, okay, and you have to understand, if we are, when we say we are the chosen people of the Heavenly Father, right, this earth was really created for our sakes, okay, as a matter of fact, let's get that in the book of, I believe that's 2nd Ezra, the 3rd chapter.
Las señales del verano y las señales del invierno,
como la tierra, 2nd Ezra, the 3rd chapter,
rocían la lluvia sobre ella. MT 16, 3. LC 12, 54, 57.
It's really the 6th chapter, but I'll read this, because I'm going to the book of 2nd Ezra 4 to end it off. This is 2nd Ezra chapter 3 and 29. For when I came thither, okay, to Babylon, like we're in a spiritual Babylon, because he was in the Neo-Babylonian Empire, which we're in a daughter of Babylon, okay? And a daughter admires her father, right? So America admires all of the ancient deities and witchcraft that go back to ancient Samaria, Babylon, Egypt, Canaan, okay? All of the gods of those societies that drove those wicked societies, what drives this society. So we find ourselves in the same position as our forefathers. That's why you have to have rest in the scriptures. For you who are troubled, rest with us. So it says in verse 29, for when I came thither to Babylon and seen the impieties, what's an impiety? Look it up real quick. Basically, the trampling of holy things. Okay, evil things. All right. Impiety is the lack of piety or reverence, especially for God. Now, we see that in this society, and it's getting worse. Things are getting worse and it's causing the souls of the elect to cry out harder unto the Lord. All right? And this is ultimately the position the Heavenly Father wants us in. Okay, so when I came thither and seen the impieties without number, and we see impieties without number right now. All right, and I was just thinking, here it is, you have this character, Kanye West. Now, the whole anti-sin thing, but along with that, which that was complete BS. He didn't even say nothing against it. He just said they rule everything. But at the end of the day, he spoke of sacrifices that are being done. He spoke of children that are being molested. He spoke of all manner of evil that's going on within that realm, which we know happens, Hollywood, the music industry, and no one batted an eye. He talked about how they had him under mind control. No one batted an eye. So they openly are telling you what's happening. Okay? But no one makes a big fuss about it. Evil is just accepted. Okay, you have this new thing we just saw with this particular company. I can't think of the name, where they're openly boasting in pedo behavior, having children in bondage and all of that. They're openly doing these things. So we see the impieties without number. All right, the alphabet agenda, broken families, Christmas, Halloween being celebrated, Thanksgiving, all of these wicked things are just celebrated and normalized. So when I came thither and had seen the impieties without number, then my soul saw many evildoers in this 30th year, so that my heart failed me. All right? For I have seen how thou sufferest them sinning, and hast spared wicked doers. And the wicked have just been able to do whatever they wanted. And when you go into the scriptures, then you understand why. Okay, that's the importance of as the elder brother Rapal said, he quoted, I forget the guy's name, but an understanding of the Bible is higher than any form of college education. All right, especially for the chosen people of Yahweh Shah, because it gives you closure and answer. So it says, and has destroyed thy people and has preserved thine enemies, it has not signified it. See, the Lord deals with the nation of Israel like that. We get judged quick, but the heathen are able to just prosper, win, set up shop, but the Lord always eventually takes them down. And I do not remember how we may be left. Are they then of Babylon better than they of Siguen? Are the Babylonians better than your chosen people? Why are you allowing this? These are the questions Ezra's had, which is why this is a good book to read. Okay? It says, or is there any people that knoweth thee besides Israel? Or what generation have so believed thy covenants as Jacob? Okay? Where are the people on the planet Earth who are calling for the kingdom of heaven to be set up? It's the Israelites, man. And we revolutionized the Bible. Now everybody has stepped their game up, including you Christians. You stepped your game up, and now you're trying to act as if you were into the Bible, which before the Israelites came on the scene, nobody was into the Bible like that. People were just going on about that same wicked, docile religion and all of the witchcraft that runs this world. Nobody cared about the Bible like that. Now all of a sudden, everybody's focus has shifted to defending the Bible and being angry about coming up against the people associated with Shem and all of this stuff. Anyway, and their reward appeareth not, and their labor have no fruit. For I have gone here and there through the heathen, and I see that they flow in wealth, and think not upon thy commandments. And all of the rulers of this world flow in wealth, billionaires, trillionaires, gazillionaires. They have all of the gold, they have all of the influence, they have everything. And not one of them are calling for a kingdom to be set up wherein righteousness dwells. That's only being done through the Israelites. Okay? Those who are preaching in sincerity and truth. Okay? Even the ones who are off, they're coming from the perspective that we need to keep the laws. They're coming from the perspective that the kingdom is coming. Only the Israelites are doing that. The heathen ain't thinking upon the commandments of the Lord. The heathen ain't vexed because of the wickedness that's being set up.
Todas las generaciones
Now in these latter days, you do have, as the Lord said, He's going to pour out His Spirit on all people. You do have, for prophecy's sake, divisions and people bringing things out. But the ones who are doing it in sincerity and truth and really want a righteous kingdom set up are the Israelites, man. It says, weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance, and there's also that dwell in the world, and so shall thou name be found, all right, nowhere but in Israel. The only ones that are calling on the names of Yahweh and Yahweh are the Israelites. And these heathen have far more evil and wickedness under their belt. Yet, okay, the narrative is being shifted to the Israelites being the most hateful, the biggest problem ever. And it's like, how long, oh Lord, like take these people out? But we know that there's as we'll go, a measure to things. As we'll read in just a minute, it says, or when was it that they which dwell upon the earth have not sinned in thy sight? Or what people have so kept thy commandments? What people on the earth boast in keeping the commandments to the best of our ability? And thou shalt find that Israel by name have kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. The heathen ain't going into these precepts. Okay? So let's go to chapter 6 real quick. Second Esdras chapter 6. Let me just get to the point.
Toda la tierra y todo lo que se encuentre sobre ella perecerá. 3. Enseguida enseña al justo, al hijo de Lamec, lo que debe hacer para preservar su alma para la vida y
in 54. Second Esdras 6 and 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people whom thou hast chosen. Right? All nations have to track themselves back to Adam, because it was through his descendant Noah, right, that the earth was repopulated after the flood. Okay, he had Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Okay, that's where you get the whole anti-Sem and Shem, right? Which the chosen came out of Shem's son, or Faxad. But Shem had 5 sons, so to be anti-Semitic, there's 5 nations and many other people that come after them who could lay hold to that Shemitic. Okay, but they were a dark-skinned people. Okay, so it says this, and this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sake. So here it is, the world was made for our sakes, right? Yet we're living in the world with restrictions, seeing it mismanaged, okay, seeing the pollution, seeing all of these impieties and evil behaviors, and it vexes our soul above the rest of the people. See, the rest of the people don't understand why we're so adamant about the earth being fixed, and we're crying unto the Lord and going out to the highways and the byways, doing these videos, curious in particulars, okay, cursing out the powers that be in spirit. They think that it's a waste of time. It's hateful. Well, the scriptures say, they that love the Lord hate evil. And to hate something doesn't mean you're directly trying to harm it in the sense of a physical attack. You speak against it, you teach your people against it, you teach your children against it, you abhor it. I don't want nothing to do with it. But they're going to make that mindset, the how long mindset and the calling on the kingdom, hate speech. They're going to make it hateful to want the kingdom. They're going to make it hateful to want righteousness. Why? Because an unjust man is an abomination to the just, and a just man is an abomination to the unjust. All right, it says here, as for the other people, so the world was made for our sake. All right, now when you go to the curse of Adam real quick, let's get Genesis 3. Real quick, Genesis the 3rd chapter, because as I said, here it is, we're in our own creation as Yahushua and the first fruits, okay, the first fruit spirits in the beginning. The Elohim created the heaven and the earth. The Elohim okay, under the Son of God, created everything you see. They were given the blueprint and order from the Most High God Yahweh to create the elements, okay, the 6 1,000-year periods, okay, to create everything we see. All right, but we were supposed to come onto the earth under Adam as the first man. The Lord gave the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to the laws, which were oral back then. We were supposed to come to the earth and rule it, but guess what? We failed. Okay, we were supposed to have everything freely given unto us and rule and have dominion over the animals, the fish, the other heathen nations, everything. But through sin, now we find ourselves in this situation. Now I'm going to read the sin, all right, the curse that the Lord put on Adam. Okay, Genesis 3:17. And I plan on doing a lesson on this chapter, but I'm just going to rush through this real quick and hit the point. It says, and unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree which I commanded thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of it, which is the philosophies of the serpent, the heathen. Okay, the beasts of the field were heathen. Beasts are those who don't have order. Adam and the sons of God, okay, Adam, Eve, the sons of God, they were supposed to what? Uphold the ways of righteousness. But what happened? As happened in this day, we get mingled amongst the heathen and we learn their works. In particular, the family line of Cain, the seed of the serpent. All right, we fell to their way. Okay, so pretty much the Bible has been replaying the same narrative, all right, over and over and over. All right, and here it is. We're at the last end of the curse that is associated with us going off. So we sin here, okay, and then the Heavenly Father eventually through Moses gave us the laws written orally, okay, and we broke that covenant, okay, and then we suffered the curses. Now for 40 years the Lord gave Solomon a kingdom, peace, but after his sin we went into these captivities that has led up to this final one. Okay, but that's a whole nother lesson. It says, so because you have hearkened unto your wife and ate of this philosophy, cursed is the ground for thy sake, and sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. So in sorrow, if you want to have, you have to work, you have to toil, you have to go through. When we were supposed to exist, the name Yahweh means he exists, he is. We were supposed to just wake up and be, exist. Everything was supposed to be freely given unto us. We weren't created to work for what we wanted. Okay? With obedience came what? Everlasting life. See, the ability to just be. And we have not been able to exist in this man's rulership. See, now that the heathen have rulership, you have to have contracts. You have to have paperwork. You have to have an ID to just be, to exist, to travel. You have to have a passport. You have to get on an airplane. You have to do all of these things that restrict you from just being. The pact that Eve and the serpent made restricted Adam and the sons of God from being able to exist and operate in the planet Earth as rulers, as kings and priests. You see? And we're at the latter end of that bitter feeling of living in our own creation, seeing it mismanaged, not being able to operate, not being able to win, not being able to freely walk about the planet Earth and have and exist without the thought of having an ID. See, our spirit is what's going to identify us in the coming kingdoms. We're not going to have paperwork. We're not going to have to go to work. We're not going to have to get up and worry about our children. We're not going to have to, these worries. These worries are associated with curse. And all of our forefathers asked the Lord, how long? When are you going to establish the kingdom? Lord, please. So the curse is that, verse 19, in the sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread. So you got to work to eat. It wasn't made for us to be like that. We were supposed to walk outside and food was just there. All right? It says, for out of it was thou taken. It said, in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it thou was taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. So this is the curse that the chosen seed would have to endure through the fall of Adam, through Eve's sin, all right, which ultimately the sons of God, the church, the woman went off. Okay, but as it happened at this time, right, like the feminist movement in the 70s, who did the serpent go to? He went to the women first. So back then, just imagine, but we'll see that all as a movie, all right, in the kingdom. The Lord is going to allow us to see from Genesis, all right, to Revelation as a movie, I believe. I speak as a man, but I believe we're going to see everything, because this is a very abridged, the Bible is a very abridged version of everything that really happened. The Lord made it to where we would be required to have faith, but ultimately, we would have to work, all right, until we die, and that's pretty much the life of Jacob, all right. In the sweat of thy face shall thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground, for out of it thou was taken, all right. For dust thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return, all right. And this is the part of the having these wicked bodies, okay, and everything else, man. All right, but the scriptures tell you we would have to, partake of the earthly fashion, but we're returning to the heavenly fashion. And we're over it. We get it. Hopefully, you brothers and sisters, we've learned our lesson that going off from our power ain't the way. This is what we were brought here, all right, to understand. All right, now going back here, 2 Ezra 6 and 55. All right, so as you see, we're in our own creation, who we were made to rule under the Son of God. All right, in a downtrodden state, to where we can't freely move about it. We can't enjoy it. This is hell. You're on the earth, wanting. The earth was supposed to be. It was created to give you everything you needed. Yet you're limited in how you can travel about it. You can't rule it. There's a wicked rulership set up. Okay, as the book of Job 9 and 24 says, the earth has been given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. All right, yeah, he covered the true image of our Lord and Savior and painted white Jesus. He painted all of the saints as Edomites. But it's deeper than that. He covered the faces of the true judges, which is the set thrones of David. All right, this earth was created to be judged and operated under a particular order. In Esau, now that he has rulership, he's covered that order and judgment and set up a wicked rulership and a wicked code to where impieties and evils are able to be forwarded, man. All right, and this gives us a vexation of spirit. All right, this is why we're so passionate about what we do, because if we are those first fruit spirits, this earth was made for our sake. This earth was made for the whole nation of Israel, but was made for the first fruits under Yahushua to rule and govern. Okay, and that's the tabernacle of David. Now it says this in verse 2 Ezra 6 and 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou hast made Lord of all thy creatures, he was supposed to be over everything. Of him come we all, and the people whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. As for the other people which have come from Adam, thou hast said they are nothing, but they are like unto spittle, and has likened them to the abundance of a drop that falleth from a vessel. All right, the other nations were created for their purpose, but they're not the chosen of the Heavenly Father. All right, but even within that, He blessed them. All right, but ultimately, they were created to serve the chosen people. Okay, but now all these, Lord, and now, O Lord, all these heathen which have never been reputed, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us. Okay, they rule over us and devour us. But we, thy people, whom thou callest thy firstborn, thine only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hands. If the world now be made for our sakes, why do we not possess an inheritance with this world? How long shall this endure? So he's asking how long. So going back here, you see the mindset of our forefathers was the same mindset that we're in. How long, O Lord? When are you going to set up the kingdom of heaven? Even in the book of Acts, let's get the book of Acts, the first chapter. What did the disciples ask Yahushua? Acts 1 and 6, when they were therefore come together, they asked him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? See? Because the Romans were ruling. They were thinking, okay, the Messiah came, he's going to take the Romans down. Nah, Rome is going to be taken down by the Messiah in this time, because this is the revival of Rome. Esau is the end of the world. And he said, for it is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power. But ye shall receive power after that the Holy Spirit is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem. And they went about Jerusalem, okay, and were rejected of the circumcision, caught hell, went and talked to the Gentiles, okay, with the Israelite foreigners, all right, and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth, all right, which is the other side of the world, which is where we are now, as prophets have been raised up here in Babylon. Okay, and the mindset of those prophets is the kingdom being restored to Israel. Okay, which in this time, in this world, is considered hate speech. So let's go back to this and type in how long. Let's read a few of these Psalms. This is the Psalms. That's why you got to read these Psalms, because you'll find out that the feelings and the emotions you go through, so did your forefather. This is our King David. Okay, which King David gave Solomon the blueprint to build, all right, the tabernacle of David, but he himself wasn't alive to see it finished and complete. And we're building the tabernacle of David as in the days of old, right? Anyway, Psalms 13 and 2. How long shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in mine heart daily? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? All right, verse 1. How long wilt thou forget me, O Yahweh, forever? How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? So the tabernacle of David is going to have the same mindset of David, man. Psalms 35 and 17. How long wilt thou look on? Rescue my soul from their destructions, my darling from the lions. Speaking to you Edomites, how long, Psalm 62 and 3, how long will ye imagine mischief against a man? Ye shall be slain, all of you, as a bowing wall shall ye be as a tottering fence. And that's where you are now. You Edomites are in slippery places, because you're at the latter end of your rulership. You're being called out. The true Israelites are awakening. The Lord is hearing their voice, and he's getting ready to bring us out of this new Egypt, as he did the first time. He's going to do it again in an even greater fashion. We have to be patient. Psalms 74 and 10. Let's see, 9. We see our signs. There is no more any prophet, neither is there any among us that knoweth how long. Psalms 74 and 10. God, how long shall the adversary reproach? Shall the enemy blaspheme thy name forever? All right, now when you get Revelation, the 13th chapter, John the Revelator sees a system in place that will blaspheme the name of the Most High, the name of his tabernacle, the angels. See? But there's an end to that rulership, and we're at the latter end of it now. Okay, so you see I mean, all you got to do is just look. How long is a question that our forefathers asked. So when you go to the book of 2nd Esdras, the 4th chapter, okay, 2nd Esdras, the 4th chapter, okay, Esdras is again asking this.
LC.
So let me
19 minutos, 20
jump to 28. All right, second Esdras chapter 4 and 28. But as concerning the things wherefore thou askest me, because he was asking an angel, how long, why this, why that, why we got to go through this, why are the heathen able to rule, why didn't the Lord just give the kingdom to Adam and cause him not to sin? So he had a lot of interesting questions that are answered in this in this book. Okay, and the Old English sometimes is hard to read, so you can read the King James version of the Apocrypha along with the Good News translation, the GNT. Okay, go back and forth, all right, to get a better understanding of certain wordings and things. Okay, but remember, those translations do go off. All right, so you always you go back to the original Greek, the Hebrew, okay, but overall you can get better understanding of certain of these things as you read it in different translations, because the Old English is sometimes hard to understand. Anyway, second Esdras 4 and 28. But as concerning the things wherefore thou askest me, I will tell thee, for evil is sown, but the destruction thereof is not yet come. Okay, if therefore that which is sown be not turned upside down, and if the place where evil is sown pass not away, then cannot it come that is sown with good. So these heathen had to rule. And when we go to Daniel the 7th chapter, it gives us an outline of the various different captivities and rulerships that will rule until the Israelites were delivered. Okay, and the Messiah returns, all right, through Esau's blessing, him having the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven from above, ruling Babylon the Great, all right, in this beast system, in which they're trying to hone in on world domination, into where artificial intelligence will replace the Most High, and they'll be able to use left-hand means to X out His Son, to X out the Holy Spirit and the Word. That's what they're trying to do. And nobody's talking about it. Just a few people, and then the Israelites, the elect, those who got the right report, because there's a lot of Israelites that are ignoring it and still promoting their emotions and feelings. They ain't going into the prophecies. Okay, but that's all right. That's all right, man. For the grain of evil seed has been sown in the heart of Adam from the beginning, and how much ungodliness had it brought up unto this time? Because see, when the sons of God aren't in their rightful authority, that means the heathen rule. That means folly is able to be spread. That means the earth goes into decay. This is the importance of the chosen lineage ruling under the Son of God, because what order goes forth. When the throne of David is established, order is going to go forth, which that order is going to clean up this earth, and paradise is going to be set back up, man. How long, O Lord? All right. How much ungodliness hath the sin of Adam until now brought forth? Okay. And how much shall it yet bring forth until the time of threshing comes? So things have gotten significantly worse. All right, because the time of threshing is at hand. Okay. Ponder now by thyself how great fruit of wickedness the grain of evil seed hath brought forth. All right, and see, now that we have awakened in these latter days, all right, we understand order, we understand the laws, we understand what's right, what's wrong. Okay, now we see, damn, it's not a good idea to go against the Lord. Because damn, the water is polluted. Damn, it's not a good idea to go against the Lord. Our families are broken. Damn, we should have did right. So now we're learning, all right, the importance of righteousness through seeing evil flourish, and that is the lesson the Lord wanted us, all right, to acknowledge. And the remnant are going to come to that understanding. That's why the prophet Isaiah thanked the Lord for setting up a remnant, because if the Lord didn't set up a remnant, we would constantly just go off and stay in this destroyed state, and Esau and the heathen will win. All right? Then answered, verse 33, then I answered and said, how and when shall these things come to pass? Wherefore are our years few and evil? Okay, and why in this time, why are our years few and evil? Well, it's the curse, but let's get Job 9 and 24. Job 9 and 24, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. Because we're living in a society that is created and opposed to who we are. The very spirit in us, this system that Esau and the heathen have created is totally contrary to us. That's why the education, everything is against us. All right, you see all of these little monsters running around doing all this evil and wickedness of our nation. If you take those same children and give them the order, all right, the laws, statutes, commandments, the truth of the Bible, and raise them on that, a better diet, better music, all right, they wouldn't beat those monsters. So the earth has been given into the hand of the wicked, and he's set up an opposed to righteousness order, all right, which restricts us, and our soul is crying out for the end of it. I'm tired of being restricted in the earth. I want to live. I want to enjoy the earth. The earth is beautiful. Sunsets, beaches, all right, water, nature, animals, children. You see? Ecosystems. All out of whack. You see? Because the wicked have covered the faces of the judges thereof. And who are the faces of the judges thereof? The set thrones of judgment. Real quick.
A man of ill tongue is dangerous in his city, but he that is rash
Psalms
in his mouth
122.
shall be hated.
I'm just read this. And 5. For there are set thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of David. Okay?
As the judge of the people is himself.
So he's covered the faces of the judges, not just by painting over the images, but covering up righteous judgment and setting up a wicked penal code and judge, a system of courts. All of that is evil to where wickedness prospers. Okay? Now my days are swifter than a post. They flee away, they see no good. They are passed away as the ships of the sea, as the eagle that hastens to prey. Going back to that curse of Adam. Our days, the average Jake, all right, you born, you go to school, you eventually get a job, then you die. You get a pension, all right, and then you die. You're not able to enjoy your children. You're not able to enjoy your days. You have all of these ailments. You have all of these worries. You're confused. Then you just go back to the ground. You die, and your spirit returns to the Father. Well, that cycle is getting ready to be ended, man. Anyway, this is the angel's answer to Ezra's question. He said, how long? Why are we got to catch all this hell? See? And a lot of Jake are asking this, but they don't want to deal with the true answer. Verse 34, and he answered me, saying, do not thou hasten above the Most High? For thy haste is in vain to be above him, for thou hast much exceeded. All right? And we have to understand, we can't rush the Most High. All right? When that acceptable day comes, you're going to thank him for that grace. We need this grace period. Okay? And then the remnant got to fully be gathered. It says, did not the souls of the righteous ask questions of these in their chambers, saying, how long shall I hope on this fashion? For when cometh the fruit of the floor of our reward? When are we going to get the kingdom? And unto these things Uriel the archangel gave them answer and said, even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for ye have weighed the world in a balance. All right? Even when the number of seeds is filled in you. So there is a set amount of times the chosen seed, okay, would have to come into the earth, die, come back into the earth through the process of regeneration or reincarnation. It's the same thing. Again, carnation, flesh. See, but we don't teach it like the heathen teach it, because the heathen have always taken of the righteous ways of the sons of God and polluted it. Okay, they even turned the Son of God into a myth or an angel, where she impregnates herself and all of this. His mother impregnates herself, and Tammuz comes out. All of this witchcraft and stuff, man. But regeneration is biblical. When you die, the spirit returns back to the Father. Okay, and eventually, 3 to 4 generations down the line, you come back into the earth. Okay, so right here he says, even when the number of seeds is filled in you, for he hath weighed the world in the balance. So the prophets would have to come into the earth, catch hell, all right, reincarnation after reincarnation, but there's a final one. There's a final day, there's a final time where we'll be born into the earth and have to prophesy and have to teach and have to cry and have to worry and have to, you know, worry about how long. This is the final and acceptable day. Okay, it says, by measure hath he measured the times, and by number hath he numbered the times, and he does not move nor stir them until the said measure be fulfilled. And the said measure being fulfilled, I mean, all we have to do is go to Daniel the 7th chapter.
Glorify thy soul.
All right, now we're not going to go all the way into this because, you know, we have breakdowns on this, but ultimately it gives you all of the world rulerships. And as you can see here, the fourth beast, which is Rome, would have a little horn come from it, and then from that, judgment would be set. Okay? And we're living in that little horn right now, Babylon the Great, which rides the beast, NATO and the EU. Okay? And through this rulership, okay, the Most High sets judgment. Okay, verse 13, and I saw one in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him a kingdom, a dominion, and glory, and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away. And when you go down, okay, verse 27, and the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom under the whole heaven shall be given unto the people of the saints of the Most High, whose kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. All right, so we're living in the time where the Lord is getting ready to end all of our suffering. Let's get the book of Revelation 11. Okay. Revelation 11 and 18, and the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and to them that fear thy name, small and great, and that thou shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. Which are you Edomites? Your rulership, your way of, your code, your judgments that you put forth have destroyed the earth. See, and the elect have been crying, how long, O Lord? Please, end it. Okay? But it's happening in this time. All right, as a matter of fact, this is the salvation, all right, that our forefathers sought for. Okay? It's in the book of Peter real quick. Second Peter, First Peter, I believe. Yep. This is the book of 1 Peter 1 and 9, receiving the end of your faith, the salvation of your souls, of which salvation the prophets have inquired and searched diligently, who prophesied of the grace that should come unto you. So we can go into the prophecies and read about the day when we would wake up. All right? The day where the Lord would gather the remnant. We can go into the scriptures and read all this, but our forefathers have sought for these days. All right? And they weren't near it. We're now here, searching what manner of time the spirit of Hamashiach, which was in them, did signify when it testified before him the sufferings and the glory that should follow. Okay? Unto whom it was revealed that not unto themselves, but unto us they did minister the things which are now reported unto you by them that have preached the gospel. And it's happening now. Okay? With the Holy Spirit sent down from heaven, which things the angels desire to look into. The angels love to see the Israelites waking up, the word being taught, repentance. You see, but we're living in the time, all right, that accepted day. What's that scripture? I have heard thee
capítulo 38, 1 primera parábola, cuando aparezca la asamblea de los justos y los pecadores sean juzgados por sus pecados y expulsados de la superficie de la tierra. 2 Cuando el justo se manifieste a los ojos de los justos, de los elegidos cuyos
2 Corinthians
el
6
Señor de los
and 1, we then as workers together with him beseech you also that have received not the grace, that you receive not the grace of the Most High in vain. This grace period wasn't given unto us to act an ass, to spew our emotions, all right, to become worse. We're in debt, okay? For as he said, I have heard thee in a time accepted, and in the day of salvation I have succored thee. Behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. And we're in that day. Now, the day doesn't mean 2 days. It means a time frame. Okay? Yep, that's quoting Isaiah 49 and 8. Thus saith Yahweh, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, in the day of salvation I help thee, and will preserve thee, and will give thee for a covenant of the people to establish the earth, to cause to inherit the desolate heritages. Okay? And see, that's what's happening. We're preaching that. And we're in that time. Matter of fact, we'll end it off here in 2 Thessalonians 1. Okay? We're in that time. This is the final, all right, captivity of the Israelites. This is the final time the prophets are going to have to go out and plead with our own people. This is the final time the heathen are going to be able to rule over us. The final time you'll be restricted in the earth. Okay, the final time where a woman will rule over you and have more preeminence over you in the earth. The final of you not having control, resources, worrying about your children, waking up, having to go into a goddamn office where a woman is walking around with some 2 little pumps and a stupid suit with the shoulder pads, looking over you, telling you what to do, or some simple ass nigga, your supervisor with a 2 big suit telling you what to do. This is the final, this is it for that. All right? So the reason our spirits are so conflicted is because it's time for us to rule, man. And the whole creation, the energy in the earth is crying for righteous rulership, man. They just don't know it. We know it, though. So we ended off here, 2 Thessalonians 1.
Él me ha destinado para la bendición y la gloria de acuerdo con el buen parecer del Señor de los Espíritus. Y en mucho tiempo mis ojos observaron ese lugar y lo bendije a él, el cual habé diciendo.
This is 2 Thessalonians 1 and 4. So that we ourselves glory in you in the churches of God, for in your patience and faith in all your persecutions and tribulations that ye endure. Okay? There's hell that comes with knowing you an Israelite. We got to endure to the end. And we're about to see who was real and who was fake. Okay? It says, seeing it is a righteous thing with the Most High to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you. See? And who's persecuted us? Who's troubled us? You Edomites and you heathen nations and 2/3 of our own people. See, when David finally, got, the kingdom and dominion over his enemies, he thanked the Lord not only for him, finally getting dominion over his enemies, but also being freed from the persecution of his own people. He said, the Lord has also rescued me from the persecutions of my own people. We need salvation from niggas too. That's another part of the groaning. Now with all of this Kanye West, Kyrie thing, niggas are just doing videos on the Israelites calling us a cult. And again, it's going to be the niggas who come after us before Esau. Because niggas are well trained. And you got women doing videos, breaking down scriptures wrong, men just talking Craig Charleston White, Christians, they're just losing their mind. Meanwhile, they're ignoring all of this damn evil going on in the world. In the wicked system that's getting ready to be set up, that's boasting and we don't need God no more. Somehow they don't see that. But this is what we have to go through, and it's vexing to see how unreasonable people are. But it is a part of our we have to, something what we have to endure. It says, Seeing it as a righteous thing with the Most High to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you, and to you who are troubled, rest with us, and you rest in the assurance in the prophecies, man. We have a sure word of prophecy, and these things are going to come to pass. The victory is already written. We just have to trust the process. Okay, as a wife, with the nation of Israel or the wife, we have to be obedient and trust our husband, and not go in the way of the serpent anymore. All right? When being faithful to your husband is going to be outlawed, it's going to be hateful to him. See? The Most High is the husband of the nation of Israel through Yahweh Shai. That's how we're joined unto him under this grace period, enter into this new covenant. But see, Esau, as Paul said, I've espoused you to one husband. Speaking of the church being espoused, all right, that we may be presented as a faithful virgin. But see, Esau is getting ready to make it illegal for you to be faithful to your husband, for you to trust and call on the Lord, and put your faith in him and not in science and technology. And this is getting ready to be outlawed. The persecution is coming. See, but we already know you devils are going to lose, man. And if you think for 1 minute these devils are going to win and you start to doubt, man, you better pray to the Lord, man. Because these devils are going to lose, man. And to you who are troubled, rest with us when the Lord shall be revealed from heaven with these mighty angels in flaming fire, and taking vengeance on them that know not the Most High, and that obey not the gospel of our Lord Yahweh Shai HaMashiach, whom shall be punished with everlasting destruction from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his power. When he shall come and be glorified in his saints. Okay, and that's happening now. That's why you see Israelites waking up everywhere. The elect, all right, are glorifying in the name. He's being glorified in his saints, and to be admired in all them that believe. See, we're in admiration of the Heavenly Father. We're calling on him. We're looking at everything happening, saying, our power said this would happen. It said it here. We believe it so much that we'll go out to the highways and the byways and scream and see, the Bible said this, and it's happening. And they're going to call you crazy for that. See? Because you're admiring Yahweh Bashem Shai. See? And to be admired in all them that believe. Because our testimony among you was believed in that day. So the testimony that the prophets and all of the men of the Lord, the visions that they saw, all right, we're now awakened in these latter days through the Holy Spirit, and we've come into the understanding, and the prophets have went out and talked, all right, and the message is being believed in this day. This is that acceptable day. This is the final captivity of the chosen people of the Heavenly Father, where he's going to return us into righteousness and set up a righteous kingdom under his only begotten Son, Hamashiach Yahweh Shai. All right? So we're in that day. All right? Hopefully I'll edify.
Shalom. First and foremost, I want to give all praises to the Heavenly Father, Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahushai, Bahasham, Ruach HaKodesh. Double honors to the apostles, the elders at Great Millstone, who are well. Peace and salutations as always to the elect. Another episode going into news and prophecy, where we link the things happening worldwide to the Holy Scriptures to show the elect, the remnant, the words of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai are faithful and true, as we sing this new song and they dance to the tune. Right? Also condemnation to the heathen nations headed by the biblical Edomites who run this current beast system, all right, along with the heathen who are joined unto them, all right, to undermine the authority of the Most High God, Yahweh, all right, and X out his only begotten Son, Hamashiach, Yahweh Shai, okay, and also condemnation to 2/3 of our own people who aren't going to repent, all right, and who do not want to dance to the tune of the new song, which is being sung in these latter days via the prophets of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai as prophesied in the Holy Scriptures. And as we can see worldwide, there is a high-level rebellion against the Most High, okay?
against his only begotten Son, which is trickled down to a rebellion against the children of Israel. Okay, and everything is coming to a head. All right, they're openly declaring their rebellion. They're no longer hiding it. And everything that we've been saying through the Holy Spirit starts with the apostles and elders and the rest of the brothers who've entered into, the bishops as well, and us who have entered into their labors. Everything that has been said before, as prophecy means to say before, it is coming to pass, and we're witnessing it. And this is why the powers that be, okay, have ultimately been shoving many enchantments down the throats of the people. All right, putting many distractions and enchantments, but everybody's waking up to them. Okay, so the next big thing is to sidetrack everybody. They're getting ready to blame the Israelites. It's getting ready to be a big thing. Right, so prepare your souls for persecution. All right, but we already know that these people are wicked. Okay, and they come to do the bidding of Satan on the planet Earth. So there's no victory coming to them. All right, but they're going to boast themselves in some very high level evil, and they're currently trying to establish a one world order. All right, as I have this video in queue here too. All right, and the things that for years have been looked at as conspiracies or crazy to utter, over the past 5 years have proven themselves to be true. All right, and now all of the people who are yelling you're a conspiracy theorist, this and that, some of them are now starting to see that, damn, the people who were speaking of these things are right. And those who have the true testimony and who are able to link everything according to the prophecies and according to the Holy Scriptures are the prophets, man. But you do have others, all right, who don't even believe in the Scriptures, or who may proclaim to be Christians too. You have a few of them, all right, even waking up and exposing the evil of what's going on in this world. So we're going to start with this article here, right, where Klaus Schwab, says what? God is dead. Okay. Now we always see his counterpart, Noah Harari, say these things, but he's now saying it. So when they meet at these particular WEF,
shall exalt him above his neighbors, and in the midst of the congregation shall support his mouth. He shall find joy and a crown to be glad.
How to
she
fix
shall
the
cause
world,
him to inherit
this
an
whole carbon,
everlasting name.
tracing,
Foolishness shall not attain
talking about the Haragmo microchip. All of that stuff has been discussed.
For she is far from
All right, and they're getting ready to come with all of these various plans. And this is what John the Revelator saw. He says God is dead, and the WEF is acquiring divine powers. Okay, so they've openly proclaimed it. Okay, so all you Christians, which there's a few, maybe like 2 or 3, who are, calling out some of this evil. But the more notable ones like Vocab Malone and these so-called preachers in these churches, they're ignoring what we see happening before us. There's a high-level rebellion against the Most High and His Son going on in the earth. And they're coming at the children hardcore with their satanic agenda. Okay, this is why you hear about pedophilia everywhere. All manner of evil and sickness is being spread in the earth. Okay, and the problem is these Edomites. Okay, and as the scriptures say, the man of sin will be revealed, as we always bring out. Now, as you can see, WEF posted this tweet, all right, that Jesus is the original fake news. Okay, so you Christians should be in an uproar. Ain't that y'all God? All right, now they're really rebelling against the Son of God, which is Hamashiach Yahweh Shai. but it's who the
desire
world
not
ignorantly
the
calls
molding
Jesus
and
Christ, and they're
lusting
trying to X him out.
neither delight
Okay,
in
and
the
set up
process
themselves,
though they multiply,
all right,
rejoice not in them,
as
except
saviors
your
and rulers
with
via their technology. Now,
trust not thou in their
this
life,
happened before
neither
under a
respect their
character
works.
in the Bible,
For one that is just
all right, an
is
individual
better
by the
than
name
a
of
thousand,
Nimrod,
and
which
better it
led
is to die
a
without
one world
than to
order
have
and rebellion
things
against the
that
Heavenly
are
Father. And his name, ironically,
for
means
by one that
rebellion.
hath understanding
And
shall
Jeremiah
the city
describes
be
America
planted,
as
but
Marathion,
kindred of the wicked shall
all right,
speedily
which that
be
means
desolate.
what? Double rebellion,
Many such
or
things
bitter,
have I
as
seen
America
with my
itself
eyes,
means bitter.
and mine ear
So
hath
the
heard
Bible
greater
has
things than
everything
these. But then
already
the
prescribed. All we
congregation
have
of the
to do
ungodly shall
is
fire
walk in the
and
path
kindle,
and
and
continue
in a
to
rebellious nation wrath is set on
offer up the
fire.
right sacrifice, and the Heavenly
He was
Father is
not
getting ready to come
passive
through.
by
These
his
devils are
people
getting ready
with
to make their
giants,
move. So it
fell
says
away
God
in
is
the
dead,
strength of their
according to the
foolishness. Neither
WEF,
spared he the place
which
where
has
he
also
lost
declared that
but abhorred
the
them
Messiah
for their
is fake
pride.
news.
He pitied not
Okay?
the people of perdition,
So what more do
who were
you need to
taken
see?
away in their sins.
All right,
Nor
so
the
those of you who have
600,000
Bibles in your hand,
who were gathered
all right,
together
of course,
regard
us, the
because of
Israelites,
their
we're going to be
works.
persecuted, but that's
And
not
if
going
their
to stop
feet
there.
were stiff-necked
All
among
you
the
Christians,
people,
we're going to see
it
what
is
you're
a
made of.
marvel that he escaped
And if you're
unto
going to try, if you're going to stand on what you so-called believe in,
he is
all
mighty
right,
to
as times
forgive
get trying,
and pour out
and as they
displeasure.
outlaw the Bible, because the
As his
artificial
mercy
intelligence
is
that they're
great,
creating
so is his
is being
correction
created to
also.
fight
He judges a man
against the
according
message
to
of
his
salvation to the true
works. The sinner
Israelites.
shall not escape
But in
with
the
his
in the
spoils, and the patience
you know,
of the godly
in the
shall
meanwhile,
not
they're going
be
to come after you
frustrated.
Christians too.
Make way for every
Okay, so it
work of
says,
mercy, for every
and
man
that the
shall
WF
find
leaders
according
have
to his works.
acquired divine
The Lord
powers to
hardened
rule over
Pharaoh's
humanity.
that he should
And of
not
course,
know
we got to
him,
get Psalms, the
that his
second
powerful
chapter.
works might be known to the world.
Okay, in the
His
first verse,
mercy
why do the
is
heathen
manifest
rage
to
and the
every
people
nation.
imagine a
And he
vain
hath
thing?
separated his
The
light
kings of the
from
earth
darkness.
set themselves, and the
Adam
rulers take counsel
Say
together
not
against
now,
Yahweh
I will
and
hide
against his
myself
anointed. That's
from the
exactly
Lord.
what that is.
Shall any
And
remember
his
these
anointed
from
is
the
Yahweh
lost?
Shai, and the
I
elect
shall not
men
be
fall
remembered
under that
among
number,
the
the first fruits.
For what is my
Okay, so
soul
they're
among
taking
such an
counsel
infinite
against
number of
Yahweh,
creatures?
Bahashem, Yahweh Shai,
Behold,
and
the
they're coming
heaven
after
and the
the
heaven
elect,
of
as the
heavens,
scriptures say that the
sea
Lord will be at
and the
war with
earth,
Amalek
and all that
from
therein
generation to
is,
generation.
shall be moved when he shall
And these
visit
Amalekites
the
hide,
mountains also,
all right,
and
under various different, names and titles and this, but
when the Lord
they're all linked. And I believe this guy is
no
linked to the
heart
Rothschilds. They brought it out. So he's an Amalekite.
His ways.
Okay?
It is a tempest
And they don't have any
no
plan
man
to do
can
anything
see, for the
based
most
upon
part
the
his
order
works
and
are
instruction
evil.
given by the Most High.
Who can declare the works of his
Okay?
justice? Or
As
who
you
can
can see,
declare
they're
his
down with the
For his
Baphomet.
covenant is afar off.
Okay, that's
And
what
the
they're
trial of
introducing.
all things is in the
That's
end.
why everything that you see is just completely out of order and trashy. You got trannies reading with children, and amongst all manner
My
of
son,
evil.
hearken unto
Children
me,
having sex
learn
change
knowledge,
operations,
and mark my words with thy
adults
heart.
having them.
I
Everything
will
is
show
completely
forth
wicked.
doctrine and weight, and declare his
Okay,
knowledge
because they've
to
undermined
the
the order
The works of the
set
Lord
by
are
Yahweh,
done
by
in
Hashem Yahweh
judgment
Shai.
from
So
the beginning.
the leaders
From the time he
take
made
counsel
and
together,
disposed the parts
and that's what the
thereof.
WEF, the CO, all of the G20, all of these
And in
meetings are all about.
the chief of them unto
All right, taking counsel against Yahweh and against his anointed, saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. They want to cast away our connection
never disobey his word.
to the Heavenly Father. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh, and the Lord shall have them in derision. And right now, all right, the talking point of the Hebrew Israelites is driving them crazy. So this is why synonymously we see them coming more and more out with who they really are. Okay? Let's listen to this video.
And power also over the things therein. He
Dead, according to the World God is dead, according to the World Economic Forum, who have also declared that Jesus is fake news and that WEF leaders have acquired divine powers to rule over humanity. According to the WEF, a new one world religion has arisen.
See that? A new one world religion, but if you look, you clearly see 666. Look closely.
And a tongue, and eyes,
Okay?
and a heart.
This is the man of sin. This guy right here is a real live villain. Let's keep listening.
Over humanity. According to the WEF, a new one world religion has arrived, and it unites all of humanity in worshipping at the altar of climate science, techno-communism, and eugenics.
Have not we been telling you that this is what they're going to do?
And the elect.
All right, meanwhile, Jake want to argue behind King David. It's getting ready to go down in the planet Earth. Okay? It's getting ready to go down in the planet Earth, man.
And showed that
These devils are getting ready to wage all-out war against Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai and the chosen seed.
And he said unto them,
And they're not hiding it anymore.
beware of all unrighteousness.
And what you're going to bow to is the image of the beast via their technology and eventually the charagma. Listen to this.
Every man from his
Altar of climate science, techno-communism, and eugenics. If you find it hard to believe Klaus Schwab's WEF would go this far, you clearly haven't been paying attention to developments in recent times.
Because people are supposed to be watching, and this is what the prophets have been doing. And these things have been rumors for a while. Get the book of Jeremiah 51. He's been bringing this out for a while, and no one really took it serious. Now the elect, those of you who have been, sincerely watching and, in the right spirit, you see it, all right, because the prophets warned you, all right. But the mass majority of the people, including a lot of you Israelites, they don't want to hear nothing about this. All right, to them, this is ultimately just, fiction. We're just making it up.
the arms of a man.
You even have particular Israelite leaders call us conspiracy theorists. Now, a conspiracy means with, or to conspire means two or more planning to do evil. That's all it means.
Rise up and reward them.
And if you're telling me that the powers that be ain't plotting to do evil, then you out of your damn mind.
He granted them return and
Okay?
comforted those that failed in patience.
Jeremiah 51 and 45, my people, go ye out of the midst of her and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Lord. And we do that via repentance and the mindset you're in.
And turn away from
Okay? We already did a lesson on Flee Babylon. You need to understand that. Just look a few videos back. We went into it. It says, lest your heart faint. See, if you don't take your mind out of this world, all right, your heart is going to faint. If you're not taking heed to the prophets, when these things happen, your heart is going to faint. And you fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. Okay, because you're not stable when these things come to pass. Okay, you're going to break. And there's no other way out than through the straight gate, which is Yahweh Shai, the only one, all right, who has conquered Satan already. See, a rumor shall both come in one year, and after that, in another year shall a rumor come, and then violence in the land, and ruler against ruler. So we're witnessing the violence in the land, we're witnessing the ruler against ruler, all right? But what's next is all-out war, the civil unrest, all of these things, the charagma, and these rumors have been spoken by the prophets, hardcore, all right, week in and week out, all right, for years. And now we're living in a time where they're being, brought to pass. Where these devils are getting ready to set themselves up as God via their technology, their science, and everything else.
Klaus Schwab's right-hand man, Yuval Noah Harari, has announced that the WEF has been so successful in its plans that it's acquiring divine powers of creation and
this is a small hat. This is a so-called JEW, but then he's an atheist. Like Vlad TV. He boasts himself of being a Jew, but then he doesn't believe in God. Well, aren't the Jews supposedly God's chosen people?
The number of a man's days.
So all of this hypocrisy and evil is just been spreaded and manifested throughout the earth. And these weirdos anyway, let me.
4,000 years to days of creation. Therefore, God
Creation and destruction. The blasphemy doesn't stop there. Harari also promises that the WEF will turn humans into gods.
Developing even bigger powers than ever before. We are really acquiring divine powers of creation and destruction. We are really upgrading humans into gods. We are acquiring, for instance, the power to re-engineer life.
The WEF is also increasingly hostile to Christianity and other major religions. If you read between the lines just a little, it's clear that the WEF is consciously attempting to supplant Jesus.
I mean, all this story about Jesus rising from the dead and being the Son of God, this is fake news. Humans are now hackable animals.
better than a gift.
And when you get Revelation, the 13th chapter,
But both are with the grace of
okay,
God. A fool will have
when John the Revelator saw,
and a gift of envious
okay, this man issued forth this particular mark that people would have to have in order to buy and sell. John made it a point to bring out that his number will be 666. All right, now when you go into the 666 real quick,
and in the time of sin, show repentance.
okay,
Let nothing
this is the number of this man, this particular beast. Okay, you have the Chi, Psi, Stigma. Okay, now Chi,
and be not as
okay,
one
as you
that
can see,
cannot
this is the
be
X. This is the first
Think upon the wrath that shall be
wording in
in
the word Christ or
the time
Christos.
of vengeance.
That's why on
He shall turn
so-called
away
Christmas you
his
see
face.
X mass. That
When
X,
thou hast enough,
all
remember
right,
the
which
time of hunger.
symbolizes
When thou
Tammuz
art
and a lot of
rich,
their
think upon
ideology, but
poverty.
it's to X out the anointed one.
Until the evening, the
They're
time
going to
is
X out the Messiah.
all things are soon done.
All right, and establish their science, them themselves, and eventually
And in
that
the day
stigma.
of sin, he will beware
Okay,
of
because
the
when you go to this word
but
stigma,
will not observe.
okay, all we got to do is just go to it.
Every
Just go to
man of
stigma.
understanding knoweth wisdom, and will give praise unto him that found her.
Okay, stigma,
They that were of understanding and saying,
Okay.
became also wise.
a mark of disgrace,
And poured forth wisdom
marks in the body,
Go not after thy lusts, but refrain thyself from
brand,
thine appetites.
blot,
If thou givest thy
dishonor.
soul the desires that please
There we
her,
go.
she will make thee a
A
laughing
mark
stock
made
to
by
thy
appointed
enemy.
instrument.
Blinding.
Okay, so they're going to re-engineer human beings and mankind via technology in which John the Revelator
Be not made
told
a
us they
beggar
would
by
try to
begging
do what?
borrowing, when thou hast nothing in thine
Okay.
purse. But thou shalt lie in wait for thine own
Set up a
life,
system
and
to
be
where you're going to have a particular mark to be able to buy and sell, and also stigma, as we always go into, but you never know
And he that
how
can
many
tend
new
the small thing shall
listeners
fall
there are.
little by little.
To get the true meaning of
Wise
stigma,
women will make
read it in
men
the
of
scriptures.
understanding fall away.
Go to this
And he
word
that believeth
marks
the harlot
here in the
shall
scripture.
become impudent. Moths and worms
And
shall
boom,
have him inherit.
stigma is
And the
marked,
bold
pricked, or
man
branded
shall
upon the
be
body.
taken
In ancient times it was
He
a
that
brand.
is hasty to give
In these
credit
times it's going to be a digital all.
and he that
To
sinneth
ancient
shall
Oriental
avenge
usages,
against
slaves and
those
soldiers
that
bore the
love
name
us.
or the stamp of
Whoso
their
taketh
master or
pleasure in
commander,
wickedness shall
branded
be
or
put to
pricked,
him.
cut into their
But
bodies
he
to
that
indicate
seeketh
what master or
pleasure
general they
roundeth
belong
his
to.
life.
And there were some
He that can rule
devotees who
his
even
tongue
stamped
shall
themselves in
live
this way
without strife.
with the token to their
He
God.
that
So this is
hateth
going to be the
Babylon
oath you're going to have to
shall
take
have evil.
to get into this new world. And
Rehearse
this makes
not
them
unto
God
thy
if they're able
brother
to
that
accomplish
which is
this.
told unto thee.
This is what the
Thou
fourth
shalt
industrial
bear
revolution
every
is all
word.
about.
Whether it be to friend
Okay,
or foe,
but you will no
talk
longer need
not of other
the
men's
Most High God,
lives.
the God of the
And if
Bible,
thou
His Son,
canst
all of that
without offense
will be X'd out. There won't be a such thing as a chosen people. There won't be a such thing as a Bible. And on down the line, all right, it's the thought of a God. Why do you think they're attacking the youth so hard? The thought of a God, the thought of order, the thought of anything that we know to be a normal way of life.
As an
Going to the store, going to pick lemons off the tree. All of these ways of life that we have been used to, okay, will be no more. And on down the line, 100 years, 50 years down the line, the average person won't even have any idea what a God is or what a book is. This is the world that they want, and they put it in their movies. Okay? So there's no more of this conspiracy theory talk, because they're openly saying it.
And who is he that
keep
hath
going.
not offended with his tongue?
You know, the whole idea that humans have, you know, this, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over.
According to the WEF, Jesus is fake news, God is dead, and you do not have a soul. You are a hackable animal who does not have the capacity for free will. The World Economic Forum has spent decades quietly infiltrating democratically elected governments, penetrating cabinets, and wielding an outsized influence on the world from the corridors of Schwab's Swiss hideout in Davos.
So we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I would know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are from our actually young nobles of the world Ukraine.
These tyrants have now become arrogant and sure of their own success. They are no longer hiding in the shadows and pulling puppet strings from behind the curtain. According to Schwab, it is his role to shape the transformation of the world in the current period. And unsurprisingly, he admires the Chinese system of state-control authoritarianism.
On the G20, you were there meeting some of the leaders as well. Professor Schwab, what do you make of the result? Finally, they put something as a statement, and it seems quite positive with all the voices included.
I think it's positive. It's already positive through the fact that everybody agreed about the statement, which we haven't had the last years. Now the base has been formed, but we have to go one step further. We have to have a strategic mood. We have to construct the world of tomorrow. It's a systemic transformation of the world. So we have to define how the world should look like, which we want to come out of this transformation period. I respect China's achievements, which are tremendous over the last over 40 years. I think it's a role model for many countries.
With world leaders and cabinets firmly under their control, Western democracy has been decimated. Trudeau's Canada has become a wasteland of authoritarian control. Jacinda Ardern's New Zealand is arguably even more tightly controlled by the Davos technocrats.
Yeah, they're talking about over in New Zealand. They're setting up that system already. All right, in China, okay, it says techno-authoritarianism is here to stay. China and the deep state have joined forces. Okay, it says if this government ever became a tyranny, if a dictator ever took charge of this country, the technological capacity that the intelligence community has given the government could enable it to impose total tyranny. And that's what they're doing. They're setting up a system to where artificial intelligence is going to enslave the entire planet Earth. And this is very important and should be talked about. Israelites should be talking about this. Israelites should be speaking out against this. All right? No, there's not a conspiracy, nigga. They're doing it. And this is high-level rebellion. Now, we just showed you Revelation, the 13th chapter, okay, where John saw them trying to establish this system, but what was happening in the very next chapter? He saw the elect, okay, speaking out against this madness. Revelation 14:9, and the third angel, which the angel speaks through men, follow them with saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast and his image, okay, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same ultimately shall be destroyed. So if we're singing a new song, why ain't we speaking out against these things? This is complete wickedness, man.
better than the slip of the tongue. So the fall of the wicked
It says, if a dictator ever took charge in this country, the technological capacity, all right, that the intelligence community has given the government could enable it to impose total tyranny. Okay, where you won't have any way out, and there will be no way to fight back. All right, and why wouldn't there be any way to fight back? Because your only means of buying, selling, okay, and if you will be to go through that their straight gate and receive that charagma. And if you have any viewpoints and talking points against them, artificial intelligence is set up to fight against you. I recently had a dream, all right, that artificial intelligence was fighting against the truth, and that's literally what they're doing. This system that they're setting up, they're trying to act as if, you know, they got to track hate speech. And if they really wanted to track hate speech, how in the hell is rap music and all of the wicked, the detestable, evil things on YouTube that are there? How's that stuff just somehow skipped? Okay, you know, being labeled hate speech. Anyway, but in the dream I had, ultimately they were using artificial intelligence to fight the truth, literally. So if you thought something, if you said something, artificial intelligence was trained to come after your ass and snatch you up. And in that dream, it was just people getting snatched up in like sacks, and they couldn't get out for like years. Okay? It says the votes are in. No matter who runs for office, no matter who controls the White House, Senate, or House of Representatives, now in the future, we the people have already lost. And see, this is where we have to have comfort in prophecy. As the scriptures say, we have a sure word of prophecy, all right, that speaks victory against these things. Okay? Because he's getting ready to establish this system in the earth, or at least try. Okay? Revelation 15:2. And I saw, as it were, a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten victory over the beast, okay, over his image and over his mark. All of this technology and all of these things they're boasting in, okay, are a part of their image. Okay, and through that, you're going to have a mark, okay, a charagma, to be able to operate in the earth. See, but there's victory spoken over this already. This is why we have to just trust the process through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashim Yahushai, man. All right, it says we have lost because the future of this nation is being forged beyond the reach of our laws. All right, it says elections and borders by techno-authoritarian powers with no regard for individuality, privacy, or freedom. Okay, because you're going to be tracked internally. See, that's their plan. There's no way out. That's the system they want. The fate of America is being made in China, our role model for all things dystopian. Let's look at this word, dystopian. It says, relating to or denoting an imagined state of society where there is great suffering or injustice. Okay. And scriptures talks about how he would come with two horns like a lamb. Those are this democratic and republican system, but it will eventually end in him speaking as a dragon, which goes into draconian method and a harsh method that rulership, harsh laws. Okay, and they're going to have to bring those harsh laws, okay, in order to, they're going to have to bring those harsh laws in order to get what they need done, shut out anyone speaking against them.
Siguen.
So, as this article is speaking, is saying wherever China goes, America goes. So what's happening in China? Right? Censorship. Right? People are being censored. Right? You won't be able to post or publish things speaking against their agenda. Okay? You will be penalized for gathering in public and criminally charged. Okay, if you have particular talking points or thoughts. Okay, surveillance. Right, in China, for every one person, I believe they say there's about 20 plus cameras on. Right, artificial intelligence is watching everything. Facial recognition, everything. You gotta have particular apps on your cell phone, which we know that's eventually going to the MOTB system. Okay, I'm just reading through these social media credit scores. So what you post on social media will affect your ability to move about in the world. What you buy, what you sell, how you travel. All right, so people like us, we'd be locked up if a system like this was implemented. They're going to establish a system like this. This is why the scripture says the devil is going to throw some of you in prison. Some of us are going to have to go be thrown in concentration camps. Okay? The Lord told us to fear not. It's the trial that certain of us are going to have to go through. Okay? So social media credit scores. Okay? You'll be blacklisted as unworthy, banned from accessing financial markets, buying real estate, traveling, if you post particular things on social media. If your social media credit score is bad, then you'll be through. Safe, smart cities, which that's the fourth industrial revolution. All right, where the people will interact with the smart city. All right, and everything you do, all right, will be on the grid. Okay? The benefit from the smart cities clearly goes to the authorities who are able to use the promise of the modern high-tech city to extend and deepen surveillance. So they'll be watching everything. They'll be on the grid. There'll be no way out. Digital currency. That way they'll be able to control what you buy and sell. We already go into that all the time. Digital authoritarianism. All right? Let's look at this word authoritarianism. Of course, I'm just reading through it for time's sake. The enforced or advocacy of strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom. So you won't have any personal freedom. Lack of concern for the wishes and opinions of others. Okay? So digital authoritarianism. Now you won't be able to buy and sell particular things. All right? What they give you, all right, and what you're able to buy will be based upon social credit score and all of these various different things. It just gives them more control. AI surveillance, artificial intelligence. Okay? Which they're using this to fight the truth. That's what this ultimately is all about. Okay? China is now exporting its authoritarian tech to governments worldwide. See, China is ahead. Okay? Tyrants in the hands of tyrants and dictators alike. AI surveillance is the ultimate means of repression and control, especially through the use of smart city platforms, facial recognition, predictive policing. Right? Meaning they can predict based on what you believe, what you've been looking at online, that you should be locked away. Right? It says secret police. Right? It'll just be a total wicked system. Police brutality. They'll be able to excessively beat your ass. Okay? And they'll have the laws, okay, to justify it. Intimidation tactics. Okay, threatening activists, their families, and their livelihood should they fail to comply with government, what they dictate. Okay? So these types of times, this is what's coming down the pipe. And all they need is, a big false flag, which we know is coming, okay, in order to enact these things, okay? They're going to start coming after brothers, leaving notes on your cars, you know, but the Heavenly Father, all right, is going to have his angels protecting us, okay? Disappearance, brainwashing, and torture are going to be justified, and people just disappearing, and they've been doing that, all right, with these people who have been leaving their, you know, secret societies and telling everything. So you can read this article. It's just an insight of what's going on in China, all right, and all right, America, the beast system, they've all joined forces to bring this all together. Okay, so what's happening in China is coming here. Okay, and if you look at what's going on around the world, you see here, the UK government prosecutors argue parts of the Bible are no longer appropriate in modern society. So they're getting ready to do away with people being able to speak freely and openly, you know, worship Yahweh Bashim Shai. But even people who believe the Bible in the sense of being a Christian, some of them speak against, you know, the alphabet community. Well, you won't be able to do that. And laws and legislation are already on the books. They just need the right false flags. You remember that there was just a shooting at a alphabet club where 6 people were shot. You keep seeing that term 6. Well, stuff like that and more are going to be used to say the Bible, online preachers, and hate speech is causing people to go out and harm small hats, gays, this, that. Okay? There you go.
Capítulo 69, uno después de este juicio
so you got Christians, you know, uproars of the people because they see where it's going. Okay, so certain parts of the Bible are no longer appropriate. Now they're just arguing this, but eventually stuff like this will be law. Let's go back here real quick.
Why should they respect us and our human and constitutional rights if they see us as hackable animals incapable of free thought? Take a look at Brazil for a glimpse of the future. President Bolsonaro's supporters are protesting what they claim to be a wildly unfair and corrupt election. WEF favourite Lula, who hasn't even taken office yet, has already started enacting Klaus Schwab's playbook, freezing the bank accounts of protesters amid a chilling crackdown on freedom of speech and the right to protest peacefully. First Canada, now Brazil, next the United States. French billionaire Philippe Argilier claims he has 4 databases that will expose 38 individuals who control the whole world and run the shadow government. Bill Gates, who needs no introduction, is one of those 38 unelected individuals who control the daily lives of 8 billion people. According to Argilier, he can prove the Biden administration takes direct orders from this shadow government.
And altogether, 38 individuals run the daily lives of 8 billion people on Earth. Maria, the shadow government, is the entity that is behind most, if not all, elected government that tell them what to do and what not to do based upon geopolitical agreements, most of them anchored in military abroad intervention. That's what the shadow government is. And I can tell you today that the Biden administration is under the control of the shadow government.
Yeah, they've been doing the bidding. Biden is doing the bidding of the elites, destroying the economies and ultimately ushering in Satanism.
I can confirm this without any hesitation based upon the information that I have.
If you want a sneak peek of the future under this shadow government, it's worth paying attention to Bill Gates' latest announcement. Gates has a history of playing God. Robert F. Kennedy warned us about this trait in Gates' psychology years ago. According to Kennedy Jr., the World Health Organization is conducting global social and medical experimentation in accordance with the vision of their mega-donor, Bill Gates, and his religious faith that he can use technology, vaccines and GMO agriculture to make him the savior of all humanity.
Go. All right, now. You can read that because they get real iffy when you mention stuff like this. But let's go here real quick. This is I just looked up precepts. All right, to 2 Thessalonians 2 and 4. All right, and then shall that ultimately verse 3, the wicked will be revealed. All right, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he is God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Okay. Isaiah 14 and 13. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will also sit upon a mount of the congregation on the sides of the north. This is the mindset of the wicked. And the congregation on the sides of the north, or the elect over here. All right, and Babylon the Great. Okay, he has different plans for us. Okay, than the Most High has for us. And we'll see that he's able to complete it. All right, Ezekiel 28 and 2. Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, which is symbolic and synonymous with Esau, Edom, thus saith the Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God, I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas, which the seas of the people. Yet thou art a man, and not God, though thou set thine heart as the heart of God. He's setting his mind as the mind of the Most High, with who left hand means. Okay? This guy is completely wicked. This is Daniel 7 and 8, and I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, which is Babylon the Great, which is synonymous with the beast system as well, NATO and the EU. All right, but this is speaking of Babylon the Great, before whom the first three of the horns were plucked up by the root, Spanish, the French, and the British. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of man, meaning he's just a man. Okay, but he's boasting and a mouth speaking great things in the science. Okay, and everything else that we see these devils boasting in. All right, Revelation 13 and 6. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against the Most High, to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven. So this dude is losing his damn mind. Everywhere you look, okay, you're starting to see more and more open rebellion to Yahweh Bashim Yahushua. 2,000-year-old Bible says Jesus is not the Son of God. All right. Okay. He was the Son of God. Okay, but again, everywhere you look, okay, you're starting to see more and more wickedness. Okay, and rebellion against the truth, man. It's hearsay. Worshippers left in tears as Cambridge Dean claims Jesus may have been transgender after a roll over Christ or a womb having a vaginal appearance. Cambridge research student claimed Christ had a trans body during a sermon. He compared Christ's side wound depicted in medieval pagans to a vagina. Pierced his sides. They said that was a vagina. These people are crazy, man. Church worshippers cried hearsay at the dean of Trinity College when they left. So, yeah, this. Oh man! But this guy, the dean, he stepped in to back it up. Dean of Trinity College, Dr. Michael Banner, has stepped in to back up the view of a transgender Jesus after a junior research fellow claimed that he had a trans body. And that was the vagina. So we're witnessing an all-out rebellion
against Yahweh Bashim Yahushai. Okay? And they're setting up artificial intelligence, all right, and all of these unrighteous decrees in order to justify shutting down people who speak against it. These niggas are losing their mind. Jump to this part. You can see here.
Yeah, was caught telling world leaders that it's time for death panels to decide who has the right to live and die.
You know, is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and to make that trade-off in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion. So you, of course,
That's an interesting thing you just said, which is just the last 3 months in life for one person or something, because we haven't had a discussion of how to allocate that money. It means we lay off 3 teachers to do so. I mean, in other words, we haven't had this type of allocation.
We're making that trade-off because of huge medical costs that are not examined to see which ones actually have no benefit whatsoever. And because of pension generosity, we will be laying off over 100,000 teachers, which, you know, I'm very much against that. And the whole AFT will agree with me on that.
Of course, Gates' death panels have everything to do with the globalist elite's obsession with depopulation. This is the brutal, soulless world Gates and the shadow government at the World Economic Forum are determined to roll out as part of their... We can't allow their evil religion to become the new normal. Take a look at one of the videos in the description box below for...
So there you go. I just wanted to watch that. It's not going to stop. Until he's taken out of the way by Yahweh Bashim. That's the victory we're speaking of. Alright, yea, also because he transgressed by wine. And that wine is his philosophy. We're looking at his philosophy. It's all over the place. It's proud, it's evil, it's wicked, it's unjust, it's anti-Yahweh Bashim Shai, it's anti-Messiah, it's completely evil. And these are his plans for the world. As the scripture says, the wicked boast.
El día equivale a 10 partes y la noche exactamente a 8 partes. 11 el sol nace por esa cuarta puerta y se pone por la cuarta y vuelve a la quinta puerta oriental.
Wicked boast.
Mañana se nace por la quinta puerta y se pone por la quinta puerta. 12 entonces el día se ha alargado en 2 partes y es de 11 partes y la noche es más corta y es de 7 partes. 13 retorna al oriente y entra en la sexta puerta y nace. Y se oculta por la sexta puerta durante 31 mañanas por cuenta de su signo. 14 en ese momento el día es más largo que la noche.
Psalms 10
llega a ser el doble de la noche y equivale a 12 partes y la noche es acortada y equivale a 6 partes.
Covetousness.
15 entonces el sol se eleva para cruzar el día y alargar la noche y el sol regresa al oriente para entrar por la sexta puerta y nace por ella y se pone en el
will not seek after the Most High.
16
The Most High is not in all his thoughts.
una parte
Okay,
exactamente
and
equivale
we're
a
witnessing that by everything that we're
17 el sol sale del occidente por
going
esa
into.
sexta puerta y va al oriente y nace
All
por
right,
la
he's
quinta
showing you
puerta.
that his
30 mañanas se
philosophy,
pone en el
which is his
occidente
wine,
de nuevo
is
por la
off.
quinta puerta.
It's evil, it's wicked.
18 en ese momento
Right?
el día
For
disminuye
all
en
these
otra
years,
parte y
he hid
equivale a 10
behind the term
partes y
white
la noche a 8.
and all of these very
19
different
el sol
terms
desde esa quinta
to
puerta
hide
y se
himself,
oculta
but
por
he's
la
not
quinta
able to
puerta
hide
al
himself
occidente y nace por
in
la
these
cuarta
latter
puerta
days.
durante 31 mañanas
Okay,
para
you see
usar
here,
el signo y se oculta por
are
el
darn
oriente.
partners with
20
Gates
en ese
of
momento
Hell
el día es
to
igual a
roll
la
out
noche,
digital
llegan a ser
IDs.
equivalentes. La
This is
noche
in New
tiene 9
Zealand.
partes y el día 9 partes.
They
El
hard
sol que nace por esa
during
puerta
the
y se
Crown
oculta por el
Royale
occidente, nace
shutdown.
por la tercera puerta por 30 mañanas y se
This
pone
was
al
like a
occidente
breeding
por la
ground for
tercera
them
puerta.
to establish
22
everything
en ese
because
momento
it's a
la noche
smaller
es más
population
larga
out
que el
there. You
día,
gotta
que las
remember New
noches
Zealand
anteriores y cada día es más
is
corto
like
que
the
el día
last,
anterior hasta la
the
20ª
last place
mañana. La noche
these
equivale
devils got to
exactamente a
conquer.
10 partes y el día 8.
Okay, so the
22
population
el sol
is
que
not
nace
that
por
high,
aquella
so
tercera
we're over
puerta
there
y se pone por la
doing
tercera
this
puerta en el
whole
occidente,
plan,
regresa para salir por el oriente y
doing
nace
their
por la
evil.
segunda
implementing their wickedness. Okay, so they're moving to a digital ID system out there. And that's all going to soon follow to, various different countries, including the United States. Okay. It says the countries manage isolation, quarantine government programs. That during the pan, operated by keeping records manually, is now switching to JE and CGN produced software tools that will serve as digital ID verification for the staff. Okay, this is what they're bringing and implementing in New Zealand. Okay, and they talked about this at the WEF, so it's coming. And not going to read too much into that, but they see where it's all going.
And marvel not if she
They're talking about this two banking giants who will start 12 billion dollar pilot.
and drink of every water
Again, while all of this confusion is being shoved down your
and open
throat,
her quickly
so that they can persecute the true Israelites.
the grace of a wife.
This is what they're doing behind closed doors.
Her
This is
discretion
what they're coming with, and it's really open to what happens watching.
loving woman is a gift of the
Okay.
Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind.
Global banking giants are starting a $12 billion pilot with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
And her continent mind
Testing
cannot
is
be
announced
balanced.
on Tuesday.
As the sun
Alright,
is
so it's a
bright
test
in the high
right,
heavens,
on
so
how
is
using
the
digital
beauty
dollars,
of life.
meaning what? Eventually it's going to come.
As the clear light
People
is
calling them
upon
out
the
for the NWA work, soon we will have that.
so is the beauty of the faith.
People are mad. Okay, a lot of people are figuring that out.
The
This is where
golden
you have a
pillars
lot of
are
stuff
upon
going
the
on.
sockets of silver,
And,
so are the
angels
bare
going on.
feet of the constant harp.
Okay.
My son, keep the flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow it with thine own
Standardized
seed,
global
trusting in the goodness of
juice
thy
pass.
stock. So thy race, which thou leadest, shall be magnified. Have the confidence of their good descent. And harlot shall be
joint
accounted
declaration
a
promoting
citizen,
global
but a married woman is a
standard
tower
on
against
juice.
death to her husband.
When we
A
say
wicked
juice,
woman is given as portion to a wicked man,
international
but a
travel
godly woman is
calling
given to him that
for the
feareth the
establishment
Lord.
of global
A
digital health
dishonest
networks,
woman
children's
contends in shame,
digital
but an
Crown
honest
Royale
woman will reverence her
passable.
husband. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog, but she that is shamefaced fears the Lord.
And they've been
The
talking about
woman
this,
that honoreth
but
her
it's coming.
husband shall be judged wise of all. But
Okay,
she that dishonoreth him in her pride shall
saying
be
we've always
counted
been in
undaughter
travel in
of
certain
all.
places, but
A loud
coming with
crying
this digital
woman and a
pass.
scold shall be sought out
Like
to
this,
drive
like
away
I said,
the
it's
enemies.
tied to the digital
There
wallet,
be
tied
two
to your cell
things that
phone,
grieve my heart, and the third maketh
new
me
system
angry.
they're bringing.
A man of war that suffereth poverty, and men of understanding
Canadian bank
that are not
launches credit card
satisfied,
with carbon
and
emissions.
one that returneth from righteousness to sin. The Lord prepareth such an one for the
Carbon.
sword. A merchant shall hardly
This is going to be an enslavement. So the bank in
and an
Canada has
huckster shall
become the
not
first
be
in the
filled
country to
with
launch
sin.
a credit card. Canada is a part
Many
of
have
NATO
sinned for a small matter.
that tracks
He
the
that
customers'
seeketh
carbon
for
emissions
abundance
and
will
may
turn his
concern
eyes away.
that such a scheme
As a
one
nail
day be
sticketh
used to
fast
restrict
between the
purchase. Of course it
joinings
is.
of the stones,
That's what
so
John the
doth
Revelator
sin
saw
stick close between
in
buying and
Revelation
selling.
13 chapter.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord,
In an effort
his
by the
house
credit
shall
union
soon
to
be
display its
overthrown.
commitment to
As
climate
when one
action,
sifteth with a sieve, the rest
Density
remaineth.
will offer a
So
credit
the
card that
filth
links
remaineth
purchases
in
to
his
carbon
heart.
emissions, allowing
The
customers to
furnace
compare their
proveth
monthly
the
carbon
potter's
footprint
vessel.
to
So
the
the
national
trial of
average.
man is in his
The
reasoning.
bank will also advise
fruit
customers on
declareth
how to
the
limit their
tree
carbon
of
footprint.
drought.
We know
So
many
is the
banks and
utterance
members
of
are
the
looking for ways to
deceitful
reduce
heart
the
of man.
impact they have on the environment.
Praise no man
Basically,
before
the
thou
condition of the
hearest him
earth and
speak. But this is the
how
trial
messed up it
that
is going to be blamed on
if thou
anything
followest
out of
righteousness, thou shalt
We always
obtain
bring this out,
and put it on
okay?
as a glorious long robe.
It says everyone
Birds
will
will
be issued
resort unto their
carbon
life.
allowance cards
So
that
will
will
truth
entail
return
all
unto
the
them
doses
that practice
and
in
equal
her.
tradable carbon
As the
allowance that
lion
reduces
lieth
the
in
time
wait
and
for
line
prey,
of national
so
carbon target.
sin
So
for them that work.
how far you can travel, how much
The
food you can eat,
discourse of a
will all
godly
be
man
tied
is always
right to
with
that.
him,
You will be
but a
restricted
fool changes
once the whole
as the
thing is set
moon.
up.
If thou be among
Alright, the
the
authors make it clear that the program will
observe
be a
the
national
time,
mandatory
but be
policy.
continually
National.
among men of understanding.
Okay, carbon units will be
The
deducted
discourse
from the
of
personal
Lord
budget.
is irksome,
Every
and their
payment for
sport is the
transport, fuel,
wantonness
home
of
heating,
sin.
fuel,
Talk
and
of him that
electricity
sweareth
bills.
much, and
Anyone
maketh
going
the
over the
hair
limit
stand
will be
up
forced to
right.
purchase
And their
additional
brawls
units
make one
from the
stop
personal
and
carbon
yearn.
market from those
The strife of
with
the
excess
proud
to
is
sell.
bloodshed, and their
Use too much heat.
reviling are grievous to
Use
hear.
food, you're gonna have to
Whoso
buy extra
discovereth
credits.
secrets loseth his
Okay.
credit,
You
and
know,
shall
the
never
limit for
find
the
friend to his
for the
mind.
month. This is the type
Love
of
thy
system
friend,
that
and
will
be
be set up
faithful
in Planned
unto
Parenthood.
him.
But let's go here and
Thou
listen to this
betrayest
as well.
his secrets. Follow no more.
Things are getting a bit crazy with world leaders now publicly calling for a one world government. Thanks for watching Next News Network. I'm Ivory Hecker filling in from my YouTube. That's Ivory Hecker on YouTube. Your freedom's at stake. Get the news that impacts America. Tap subscribe to preserve it. All right, for years we have raised the alarm of the globalist takeover of the world and their continued attack against American sovereignty. Well, now those alarms that we've been raising are confirmed as they are now publicly calling for a one world government. We Love Trump reports this month's final World Summit in the region was held in Thailand on Friday with French President Emmanuel Macron speaking, despite France not being a member of APEC. Macron spoke at the Bangkok summit. During his speech, Macron called for a new global order.
I have hated many things.
Are you
but
on
not
the US
like
and China
him.
side?
For the Lord will hate
Now,
him.
progressively,
Whoso casteth a stone on high, casteth it on his own head, and a deceitful stroke shall make wounds.
even for both the
Whoso
US and
diggeth
China.
a pit shall fall therein, and he that setteth a trap shall be taken.
Other moves have been made in order to achieve the one world dominance sought by the globalist elites. The Sun reports it is the first time a British man has been microchipped with his bank card. The London-based company Walletmore implanted Arnie Soki and his bank card in his hand for 350 pounds. Microchips from Walletmore.
See,
And the
let's get the
sinful
book
man
of
shall
Ezekiel.
have them both.
33.
He that revengeth shall find
Let's finish
vengeance
this.
from the Lord.
Psalms 10 and 4. The wicked, with the pride of his countenance, will not seek after the Most High.
Give thy
The
neighbor
Most
the
High is not
hurt he
in
hath
all
done
his
to
thoughts.
thee. So shall thy
Totally
sins
wicked.
also be
His
given
ways
them
are always
praise.
grievous. Thy judgments are
One
far
man
out of his
beareth
sight.
hatred
As
against
for his
another,
enemies, he
but
puffeth
doth
at
he
us.
seek
He's
pardon
puffing
in
at
the
us.
He
Okay,
showeth no
he's puffing at
mercy to a man,
Israelites now.
like himself.
But synonymous, you can clearly see he's trying to set up this system, and he's not. It's a wicked, satanic, devilish system, and it's not predicated upon anything righteous.
Remember thine end.
He hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity.
And abide in the
Okay?
commandments.
His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud, and under his tongue is mischief and vanity.
Remember the covenant of the
Okay?
highest.
This is
and weak
ultimately,
and
this is
ignorant.
the devil.
Abstain from
Okay?
strife, and thou shalt diminish
Verse
thy
15,
soul.
break thou the
For
arm of the
furious
wicked,
man will
and the
kindle
evil
strife.
man seek out his
But a
wickedness
sinful
till thou
man
find none.
disquieteth friends,
Yahweh
and
is
maketh
king forever and ever,
debate
the
among
heathen
men
are
that
perished
be
out
at
of his
peace.
land. And they're
As
right
the
now
matter
in
of
the
the
land.
fire is, so
Okay,
the earth
doing evil. The
And
Lord
as
has heard the
man's
desire of the
strength
humble.
is, so
Thou
is
wilt
his
prepare
wrath.
their heart, thou wilt
And
cause
according
thine
to
ear
his
to hear, and that's
riches,
what's happening.
his anger
So
riseth.
when all
The
of these things
stronger
come
they
to
are
pass,
which contend, the more they will be in
all right,
flame.
you particular Israelites
And
have been
hasty
playing all of these
contention
games, and you start to
kindleth
see
fire,
that,
and then
the
hasty
things are
fire
changing, then you want to try to get serious and come look
If
for the
thou
prophets. It's going to be
blow
too
in
late.
part, it shall burn.
Okay,
If thou
this is
spit upon
Ezekiel
it,
33
it
and
shall
32. And
quench.
lo,
And both
thou art
these
unto them
come
as a
out of
very
thy
lovely
mouth.
song of one that
actually play his voice. He can play very well on an instrument, for they hear thy words, but they do them not. But as the Lord has allowed many to hear now through this thing with Kanye and Kyrie. Okay? It says, and when this cometh to pass, the Lord will come, then shall they know that a prophet hath been among them. Okay? These are the times we're coming into. Okay? The prophets that of old prophesied of what? When you hear Jeremiah 28:8, the prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries, and against great kingdoms of war and evil estimates. This is what's coming. In order for them to be able to establish this, all right, they need total chaos, a lot of death, okay, and force. Prophet would prophesy in peace when the word of the prophet shall come to pass. Then shall the prophet be known that Yahweh hath truly sent him.
Neither shall they be
turned. Everything that we've been saying,
such as forsake the Lord shall fall into it, and it shall burn in them.
Everything we've been saying is coming to pass.
It shall be sent upon them as a flood, and devour them as a leopard.
Will be implanted in the hand and work with digital wallets or contactless payments. Microchips will work with the Pure Wrist app, and the implant procedure will take only about 4 minutes, according to the tech company. It is now available for $299 to the general public. Any takers? Here he is using his microchipped hand to purchase everyday items. Watch.
In Sweden, the microchips are already here. The microchip implants use the same technology that's in contactless credit cards, which have made cash pretty much obsolete in Sweden. No cash. At this tech fair, a chipping event for those on the cutting edge.
Look who you got there. Nigga woman. With the virtual reality headset on. This is why we gotta teach this to our people. We gotta warn. You're not warning, Jake don't do it.
He will prolong the time.
Merging their hands with this new technology.
Within 5 minutes, surgeons stitched up the safety pin-sized chip in the side of his hand. Father of two Arnie said, quote, using the chip takes a bit to learn. Quote, it's like a normal card, but you have to be more precise with where you tap. Quote, it means I don't have to keep a wallet with me all the time. The World Economic Forum and other globalist cronies want this for the masses, money implanted into your body. For absolute surveillance and control, the globalists are working for the one world government with every ounce of effort that they can muster. They have called for the climate policies, carbon emission standards, one world bank, a one world government, NATO enforcing law on U.S. soil, and many other examples. They will stop at nothing until their vision is complete, but
and see, America uses the NATO and the EU to enforce particular policies, and it's the MOTB, the beast, all right, is going to ultimately give America authority to issue forth, all right, these policies and plans, okay, to bring this all to pass, man. Okay, and they're buying up and trying to get control of the internet and these social media sites so that what, all right, they can put the things in place where people won't be able to say nothing about it. Okay, they're trying it on YouTube, but people are working around the algorithms. Pretty soon, all right, we won't be able to say a damn thing. All right, but the Heavenly Father, once He takes us off the internet and off the streets, then what was needed to be said will be said at that point. Won't be no more talking. Then everything is just going to come to pass.
The only thing that means for us is that we need to remain vigilant and not allow the takeover by the elitists who want to force their woke agendas on us and ruin our great nation. Further, we need Trump back in office, who stood strong
through. And again, as we always go into, Babylon is not going to be healed. Okay? Trump ain't going to fix it. Okay, Biden is the worst thing going. Okay? Too many people are on to see now you have division, Egyptian against Egyptian. You have the division amongst the Edomite race. Many of them are out in the elites. All right? And a lot of them want to tell us that it's all of us against the elites. Nah, hell nah. All right, now it's true that within this NWO, even everyday Edomites will be looked at, as they got to go too. A lot of you got to go. They don't give a damn. All right, but the Heavenly Father is going to punish all of you Edomites for what's happened to His chosen people. And America is going to be destroyed utterly off the face of the earth. Jeremiah 51:7. Babylon have been a golden cup in Yahweh's hand that has made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad. See? Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain. If so, she may be healed. Nothing's going to fix this place. All right, no amount of QE3, this, that, praying, doing videos is going to save this place. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go everyone into her own country, for her judgment reached unto heaven and is lifted up to the skies. And many nations are already getting the hell up out of this place. All right, but the elect, all right, were never told to pack up and leave as some form of guaranteed salvation. Okay? The Lord hath brought forth His righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of Yahweh our God. And that's what we're doing. We're pretty much prophesying that this place is getting ready to be destroyed. So,
laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him, and lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end. Give him no
this is a
liberty.
video called Any Religious or Political Views Shared on Facebook Profile.
Down his neck
All right, will
while
be
he
removed.
and
Right?
beat him on the side.
And also Elon Musk.
Lest he wax stubborn,
He has this thing to where Elon Musk says independent media will stay banned on Twitter, only trusted media outlets. So who they thought was one fighting for them, right? He's now doing the agenda of the elite as well, which he's one of them. Remember they were setting him up as this woke guy who's against the agenda of the elite. All right, he gets control of Twitter, okay? And they're only going to use it and use propaganda to shut out free speech. All right, but soon nobody will be able to openly, all right, have any religious or political views. Okay, any religious or political views shared on Facebook will be removed. So he's trying to what? This is a war ultimately, as we said, against Yahweh Bashem Shai. Okay, Exodus 17:16, for he said, because Yahweh hath sworn that the Lord would have war with Amalek from generation to generation. And this is a part of that war. Okay? Using propaganda to eventually shut off the truth.
Love thine own soul and comfort thy heart. Remove sorrow.
Facebook is changing.
Sorrow hath killed many.
It's the information users are allowed to post as a part of their profile beginning December 1st.
And carefully bring it
Okay?
before the time. A cheerful and good heart will have.
And I'm not on Facebook, but I know a lot of brothers are. The change was first noticed. So this is what they're doing, man. This is systematically fighting against the word. They're using artificial intelligence and their technology to fight against, all right, Yahweh Bashem Shai and the chosen people, and anyone who's against what they're establishing, because it's clearly evil and wicked.
Cuatro dichosos todos los justos, dichosos todos los que caminan por el camino de la
So there you go. We ain't
justicia,
gotta
pecan como los
go
pecadores en el
into
cálculo de los
that.
días.
We already went into this. every day.
And every fool shall be taken to
The White House
Blessed is the
basically
branch
saying
that is
they should block the sun. So
hath not
these devils are just losing
Who
it.
is he? And we will
All right,
call
and let's
him
finish it
blessed.
off here.
For
I got a few
wonderful
other articles,
things
but I'll
have
do
been
another
done
one in
among
prophecy.
his people.
Lord willing,
Who has been tried
later on
thereby
tomorrow.
and found perfect? Then let him glory, who might offend and hath not offended, or done evil and hath not
This is
done.
Revelation chapter
His
12.
good shall be established, and the congregation shall declare his alms.
I'll start at 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his anointed. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And he's being cast down now through this word. Okay, why do you think he's all losing his damn mind, crying and scraping and squirming, trying to put out all of this propaganda in these articles, coming against the truth? Because they know, and you can look in Vocab's face, and they know that this word is growing. They know it's powerful. They know it makes sense. They know they've been caught. Okay? And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto the death. All right, so they're accusing us, and we're accusing them via our testimony. And we'll see which testimony is accepted of the Father. It says, therefore rejoice ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you having great wrath, because he knoweth he hath but a short time. And everything's suffering. Okay? Everything is suffering. And when the dragon saw he was cast into the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man-child. And the woman is the nation of Israel. And as we can see here, he's clearly going to come after those, the remnant. Okay, and the dragon, Esau, Edom, the revival of Rome, was mad, angry with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God, and have the testimony of Yahushua. So all of these things we're going through lead towards that they're getting ready to fight against this truth. All right, and as the scriptures say, when they do that, that's when they lose. So pray for the elect. Lord willing, I'll edify them.
All give all praise, all the glory to their Father and Son. Yahweh,
it was like his salutations that is without, for it was made to make men slack. Measure of the drunk, and his seed will bring it glad to his heart, and cheerfulness of his mind. Divine drunks with excess make it bitter and food for all, which world. Drunk
Guatemala, Panama, the national so-called Cuba, the Dominicans,
it diminishes strength and makes rebuke not thy neighbor, despise him not, give no despiteful words,
and in that time,
press not upon him
on Yahushua, because in Zechariah 13:8,
if thou be made the master of the fire, lift not thyself up, but be among them that are the master. Take diligent care for it, and so sit down. And when thou hast done all thy office, take thy clothes, that thou mayest be merry with them, and receive a crown for thy well-ordering feast. Speak thou that art well-behaved, for it becomes thee, but with sound judgment, and hinder not music. Pour not out words where there is a musician, and show not forth wisdom out of time. The concert of music and the banquet of wine is as a signal of harmony set,
it's got to be a special kind of
as a signal of emerald set for working. So is the melody of music.
Ecclesiastes 2:1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Thou art twice arrogant. Let thy speech be short, comprehend much, few words. Be as a man of no, and death is his tongue.
I always say to them,
be among great men, make not thyself equal with them. When ancient men are in place, use not
physically
in
beat
words.
down because you are on done jobs,
Go
you gotta get
light,
up,
and
move
before
around,
a shamefaced man shall go favor.
water is not
Rise up betimes,
alkaline
be
water,
not
so
the last,
therefore
but
it
get
breaks
thee
us down.
home without delay.
We are worn out
There
in this
take
place
thy
of marriage.
pastime, and do what thou wilt. Sin not thy proud.
So you have to be aware of
For
this.
these things bless him that made thee, and hath replenished thee with his good
trials
gifts. Whoso feareth the Lord will receive his discipline,
Now you gotta
and they
apply
that seek him
wisdom.
early shall find
So whatever you
him.
go through,
He
even
that
if you feel
seeketh the
wrong,
law shall be filled
it doesn't give you
therewith,
justification
but
to
the
go
hypocrite
and do
will be
something
offended
wicked
thereof.
or
They that
basically
fear the
create
Lord shall
convention.
find
You have to
judgment,
now,
and shall
as you're
handle
going through these
justice
trials,
as a
you have to
light.
apply
The
wisdom.
sinful man will not be
See?
reproved, but findeth an excuse.
Verse 2, set thy heart aright and
A man of
constantly endure.
counsel will be considered, but a strange and proud man is not daunted with fears. Even when of himself he had done without counsel.
Set thy
Do
heart aright
nothing
and
without
constantly
advice,
endure,
and
and
when
make
thou
not
hast
haste in
once
time of
done,
trouble.
repent not. Go not in a way wherein thou mayest fall, and stumble not among the stones. Be not contrary of a plain way, and beware of thine own children. In every good work trust thine own soul, for this is
And these are the times we're coming into as we're going into the straight gate. We're going to find ourselves in a position of difficulty. Now it's already straight because the precious way to make it the wide
there shall no
now we understand how the earth should be ran. We understand wisdom. We learn correction of laws. But now we find ourselves in a situation where we're constantly attacked by demons. Okay? And the word of the Lord and the ways of righteousness ain't forwarded in
man of understanding
it creates a vexation of the spirit. But you still got to deal right with the scriptures to get to the end. Because Yahweh went on the cross. Now this is our cross. We feel his stripes and bear our cross in a different manner. We don't actually have to go and die for the nation of Israel and get whipped. But in spirit, this is a sacrifice. So it comes with everything the elders going to
What doth one day excel another, when as all life every day is years by the knowledge of the Lord they
endure from it says endure, to undergo or suffer, especially without breaking. So you got to suffer, you got to go through the toil, but you can't break, you can't fold. You just got to keep persevering through it.
In much knowledge the Lord hath divided and made their way.
That's why you got to constantly pray. It says to continue in existence. It says to make harder or harden, bear or tolerate, keep up or maintain.
As the clay is in the potter's hand, to fashion it to his pleasure, so man is in the hand of him that made him, to render to him as likened him best. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So is the godly against the sinner, and the sinner against the godly. So look upon all the works of the Most High, and there are two, one against another. I awaked up last of all, as one that gathers after the great gatherer.
Verse 3,
by the
cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end.
Consider that I labor not for myself only, but for all them that seek learning. Hear me, O ye great men of the people, hearken with your give not thy son a wife, thy brother power over thee while thou art. Give not thy
hyperactive,
lest
the spirits are hyperactive out here.
John 13 and 16. And it reads,
not thyself.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, the servant is not greater than the Lord, than his Lord. Neither he that is sent is greater than he that is sent.
Hey man, like I said, when Yahweh Shai was on the earth,
Anytime Yahweh Shai and the 12 disciples spoke, the demons activated in their personal lives and when they was teaching. When the Apostle Paul was out there, what they say, riots broke out. All kind of madness went on. So you read that scripture, the servant is not great. So we going through all kind of shit, all kind of. Hey, but it's like it's like deja vu. That's not but demons because the word of the Lord is coming out.
And these particular demons were in the ancient world while we were preaching and we're those men. These particular demons are back
They are revisiting us. They're revisiting us.
John 13:16. Verily, verily, I say unto you, the servant is not greater than his Lord. Neither he that is sent greater than he that sent him.
Let him be unto thee as thyself, because thou hast bought him with price. If thou hast served, entreat him as a brother, for thou hast need of him as of thine own soul.
And the funny part, if one of us did that, this Edomite over here, he took the garbage can and threw a bunch of trash in the street and threw it against the pole. If one of us did that, the cops, like, the SWAT team would be here. The SWAT team would be here. That's Ultimate Warrior. That's a broke ass Ultimate Warrior. Hey, but if one of us did that, or not even one of us, a black man or a Hispanic did that, the SWAT team would be here. But as an Edomite, he might be an Asian. Who knows? Yeah, but hey, you know what? Esau, your kingdom is over, dude. You're done. And y'all know it. That's why y'all going through all kind of limits to try to do all kind of crazy. Yesterday,
be not sent to most high in thy visitation, set not thy heart for dreams that deceive.
We got my truck, we drove over to Yo, when I got out the truck, all of a sudden, like some 5G, both of us, it was crazy. All of a sudden, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I had congestion at my chest.
A man that has traveled.
And then we went in the gym, and I still was able to work out, but I was feeling like, yo.
He that has no experience.
And then it's funny, this woman came up talking to me. And when the woman, at the moment that this particular chick spoke to me, all of a sudden, I not seeing I know this chick in the gym, I guess she's digging on me. She's about boxing, she asked me something. But when this particular female came up to me, I hate to say, I swear to God, you know, I told the Elder D-Man there. At that moment, that's all I was. Prior to that, I was still fucked up. Then when she came up and started talking to me, bro, at that moment, all of a sudden, my chest opened up. And I felt somewhat normal again. These demons, the spirits. Yeah, please.
2 Thessalonians chapter 1 and 6. Seeing it is a righteous thing with the Most High to recompense tribulation to them that trouble you.
Give it health, life, and blessing.
Along with
He that sacrifices
Then they putting shit in the air, and we just got the information that they turned up to 5G. Yeah, and then I'm noticing, I guess they're putting it out there. I'm seeing more people wearing masks. You dumb idiots, man! Like the mask is your savior. I guess they put the COVID gonna come back. It's gonna come back. Fuck you then. Let you die. Go ahead, brother.
He that brought him
Elder Malcolm, y'all gotta watch the Elder Malcolm from Chicago's video. This elder was playing it the other day. He was like, yeah, that's what we be off. You get up, yo, man, like you feeling fine and you feeling dizzy, lightheaded. And then you be thinking it's like other shit, like infirmities you have, but it might not even be that. It's this Esau, and you read the scriptures, them that trouble you. These devils are trying to kill us.
Everything is a war against the Israelites. The food, the air, the entertainment, the frequencies that they put in the music, it's all an attack.
What's the algorithm still?
Everything that this system is predicated upon works in opposition against the very spirit in us. And they set it up that way, they know. But really, it's fucking everybody up, but it's
Neither
intended for the
requited a
Israelites.
good turn, offer of fine love. And he that giveth alms, sacrificeth praise.
And to you who are troubled, rest with
and
us.
think pleasing unto the Lord, and to forsake unrighteousness is within thee. Thou shalt not appear envy before the Lord. All these things are to be done because
when the Lord Yahweh shall be revealed in the heavens with his mighty angels in flaming fire, taking vengeance on them that know not the Most High.
Is accepted, and the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten. Give the Lord his honor to his honor, and diminish not the first fruits of thine hands. In all thy gifts, show a cheerful
In this world to serve you.
and
The
dedicate
Lord,
thy
we
time
mad,
to
but the Lord wants it to be this way. So when the mission hit, it's justified. Like it says in Isaiah 47, these things are going to come on you in their perfection. Like
For the Lord recompenseth, and will give thee 7 times
flush. That's how the Lord will hit this place. They're giving transgender
trust not in righteous
resurrection.
sacrifices.
That is madness. For what? Because they're tying their struggle to the same struggle we went through as Israelites.
Well, it was already there. It was already there. That was the whole Apostle Gabar actually broke that down years ago. Matter of fact, the Elder Apostle Gabar did multiple videos on that. How Martin Luther King, that was the plan. That was the plan from the G. You know what I mean? Because Martin Luther King was a homosexual, as Apostle Gabar would say. That was the plan from the G. So the whole civil rights movement and actuality movement for that alphabet.
Yeah. When you look at all of the leaders, even the women, they were all alphabet.
Yeah.
All of them. The main man, Byron Rustin,
neither will the mighty
who was the real so-called, leader of that thing. He was an open Mo. all of those people, like the Apostle was talking about, Esau made it a point to make sure these are your leaders. Because he knows who you are. So he's going to give you a leader that first his ideology is off, but more than anything, he's a flaming Mo. Sitting up there telling you what to do and leading you. And Esau's just laughing, man.
Like Martin Luther King. The whole thing, civil rights, that's how they are able to tie it in.
Right.
Because it was already tied in back in the 60s. BLM was just, that was it, the final take.
Lift up thy hand against the strange nations, and let them see thy power, as thou wast sanctified in us. So be thou magnified among them, and let them know, as we
Black folks can't go
that there is no God, but only thou. Show new signs, make others great wonders. Glorify thy hands and thy right arm, that they may set forth thy
that was
wonders.
30. That was, I know, I said that
So the promise of Jake,
Pour out round, take away the adversary, and destroy the enemy.
deal where they was going to
Make the time short.
that made them both
Remember the
Democrat
covenant, and
as
let
well.
them declare thy
Historically,
works.
Democrat has
Let
been
him that
the
escapes
biggest
be
tyrant
consumed
of
by
any
the
of them.
rage
And they are now.
Yeah.
They're talking about the Republicans. Republicans are devils too. They're devils too. But the Democrats are real demons. They're real demons, man, because they're the ones that really pushing that. If you don't go on my street,
Well, it goes back to the Greeks.
Have mercy
Democracy goes back to the Greeks. And what also goes back to
and upon Israel,
Draconian
thou
measures,
hast named thy firstborn.
Hellenization.
Be merciful.
So that spirit is back in the earth, and you people who voted for Biden, you look like Jews right now.
Fill signs which thine speak
Revelation 13:11. And I beheld
give
another
testimony
out
to
on the
those
earth,
that thou
and he
hast
had
possessed,
horns like a lamb,
and raise up prophets that have been in thy name. Reward them that wait for thee, and let thy prophets be found.
they're both devils.
O Lord, hear the prayer of thy servants, according to the blessing
No,
of
go. I just throwing out.
that all days
basically you're getting a false sense of freedom. And then there's particular ideologies and mindsets and demons and those philosophies that draw you in. But what happens in the end? You ain't got no rights. And that's what's happening to the American people right now. What a democracy is intact, and you are losing your rights day by day. Your rights to even speak freely. And you dumb, stupid people are voting for it. You're crying for people to not be able to say what they want to say.
If I may slide this in, Elder, the proof of it is like right now, I'm on suspension on YouTube. Both my pages, GMS Push Harder and GMS Last Stand It Down, because you violated the code and what happened to freedom of speech. That's an open platform to exercise my freedom of speech. But y'all took my page down, so I cannot record videos live.
Because you have an opinion.
Because I have an opinion.
And somehow, rap music has yet to fall under the category of hate speech.
Oh no! But if my pages were talking about selling drugs, being a pimp, beating a bitch ass, beat a bitch ass, or whatever. But then they talk about respecting women.
Before you open up your gap, they be dancing there.
Right? Stick my shit up in your mouth. And all this, like anyway. Suck my big black stuff. And suck it and stick it down your mouth. And suck it and stick it like Eddie Murphy said, right? And suck it and stick it down your mouth. If I was up there talking about that, they wouldn't be taken down. And I had black women and Hispanic women and Native American women kicking their butts. And the little kids got access to that. They don't care.
Lest he cast a lot upon thee, and say unto thee, thy way is good, and afterwards stand on the other side.
And it says, and he exercised all power.
Consult not with one.
Verse 11, Revelation 13, 11. And I beheld another beast coming out of the earth.
This other beast is the final captivity, the final rulership of the heathen. It's going to be the Edomites. This is speaking of America, Babylon, and which is an extension of Rome. We go through that all the time. This is an extension of Rome. And this is the final beast John the Revelator saw, ruling in the earth. And through this particular system, the paragma will come. That thing is going to put in you. So he saw it all. We're breaking it down.
When I stick it in you, that's Esau.
But two horns like a lamb. And what is a lamb known for? Being innocent, loving, docile. And that's how they come. Look how they got Biden. But really,
what's it going
what's going to come from? There is no man who's going to speak as a dragon at the end, and this is what's about to happen. They only have a short time to establish what they're trying to establish.
That sit above in an high tower. And above all this, pray to the Most High, that He will direct thy way.
They are so gone.
Let reason know every enterprise and counsel before every action.
They walk by and they smirk at us, these Negroes and Hispanics and Native Americans, and they give us that smug look, or they give us that stupid smirk. Because in their mind, they just know that, hey, you guys are crazy. We're crazy. Like, no, in their minds, we're gone. In their minds, we're gone.
There is one that shows business words and is hated.
And their little walk, they got it together. They know what's going on. But they don't know what's going on. Let the lights go out. Yo, it's crazy, bro. It's like an egg. You know, like you buy a carton of eggs. It's so easy for the egg to crack. Like you get a carton of eggs. Like these people are nothing but eggheads. They're eggheads. Because the egg crack, just let the fucking lights go out. Just let the lights go out tonight. And all that pride, whatever they think they do.
shall inherit. The
The
Lord
internet
shall
go off.
call
These people start committing
his name shall be
those Facebook likes, you know,
my
a lot of
son.
people live off those
Prove thy
Facebook
soul
likes.
in thy
You
life,
know,
and
look
see
at
what
social
he
media
is.
likes. Because they all
Give
that's
not
the only
that
law.
for all things are not profitable to all men. Neither hath every soul pleasure in everything.
But
Be
man,
not
that's what
insatiable in
the Lord is about to start taking people out of here.
I'm sorry, Elder. I'm so sorry. Salaki, I'm in What was the name of that movie we watched a few months back? Back when I first got into I want you to expound on that movie. I'm sorry, Elder Demontra Pod, man. Salaki.
Honor of physician, honor due unto him for the use of which he may have of it. The Lord hath created him
Pretty much
of the Most
scenario
High
where there's a
public
blackout for what, 14
he
days?
shall receive honor
They're showing
from
different
king.
scenarios that were
The
happening
skill
around
of
the
the
earth.
physician shall lift up his
Bugging
head,
out.
and in the sight of great men
raping
he
women.
shall be in admiration.
People dropping
The
dead.
Lord hath created
Scared.
medicine out of the earth, and he that
They
is
drunk their
wise
last bit of water, but then they got to go outside.
was not the
Get
water
more
made
water.
sweet with good,
So
that
as
the
soon as the
virtue
chick opens the door,
thereof
there's a mob waiting.
They're waiting on
he
her.
hath given
They're
men
squatting on her
great
ass,
skill,
boy.
that he
They're
might
squatting on that
honor
bitch. Soon as she opened that door.
The elevator got stuck.
with such doth he heal men, and take
Yeah, and there was a nigga woman in the elevator. She was
of
there.
such doth
Now,
the
brother showed me the
apothecary
shit. I
make
thought it was like a
confession.
because I remember when the lights went out in New York, like that was like about almost
From him
back in
is
2001 we had that
all
blackout.
earth.
And it's funny, I was there, Elder Bitch, there. Some of the clips were from actual events. But like, I watched the movie, but you know this was a movie apostle. I was like, wow. But I loved it. Look at that, sit down, hey man, D-Man, we get back up the way. We gotta pull that movie. We gotta me and the brothers that's gonna be a class movie. We're gonna sit and watch that movie. Yo, man, that movie because we watched it all together here in Dallas. And
let him not go
yo,
far from thee.
it was like, yo, the scriptures. Those were the scriptures. All that pride, all that shit goes out the window. Because I was there when the lights went out in New York in 2001. Women were scared. Men were scared. That's why you gotta have that.
Tears fall down over the dead.
What you call that, D-Man?
As if thou hadst suffered great harm thyself, and then cover his body according to the custom, and neglect not his burial. Weep bitterly, and make great moan, and use lamentation, as he is worthy, and that a day or two, as thou keep thy soul, and then comfort thyself with thy heaviness. For of heaviness cometh death, and the heaviness of the heart greatness. In affliction also sorrow remains, and the life of the poor is encouraging the heart. Take no heaviness of heart, drive in rest, and remember the last end. Forget it not, there is no turning in. Thou shalt not do good and hurt thyself. Remember my judgment, thine also shall bestow. Yesterday for me is today for thee. When the dead is at rest, let his remembrance be and be comforted for his spirit. The wisdom of the learned man comes without continual. He that hath little wisdom shall become wise. How can he get wisdom
You would trust, you would so willingly give up your own volition
and is occupied
and trust these people.
and whose talk
You know, let's show them, man,
he giveth his mind
in the time of the end, you got Israelite leaders that told Israelites to go do that.
So every
Go ahead, let him do. You be stupid
that
if you don't do
labor
that.
night and day.
Now look at the end
And they
result.
that cut
People
and
are just
graze
dropping dead.
their
Now we ain't gonna go
diligence
deep
make
into
great
it
pride.
because of the devil. How childish he is. He got all of this wickedness going on, but you got to tiptoe around reality. You got to tiptoe around what's actually happening before your eyes. I don't actually see this shit happening.
Well, no, just don't say it.
Yeah. Just go to the Rumble. Go to the Rumble. No, go to the website called Rumble and type in the search bar. He died suddenly. It's a documentary.
And watch it polishing perfectly. So does the potter sitting at his work, and
No, but good for you. Let that be a lesson to you. All you people that took the jumper, you know what I'm talking about. Because if I say it outright, all you people that took the gym jumper, a lot of y'all dropping dead now. Because you trusted in the devil.
All these trusts they're being because everyone is wise in shape. Without these cannot ascend great heavens, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down. They shall not be sought for public.
No, forget about bodybuilders. Just regular, not even a bodybuilder's not an average person. Regular average person that took the gym jumper. Just the regular guy that works at UPS, whatever, regular guy, or female work at the post office. Boom. They took the gym jumper.
He that giveth his mind to law all time, and is occupied in the meditation thereof, will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients.
Because if you're a person, I mean, real talk, if you're a dude that, like, you working out, jogging in the gym, and you in shape, you got a six-pack, and you eat healthy, you eat, like Kevin Samuels said, right, you eat mangoes for breakfast, and avocados, and then you just drop dead your heart, you out with a heart attack. That's not logical. But the hell it is, you got these 300 pounds things. Never trust that enemy, right?
He shall direct his counsel in knowledge, and in his secret he shall meditate. He shall show forth that which he hath learned, and shall glory in his law, because many shall bend with the land, so long as the world endures, they shall not be blotted out. His counsel is not blotted away, his name shall live from generation to generation. Nation shall show forth his wisdom, and the congregation shall declare his praise. If he die, he shall leave a greater name than 1,000, and if he live, he shall increase it. Yet have I before to say, which I have thought upon, for I am filled as with hearken unto me, evil children, and bud forth that arose from the and give me a sweet savor of frankincense, and flourish as the send forth his message, and sing a song of praise.
Then the scripture say, none of you resisted unto all his, you know what I'm saying? You still here, living and breathing, you go make a sandwich. You know, hey, y'all saying when he came up, he didn't have a place to rest his heart. You know, so here we got home, we got ability to serve the Lord, and still continue to the word of the day. So now what's going to happen is, they're going to be
none may say, what is this? Wherefore is that? For at time of meat, they shall all be sought out. His commandment, the water stood as a deep, and at the words of his mouth were settled.
And people ain't gonna want to go to the
and his commandment is done whatsoever pleases him, and none can hinder what he will say. The works of all flesh are before him, and nothing can be hidden from his eyes. He seeth from everlasting to everlasting, and there is nothing wonderful before him. A man need not to say, what is this? Wherefore is that? For he hath made all things according to his blessing covered the dry land.
Some real fucking bad gonna happen.
They might he hath turned the waters into salt.
Oh no, all them niggas sitting in there. See, Milestone, you big muscle head, homosexual prison niggas. Y'all think, oh, I'm living good, I'm in prison. No. The only reason the white man been keeping y'all alive and feeding y'all is for a purpose. Y'all gonna be used to all you big muscle head, booty bandit niggas. Guess what? The Esau gonna take and send a lot of y'all over there to go fight these wars. Yeah.
Take your ass over to to the front line of World War III.
Yeah, see, because in prison, y'all been living good for 20, 30 years. You been locked up, being sodomites, and you eat good in prison, lift weights, and got your little gangs and your prison lifestyle. That's all gonna get corrupted. Y'all think the white man care about y'all, man? He gonna snatch you niggas out of prison and send you right into Afghanistan. And y'all gonna die. Yeah. Making grilled cheese sandwiches with a fucking iron. That's it. That's the only way the white man kept them alive.
They shall rejoice in his vengeance. They shall be ready upon the earth with evil. And when their time is come, they shall not transgress. Therefore, from the beginning, I thought upon these things, and have let all the works
that a lot of you people that's in these jails,
he will give every need
a lot of you niggas running around here with dreadlocks,
so that a man cannot say,
running around the hood,
all them GMO babies, all these little GMO babies produced by the nigga woman, all these little weirdos that shooting each other, and guess what? The females do.
Great travail is created for every man, and in heaven yoke upon the sons of God.
That's the apocrypha. Get that. The virgin shall mourn having no husbands. The widow shall mourn having no bridegrooms, for they shall die in the wars.
From him that sitteth
Yeah.
unto him that is humble, from him that weareth
then if their son is old enough, he's going to
unto
get snatched
him
up
that
and
is
taken.
clothed in wrath,
Not the only
envy,
existing
and
male
trouble, and disquietness, fear, death, anger, strife, and in the time of rest upon his bed in night, do change his knowledge, so live, for nothing is his rest, and afterward he is in a sleep, as in a day of trouble in the days of his heart, as if he were escaped out of a magnet, and all his saints were awake and marveling that they fear. Such things happen unto all flesh, both man and beast,
you got to pray for the
death,
Lord protection.
bloodshed, strife,
His saints
famine,
protection.
tribulation, and the scourge. These things are created
you might get snatched up.
for their sake came
You might find yourself on a C-130
all
somewhere,
things that are of the
or
earth
on a
shall
Navy
turn
vessel.
to the earth again. And if that which is of the waters doth
If that happens to you, you still got to keep the faith.
all the right
the
and
Lord
his
is still working
justice
miracles.
shall be blotted out.
In the air, when you
Demons shall
the
endure
terrorists going to come in that war, so you might get beaten up right out of there.
dried up like shall bend like a great thunder. While he openeth his hand, he shall rejoice. So shall transgressors come to God. The children of young God shall not bring forth any bread, but are as unclean roots upon the heart. Feed upon every water, and the river shall be pulled up along grass. Bountiful is as in the most to labor and to be content that a man hath in his life. He that findeth treasure is above the foe. Children, when the building of the city continue a man's name, but a blameless wife is counted above the foe. Wine and music rejoice the heart, but the love of mammon is above the foe. The pipe and the psaltery make sweet melody, but a pleasant tongue is above the boast. Thine eye desireth favor and beauty, but more than both, more the well-being. A friend is never meet amiss, but above both is a wife and her husband. Brethren in hell are against time of trouble, but alms doth more than both. Gold and silver make the foot sure, but counsel and esteem above them both. Riches and strength lift up the heart, fear of the Lord is above them.
wise, you're
There
looked
is
at
no
as
one
stupid.
in the sea.
But when he's over in his homeland, he's in the temple playing with rats, talking about this.
The Lord
Like,
is a
go to-
fruitful garden.
And then he comes over here and he's your doctor.
All glory.
Elon.
My son,
Right. If there's a higher
not
power, you gotta ask why.
for better it is to die than to beg.
That's why we're in this position,
Life
man.
of
But the
him
Lord is
that
getting ready to
dependeth
bring us
on another
out
man's
of this
hands
condition.
not
That's
to be
why all
held
this is
as
happening.
mortal life.
And the Lord is allowing everybody to press
Himself
forward
other
and
men
talk
is
shit.
But
Why?
wise
Because the
men
Lord is getting
well
ready to
in
judge
earth
this place.
Yeah,
Everybody
me.
is being sealed for the
Begging
judgment
is
of
All
the
you
Lord.
scoffers.
All of them. All of them.
but in his belly
It
shall
says,
burn
before
fire.
when you saw the wrath of Yahweh
Counts bitter
outside,
remembrance
coming
of
upon
to
you,
a
and
man
said,
that
hearken
liveth at rest in
every
his
dweller
possession.
about
Unto
Zion,
a man that hath
the
done
Most High
his
hath brought
excellent,
upon me
and that hath
great
prosperity in all
anointing.
things. Yea, unto him that is yet able to receive me. Of death, acceptable is thy sentence.
This is Lamentations 4 and 21. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom.
And is vexed with all things, and to him that despairs and hath lost. Fear not the sentence of death. Remember them
Rejoice
that
and be
have
glad,
been
O daughter of Edom.
and that have for this is the sentence of the Lord over all flesh. And why art thou against the pleasure of time? There is no imposition of grace, whether thou hast lived 10 or 100 or 1,000 years. Children of sinners are abominations, and they that are perverse
Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. But some also shall pass through thee
Their
unto thee.
posterity shall have perpetual reproach. And children slain with an ungodly cause, because they shall be reproached when they say, Woe be unto you, ungodly men, which
Thou
have
shalt be
forsaken
drunken,
the law,
and shalt make thyself
for
naked.
if ye be drunken, it shall be to your destruction. And if ye be full, ye shall be more of a curse. If ye die, a curse shall be towards you. All that are of the earth shall turn to earth again. So the ungodly shall go from
The
earth to
punishment of thine
destruction.
iniquity is
The
accomplished
mourning of men is about their bodies, but an ill name of sinners shall be blotted out. Have regard to thy name, for that shall continue with thee above 1,000 great treasures of gold. A good life hath a few days, but a good name endureth forever. My children, keep discipline in peace, wisdom that is hid, and a treasure that is not seen. What profit is in the bow? A man that hideth his foolishness is better than a man that hideth his wisdom. Therefore, be shamefaced, for it is not good to retain all shamefacedness, neither is it altogether
making that up.
reputed in
That's a
heaven's
figment of our
name.
imagination.
Be ashamed of whoredom before father and mother, and of a
The whole
lie
Bible,
before
you go
friends,
through the
and
whole
of
book of
men.
Isaiah.
Of an offense before a judge, and rule of iniquity before a congregation, and peace. Unjust dealing thy heart.
Amos not. Amos the 9th chapter. Revelations the 7th chapter. I mean, come on, man. You don't respect because they didn't because, well, Yahweh Shai said, unto you what is given in the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. Matthew 13 and 9. See, because it's not given to them. So that's why they say that. Because they don't get it. They don't get it. They don't see it. They're not. They're in Revelation. They don't understand. But the court that is without the temple leaves out, for it is given unto the Gentiles. In Revelations it says that, but it also applies to the 2/3 of Israel on this side.
More of iterating and speaking again that which thou hast heard.
Stop for a second. Yahweh Shai.
So shalt thou be true.
Yahweh Shai. They don't have Yahweh Shai. They come out Christ. See? Go ahead, brother.
Be not thou ashamed, and accept no person sin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stop. I gotta break it down as you're reading it. Confirming the souls of the disciples. That's Ezekiel 9, the 9th chapter. Instead of mark upon the forehead of the men that sigh and cry for the abomination that be done in the midst thereof. Ecclesiastes 7 and 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad, right? How do we do that? By teaching this word.
Of much correction.
By teaching the word. That's how we confirm the souls of the disciples. Ezekiel the 9th chapter.
Sure keeping is good.
Set a mark upon the forehead of the men.
Shut up.
How do you do that? By what we're doing, teaching this word.
In number.
You did?
And put all in writing.
So that's why we come out here and teach. Not, we ain't trying to save everybody, man. That's why we do videos. Because we just following what Yahweh Shai told us to do. Confirming the soul of the elect. And only the elect are going to get it. Set a mark upon the forehead of the men that sigh and cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof. That's the elect. Okay? And there's a plenty of scriptures that we can go into dealing with that. Alright? Amos 3 and 7. What does it say? Surely the Lord Yahweh Shai will do nothing, but he revealeth his secrets unto his servants, the prophets, which are the elect. They're only going to be the elect. The elect are the only ones that's going to receive the righteous mark, which is the knowledge. The name of Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai. Continue, brother.
Not everybody.
We're doing that right now. That's why we out here. That's why we're going to do videos this week. So,
better is the truth of a man than the courteous woman, I say, to bring in shame. I will now
exhorting them to what? That's why we do these videos, man. That's why we be doing these videos. Exhortation videos. Apostle Tahar. He get on brothers about doing videos and brothers to be on fire for the truth. That's what we're fulfilling prophecy, man. Go ahead, man. Apostle Tahar, on down the line of the rest of you brothers in order, right? That's why Esau locking our pages down. His ass hurt.
For the Lord knows.
Then he thought he was going to bring Kanye and Kyrie out there for his advantage, and it worked against him. Now everybody even looking at you even more crazy with this kind of. Everybody's waking up to the fact that even people that don't believe per se,
neither any word is hidden.
a lot of people are starting to look at Amalek. And that's something that hasn't happened. Right. This is the time for
unto him may nothing be added, neither can he be diminished. And he has no need of
disciples. We're going to have to be disciplined.
Oh, how desirable are
that's
all
what a disciple is, discipline.
and that a man may see even to all these things then remain forever for all years, and they are all obedient. All things are self-supporting. He hath made nothing. One thing established.
And that is happening every fucking day. You talking to the Apostle Tahar, Apostle Devar, Apostle Devar, the elders, some of you elders, but y'all doing videos every day. What? It'll be prophecy, whatever spirit might be on you. Prophecy, might, or curse out videos, or exhortation videos. You know what I mean?
And you can abide the burning heat thereof. A man blowing a furnace is in work, but the sun burneth the mountains 3 times, breathing out fiery vapor, and sending forth bright beams. Great is the Lord that saveth, and at his commandment runneth. He made the moon also to serve mercy for
it's like more than before.
and a
I
sign.
feel like, damn,
From the moon is
and
a
the
sign.
Spirit of the Lord and gave me this.
Yeah.
I
Come. That's why my page is down. I'm doing videos with this brother. You know what? I gotta set up 2 new pages, like maybe tonight, man. So I gotta, cause they took my pages down.
Shining in the firmament.
Yeah.
The beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars, and
So right there is
giving
why
light
you
in the highest places.
he told Peter 3 times. Like, hey, I'm not
They
playing.
will
If
stand
you love me, go
in
feed them. I gave you that milk, go feed them. Right. That's showing the love.
Look upon the ravens and praise him who made
Sheep
it.
are like a
Very beautiful
sheep
today,
are very
bright
beautiful
with
animals. The
love.
Lord's favorite animal.
It
But
compasses the
they're
heaven
also
about
very
with a glorious circle.
simple.
In the hand
So they have
of
to
the Most
continue
High, have vindicated. By his command he maketh the snow to fall in place, and sendeth swift lightning.
That's why the Lord, that's why we were born.
Through this
to
the
guide the
treasures
sheep.
are
You know,
opened,
the spirit
and
of
clouds fly
Yahweh
before
Shai,
his
given through the
mouth.
inspiration of the Most High.
By his great power
Those
he
that follow
maketh
the
the
land
clouds
whithersoever he goes, those are the
and
ones
the
that are
hills
disciplined.
are broken small.
And it's going to be hell.
At his
Because of our
sight the
position,
mountains are shaken,
the earth is getting
and
ready
at
to crack
his
down.
will
Really,
the
when you
south
saw all of
wind
the stuff he's
bloweth.
doing, his
The
eye is
noise
really
of
on
the
the elect.
thunder maketh the earth
Because the elect have a
so
testimony.
doth the northern
And if you're a fugitive, a testimony is detrimental to your
birds
image.
flying he scattereth.
And his image is being tarnished
The
by the
falling
word of
down
Yahweh.
thereof is as the
The image of the
lightning
beast
of
is being
grasshoppers.
spewed upon. It's a
The
shameful
eye
spirit
marveleth
on the
at the
legacy of
beauty
the
and
Edomites.
whiteness thereof, and the heart is
Hey, man, the Lord gonna do something, man.
of it. The hoarfrond also
Micah
was salt
7:9, I will bear the indignation of the
and
Lord,
being
because I have
hid
sinned
did
against
lie
him,
on the top
to
of sharp
fulfill my
stakes.
cause and execute
When a
judgment
cold
for
north wind bloweth, the water is congealed in device. It abideth on every gathering together of waters, and closeth the water as with the breastplate. It devoureth the mountains and burneth the wilderness, and consumeth the grass as fire. The present remedy of all is amid the dew coming after
I will bear the indignation of the Lord, because I have sinned against him,
and
to
planted
fulfill my cause
islands
and
therein.
executed judgment for me.
They that sail on the seas tell the danger thereof, and when we hear
He
it,
will
our
bring me
ears,
forth to the
we
light,
marvel
and I shall behold his
For
righteousness.
therein are strange and wondrous variety of all kinds of beasts and whales created. By him he ended them as prosperous success, and by his word all things consist. We may speak much, and yet come short. Wherefore in some
like a woman.
Like a woman, right?
how shall we
He said, show
yield
yourself
to
man.
man's
So we learned that
power?
through being
He is
patient,
great
through the
above all
tribulation,
his
which is
works.
changing to a lower state.
The Lord
No matter
is
how low it
terrible,
is,
very
it
great,
doesn't matter.
and
No matter how much
marvelous
it
in
hurts,
power.
it doesn't matter. Because
When
when you
ye
read the
glorify
scriptures,
the Lord,
guess what? Your
and
house
exalt
was
him
like,
as much as
That
you
bitterness.
that's that look.
No,
Yet
that's
you
that
are
when Yahweh Shah was on the cross.
When
That's
ye
that when they gave him that gold.
put forth
That's
all
what
your
vinegar
strength,
to drink.
and be not weary.
We've been drinking that shit for
Never
years,
so
bro.
far night.
The scoffing,
You have seen him
yeah,
that
man,
he might tell
motherfuckers. They
us.
got you just looking people. See,
Magnify
nigga,
him as
you
he
a
is.
demon, yeah.
There are
But you still
hid
gotta
yet
keep teaching.
greater things with these, but we have seen but a few of his works. For the Lord hath made all things, and to the godly hath he given wisdom. Let us now praise famous, and our fathers that begat us. The Lord hath wrought great things by them of his great power from the beginning, such as did bear rule in their kingdoms, men renowned for their power, giving counsel by their understanding, and declaring promises. Leaders of the people by their counsels, by their knowledge and learning meet for the people. Wise eloquent are their instructions. Such as found out musical tunes, and recited verses and rhymes, rich and furnished with ability, living peaceably
Took
in their
his sacrifice
habitations.
all the way to the
All
end. He felt
equal
every
honors
inch.
their
Yeah, that's why these
generation,
infirmities, like some
and
of us,
great
man, we're
glory
dealing
their
with
time.
these different infirmities, feeling like we're gonna drop dead each day, but we just deal with it. Well, certain days feel like you go, yesterday I feel like I couldn't breathe. It's like, whatever, man. It's like, I'm just so tired. It's like, yeah, let me just give up the spirit, man. Real, man.
That proves the scripture when it says through much tribulation. Okay, how shall I say? He said, in me you shall have peace. In the world you shall have tribulation, but in me you shall have peace. That's why we're supposed to have a tendency of confidence, suffering. That's that peace within the house shot. Then that faith, okay? Then that's that access. The access to the culture, the access to hearing your prayers, your prayers,
but their
to the crowd. It's all through faith. The just shall live by faith.
Scoffing. Yeah. Because Jake out here, all these people walking by, they are convicted, man. Not by us, but by the Spirit of God. All these people, everywhere, you can see all these homeless, crazy widows, when the shit hit the fan out here, they're gonna be, that's why I do that. I'm not trying to be funny. The scriptures, they're gonna be howling. And they're gonna be trying to look for us, but we ain't gonna be here. It's gonna get to a point we ain't gonna be here in the streets.
There's a point where he's been saying, just like in Egypt, there was a point where those plagues Moses spoke, came. And everything that, when I first came on, everything that was said is happening. Everything the apostle said was going to happen.
All these people out here walking with on their date night with their woman, they walking by, hey, give us that smug look, looking like cute. They're trying to be cute. All you niggas getting on the comment board, scoffing, trying to be cute. You know, I got that from the Elder Ariala here in Dallas. That's something Ariala always say, Elder Ariala here. Yeah, trying to be cute. Because people just do shit like, it's just in style. And let me make, like, you should be a fat nose, a cute. Everybody else make fun of him, let me make fun of him too. Even though in your spirit, you like, I really don't want to make fun of him. But everybody else is doing it. So that proves you're an asshole. So you say, you know what? Let me be with the crowd. Let me be cute too. Look at him. Yeah, look at this guy. Just to be in with the crowd.
You know what mimics that? How everybody, even atheists, will talk about you anti-Semitic. And here it is, the Semitic people are biblical people. And nobody gives a damn about the Bible. But everybody's anti-Semitic. Brainwashed. And this is, see, the Lord is showing us all of this.
People are phony. People are just, the people in this world need death. They're nothing but zombies. They're nothing but walking corpses. They have no, the movies were real. Night of the Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead, they were just walking rotten corpses. They only knew one thing, let me eat somebody's brain. That's these folks. That's these folks out here, man.
He beautifies you with comely ornaments, and clothed him with a robe. He put upon him perfect glory, and strengthened him with rich garments, with breeches, with a long robe.
You don't believe in God. But yo, all them atheists and all those folks, when they're about to die, they be calling on God.
That as he went, there might be a sound and a noise made that might be heard in the temple. There was glory to the children of his people. With an holy garment, with gold, blue silk, and purple.
Oh no, you're right. Let the atheists, there's a plane full of atheists. And let the plane start hitting that. You know, we're going down. Break stand back. Oh my God! Jesus! No, let me tell you a funny story real quick. Me and the Elder Big Gad years ago, this was back in New York City. We used to work for this. We used to be bodyguards, we did security work, nightclub bouncers. I did that shit for years. You know, that so-called security scene. I was a nightclub bouncer, I was a bodyguard. I did all that shit. There was this festival in New York City that was real big out in Brooklyn called the African Street Festival. Even Apostle Tahar was here, he'll tell you, he knows about it. That shit was huge back in New York. But it was what you call it? It was that shit was like world famous. Because you would have people from all over, like, you know, Africa, people, Edomites would come there, the African, anybody that on the comment board, if you're knowledgeable of things, you would know about this. Apostle Tahar would speak on this, the African Street Festival. You go out there, it was in New York City, out in Brooklyn, New York, on Atlantic Avenue, at Boys and Girls High School. In the summertime, they would have this particular event. And the Elder Big Gad, tall Big Gad, his stepfather was the guy that ran the whole thing, right? So Elder Big Gad, he was doing security for this shit back when he was a teenager, or even before he came in the truth. You know, of course, when I came in the truth, when me and him met, he put me on it. So I was doing security, and it was hard to, they just didn't put just anybody on, right? But anyway, it was crazy. Like, it was out in Brooklyn, and it was like the Afrocentric shit. You had Hamites, you had the Rastafarians, you had all kind of jig. Like, but it was cool. It was kind of cool because it was like they had all kind of herbal stuff, oils, clothes, like it was like huge. The shit was huge, brother. It was just basically a bunch of vendors, and they had music and they had entertainment, all kind of shit. But it was more Afrocentric based, just like back in the '90s. Oh man, I remember the old 125th Street in Harlem in New York. That shit was like a giant tribute. The old one, I remember Harlem when it was Harlem. You know what I'm saying? That's all the way up to Amsterdam, man. You walk past the Apollo. Man, like they had the street vendors out there. That's when Harlem was Harlem, man. But that was like the last leg of it, like the early '90s when I got to New York. But anyways, it was cool. Books, whatever, oils, incense, kente cloths, dashikis, but food, whatever, all kinds of shit, right? But anyways, we were working this festival, and it got to a point. We did it for a couple of years, and the Rastafarians started taking over. Them Rasta, bugged down, Benjamin motherfuckers, and it got to a point where it was just Rastas out there, right? Yes, John, oh yes, John, all that shit, right? We don't smoke, but you don't get high. It was like clouds of weed smoke. That shit that was in the air. You breathing that shit in. So Rastas, right? So it's one Rastas, one particular year, in the stage, this little wall right here, yeah, it's perfect. It's a wall, yeah, the stage, that was the stage. It was like late at night, we was up there on the stage, like, I've been up there, nobody else Well, I thought Rastas don't start coke. We was up on the stage, he was dancing, making his own, there was no music playing. Oh yes, Ja, and oh yes, Ja, doing all kind of crazy dancing. So me and the elder gang, a couple of other people, was like, yo, my man, you get every time you try to go near me, oh yes, Ja, and oh, snorting coke. Every time we try to grab him, he'll slide out. Oh yes, Ja. Snorting coke, like nigga was snorting coke as he do, right? So this other crazy Benjamin dude that was working with us, he wasn't in the troops. He was one of the dudes, he was actually our men, one of our supervisors. Crazy Benjamin, his name was Old Lou. So he lost it to crazy, Benjamin's crazy dude. He said, look, motherfucker, dude. So he tackled the dude. Yo, they rolled, and that stage was that high. He tackled the guy. The other Benjamin said, motherfucker, boom. So he tackled the dude. They rolled off the stage. So we looked like, oh shit. So we all, it was a few of us, but we came running down, me, Elder Big Gang, and other dudes. Yo, as soon as he tackled the guy on the stage, you heard the Benjamin was screaming, no, brother, no. Basically, he thought we were going to kill him. So we jumped off the stage and we all grabbed this nigga up, right? We grabbed this nigga up. As soon as we grabbed him, right? Oh, yes, Ja, and Ja, and oh, yeah, talking about Ja, like Rasta shit. As soon as my man tackled him off the stage, and as soon as we jumped off the stage and grabbed this nigga, he said, no, brothers, no. Jesus Christ is love. Jesus Christ is love, brothers. What happened to Ja? What happened to John? As we jumped off the stage, so the one dude tackled him, and we grabbed this nigga, and he was squirming. No, brothers, no, his eyes was popping out his head. No, brothers, no, brothers, please, brothers, no. Jesus Christ is love, brothers. Jesus Christ is love. And we got that nigga to the gate, we got the fucking gate. We said, okay, y'all ready? It was like maybe 4 or 5 of us. We said, 1, 2, 3. You held that nigga out the fucking, you held his ass out the fucking, he jumped up and started running with his dreadlocks swinging in the air. Yo, man, but yo, so we got tackled. He was like, oh yes, snorting cocaine. Talking about, oh yes, Ja, and Ja. And so we laid hands on that nigga. He said, no, brothers, no. Jesus Christ is love, brothers. Jesus Christ is love. What happened to Ja? You see, people are phony, man. That show you them niggas don't even believe in the shit they believe in. Yeah, man.
Live their life based on brought to naught whatever the king says. That's how that's their with his whole heart and loves him he sent singers all before the altar, and by their voices they might make sweet melody, and daily sing praises in their songs. He beautified their feasts, and set in order the solemn times till the end, that they might praise his holy name.
Jeremiah 49:31. Arise, get up,
and exalted his glory.
Jeremiah 49:31. Arise, get you up into the wealthy nation that dwelleth without care.
After him rose up the wise son, for his sake he dwelt before.
Jeremiah 49:31. Arise, get you up into the wealthy nation.
God made all quiet round about him, that he might build an house in his name, and prepare his sanctuary.
Arise, he's speaking to these different
How wise wast thou
that are going to invade this place. And China has already ultimately got set up, they're able to set up because America's in so much debt to China. China is coming over here buying up land, setting up military bases. And what do you think those troops are going to do when they let loose? All right, but who are they going to let loose on? Read that again. Arise, get up unto the wealthy nation that dwelleth without care. This is Babylon. What is Babylon? Babylon means confusion, con with mixing, okay? Mixing of all manner of philosophy, and it is dumbed down to people. You have technology, but the people are far more stupid and godless. There's no innocence in the earth anymore. Cartoons, satanic. This was that wealthy nation where the people dwell without care. That's why atheists can say, you're anti-Semitic. Well, wait a minute. That's why Vlad TV can boast of being a Jew, but then at the same time he's an atheist. Now, he's an atheist.
If you're a Jew, that's tied to the seed. They were created by God according to a Bible.
Yeah.
Wherefore he gave a remnant.
He's the man. Yeah. He gets your favorite fucking interviews. You be like, fuck him. But then no, I fuck with him though. I fuck with him though. I fuck with Vlad TV. I fuck with him. Yeah, but Corey Holcomb is going all the way at him, man.
Vlad is a motherfucking genius.
No, he said he was getting niggas to incriminate themselves. That's what Corey Holcomb said. Yeah, you niggas going up on there. Because he went to interview with Farrakhan. Farrakhan told him, fuck you. A couple of other guys said no. Yeah, Corey Holcomb is going at him. Corey Holcomb is going at him.
By the word of the Lord, he shut up the heavens, and also 3 times.
Maybe. Dave Chappelle, Dave Chappelle might. Dave Chappelle, man, like if Dave didn't go for it, he ain't put this. But we'll see. Because Dave is bugged out too. He got demons on him too.
You on Saturday Night Live.
But no, Dave made it. He had his own show. So Dave sold out to a degree, but he didn't go all the way like they wanted him to.
We'll see. Hey, a lot of.
But now you gotta give it to Dave Chappelle because he exposing him. Dave Chappelle is just like he just cursing them out. He talking about the alphabet people. He talking about the Amalek, the Amalek.
But they never get mad at the corporations who allow these things to come out on their networks. There's always Jake that got it. So why you allowing it? What about the people who allow it? Saturday Night Live, they get blamed for nothing. They mad at Dave Chappelle. Well, they aired it. I hear he supplanted him and said, he did a warm-up and he did it one way, but when he got live, he did it, that way.
Yeah, that's why I said Dave Chappelle might be alright.
They took it off if they wanted to.
They showed it.
And after his death,
Jake is getting tighter and tighter. Yeah, all kinds of ways. But then too, Amalek is being exposed.
Yeah, Amalek is tightening the ranks.
They're being exposed.
So that's why now, anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic.
Yet their remain was small and the ruler in the of whom some bent down.
That's oppressive for him. Yeah, I'm here shaking.
Hezekiah
and now, and that's what they're going to do. See, Bogan just got interviewed by the Israeli Israel News.
In his time,
and we said that. We said that years ago. Okay, that what Gary Lowe is eventually going to be on the news with the breakdown.
Then trembled their heart.
The breakdown of the Israelites. I can tell you all about that.
But they called upon the Lord.
He ain't gonna have that Kango on.
And if he will be the Holy One encouragement out of heaven to deliver them by the
Because
men
he saw
of
the
Isaiah.
last leg.
He spoke
Really, we think he saw his
his
blessing
angel
go to be
destroyed them. For Hezekiah had done the things that pleased the Lord, and was strong in the ways as David his father. As Isaiah the prophet, who was great in faith and in vision and abandoned him. In his time, the sun went down, he lengthened the king's life. He saw by an excellent spirit what should come.
Yeah, that's why the wind is kicking up right now. Because guess what? Baphomet and the spiritual demon Satan works for the Most High. Remember, dummy, the book of Job, and the sons of the Lord came before the Most High, and Satan came too. Dummy.
He behaved himself upright in the conversation.
Isaiah 47:12. Stand now with thine enchantments, and with the multitude of thy sorceries. Right. Everything you do, whenever it just comes back on you. Right. You look at it, they force all the left hand tree. When you think of everything else, they just lose the next day. Stand now with thine enchantments, and with the multitude of thy sorceries.
They
We're about to
chose
say that whole Edomites that rule the earth today. And when you look up that word serpent, the minor, one who does magic spells. Who does all of that today? Esau. And all of the rest of these Egyptians. So they're throwing out these enchantments because they're really trying to escape the judgment ritual. That's why they want to change the inside of him so that they can rewrite the
where he made mention of the figure of the ring and direct him.
Where he is.
Hey, like Iron Man, that first Avengers movie, like my man Iron Man told Loki, there's no version of this where you win. There's no version of this where you're gonna win this thing. And that first Iron Man, that was the first Avengers movie when Iron Man, Loki was waiting for him on top of the Stark Towers. And he came out and he said, "You want to drink, Loki?" He made the drink. You know, man, Robert Downey, Iron Man. He said, "Look, you might as well just surrender to us now. Because there's no version of this where you win. He don't love you. Yeah.
For the Israelites to win. So the blood of Yahweh Shah covers the elect to get to the new covenant. That blood is all. That's why Yahweh Shah said it is done. So really, we just got to trust and stick to the script and trust the process. That's all we got to do, and the Lord is taking care of the rest. For when thou hast labored from thy youth, if so be, thou shalt be able to profit. If so be, thou mayest prevail. Right. We're going to see if he prevails. That's all this is a sacrifice.
The Edomites walk by, they look at us, man, like we're just nothing. But really, that's a front. It's really a front. The Edomites talking about your white woman is going with this black man at a higher rate than ever. Barney Rubble looking back. But really, it's a front. That's what you see. The black woman gets that from Esau. Barney Rubble looking crap. Man, you Barney Rubble. Man, we fucking your woman, man. I'm sorry, excuse my language, but come on, man. Big black Mr. Marcus. What's the other Grammy porno nigga you said? That nigga we was talking about Wesley Pipes. Like Mr. Marcus and Wesley Pipes is yelling out. They ain't just nailing out the young white girls, they nailing out the old mamas.
Women really wanted him because of the status, but now it's being punished. So he's losing everything. His woman, his children are hooked on fentanyl and drugs.
That's right. Wesley Pipes is banging your grandmama and your daughter.
When he took the portion out of the priest's hands, he himself stood by the heart of the altar. Prophets fell as a young cedar in Lebanon, and as palm trees compass day and round about. So were all the sons of Aaron there in the
She told a nigga over the inheritance. And now she's tired of that. But so what? You can't get the inheritance.
finishing the service at his altar, she might have poured the authority of the eye on mine. He stretched out his hand and poured out the blood of praise. He poured out at the foot of the altar his knees and saves and the most high king's law. Then shouted the sons of Aaron, and sounded the silver trumpets, and made a great noise to be heard before Israel. Then all the people together hastened, fell down to the earth upon their faces to worship the Lord God Almighty. The singers also sang praise among their lips, with a great variety of sounds.
Isaiah 47:13. Thou art weary in the
Most High, by the Lord hymns and his verse.
in the multitude of thy counsel, just like vocab alone. Now he's talking about Obadiah. He's all over the place.
Then
He don't know what's freestyling, rapping. He's trying to break down the scriptures. Christians don't know saying everything wrong. Y'all
Lord with his lips, to rejoice in his name. And they bowed themselves down to worship the second,
and we're
that they might
becoming a
receive
virgin
the
soul in
blessings
the
to come to you.
earth. And all of this attention.
Now therefore, bless ye the God of all, which all might do wondrous
Hey, it's all happening through the
which
Spirit.
exalts in our days.
Hey, we've extended our hand. We did our job.
Well, I ran into Nate himself. The Lord actually brought me before Nate. And I talked to the man. I know the man on a personal level from back in the days. And the Lord had me and him run into each other a few years ago. That was like, 7, 8 years ago. And I told him why we getting on him. And Apostle Tahar got on the phone and told him, and he still, see, lying, man. Yeah, he lied. I'm not mad at him. He's doing what the Lord got him doing. We did our job, man.
Out of his heart, bless
in chess, the pawns go first. Let them do their job. Let them do them.
Yeah.
I'm not even mad. All we got to do is keep teaching. The Lord will bring the sheep.
Blessed be the name of the
That's it, man. That's it. I'm not mad at Nate and Johanna no more. No, they going off. But we understand that. We just said it. You want to know what you said it, bro.
I do give praise to
So the Lord did it once.
Thou art my defender and helper. He has preserved my body from destruction, and from the snare of the slanderous tongue,
Yeah.
and from the lips that forged lies.
All the undesirables.
He has been mine helper against
So
my
imagine all of the,
adversaries.
like,
He
half,
has
you got a whole
delivered
camp
me
full of
according
niggas.
to the multitude
Like,
of thy
because a lot of
mercy
brothers been in
and
jail. Talking about
greatness of thine
hardcore niggas been in 12 years. They learn they're Israelites the last 6 months of their bid.
and out of the
And they get out and they in the
such
camp.
as sought
No, only
my
because
life.
them guys, remember, that's where they got the grants. That's what they got the 501c3. So they can set up little community centers. Come on, a nigga's a nigga. Your nigga come out, yo, fuck, I'm gonna go to no, remember, they give them free meals. They got all kind of programs and welfare for
by
them.
an accusation to the
They
king
take,
of
you
unrighteous
know, they give a nigga a plate of food. Yo, you want some young brother? Give him a glass of wine, give him a drink, and a plate of macaroni and cheese and some chicken and shit. Yeah.
When you were a 501c3, don't you know?
Then thought I
if you get
upon
the
thy
title,
mercy,
if you get a particular
and
title
upon
in the
thy
church,
acts of
deacon, bishop,
how thou
even
deliverest such
you
as
tax
wait
exempt even on your job,
Savest
your
them
personal
out of
job.
the hands of the
So you
enemy.
win.
Then
Now, if you
lifted
a
I up my
501c3, I guess you
supplications
got a
from the
business.
earth, and prayed for deliverance.
If you got a
from
business
death.
or something going
I
on in the
called
world,
upon the Lord,
that you know,
the
but
Father
the
of
truth
my
was the
Lord,
worst thing
that
you
he would
want
not
to do.
leave me in the days
It's our
of my
system. It's
Yeah,
system
yeah.
down.
time of the proud.
A
when there was no
501c3,
help.
if you're in the world
I
and you
will
got a
praise
business,
thy name
or even if you
continually,
in the truth,
and
you got a
will sing
business,
praise
it wouldn't be
with
nothing wrong with linking to that.
And so my prayer was
You get
heard.
paid, but if you
For
do
thou
it right, don't do
savest
nothing
me
wicked
from
and scheming and all that bullshit.
and deliveredst
Right, you get
me
paid,
from
but
the
the
evil
truth
time.
should have never been
Therefore
linked
will
with
I
that.
give thanks
Because
and praise
now
thee,
is the time where
and bless
Esau
thy
is
name.
going to use you as a pawn.
When I was yet young,
So there's another
wherever
side
I
to
went
that.
abroad, I desired wisdom.
They're going to be used to bring forth the
I prayed
persecution.
for her before the temple.
And all
and
of
will
those
seek her
Israelites
house.
are on books with their social security
Yeah.
numbers,
Even from the
their
flower till the
addresses.
grape
They're
was
on.
ripe,
If
hath
you
my
when you
heart
enter into
delighted
these
in
camps,
her. My
you got to
foot
change.
went
In
right
IUIC,
way.
you got to go change
From
your
my
last
youth
name
up I sought
to Ben
after
Israel.
Yeah.
It's an
I
order.
bowed down mine
You got to
ear
change your
a
last
little
name to
and
Ben
received
Israel.
her, and
Okay.
gathered much learning.
According
I
to they blame
profited
Isaiah
therein.
44, where it says
Therefore
one shall
will I
call his name
ascribe
Jacob,
glory unto
another
him
shall
that
subscribe his
giveth
name
me
to the name of
wisdom.
Israel.
But they don't believe in the Hebrew.
To do after her.
But they don't believe in the Hebrew.
Earnestly I follow
You got to
that which
register
is
your
good.
addresses under 5
So shall I not be.
Right, so they're going to come after y'all
My
first.
soul has wrestled with her, and in my doings I was exact. I stretched forth my hands to the heaven above, and bewailed my ignorances of her. I directed my soul unto her, and I found her in pureness. I have had my heart joined with her from the beginning. Therefore shall I not be forsaken. My heart was troubled in seeking her. Therefore have I gotten a good possession. The Lord hath given me a tongue for my reward.
The stronghold,
and I will
that's right.
praise him therewith. Draw near unto me, ye unlearned, and dwell in the
And you're not
house.
going to warn our people. Because
Wherefore
now,
are
Jake,
ye slow?
you start to
And
see
what
videos
say
with
ye
Jake
to these
who's taking
things, seeing
the
your
rock
souls are very
with the
thirsty?
black woman.
I hope in
So that
my
means we got to teach them. That means that we can't, scripture say, seal not the words of the saying of this prophecy, man.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, y'all want to play that game? We've extended our hand, and that don't mean we ain't going to do videos and correct them at times. But at the end of the day, I'm at peace. I'm not going to sit up there and every time I see IUIC,
Lose my mind. Have a stroke.
You can critique particular things and edify. Because the elect, I believe some of the elected ones. But at this point, let's see how it works. Guys at the camps, guns. Hey, at the end of the day, have at it. We've won. We've already explained you're not supposed to do that when you're out here at the camp.
The words of the blessing of Enoch
your
were with you,
personal life,
blessed
you
the
have a
elect and
register, that's your
righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be accursed. And he took up this parable and said, Enoch, a righteous
Yeah, I'm not gonna stand out here
by God,
with my sight on
the
the camp.
which which the angels showed me.
So, but
And from them
I mean, you leave that shit in the car, you leave it at home, or if you do have, you carry it, you leave it in your, leave it in the car. Leave your shit in the car. Yeah, but on the camp, I ain't gonna be standing here with my rifle like we the Black Panthers and shit.
We'll see how that works out.
Even on Mount
At the end of the
Sinai,
day, we just gonna see how it works out.
and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens, and all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the
Yeah, man, standing on the camp with the gun on your side. Come on, man,
shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the
Yeah, AR-15
wholly rent and sundered, and all
oh my God, them niggas are wicked.
and there shall be a judgment upon all men, but with the righteous he
Well, it might as well.
and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them, and they shall all belong to God, and they shall all and he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them.
Shalom, brother, shalom.
Spirit like the, I'm gonna change that one. The spirit like the wind, baby.
Give judgment upon all
over the
and
place.
destroy all the ungodly, and convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order, each in its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it from first to last. How steadfast they are, how none of the things upon the earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water and clouds and
No existe la fucking casualidad. No existe la pinche casualidad. Todo es el Señor.
They have withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees which do not lose their foliage, but retain old foliage from 2 to 3 years.
Por Yahweh el Padre dice que son trazados los pasos del hombre. Nadie puede decidir, oh, yo voy a ir al McDonald's ahorita, oh, yo voy a ir a visitar a mi papá y a mi mamá mañana, porque el Señor te puede atravesar un trailer en el camino que te haga mierda. Porque todo es a la voluntad del Padre, nadie hace nada sin su voluntad.
Wherefore give ye heed and know with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth forever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus from year to year forever, and all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks change not, but according as God hath ordained, so it is done. And behold how the sea and the rivers in like manner accomplish and change not their tasks from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord. But ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall ye execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal execration, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal execration unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse. And all the sinners and godless shall imprecate by you. And for you, the godless, there shall be a curse. And all the shall rejoice. And there shall be forgiveness of sins. And every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them.
Porque Satanás es un sirviente del Señor. Satanás recibe órdenes del Padre. Él no es una mente propia, él no hace lo que quiere. Ningún ángel, ningún demonio hace lo que quiere. Ellos tienen siempre que pedir permiso al Padre. Si el Padre le da luz verde, ellos van. Por eso el Padre le dio Yahweh, le dio luz verde a Satanás para ir a hacer estragos a la vida de Job.
And they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of the divine anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life, and their lives shall be
Entre los hijos de Dios está Satanás. Entonces, a ver, también ahí hay otro punto, porque luego dice, ¿por qué Satanás no le hizo la guerra al Señor?
con
And it came
una
to pass
parte de
when the
sus
children of
ángeles
men had
los
multiplied that in
convenció
those days
de
were
que se
born
creía
unto
mucho
them
el Señor
beautiful and comely
y que era
daughters.
mejor él porque
And the
estaba más
angels,
bonito
the
y todas
children
esas
of the
pendejadas.
heaven, saw
Ese es
and
un
lusted
cuento del
after them,
Vaticano,
and
es una
said to one
historia de
another,
Walt Disney.
Come,
Nunca
let
ha
us
habido
choose
una
us
rebelión
wives from among
en
the
el
children
reino,
of
es
men, and
imposible.
beget us
Ni
children.
siquiera tienen
And
voluntad los
Semjaza
demonios
was
y
their
los
leader,
ángeles
and
para
said unto
poder ir
them,
en contra del
I
Padre.
fear
Eso es
you
un
will not
engaño
indeed agree
de las
to do this
religiones.
deed,
Eso
and I
está hablando
alone
de
shall
la
have to
guerra
pay the penalty
celestial.
of a great
Cuando el
sin.
Señor venga
And they all
aquí y entre a
answered
la
him and
tierra,
said,
el
Let us
ejército,
all
la
swear an
bestia, la
oath,
OTAN
and all
y todos
bind
sus
ourselves by
aviones
mutual
van a ir a guerra
imprecations
contra el
not to
Señor en el
abandon
cielo. Y
this
cuando el
plan, but
profeta
to do
miró,
this thing.
él miró ángeles luchando
Then
porque él
swear
miró en
they
el
all
cielo
together
naves.
and bound
Él
themselves
miró
by
una guerra
mutual
en el
imprecations
cielo,
upon it.
pero eran
And
hombres
they were
y
in
eran
all
ángeles.
200
No
who
eran,
descended
no
in the
eran
days of
demonios y
Jared on the
ángeles, era la
summit of
raza
Mount
de los
Hermon,
hombres.
and they called it Mount
Yo creo que
Hermon
esa
because they
es
had
una
sworn and
profecía que
bound
va a
themselves by
pasar.
mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Semjaza, their leader; Arakiba, Ramael, Kokabeel,
Sería imposible que
Camiel,
Satanás,
Ramiel,
siendo un
Danel,
enemigo del
Ezequiel,
Señor, nomás entrara
Aseel,
como si
Amaros,
estuviera en su casa, como qué onda, lo
Ananel,
iban a partir la madre
Zaphel,
inmediatamente.
Samsael,
Donde llegue
Satarel,
Satanás y sus aliados que se rebelaron al Padre, ahí lo agarran y le parten la madre.
These are the chiefs of
Pero
tens.
eso te enseña que
And
las
all the
grandes
others
mentiras
gathered with them took unto
de nuestra
themselves
gente.
wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them
¿De dónde
charms
viene?
and
Que está pidiendo la
enchantments and the
explicación
cutting of roots,
a
and
Satanás.
made them acquainted
Okay,
with plants.
y ahora hay muchos
And they
indios
became
que
pregnant
escogen a
and bare
seguir a
great
Satanás,
giants, whose
como
height
que él
was
es otra
3,000 ells, who
opción
consumed all the
para vivir
acquisitions of
vida
men.
eterna.
And when
Como
men
que
could
tienen
no
otra
longer
opción, como
sustain
que
them,
a mí no me
the
gusta
giants
cómo es
turned against
el
them
Padre, a
and
mí no me
devoured
gusta cómo es Dios, yo me voy con
mankind. And they began
Satanás.
to sin
Él es la
against
otra opción, no hay
birds and
opción.
beasts and
La opción
reptiles
es
and
esta
fish,
verdad o
and to
muerte.
devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood.
Yo,
Then
ándale,
the earth
plan
laid
B,
accusation
Satanás.
against the
Plan
lawless
C,
ones.
Krishna.
And
Plan D,
Azazel
la
taught men to
guadalupana.
make
No hay
swords
fucking
and knives
opciones.
and shields
Aquí
and
nomás hay
breastplates,
una
and made known to
salvación
them the
y es el
metals
nombre
of the
del Padre
earth and the art of
y es el
working
nombre del
them,
Padre
and
en el nombre
bracelets and
de
ornaments
su
and the use
Hijo,
of antimony
Yahweh
and the
Bahashem
beautifying
Yahushai,
of the eyelids
nombre en
and
palhebreo,
all
la
kinds
lengua
of
santa,
costly
porque
stones
le llaman
and all
Jesús, le
coloring
llaman Jesus
tinctures,
Christ,
and
le
there
llaman
arose much
Yeshua, le llaman
godlessness,
Yahashua.
and they
Puta, pues
committed
cuántos nombres tiene el Señor,
fornication,
que
and
el
they
Señor
were led
dice que nada
astray,
más
and
solo
became
tiene un
corrupt
nombre
in all their
y
ways.
solamente van a ser salvos en un
Semjaza taught
nombre.
enchantments and root
No en dos, no en tres, no en
Amaros,
cuatro,
the
no en un
resolving of
apodo.
enchantments.
Nada más hay un nombre y ese
But
nombre
Akil taught
regresa
astrology,
a la lengua santa
Kokabel,
en el
the
hebreo, que es el
constellations,
paleohebreo.
Ezekiel, the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel, the signs of the earth, Shamsiel, the signs of the sun, and Sariel, the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went
Explicaciones,
up
¿de
to
dónde
heaven.
vienes? No, pues
And
vengo
then
de andando en la
Michael,
tierra, ando
Uriel,
haciendo dagas
Raphael,
ahí,
and Gabriel
ando dando
looked
vueltas
down
ahí,
from heaven and
ando
saw much
quiqueándola.
blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon
El
the
patrón
earth.
es el que
And they
pide
said to
las
one another,
explicaciones.
the earth,
Padre es el
made
que
without
las-
inhabitant, cries the voice of their crying up to the
Así
gates
estamos
of
en un
heaven.
mundo oscuro,
And now to you,
donde gente
the
dice no
holy
tiene nada
ones
de
of
malo
heaven,
ser un
the
homosexual.
souls of men make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And he said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth under all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou
Ya ves, no
seest
podían
all
entrar
things,
Satanás,
and
no
nothing
podía
can
entrar
hide
ningún
itself from
demonio a
thee.
hacerle nada.
Thou seest
Tenían la
what
protección
Azazel
del
hath
Padre,
done, who has
tenían
taught all
la
unrighteousness
protección
on earth,
celestial
and
de
revealed
Yahweh.
the eternal secrets
No,
which were preserved
ni
in heaven,
siquiera se le
which men
arrimaban
were striving to learn.
hacer nada.
And Semjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates, and they have gone unto the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them, and thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Then said the
Daniel
Most
12 y
High,
10.
the Holy,
Muchos
great
serán
one,
purificados,
spake,
hablando
and
de
sent
este tiempo,
Uriel to the son of
hablando en
Lamech, and said
este
to him,
tiempo, en esta
Go
verdad.
to Noah, and
Muchos
tell him
serán
in my name,
purificados,
hide thyself, and reveal
emblanquecidos
to him
y
the end
refinados,
that is approaching, that the whole world
emblanquecidos y
will be
refinados.
destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole
Edomitas
earth,
pasan y se
and
quedan
will
viendo
destroy
bien
all
vergas,
that is
ven,
on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all
Daniel
generations of
12
the
y 10.
world.
Muchos serán
And again the
purificados,
Lord said to
purificados,
Raphael,
emblanquecidos
bind Azazel hand and foot,
y
and
refinados.
cast him into the
Los
darkness,
impíos
and make an
proceden
opening in the desert,
impíamente.
which is endued to
Ninguno de
hell,
los
and
impíos
cast him therein,
comprenderá si es.
and place upon him rough
No va a
and
haber
jagged
nadie que
rocks,
entienda,
and cover
ningún
him
impío,
with darkness, and let him
ningún
abide
maldito,
there
ningún
forever,
hacedor de maldad
and cover his
de
face
nuestra
that he may
nación
not see
va a
light.
entender
And
porque
on
están
the day
sellados.
of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire.
Y ninguno de los impíos comprenderá, pero los entendidos comprenderán. La elección va a comprender. El remanente de Israel, los que no le están dando la rodilla a este maldito mundo y a este maldito gringo de mierda, a sus pensamientos locos del occidente. Como estaba mirando un video en el TikTok,
proceed against the
estaba viendo un
bastards
video
and
en
the
el TikTok
reprobates, and against the children of
donde un
fornication,
homosexual
and
se
destroy the
está
children of
hizo
fornication
entrar
and the
a
children
Qatar.
of the watchers from amongst men,
Pero cuando
and
llegó al
caused them to
aeropuerto
go forth.
y traía
Send
una
them
playera
one
con la
against
bandera
the other,
gay, men,
that
que
they
es
may
el arco
destroy
iris,
each other
que
in
estos
battle.
diablos
For length of days
blasfemaron
shall they not have.
para tomar
And no request that their fathers make of thee shall be
sello del
granted
Señor,
unto
el
them
arco iris,
on
men,
their behalf.
una
For they
señal del
hope to
Señor,
live in
la
eternal
tomaron para
life, and
hacer
that each one of them will live
su bandera.
500 years.
Y
And
eso
the
es una
Lord said unto
blasfemia.
Michael,
Pero este
Go,
diablo,
find Sanjaza and his
este
associates who
culero
have
quiso
united
entrar
themselves
a
with women
Qatar
so as to have
con
defiled themselves
ese
with
arco
them in
iris,
all
con la
their
bandera, men,
uncleanness.
y no lo
And
dejaron
when their
entrar.
sons have slain
No lo
one
dejaron
another,
entrar en
and they have
Qatar
seen
porque
the
no dejan
destruction
entrar
of their beloved
homosexuales.
ones, bind
Porque
them
allá
fast
tienen
for
cruzado a
70
esa gente de
generations
ahí.
in the valleys of the
Que
earth,
eso debería de
till
ser
the
en
day of
nuestra nación
judgment
también,
and
en
of their
Israel.
consummation,
Pero como
till
estamos
the judgment
bajo los
that is
términos de
forever
Babilonia,
and
bajo
ever is
el
consummated.
yugo de los
In
griegos,
those days they
que
shall be
tenemos
led
sus
off to
leyes,
the abyss of
tenemos
fire,
que
and to
tenemos
the
que hacer lo
torment
que
and the
ellos
prison
quieren,
in which they shall
Occidente.
be confined
Y
forever.
este culero
And
lo
whosoever shall be
regresaron
condemned and
y él subió
destroyed
un
will
video
from thenceforth
como
be bound
pobrecito,
together with
como,
them to the end
como
of all
diciendo que qué
generations,
injusticia,
and destroy
que
all
por
the
qué lo
spirits of the
despreciaron, que
reprobate,
quiere ir a
and the
apoyar a
children
su
of the
país.
watchers, because
Y
they
era
have
un
wronged
edomita.
mankind,
Era
destroyed
un
wrong
edomita.
from the face of the earth, and let
Entonces
every
comenzó
evil work
a
come
haber
to me,
controversia.
and let the plant of
¿Por qué no
righteousness
estaban
and truth
dejando entrar
appear,
culeros al
and it shall
mundial?
prove a blessing. The works
Y
of
un vato
righteousness and truth
de
shall be
Qatar,
planted
un
in
ismaelita,
truth and joy
subió un
forevermore.
comentario,
And then
subió
shall
un
all the
comentario
righteous
chingón,
escape, and
donde-
shall live till they
donde
beget
este vato
thousands
dijo,
of children, and all the days of their youth and their old age shall be completed in peace.
dijo, no todas
And then shall
las
the whole
naciones
earth
o
be
no
tilled
todas las
of
regiones del mundo, algo
righteousness, and
así.
shall all be
Dice,
planted
estamos
with trees,
con la
and be
misma
full of
ideología
blessing,
de
and
Occidente.
all desirable
Dijo,
trees shall be
Occidente
planted on
no
it,
es el
and they shall
portador
plant
de la
vines
humanidad.
on it, and the vine which they
Diciendo
plant
claramente
thereon
que en
shall
este lado
yield wine
estamos
in
para la verga,
abundance. And as for all
creyendo
the
que así
seed
debe
which
de
is
ser
sown
la humanidad, la
thereon, each
sociedad,
measure of it
con
shall bear
culeras y culeros
1,000, and each
casándose,
measure of olive shall yield
una
10
pinche
presses of
sociedad
oil.
asquerosa,
Then cleanse
por
thou
estos
the
blancos
earth
que están
from
aquí,
all
que
oppression,
conquistaron
and
esta
from
tierra,
all
conquistaron,
unrighteousness,
hicieron
and
su
from all
mundo, su reino
sin, and
oscuro,
from all
su mundo de maldad
godlessness,
aquí.
and all uncleanness that is wrought
Pero
upon
hasta
the earth,
naciones
destroy
en
from
Medio
off
Oriente
the
están
earth.
mejor que
And all
nosotros.
the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration and praise me,
Y ninguno
and
de los
all
impíos
shall worship
comprenderá,
me.
pero
And
los
the earth shall be
entendidos
cleansed from all
comprenderán. Así
defilement,
es, por
and
eso es
from
que
all
solamente hay un
sin,
número.
and from all
El Señor
punishment,
tiene un
and from
número,
all torment, and I will
144,000
never
hombres,
again send
12,000
them
de cada
upon it
tribu,
from generation
que
to
van a entender
generation
esta verdad y van a
forever.
salir a la calle.
And in those
Van a
days I
traer
will
esta
open the store
edificación,
chambers
esta
of
palabra.
blessing which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labor of the children of men.
Juan
And
17,
truth and peace shall be
6.
associated together throughout
He
all the days of the
manifestado,
world, and throughout all the generations of men.
he manifestado tu nombre a los hombres del mundo que me diste. Tuyos eran y me los diste y han guardado tu palabra. He manifestado esta verdad, dijo Yahushua, a los que me diste. A los que me diste. Y ellos han guardado tu palabra. Porque un hombre parte de la elección
va a
and said
tomar
to
la
me,
palabra y la va a
Enoch,
guardar.
thou scribe of righteousness,
No nada más va a
go
escuchar y
declare
va
to the
a
watchers
agarrar
of
una
heaven who have
parte
left the high
y
heaven,
va a
the
desechar
holy
otra,
eternal place,
como hacen
and have
estos
defiled
malditos,
themselves
y
with women,
va a
and
comenzar su
have
propia
done as the
filosofía.
children of earth do,
Tenemos que tomar
and have
lo
taken
bueno y
unto
lo malo
themselves
del libro,
wives.
pero al fin del
Ye
día
have
nada es
brought
malo.
great destruction on
Para
the
la
earth,
elección
and
nada
ye
es
shall
malo.
have no peace,
Al
nor
fin del día
forgiveness
todo
of
es por
sin.
obra del
And
Señor,
inasmuch
y
as
si
they
todo es
delight
por obra del
themselves in
Señor,
their
pues todo
children,
es bueno.
the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them, and they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their spirits, and their deeds individually, and in regard to their request that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. And I read their petition till I fell asleep. But behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me, and I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice bidding me to tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awoke, and they were all sitting together in Abel-Gel, which is between Lebanon and Seneser, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep, and I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. The book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with a tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity. And in bonds of the earth, the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword, and your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you eat and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist abominables, leyes malditas, porque Satanás está en gobierno del mundo. El white power, en el poder blanco. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which was built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire and drew near to a large house which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals. And its groundwork was
Satanás, quien es el Dios de este mundo, ha cegado la mente de los que no creen. Son incapaces de ver la gloriosa luz de la buena noticia. No entienden este mensaje acerca de la gloria de Mashiach, quien es la imagen exacta de Yahweh.
Fear covered me,
Como
and
ven,
trembling got hold
no
upon me.
andamos
And
predicando
as I
acerca de
quaked and
nosotros
trembled,
mismos.
I fell upon my
Predicamos
face,
que
and I
Yahweh
beheld
Shai
a vision.
Mashiach
And lo,
es el
there
Señor
was a second
y nosotros
house,
somos
greater
siervos
than
de
the former,
ustedes
and the entire
por
portal
causa de
stood
Yahweh
open
Shai.
before me. And it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect, it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceiling was also a flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne, and its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim, and from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And a great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter, and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him, yet he needed no counsel.
Isaías 3:9, la prueba del rostro de ellos los convence que como Sodoma predican su pecado, no lo disimulan, hay del alma de ellos, porque allegaron mal para sí. Decida al justo que le irá bien, porque comerá del fruto de sus manos. ¿Y quiénes son los justos? Los justos son los hebreos israelitas que están entrando en esta verdad, que nos es prometido alimento en tiempos de tribulación, que nos es prometido agua en tiempos de tribulación, alegría en tiempos de tribulación, en tiempos de escasez.
You should intercede for men and not men for you. Wherefore had you left the high, holy and eternal heaven, and had lain with women and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons.
Nosotros vamos a estar en una mentalidad correcta, que es esta
eternal
que es esta
life, you
verdad.
have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish. Therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them and beget children by them.
Indios seminoles son los israelitas, pero de esa gente nada más hay un remanente, unos pocos que van a tener comida y agua, todos los demás van a ser matados por malditos por estar en la filosofía de Esaú Edom, el autoproclamado hombre blanco.
And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh
El autoproclamado hombre blanco es Satanás. Ellos son el diablo. Ellos son los que enseñan todas estas leyes malditas aquí en este lado. Por eso hay tanta gente con mentalidad corrompida.
There shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling.
He aquí
But
que
as
mis
for the
siervos
spirits of
beberán,
the earth,
y
which
ustedes
were born
tendrán
upon
sed.
the earth,
Hablando en la
on the
nación
earth
de
shall be
Israel,
their dwelling.
hablando en el
And the spirits of
remanente,
the giants
en los
of
malditos y
this
los 2/3 allá en Babilonia.
destroy, attack,
Que no van a
do
tener
battle,
alimento, por eso
and
van a
work
comer sus
destruction
hijos.
on the earth,
Por eso
and
van a
cause
comer a
trouble.
sus padres.
They take no
Dice la
heed,
escritura
but
que se van a
nevertheless
comer.
hunger and thirst,
Que
and
vecinos
cause
se van a matar.
offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated. Over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who have been aforetime in heaven, say to them, you have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you worthless ones, and these in your hardness of hearts you have made known
Isaías
to
3 y
women,
9.
and through these mysteries women and men work much
La
evil
prueba
on
del
earth.
rostro de
Say
ellos
to
los
them,
convence
therefore,
que como
you have
Sodoma
no
predican
peace.
su pecado, no la
And
disimulan.
they took and brought me
Hay
to
del
a
alma
place
de
in
ellos
which
porque
those who were
allegaron mal
there were
para
like
sí.
flaming
La
fire.
gente prefiere la
And when
maldad,
they
lo que va
wished, they
contrario al
appeared as
Señor.
men.
Saben que es malo lo que hacen, pero les vale verga, en pocas palabras. Ellos quieren seguir siendo una lesbiana, o un homosexual, o un pedófilo, o un asesino, o un ladrón, o un idólatra, no quieren ser todo eso. No quieren venir. Ay del impío, decida al Celaya 10, decida al justo, que le irá bien, porque comerán de los frutos de sus manos. Ay del impío, mal le irá, porque según las obras de sus manos, él será pagado, según su maldad. Lo que haya hecho maldito en todas sus vidas, le va a pagar el Señor. Y también a estos diablos ermitas, ellos también van a recibir un juicio terrible, un juicio chingón y terrible.
I saw the mouths of all the rivers and of the earth and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he has furnished them with the whole
Proverbios
creation
11:21.
and the firm
Los malvados
foundations of the
seguramente
earth.
recibirán
And I saw
castigo,
the cornerstone
pero los
of
hijos
the
de los
earth.
justos
I saw
serán
the four
liberados.
winds which bear the earth and the
Así
firmament
es.
of heaven. And I saw
Los
how
hijos
the
de los
winds
justos
stretch
seremos
out the
liberados.
vaults of heaven and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds
Mateo
of heaven which
24:14.
turn and bring the circumference of
Y
the
se
sun and
predicará la
all the
buena
stars
noticia
to their setting.
acerca del reino
I saw
por
the
todo el
winds
mundo,
on
que
the earth
la
carrying the
predicación de la buena
clouds.
noticia
I saw the
comenzó
paths of the
cuando vino
angels.
Yahushua a la
I saw
tierra
at the end of the
hace
earth
2000 años.
the firmament of heaven above.
Se
And I
comenzó
proceeded and saw a place
los
which
días del
burns
fin,
day
pero ahora
and
estamos
night,
en
where
los,
there are
en los,
seven
en
mountains of magnificent
el
stones,
siglo
three
final
towards the
y en
east
los
and
días
three
finales
towards
de
the
este
south.
siglo.
And as for those towards the east,
Se predicará la
one was
buena
of a
noticia
colored
acerca del
stone,
reino
and
por
one
todo
of
el
a pearl,
mundo, de
and
manera
one
que
of a
todas las
jacinth,
naciones
and those
la
towards the
oirán.
south of
Y
redstone.
entonces vendrá el
But the middle one reached
que
to
esta
heaven
palabra
like
ya
the
está
throne
por
of
todo el
God,
mundo por
of
mediante el unicornio,
alabaster,
que
and
es
the
el
summit of
internet.
the throne was of sapphire, and I saw a flaming fire. And beyond these mountains is a region at the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed, and I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it, and there was no water upon it, and no birds. But it was a waste
No ha
and
perdonado a
horrible place.
ninguna raza
I saw
maldita.
their seven
El
stars
Señor
like
nunca ha
great
perdonado a
burning
una nación
mountains.
enemiga. El
And
Señor
to me,
destruyó
when
el
I
mundo,
inquired regarding
destruyó
them,
el
the
mundo,
angel
ahogó a
said,
toda la gente,
"This place
mató
is
niños,
the
mató
end of
mujeres,
heaven
porque
and
el Señor va a
earth.
limpiar
This
esta
has
gente
become
de
a prison
malditos.
for the stars and the
Malditos
host
no
of
van a
heaven,
estar en el
and
reino
the
libre.
stars which rolled
Como
over
estos
the
malditos que
fire
están
are they
pasando,
which
que
have
esclavizaron a
transgressed the
nuestra
commandment
gente,
of the Lord in the
esclavizaron a
beginning of their
nuestros hermanos,
rising,
esclavizaron a
because
los
they did not
indígenas,
come forth at their
y andan
appointed
como si
times.
fueran los
And he
reyes de
was
este
wroth
pinche
with
mundo.
them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated,
Perros de mierda.
even for 10,000 years. And Juriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, at the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best
Y
part of
creer que el
mankind and
Señor es
over
blanco
chaos.
también es algo bien maldito, y eso está
Sarakiel, one of the
bien metido en la
holy
mentalidad
angels
de
who is
nuestra
set
gente.
over the spirits, who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise, and the serpents, and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded
Así
earth,
es.
but a place
Nunca ha
chaotic and
perdonado el
horrible.
Señor.
And there I
El
saw
Señor
seven
destruyó
stars of the
Sodoma y
heavens
Gomorra,
bound
una
together
ciudad
in
de
it, like
homosexuales.
great mountains
Los
and
quemó
burning with
vivos.
fire.
No
Then
va a
I said,
perdonar en este
for
tiempo
what
a
sin are
nadie.
they bound? And on what account have they been cast
Nada más
in
para
hither?
sacar de que la
Then said
palabra
Uriel, one of the holy
se iba a
angels,
esparcir en el
who was
mundo.
with me, and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask?
Números
And why art thou
24 y
eager for
8.
the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the
Yahweh
Lord,
los
and
sacó
are
de
bound
Egipto,
here till
que Egipto
10,000 years.
representa a
The
América.
time entailed by
América
their
es
sins are
Babilonia.
consummated. And from
América es
thence I went
Egipto,
to
América
another
es Sodoma y
place, which
Gomorra,
was still
América
more
es
horrible than the
Asiria.
former. And
América
I
es
saw
una
a
ciudad de
horrible thing,
perdición.
a great
Todas las
fire
naciones
there which
malditas que han
burned and
existido
blazed, and
son
the place
apodados
was
así en
cleft
nombre a
as
los
far as
gringos,
the
men,
abyss,
América.
being
América es
full of great
Babilonia,
descending
Babilonia la
columns of
grande, la
fire.
gran puta, la madre
Neither
de
its
rameras.
extent or magnitude
América
could I
es
see,
Egipto.
nor could I conjecture.
Y
Then I
de
said,
Egipto,
how
el Señor
fearful
sacó
is
la
the place,
palabra, men.
and
De
how
Egipto el
terrible
Señor
to look
sacó
upon.
esta verdad.
Then Uriel answered me,
De
one of the
Egipto
holy
salieron
angels who was with
los
me, and
judíos,
said unto
verdaderos
me,
judíos,
Enoch,
juditas,
why hast thou such
afroamericanos.
fear and affright?
Con
And
Abba
I
Bibens
answered,
en
because of this
1970
fearful
o
place, and because of the
1969
spectacle
sacó
of the beast.
el
And he
Espíritu
said unto
Santo
me,
por medio
this
de Abba
place
Bibens,
is
el
the prison
profeta
of the
Elías.
angels, and
Trajo
here
la
they will
verdad.
be in prison forever.
Y la verdad
And
ahora
thence
está en
I
el
went to
unicornio, que es
another
el
place,
internet.
and the
Números
mountain of hard
24 y
rock,
8.
and there was in it 4 hollow
Yahweh
places,
lo sacó de
deep and
Egipto.
wide, very smooth.
Tiene fuerzas
How smooth are the
como
hollow
el
places,
unicornio.
deep and dark
Comerá
to
a
look
los
at.
gentiles,
Then
sus
Raphael
enemigos, ¿ya ven?
answered, one of the holy
Un unicornio
angels
no
who was
come
with me,
gentiles, men.
and
Está
said
hablando
unto
que
me,
va a sacar
these
con
hollow
fuerza
places
como
have
el
been
búfalo.
created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein.
Yahweh lo sacó
That
de
all the
Egipto, la
souls
verdad
of the children of
viene de
men should
Egipto.
assemble here.
Ven, y esta internet
And these
viene de
places
Egipto.
have been made to
Comerá a los
receive them
gentiles,
till the
porque
day of
esta
their
verdad
judgment,
es para
until
destruir
their
a los
appointed
gentiles.
period, till
A los
the period
gentiles de nuestra
appointed,
israelitas gentiles
till the
y
great
gentil
judgment
gentil.
comes upon them.
Otras
I saw the
nacionalidades.
spirit of a dead man making suit.
Comerá a
And
los
his voice
gentiles,
went
sus
forth to
enemigos,
heaven and made
y
suit.
desmenuzará
And I
sus
asked
huesos,
Raphael,
y
the
los
angel who was
asateará
with
con
me,
sus
and I
saetas.
said unto him,
Así es,
this
que
spirit
con el
which
internet,
maketh suit,
por
whose
mediante
is
el
it?
internet, que es el
Whose
unicornio,
voice goeth
en la
forth
escritura,
and maketh
el
suit
Señor
to
está
heaven?
llevando esta
And he
verdad
answered me,
para
saying,
destruir a estos
this is the
gobernantes del
spirit
mundo
which went forth from
que se
Abel,
pusieron a
whom his
temblar
brother Cain
cuando vieron a
slew.
los profetas
And he
en la
makes
calle,
his suit against him till
que
his
tiemblan
seed
cuando
is
miran a
destroyed
los
from the face of
apóstoles,
the earth.
que
And his
tiemblan cuando
seed is
miran profetas
annihilated from amongst
en
the
nuevas
seed of men.
ciudades, en nuevas
Then I
partes
asked
del mundo.
regarding it, and
Estos
regarding
malditos
all the hollow places,
Illuminatis
why is one
que
separated
gobiernan
from
el
the
mundo,
other? And he answered me and said unto me,
ellos tiemblan con la
these
palabra,
three have been
porque
made,
saben que su fin
that
está
the
cerca
spirits of the dead might be
y no tienen
separated.
escapatoria.
And such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is a bright spring of water. And such has been made for the sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirit shall be set apart in this great pain until the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make discourses concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous, but sinners, who were complete in transgression. And of the transgressors they shall be companions. But their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. Then I blessed
no
the
tiene
Lord
nada
of
de malo
glory and
hacer
said,
deporte,
Blessed be my
pero de la
Lord,
manera
the
que
Lord
estos
of
indios
righteousness,
están
who
enfocados y
ruleth forever.
metidos en los deportes,
From thence
eso
I
no,
went
eso
to
es
another place,
de-
to the
de-
west
de
of the
dónde?
ends of the earth.
Eso no es
And
de
I
un
saw a
israelita.
burning fire which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but ran regularly. And I asked, saying, What is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered me and said unto me, This course of fire which thou hast seen is the fire in the west, which persecutes all the
Porque aunque
luminaries of
estos
heaven.
diablos tienen 500 años
And from
o
thence
más
I
de
went to
500
another
años
place
sobre
of the
nuestra
earth,
gente,
and he showed me
al
a
fin del día
mountain
para el
range
Señor no hay
of fire,
tiempo.
which burned
Y
day
estos
and
son como,
night.
pueden ser como
And I
5
went
días,
beyond it and saw 7
como 5 horas, ojos, y nos destapó los oídos, y pudimos entender esta verdad. Pudimos entender esta verdad y venir a la vida. Ya no somos pinches zombies. Comimos de Yahushai, bebimos de Yahushai.
and deep and rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the seventh mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne. And fragrant trees encircled the throne, and amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelt, neither was any amongst them, nor were the others like it. It had a
y a los que aún
fragrance
no
beyond
hayan, a
all
los que sigan
fragrance,
vivos,
and its leaves
van a ser
and
levantados y
blooms
sus
and
cuerpos
wood
van a ser
withered not
transformados
forever,
en un
and
abrir y
its
cerrar
fruit
de
is
ojos.
beautiful, and
Es la
its fruit
promesa.
resembles the
Es
dates
una
of
de
a
las
palm.
promesas, ¿no? Porque
Then
aparte
I say,
hay un
how
montón de
beautiful
promesas
is
para la
this tree
elección.
and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms are very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honored angels
Y
who
eso lo
was with
dice
me
varias
and
veces
was
en la,
their leader.
en la
And he said
escritura,
to me, Enoch,
yo te mando
why
que seas
dost thou
valiente,
ask
no
me
temas,
regarding the fragrance
y
of
eso
the
se
tree?
repite muchas
And
veces,
why
¿no?
dost
Porque,
thou wish to learn the
porque
truth?
a veces
Then I
algo
answered him,
duro,
saying,
algo amargo de
I
la
wish to know
escritura
about everything,
para
but
los profetas
especially
en la
about
calle,
this
men, es
tree.
cuando vienen
And he
pinches
answered,
malditos
saying,
y
This
no se
high
largan,
mountain
men, y
which
nos
thou
hacen
hast
pasar un
seen,
rato amargo,
whose summit
que
is
quieren que
like the
cambiemos
throne of
nuestra
God,
mentalidad a las
is his throne,
pendejadas que
where
ellos
the holy
piensan.
great one, the Lord of glory, the eternal King,
Pero
will
debemos
sit
tomarlo.
when he shall come
Tomamos
down to
lo
visit
bueno,
the
tomamos
earth
lo amargo,
with
lo
goodness.
dulce, tomamos lo
And as
amargo,
for this
que al fin del
fragrant
día todo
tree,
es bueno.
no mortal is permitted
fin
to
del día
touch
todo
it
es
till
para
the great
edificación.
judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all and bring everything to its consummation forever. And it shall then be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be
Y
transplanted
ahí
to the
estaba
holy
hablando en
place,
lengua
to the
tartamuda,
temple of
en
the
dichos
Lord,
oscuros,
the eternal King.
porque
Then
no
shall they
se,
rejoice with
no
joy
estaba
and be
hablando
glad,
de
and into the
literalmente
holy place shall
matarlo
they enter,
y
and its
empezarlo a
fragrance shall
cocinar.
be in their bones,
Pero nuestra
and they shall
gente
live a long life on earth, such
estaba
as thy
tabuqueada
fathers
y
lived.
siguen estando
And in their
peor,
days shall no
igual o peor
sorrow or plague or
buqueados,
torment
que
or
siguen sin
calamity
entender.
touch them. Then blessed I the God of glory, the eternal King, who hath prepared such things for the righteous, and hath created them, and promised to give to them. And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place in which there were trees with branches, abiding and blooming, of a dismembered tree. And there I saw a holy mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed toward the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine. In it also ran a stream underneath the mountain, and to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of small elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them, and another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the three mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, being formed of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marveled at the rocks, and I marveled at the ravine, yea, I marveled very much. Then said I, for what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed forever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here they shall be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment, in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall bless him for the mercy in accordance with which he has assigned them their lot. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and set forth
ver al Hijo del Hombre
his
subir
glory,
donde
and
estaba
lauded him
primero, porque
gloriously.
para nuestra gente
And thence
era
I went
difícil
towards the
entender lo
east,
que decía el
into the
Señor, y el
midst of
Señor
the
decía,
mountain range
ahora
of the
si vieran
desert.
a dónde
And
voy,
I
si
saw
vieran el
wilderness,
reino,
and it was solitary,
el reino celestial,
full of trees
¿cómo
and
cómo se
plants,
pondría?
and water
Sigue.
gushed forth from above, rushing like a copious watercourse, which flowed towards the northwest. It caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. And beyond these I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley full of water. And therein there was a tree, the color of fragrant trees, such as the mastic.
Solo el Espíritu da vida eterna. Los esfuerzos humanos no logran nada. Las palabras que yo les he hablado son espíritu y son vida. Pero algunos de ustedes no me creen, pues Yahushua sabía desde un principio quiénes eran los que no creían y también quién lo traicionaría. Entonces les dijo, por eso dije que nadie puede venir a mí, a menos que el Padre me lo entregue. Ahí está. ¿Cuál libre albedrío? No existe libre albedrío. El que va a ser un sicario, va a ser un sicario. El que va a ser un brujo, va a ser un brujo. El que es corto, va a ser corto. Todo está predestinado. El Señor traza los caminos del hombre. Nadie escoge que sea. Cada quien está en una posición, porque ahí lo puso el Señor. Y nadie puede venir y entender esta verdad si no es un predestinado a ser salvo. Entonces les dijo, por eso dije que nadie puede venir a mí, nadie puede ser salvo, nadie puede decir, ya creo en los cristianos, ya creo allá en la luz del mundo, o ya creo que UIC tiene la neta y ya voy a ser salvo. Tienen que ser predestinados, tuvimos que haber sido predestinados, hay una predestinación para ser salvo. Y aunque le eches todos los kilos, vas a lograr ser salvo si no eres. Como dice un hermano, y aunque te pongas morado de leer la escritura todos los días, vas a ser salvo. Entonces les dijo, por eso dije que nadie puede venir a mí, a menos que el Padre me lo entregue. A partir de ese momento, muchos de sus discípulos, lo mismo que pasa aquí ahora, la predestinación es verdadera, porque han venido vatos que han escuchado de la predestinación, pero no han tenido el enfoque adecuado, la escritura correcta, el desglosamiento, nadie les ha explicado en un verdadero entendimiento. Nadie se los ha quebrado, ellos nada más han oído que para ser salvo tienes que ser predestinado. Pero cuando vienen aquí y preguntan, ¿es verdad que la predestinación es cierto? Y sacamos las escrituras que confirman que para ser salvo tienes que ser un predestinado. Es lo mismo que pasó aquí con Yahushua. Dice, a partir, Juan 6:66, a partir de ese momento, muchos de sus discípulos se apartaron de él y lo abandonaron. Y eso es lo que mucha gente hace. Entiende que tiene que ser por predestinación y dicen, entonces estoy perdido, y se van. Era lo que estábamos hablando la otra semana, que vienen güeyes y en vez de querer escuchar, tal vez sea parte de la elección, pero nomás escuchan de la predestinación y se largan, y se van. Porque es amargo para esta gente. La escritura se vuelve amarga.
And from thence I went to the south, to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven, and thence there came dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east, to the ends of the heaven, and saw there 3 eastern portals of heaven open, and 3 small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who has wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels, and to spirits, and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Enoch, the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan,
Pedro,
Enos,
apóstol de
the son
Yahweh
of
Shai
Seth,
Mashiach,
the son of Adam,
a los
saw.
expatriados
And this
y
is the
esparcidos
beginning
por
of the
todo
words
Ponto,
of wisdom, which I
Galacia,
lifted up my
Capadocia,
voice
Asia,
to speak
Bitinia,
and say to those
elegidos
which dwell on earth.
según la
Hear ye
presencia
men of old
de
time,
Yahweh
and
Padre
see
en
ye that come after
santificación del
the
Espíritu
words of the
Santo,
Holy One, which
elegidos,
I will speak before the Lord of
elegidos
spirits.
para
It were
obedecer
better to declare
y
them
ser
openly to the
regocijados
men
con
of
la
old
sangre
time. But
de
even
Yahweh
from
Shai
those that come
Mashiach,
after, we
gracia y
will not
paz
withhold the beginning of
os
wisdom.
les sean
Till the
multiplicados.
present day, such
Una
wisdom has
elección,
never been given by the Lord
elegidos,
of spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice
Juan
and recounted
6:70.
them to those that
Entonces
dwell on
Yahweh Shai
earth.
dijo, yo los elegí a ustedes 12,
When the
pero hay uno de
congregation of the
entre
righteous
ustedes
shall
que es
appear,
un diablo,
and sinners
porque
shall
todos
be
los
judged for their
apóstoles
sins,
habían sido
and shall
elegidos
be
desde
driven
antes
from the face
por
of the
Yahweh
earth.
Shai para
And
ser,
when the
desde
righteous
antes de
one
la
shall appear
predestinación del
before
mundo
the
para
eyes
ser
of the
salvos.
righteous,
Y
whose
también
elect
hasta el
works hang
maldito
upon the
estaba
Lord of
elegido
spirits,
para ser
and
un
light
maldito,
shall
Judas
appear to the
Iscariote.
righteous, and the
Él
elect
estaba
dwell
elegido
on
para
the
ser
earth.
un traidor también.
Where then will be the dwelling of
Que
the
él no
sinners,
tenía
and
elección
where the resting
de
place
porque él
of
andaba
those who had
caminando con
denied
Yahweh
the Lord of
Shai.
spirits?
Él estaba
It had been
con
good for
Yahweh Shai
them if they had not been born.
caminando, escuchando
When the
todo lo que
secrets
decía,
of the
pero ese
righteous
vato
shall
man,
be
de
revealed,
todo
and
lo
the sinners
ignoraba,
judged,
no podía
and the
tomar las
godless
palabras de
driven from
Yahweh
the
Shai,
presence
pero
of
él
the
estaba ahí
righteous
como
and
uno
elect.
que era
From
parte de la
that
elección,
time, those that
pero él ya
possess the
estaba
earth shall no
predestinado
longer
a
be
ser un traidor,
powerful
a
and
ser un
exalted,
maldito.
and they shall not be able to behold the face of the holy. For the Lord of spirits has caused
Efesios
his
1 y
light
11.
to appear
En
on
él,
the face of the
asimismo,
holy,
tuvimos
righteous, and elect.
herencia, habiendo
Then
sido
shall the kings and the
predestinados
mighty perish,
conforme al
and be given
propósito
into the
del
hands
que
of
hace
the
todas
righteous
las
and holy.
cosas,
And
habiendo
thenceforward
sido
none shall seek
predestinados.
for themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits.
Es más
For
claro
their
que el agua,
life is at
plano
an
como
end.
una tortilla.
And it
Más
shall
claro
come
que
to
el agua
pass in those
no
days
puede
that
haber
the elect and holy
directamente.
children will descend
Diríamos
from the high heaven,
dirían en el box
and their
pitching,
seed will become
knockout
one
en el
with the
hígado,
children
no
of
hay
men.
regreso.
And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath,
Efesios
and
1
books
y
of
11.
disquiet and
En él,
expulsion. And mercy
asimismo,
shall not be
tuvimos
accorded
herencia,
to
porque
them,
esa es la
saith the Lord
herencia
of spirits.
de un hombre que ha
And in
sido
those days
elegido
the whirlwind
para ser
carried me
parte
off
del
from the
remanente
earth,
de Israel.
and set me
Esta es
down
nuestra
at the
herencia,
end of the
que somos
heavens.
israelitas y
And
la
there
hemos
I saw
recuperado
another vision,
por
the
Yahweh Shai.
dwelling places of the holy,
Asimismo
and the
tuvimos
resting
herencia.
places of the righteous.
Y hablando
Here
en
mine
este
eyes
tiempo,
saw their
recuperamos
dwellings with
nuestra
his righteous
herencia.
angels, and their resting
Habiendo
places
sido
with the
predestinados
holy. And they
conforme al
petitioned and
propósito del que
interceded
hace
and
todas las
prayed for the
cosas,
children of men.
según el designio de su
And
voluntad.
righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one of righteousness and of faith, and I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of spirits.
Así es,
And
hasta este
righteousness shall
diablo edomita, el
prevail in his days,
autoproclamado hombre
and
blanco.
the righteous
Ellos
and
fueron
elect shall
creados
be
para ese es su
without number
propósito.
before him
Ser
forever and
malditos,
ever.
ser ladrones,
And all the
ser
righteous and
violadores, ser
elect before him
mentirosos,
shall be
engañadores,
as strong
tramposos,
as fiery
asesinos,
lights, and their
rateros.
mouth shall be full
Ellos son
of
rateros,
blessing,
son
and
ladrones.
their lips extol the
Y ese
name
es su
of the Lord of
propósito
spirits.
de Esaú,
And
su
righteousness before
descendencia.
him shall never
Ser
fail,
un maldito.
and uprightness shall never
Ahora
fail
nuestra
before
gente
him.
que
There
vive
I
en
wished to
maldición,
dwell, and my
hartándose
spirit longed for
de
that dwelling
comida
place.
impura, de animales
And there
impuros,
heretofore
creyendo
hath
en
been my
vírgenes, en
portion.
santos, en la
For so it
muerte,
has been
en Satanás,
established
en
concerning
Jehová, en
thee
un
before the
demonio.
Lord of the
Ellos
spirits.
han sido ya
In
sellados.
those days I praised and
Si no son
extolled
parte
the
de la
name of the
elección,
Lord of spirits
no
with
tienen una
blessings
opción.
and praises, because he hath destined
No hay
me for
opción
blessing
en
and
esta
glory,
verdad.
according to the good pleasure of the Lord
Nosotros
of
estamos
spirits.
esperando
For a long
misericordia.
time my eyes
Estamos
regarded that
haciendo
place,
esta labor,
and I
esperando
blessed him and
misericordia de
praised him,
Yahweh
saying,
Hashem Yahweh
Blessed
Shai,
is he,
porque ni
and may
siquiera
he be
podemos
blessed from the
asegurar
beginning
es
and
que al
forevermore.
siento que somos parte de la elección. Pero estamos haciendo este trabajo esperando que Yahweh Hashem Yahushai tenga misericordia y seamos parte de su elección. Porque ha habido hombres de los que nuestros hermanos han hablado allá en Los Ángeles, que han estado hasta 5, 6 o sabe cuántos años y han tirado la toalla y se han ido por unas nalgas o por la droga o por el dinero. y ahora andan en el pinche mundo o cambian a otra filosofía, siendo malditos y haciendo un mix de la verdad y poniéndole pendejadas de otras religiones, creyendo lo que ellos creen, enseñando lo que ellos creen, y han salido de esta verdad. Entonces, eso es de temor, eso es temeroso del Señor, que el Señor nos puede sacar de esta verdad en cualquier momento, que el Señor por su misericordia nos mantenga por siempre y para siempre, por toda la eternidad a sus pies.
As they uttered praises before the Lord of Lords. The first voice blesses the Lord of spirits forever and ever.
Y muchos
And the
de
second
estos
voice I heard blessing the
llamados
elect one
cristianos,
and the elect
aleluyas,
ones who hang upon the
testículos de
Lord of
Jehová,
spirits. And
toda
the third
esta
voice
banda
I heard
son
pray and intercede for
altamente
those who
orgullosos.
dwell on the earth
Según
and
ellos,
supplicate in the name
enseñan
of the Lord of spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans and forbidding them to come before the Lord of spirits to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that, I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who
Porque su
showed me
orgullo les dice
everything
que
that
ellos
is
son
hidden.
hijos de Dios,
Who are
que soy una
these
hija
four
de Dios,
presences which I
que
have
soy un
seen,
hijo de Dios,
and
llegan
whose
aquí,
words I have heard
han
and
llegado
written
aquí,
down?
y yo, estás
He
hablando
said
con
to
un
me,
hijo de Dios,
the first
cabrón,
is Michael,
estás hablando
merciful and
con una hija de
long-suffering.
Dios.
And the second, who is set over all
Pero
the
estamos
diseases
realmente
and all the
hablando con un hijo de
wounds of the children
Satanás,
of
porque su
men,
padre
is
es el diablo,
Raphael.
es Agüedón, que los
And the
tiene
third, who is
y a
set
la
over
cabeza
all
llena
the
de mierda.
powers, is
Por eso
Gabriel.
nomás
And the
escucha un
fourth,
poquito y
who
no,
is set over the
estás mal, estás
unto hope
malgueando,
of those who
estás
bear
estás
Emmanuel.
contradiciendo, estás mal informando. Infórmate bien y duran un rato peleando y se van a la verga después.
And after that I saw all the secrets
Porque
of the
también
heavens,
nuestra gente
and how the kingdom
no van a
is
tomar el
divided,
mensaje,
and how the actions
no
of
van a
men
tomar el
are
pan,
weighed
no
in
van
the
a tomar la
balance.
sangre de
And there I saw
Yahushua,
the
la palabra.
mansions of the elect, and the
Porque
mansions
no
of
quieren
the
salir
holy.
de este
And
mundo.
mine eyes saw there all
Aman
the
este
sinners
mundo.
being driven from
Aman
thence,
la mierda
which
de este
deny
mundo.
the name of the Lord of
Un
spirits,
mundo maldito,
and being dragged
gobernado
off,
por un
and they
maldito.
could not abide
La
because of the
tierra ha sido
punishment which
entregada,
proceeds
Job
from the Lord of
9:24.
spirits.
La tierra ha
And
sido
there mine
entregada
eyes
en
saw
manos
the
de los
secrets
impíos.
of the
Él cubre
lightning,
el rostro de
and of
su
the
juez.
thunder,
Si no
and
es
the
Él,
secrets
¿quién
of the
es?
wind,
¿Dónde
how
está?
they are divided
Este diablo
all over the earth,
ha hecho un
and
mundo
the secrets
maldito,
of the clouds
asqueroso.
and dew.
Estamos
And there I
viviendo,
saw from whence they proceed
regresando a un
in their
mundo
course, and from
donde
whence
ya
they
hemos
saturate
pasado
the dusty
de
earth.
maldad, ahora
And
estamos
there I saw
regresando,
closed
pero
chambers out
rebasando.
of which the winds are divided.
Por eso estamos en los
The
días del
chamber of
juicio.
the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the
Que este
chambers of
diablo
the sun and moon,
está en la
whence
mentalidad
they
de nuestra
proceed
gente.
and whither they come again, and
Este
their
Dios
glorious
pagano
return.
está en la
And how
mentalidad
one
de
is
nuestra gente y
superior
no lo
to the
pueden
other,
sacar.
and their
No
stately
quieren.
orbit, and how they do
Esto
not
les da
leave their
confort,
orbit, and
esto
they
les
add
da
nothing
libertad,
to their orbit,
les
and they
da-
take nothing
les
from
da,
it, and they keep faith with
libre
each other in
albedrío.
accordance with the oath by which they are bound together.
Este es
And
el Dios
first
que
the
les da
sun
libre
goes forth and
albedrío.
traverses his path
Que no
according to the
existe.
commandment of the Lord of spirits. And mighty is his name forever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon.
Estos vatos tuercen
And
las
she
escrituras.
accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, the one
Pueden venir
holding a
con
position
escrituras y decir,
opposite
"Aquí
to
dice
the
porque
other
las están
before the
torciendo,
Lord of spirits.
porque no
And
tienen
they
el
give thanks
entendimiento
and
correcto."
praise and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous, and darkness to the sinner in the name of the Lord. And made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of
Así
men,
es.
and strengthened the spirits of the righteous, in the
Tenemos que
name
estar
of his
alejados del mal.
righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no
Porque
power is able to hinder.
un hombre,
For he appointed judge
supongamos,
for them all,
un
and he
drogadicto,
judges them all before
un
him.
drogadicto, él
Wisdom
puede ir a un
found no
centro de
place where she
atención
might dwell.
y puede
Then a
durar
dwelling
allí
place was
años
assigned her in the
y
heavens.
pueden ayudarlo a que
Wisdom
se
went forth to
reforme.
make her dwelling among the children of
Ven
men,
con
and found
cátedras,
no
con
dwelling place.
filosofías,
Wisdom
lo
returned to
alejan de
her
la
place,
droga, el
and
del
took
vato
her
dura
seat
años
among the
ahí.
angels.
Y luego cuando
And
él sale de ese
unrighteousness went
centro,
forth from her chambers,
puedes,
whom she sought
eso,
not,
y
she
la verdad
found,
casi
and
no
dwelt with
pasa,
them,
casi todos
as
caen en
rain
la
in the
droga,
desert,
pero
and
sí ha
dew on a
pasado,
thirsty land.
Porque también lo dice la
And I saw
escritura.
other lightnings and the stars
por
of
la
heaven.
¿cómo
And I
dijo?
saw how he called them all by their names,
Que
and
por
they
sus mismas
hearkened
fuerzas
unto
ellos
him.
pueden
And I saw how they are
como
weighed
quererse
in a
cambiar,
righteous balance according to
hacer
their
mejores.
proportions of light. I saw the width of their spaces, and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces light. And I saw their revolution according to the number of the angels, and how they keep faith with each other. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, what are these? And he said to me, the Lord of Spirits has showed thee their parabolic meaning. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of Spirits forever and ever. Also, another phenomenon I saw in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings, and cannot part with their new form. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the Holy One and the Lord of Spirits. And into the heaven shall they not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of the Lord of Spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day, mine elect ones shall sit on the throne of glory, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable. And their soul shall be strong within them, when they see mine elect ones.
De algo sencillito que para muchos es imposible. Para muchos es imposible. Simplemente, a veces que estamos allí en la casa, cuando tenemos que ir a la casa de un familiar o algo, y que dicen vamos a pedir pizzas, ok, que realmente una pizza también bueno, aquí hay pizzas más caseras, no de industrias como el Domino's o el Pizza Hut. Hay pizzas caseras, y cuando preguntan que de qué sabor quieren y todo eso, siempre nosotros pedimos queso o vegetariana. Y todos, no, a mí tráela con carne, de ensalada, y pepperoni, y jamón, y piden pura asquerosidad, pero cuando realizas, cuando te das cuenta que llegaron las pinches pizzas, se están tragando la vegetariana. Y hasta si eran en lugares en el trabajo donde había gente que no comía carne, entonces a veces teníamos que pedir comida y pedíamos una pizza, pedíamos vegetariana. Y luego estos pinches indios querían de nuestra pizza, tenían su pinche pizza de marrano, pero ya querían venir a tragar la de nosotros y agarrar después la de ellos. Pero esto nada más es como un ejemplo, enseñando cómo el conocimiento que nos da el Señor sobre este mundo, que hasta ni siquiera debemos de comer una pizza de ni hot dogs ni nada de eso, y eso es algo nada más. Ahora creer que un vato nació culero, puto, porque así nació él y no tienes que aceptar ni verga. Y eso es otra cosa, y así hay un chingo de cosas. Creer que el Señor es güero, no, ni madre. Estamos en esta verdad, porque el Espíritu es el que nos sana. El Espíritu ha venido a sanarnos ahora. Y sí, hombres que dicen que están en esta verdad, o mujeres dicen que están en esta verdad, pero siguen tragando, tienen tiempo en esta verdad, y ya les han dicho, y siguen tragando, siguen conviviendo con pinche gente bruja, y siguen en reuniones con cristianos o toda esa madre, y queriendo estar un pie allá y un pie acá. Eso es maldito al fin del día, y eso quiere decir que no eres parte de esta elección, porque no puedes sacar el mundo. ¿Qué van a decir?
And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous, and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice, and supplicate and pray, and praise and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits. On behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous might not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that judgment might be done to them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those days I saw the head of days, when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory, and the books of the living were opened before him. and all his hosts which is in heaven above, and his counselors stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered. And the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom, and all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous and holy and elect.
Le pusieron un pedazo de vagina de una mujer que había muerto, y que cuando el vato iba a los mijitorios a mear en el baño y otro vato se ponía a su lado a mear también, que esa parte del labio le temblaba al vato. Puras pendejadas de estos hijos.
And he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart.
Efesios 2:8, porque por gracia a ustedes han sido salvados mediante la fe. Esto no procede de ustedes. ¿Ya ven? Uno no se va a salvar porque uno crea que se arrepiente. Tienes que haber sido predestinado. Si no son predestinados, nunca van a ser salvos. Porque un predestinado puede entender el verdadero evangelio. Hay muchos evangelios engañosos. Pero para ser salvos, tuvieron que ser escogidos, dice la Biblia, desde antes de la fundación del mundo. El libre albedrío no existe entonces. Como mucha gente cree que yo escojo ser salva. Yo escojo al Señor. No, nadie puede escoger al Señor. Escogen a un demonio. Jesús o Jehová, que ese es un falso nombre. Efesios 1:11, otra vez. En él asimismo tuvimos herencia, habiendo sido predestinados, otra vez, conforme al propósito del que hace todas las cosas. ¿Ya ven? ¿Dónde está el libre albedrío? Dice la Escritura que conforme a la predestinación podemos venir a esta verdad y tener esta fe. Todas las cosas, dice, predestinados conforme al propósito del que hace todas las cosas según el designio de su voluntad. Todos estamos sujetos a la voluntad del Señor. Nadie puede hacer lo que se le da a su regalada gana. Toda la mente de estos hombres están trazados. Efesios 2:8. Porque por gracia ustedes han sido salvados mediante la fe, por la gracia de nuestro Señor, que nos fue dada esta fe para poder entender la verdad, no porque yo le eché ganas, no porque el pastor me dijo que me zambuquiera en una pila de agua y iba a ser salvo. Ese bautismo ya ni siquiera es válido. Ese bautismo era en los tiempos de Yahushua, y al que ignorantemente le llaman Jesús. Cuando los israelitas salieron del desierto, recibieron el bautismo en el desierto para salir de esa mentalidad de idólatras, allá que tenían siglos en Egipto y habían tomado una mentalidad como un egipcio. El Señor tuvo que cambiarlos y los mató. Al fin del día el Señor mató a todos los israelitas que salieron de la tierra de Egipto. Solo entraron los descendientes. Porque por gracia ustedes han sido salvados mediante la fe. Esto no procede de ustedes, sino que es regalo de Yahweh, que ignorantemente llaman Dios. Es un regalo la salvación. No la ganas por méritos, no la ganas por obras, tiene que ser predestinado. Efesios 2:9. La salvación no es un premio por las cosas buenas que hayamos hecho. Ahí está. Qué mejor escritura, para sacar eso, para quebrar eso, que porque yo estoy allá en una casa de ayuda a huérfanos. Yo ando dando la mitad de mi sueldo a los vagabundos. Yo ando dando esto y ando haciendo esta labor tantas horas en oración por muertos, por gente ando orando, ando pidiendo por esta familia. ¿Qué dice? La salvación no es un premio por las cosas buenas que hayamos hecho. Así que ninguno de nosotros puede jactarse de ser salvo. Si es, nadie puede decir que es salvo porque anda ayudando, porque anda haciendo, ni siquiera, como dije hace rato, ni siquiera nosotros que estamos aquí como manda el Señor en la calle, no en templos, trayendo esta verdad, podemos asegurar que somos salvos. Simplemente estamos esperando la misericordia de nuestro Señor para entrar en ese reposo, para entrar en ese reino con cuerpos de poder, como dice la Escritura. La salvación no es un premio por las cosas buenas que hayamos hecho. Así que ninguno de nosotros puede jactarse de ser salvo, pues somos la obra maestra de Yahweh. Él nos creó de nuevo en Mashiach, Yahushai, que es que ignorantemente le dicen Jesucristo, a fin de que hagamos las cosas buenas que preparó para nosotros tiempo atrás. Y necesitan tener ojos espirituales abiertos, oídos espirituales para entender, porque cuando no les gusta la escritura, el cerebro bloquea el entendimiento. ¿Sabe qué está diciendo? No lo entendí. Está mal. Pero está bien claro. Dice otra vez, pues somos la obra maestra de Yahweh. Él nos creó de nuevo mediante Yahweh Shai Mashiach, a fin de que hagamos las cosas buenas. Exactamente, esta es una cosa buena. Estar trayendo esta verdad es una cosa buena, y que eso quiere decir que nosotros fuimos preparados desde antes de la fundación del mundo para traer esto, para hacer esta buena obra, para dar esta buena obra, que no es por medio de nosotros, porque no estamos aquí trayendo lo que me dijo el pastorcito, lo que me dijo el cura, lo que me dijo ese diablo allá en la luz del mundo, ese pedófilo de mierda. Estamos hablando la escritura, la palabra viva, que sabemos que es una espada de dos filos, que cuando sale la palabra, lo único que hace es cortar gente. Nadie va a ser salvo si no ha sido predestinado desde antes de la fundación del mundo.
And they shall perish forever and ever. And I saw all the angels of punishment abiding there, and preparing all the instruments of Satan. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, for whom are they preparing these instruments? And he said unto me, they prepare these for the kings and the mighty of the earth,
los benditos del Señor son los israelitas. Y específicamente en este tiempo la elección es que el Señor eligió 144,000 hombres, 12,000 de cada tribu de Israel, y el resto de la muchedumbre vestida de blanco, donde hay mujeres, ancianos, ancianas, niños, cojos, donde hay de todo, pero todos son israelitas. Y Aarón 83, y cuando presentaron sus demandas ante el faraón, después el Señor les dijo a Moisés y a Aarón, el faraón les dirá, muéstrenme un milagro, que querían ver una señal, porque pues les decían, ¿en qué nombre tú vienes? Si tú eres mi carnal, creciste aquí conmigo, ahora vienes hablando para salvar a estos esclavos hebreos, israelitas. En el nombre de qué Dios, qué poder tiene Dios. Porque era cuando Yahweh se iba a engrandecer por medio de Faraón y Egipto destruyendo. Allí es cuando el nombre del Señor iba a resonar por todos los rincones de la tierra. Por eso cuando llegaron a Canaán, las naciones tenían miedo de los hebreos israelitas, porque sabían que su Dios era un Dios terrible, un Dios que no tenía misericordia para sus enemigos, porque el Señor se hizo famoso por la
And in
matanza
those
de los
days shall
egipcios, por
punishment
todo lo
come
que les
from the
hizo.
Lord of spirits.
Simplemente el
He
Señor
will
pudo
open
haberlos
all the
matado
chambers of waters
de
which
un
are above the
chingadazo a
heaven,
todos los
and
egipcios,
of the
pero el
fountains
Señor
which
¿qué
are
hizo?
beneath the earth,
El Señor
and
trajo
all the
plagas,
waters shall be
trajo
joined with the
juicios,
waters.
diferentes
That which
muertes,
is above the
poco a
heavens
poco
is
hasta
the
volverlos
masculine,
locos,
and the water which
porque
is
todo lo que
beneath
le
the
pasó a los
earth is the
egipcios
feminine.
era para que se
And they
volvieran
shall destroy all
locos,
who dwell on earth, and
recibir
those
todas
who dwell
esas
under the ends
esas
of the
plagas,
heaven.
morir de hambre,
And when they
perder
have
sus
recognized their
primogénitos,
unrighteousness which
quedar
they
en
have wrought on
oscuridad, ver
earth,
demonios,
then by
una
these
gente
shall
que
they
pasa por eso
perish.
queda buqueada.
And after that the head of days repented and said, In vain have I destroyed all who
El
dwell
faraón
on the
les
earth,
dirá,
and ye swear by
muéstrenme un
his great
milagro.
name.
Cuando lo
Henceforth
haga,
I will not
dile a Aarón,
do so
toma
to
tu
all who
vara
dwell on
y
earth,
arrójala al
and I
suelo
will set a
delante del
sign in
faraón.
heaven, and this
Y la
shall
vara
be a
se
pledge
convertirá
of
en
good
una
faith
serpiente.
between me
Ese es el
and them
poder
forever,
de Yahweh
so
para Hashem
long as heaven
Yahushua.
is above the earth. And this is in accordance with my command.
Entonces Moisés
When
y
I have
Aarón
desired to take
fueron a
hold
ver
of
al
them by the
faraón
hand of the angels on the day of
e
tribulation
hicieron lo que el
and
Señor les
because of
había
it, I
ordenado.
will cause my
Aarón tiró su
chastisement
vara
and my
al
wrath
suelo
to abide upon them,
delante
saith
del
God,
faraón
the
y
Lord
de
of
sus
spirits.
funcionarios.
We mighty
Y la vara
kings
se
who dwell on
convirtió
the
en
earth,
una
you shall
serpiente.
have to behold mine
Es el poder
elect
del
one,
Señor.
how he sits on the throne of
Hacer
his
que una
glory,
vara, un
and
bastón,
judges
se
as
convierta en
himself, and all
serpiente.
his associates,
Y eso es
and all
algo
his hosts
chiquito
in the
para el
name
Señor.
of the
Eso
Lord of
es
spirits.
nada más
And I saw there
ni
the
un
hosts of the
pestañazo.
angels of punishment
Eso es algo
going,
bien simple
and they
para
had
el Señor,
scourges
su
and
gran poder
chains of
que Él
iron and
tiene, porque el
bronze.
Señor
And I
es
asked the
poderoso,
angel of
esos
peace
ángeles
who
son
went with me,
poderosos.
saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said unto
Sin
me,
embargo, el
To their
corazón del
elect and
faraón,
beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss
Éxodo
of the
7,
valley. And then
yes.
that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved. And the days of
Entonces
their
el
lives
faraón
shall
llamó a
be
sus
at an
sabios,
end, and
llamó
the
a
days
los
of their leading
brujos,
astray shall
llamó a
not
hechiceros
thenceforward be reckoned.
y sus hechiceros
And in those
y los
days the
magos
angels shall
egipcios
return
hicieron
and
lo
hurl
mismo
themselves to
con
the
sus
east
artes
upon the
mágicas,
Parthians and
enseñando
Medes.
que
They shall stir
brujería
up the
existe.
kings,
El
so that
arte
a
de la
spirit of
magia, artes
unrest shall come
mágicas
upon them,
existen.
and they shall rouse them from
Brujos
their
pueden hacer
thrones,
cosas.
that they might break forth as
Cristianos
lions
que
from
son lo
their
mismo que
lairs,
brujos
and
porque
as hungry
invocan a
wolves
un
among their
demonio, pueden
flocks.
hacer
And they
cosas,
shall go up and
pueden
tread
hacer
underfoot
falsos milagros
the land of his elect
por medio
ones. And the land
de
of his
demonios
elect ones shall
de la
be
mano
before
izquierda
them
de
a
Yahweh,
threshing floor
que
and a
para eso
highway.
es ese poder,
But
para
the city
engañar
of my
a esta
righteous shall
gente
be a
maldita.
hindrance to their horses, and they shall begin to fight among themselves.
Hicieron lo
And their
mismo con
right
sus
hand
artes
shall be strong
mágicas,
against themselves.
que no es
And a
difícil,
man shall not know his
porque ese poder
brother, nor his
existe.
son his
Hay
father or
libros
mother,
donde
till
una
there be no
persona
number of
ordinaria
corpses through their
puede
slaughter.
aprender brujería
And their
y comenzar a hacer los
punishment be
pinches
not in
ritos
vain. In
y
those
hacer
days
magia.
Sheol shall
Eso no
open its jaws,
está
and they shall
fuera
swallow
de
up therein, and their destruction shall
fuera
be
de las manos.
Sheol shall devour
Eso
the sinners
cualquiera
in the
puede ir a
presence
una
of the
pinche
elect.
librería y creo que es más fácil
And it came to pass
comprar un
after
libro de
this,
brujería
that I saw
que
another
conseguir
host of wagons,
la
and
Biblia del
men
oso
riding thereon, and coming on the
original,
winds from the east,
porque
and
tú vas
from
aquí a
the
una
west,
librería
to
y
the
si
south,
tienen la
and
del
the
oso,
noise of their
pero
wagons
es la
was
misma
heard.
que la
And
Reina
when
Valera,
this turmoil
no
took
tienen los
place,
libros.
the holy ones from heaven remarked it, and the pillars of
Cuando
the
la pides
earth were
en
moved
internet,
from their place.
casi casi tienes que hablar con el güey que te la va a vender y preguntarle si tiene el cuarto de Esdras, si tiene Macabeos, porque muchos güeyes cuando yo iba a conseguir el libro santo, la escritura, la del oso, estuve buscando en internet y la encontraba, pero cuando investigaba o hacía preguntas no tenía los libros apócrifos. Así que no era la del oso original, era una piratería, era la de la Reina Valera 1960, con la pasta del oso y con el lenguaje más antiguo, un engaño. Hasta que encontré un vato que la estaba vendiendo y ellos sí me dijeron que sí tenía la cuarta de Esdras, pero fue difícil.
For it has become bright
Pero
as
para
the
conseguir
sun
un
upon
pinche libro
earth, and the
de
darkness
brujería,
is past, and there shall be
para
a
conseguir
light
una
that
Wicca,
never endeth. And to a
eso es lo más
limit of
fácil fácil del
days
mundo.
they shall not come, for the darkness shall have been destroyed, and the light established before
Parece que vas
the
por
Lord
un
of
pinche
spirits,
cómics
and the light of
y agarras un libro de
righteousness
brujería.
established forever before the Lord of spirits.
Pero
In
aún
those
así,
days mine eyes saw
hay
the
israelitas,
secrets of the lightnings,
hebreos
and of the
israelitas,
lights, and the judgments they
de
execute.
nuestra gente,
And
estos
they
malditos
lighten
y
for
dos
a
tercios,
blessing or a curse,
que no
as the
creen,
Lord of
dicen que
spirits
creen en
will.
Dios,
And there
pero
I
no
saw
creen
the
en
secrets
brujería.
of the thunder,
No
and
creen
how
en
when it
espíritus.
resounds above in the heaven, The sound thereof is heard.
Cuando la
And he
Biblia habla de
caused
esto, la
me to
Escritura
see
habla
the
de todo
judgments
esto.
executed on the
Entonces
earth,
Faraón
whether they be for
llamó a
well
sus
being
sabios
and blessing,
y a sus
or
hechiceros,
for a curse,
a los
according
magos
to the word
egipcios.
of the Lord of spirits.
Hicieron lo mismo con sus
And
artes
after
mágicas.
that, all the secrets of the
Tiraron
light
sus
and
varas al
lightning
suelo.
were shown to me.
Y las
And
varas
their
también
lightning
se
for a
convirtieron en
blessing and for
serpientes.
satisfying.
Hicieron exactamente lo mismo que hizo Moisés.
In the year
Porque era el
500,
mismo
in
poder,
the
era el
7th
poder de
month,
Yahweh.
on the 14th day of the month,
Tiraron
in the
sus
life
varas
of
y se
Enoch.
convirtieron en serpientes.
In that parable,
Dice,
I
pero la
saw
vara
how
de
a
Aarón
mighty quaking made the
se
heaven
tragó
of
las
heavens
varas
to quake,
de ellos.
and the host of the Most
Sin embargo, el
High,
corazón
and
de
the
Faraón
angels,
siguió endurecido y continuó negándose a escuchar tal como el Señor había dicho.
And the head of days sat on the
Porque el
throne
Señor
of his
era el que
glory,
endureció el
and the
corazón de
angels
Faraón
and the righteous
para
stood
poderle
around
partir
him.
la madre
And a great trembling seized
a
me,
toda su
and
nación
fear took
y
hold of me,
ponerlos a
and
un
my
bajo nivel
loins gave way,
de un pinche
and
país
dissolved were my
tercermundista
reins,
como,
and I fell upon
como
my face.
israelitas hoy en día.
And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and
Y
he
precisamente
raised
así,
me up.
así está
And when
nuestra
he had
gente.
raised me
Oh no,
up, my
¿sabes qué?
spirit
El
returned,
hermano
for I had
Joaquín,
not been able to
de
endure
los
the
estos
look
güeyes
of
aquí
this
de la luz
host,
del mundo,
and the commotion,
sanó
and the quaking
a
of the
un
heavens.
niño.
And Michael
El
said
hermano
unto me,
Aarón
Why art thou
sanó a la,
disquieted with such
a la
a vision?
hermana
Until
María,
this day
sanó
lasteth the day of his mercy, and he hath been
a la hermana
merciful and
Elisa.
long-suffering towards those
Hizo un
who dwell
milagro.
on the earth.
Yo he visto
And when the
milagros,
day,
tú no
and
estás
the
hablando la
power,
verdad, y
and the
es lo que quiere ver
punishment,
esta
and the
gente.
judgment
Y
come,
están atrapados
which
ahí,
the Lord
igual
of
que el
spirits
faraón.
hath prepared for those
El
who
faraón vio
worship
que sus
not the
brujos
righteous law,
hicieron el
and
mismo,
for those
el
who
mismo
deny
poder
the
que
righteous
hizo Moisés
judgment, and for
y
those
Aarón.
who take his name
Y el
in vain.
Señor endureció su
That
corazón.
day is
Ahora estos
prepared
hebreos
for the elect,
israelitas,
a covenant,
cristianos,
but for the
católicos,
sinners
toda
an
esta gente que
inquisition.
está en
When
religiones,
the punishment of the
están
Lord of
endurecidos
spirits
de
shall rest
corazón.
upon them, it shall rest
Están
in
endurecidos
order
de su
that the
corazón,
punishment of the
porque
Lord of
el
spirits
Señor les ha
be
hecho
not
que miren
in
milagros,
vain.
falsos
And it
milagros,
shall slay the
para
children
que no
with their
salgan de
mothers,
ahí.
and the children with their fathers. Afterwards the judgment shall take place according to his mercy and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean, over the fountains of the waters.
Isaías 28:10, porque mandamiento tras mandamiento, mandato sobre mandato, renglón tras renglón, línea sobre línea, un poquito allí, otro poquito allá, que es como se entiende la escritura, y es como esta gente no sabe usar la escritura, no sabe moverse en la escritura, pero nuestros antepasados, cuando nuestros profetas en la antigüedad, ellos agarraban los rollos, la escritura no estaba marcada con Isaías 27:34, cuando ellos buscaban algo, ellos tenían que ir a buscar la escritura por lo que decía. Ellos no les enseñé. Agarra Juan 17, porque no estaba marcado así. Ellos tenían que ir a buscar por rollos. ¿Dónde estaba la profecía que querían buscar? Como cuando Herodes mandó llamar a los sacerdotes de Israel cuando iba a ser cuando nació Yahushai. Ellos vinieron y buscaron en los libros, buscaron en la profecía en Isaías del nacimiento de Yahushai. Y es como se lee la escritura, ¿me? Tienes que brincar de un libro a otro libro, ¿me? Que se conectan, porque así está la escritura. Ahora como estos vatos lo numeraron y todo, pues se nos es más fácil. Porque si tienes buena memoria, si hermanos tienen buena memoria, hombres tienen buena memoria, pueden tener 10 gigas en el cerebro de escrituras. Porque en lengua de tartamudos y en extraña lengua hablará a este pueblo, que es lo que estamos haciendo hoy en día aquí. Estamos hablando y un tartamudo no se entiende lo que dice. Cuando tú conoces a alguien tartamudo, y nada más para comentar, yo era un tartamudo por tanta droga y alcohol, que cuando anduve en el mundo me metí, ya no podía hablar, pero el Señor por medio de la palabra me sanó, por eso ahora puedo hablar otra vez. Pero cuando alguien es tartamudo, tengo parientes tartamudos,
And
no
the
les
spirit
entiendes
of the
ni mierda.
hoarfrost is his own
Porque nomás
angel,
están...
and the spirit of the hail is a good angel, and the spirit of the snow has forsaken his
puedes
chambers
entender
on
nada de
account
lo
of
que
his
dicen
strength.
un tartamudo.
There is a special spirit therein,
Tengo parientes
and that
tartamudos.
which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name
El Señor
is
dice
frost.
que íbamos a hablar
And the spirit of
este
the mist
evangelio en
is
lengua de
not united
tartamudos. O
with
sea que
them
esta
in their
gente
chambers, but it has
pasa
a special
y no
chamber,
entiende ni madre.
for its course is glorious
Está cerrada
both in
este
light
evangelio,
and in
esta verdad
darkness,
para ellos.
and
Ellos
in
no
winter
pueden
and in
comprender
summer.
que estamos
And in its
en la
chamber
verdad del
is an
Señor.
angel. And the spirit of the dew has
Es
its
lengua
dwelling
de
at the
tartamudos
ends of the earth,
esta
and it is connected with the
escritura
chambers of the rain. And
o
its
la
course is
verdad
in
de la
winter
escritura.
and summer, and its clouds and the dew of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the spirit of the rain then goes forth from its chamber, the angels come and open the chamber and lead it out. And when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on the earth. And whensoever it unites with the water on the earth, for the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourished before the earth from the Most High, who is in heaven. Therefore, there is a measure for the rain, and the angels take it in charge. And these things I say towards the garden of the righteous. And the angel of peace who was with me said to me, these two monsters prepared conformably to the greatness of God shall feed.
Hablaba de una manera que no entendía. El Señor tenía que quebrar la escritura y enseñarle a sus discípulos lo que significaban sus palabras que Él había hablado cuando estaba aparte con ellos. Pero gente no puede entender. Latinos, indígenas, afroamericanos, son hebreos israelitas. Son israelitas de sangre. Ay, me siguiera aquí pasando de la elección, se dan la pinche vuelta y se regresa. ¿Qué? Pero soy israelita y empieza a preguntar calladamente porque el Espíritu lo está guiando. Pero como estamos hablando en código, en lengua tartamuda, somos hebreos israelitas. Al rato va a jugar México con Argentina. Y esa es otra cosa, que este diablo gringo ha puesto enemistad entre los mismos latinos. Mexicanos indios contra argentinos indios odiándose y son la misma puta gente. Son israelitas. Pero el gringo ha hecho estos partidos, ha hecho estos deportes, ha hecho división en nuestra gente, para que un mexicano odie a un guatemalteco. Y es el mismo fucking indio, es la misma puta gente. Pero el mexicano odia al salvadoreño, el colombiano odia al mexicano, el venezolano odia al colombiano, es la misma pinche raza, es la misma gente, divididos. Ahora, estos indios allá en el mundial probablemente se van a agarrar a putazos, qué bueno, porque son los malditos de nuestra nación que andan ahí, todos enfermos de la pinche mente. No tiene nada de malo de que el deporte, no tiene nada de malo ver un partido de algún de básquetbol, de fútbol americano o de fútbol soccer, de béisbol, no tiene nada de malo disfrutar un momento, pero en una mentalidad correcta, sin pinche fanatismo alocado, todos idiotas disfrazándose, queriéndose colgar, queriendo matar al del otro partido, como hace un tiempo, no sé, unos meses o un año, jugaron allá en México, creo que el Atlas contra, ni siquiera me acuerdo contra qué equipo, y hubo matanza de gente. Mataron a los de un equipo como 30 o 50 que escondieron esa noticia para que no cerraran el estadio. Escondieron esa noticia para que no cerraran el estadio. Y eran aquí mismo en Isacarme, en Isacaritas, matando Isacaritas por un pinche partido de fútbol. Qué bueno. Regresando, Isaías 28, 11. Porque en lengua de tartamudos y en extraña lengua hablarán a este pueblo. Que es como los profetas iban a venir a traer la sana doctrina, el 100% de la verdad. Está escondida la verdad. Solamente el remanente puede entenderla. a los cuales Él les
in all
dijo,
that He has created, He has revealed to the righteous and elect in the name of the Lord of spirits. And thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who dwell on the earth and said, open your eyes and lift up your horns if you are able to recognize the elect one. And the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory. And the
la
spirit of
ceguera
righteousness
espiritual y la
is poured
sordera
out upon him.
espiritual están
And the
sellados
word
en
of his
esta
mouth
gente.
slays all the
No es
sinners,
como te
and all
enseñan
the
que
unrighteous are
si tú
destroyed
crees
from
que si tú
before his
vienes,
face. And there shall stand
tienes
up in
libre
that day
albedrío,
all
puedes
the
decidir.
kings and the
No
mighty
existe
and
libre
the
albedrío. Nadie
exalted
tiene
and
libre
those who
albedrío.
hold the earth.
Todos hacen
And
la
they
voluntad
shall
de
see and
Yahweh,
recognize
Hashem
how he
Yahushua.
sits on the throne of his glory.
Nadie puede venir a
And
hacer lo que se le dé
righteousness
su
is
regalada
just
gana.
before him, and
Todos
no
están haciendo la
lying word
voluntad
is
del
spoken
Señor.
before him.
Y si el Señor
Then
selló
shall
esta
pain
gente,
come
es
upon
por todas
them
sus
as on
maldades,
a woman in
porque esta
travail,
gente ha sido
and she has
maldita
pain in bringing
desde
forth.
siempre.
With her
Israelitas
child
traidores,
enters the mouth of the womb,
que
and she has
cuando
pain
la
in
vida
bringing forth.
se pone
And
difícil,
one portion of them
no
shall
quieren
look on the
tomar
other,
al
and
Señor.
they shall be
Lo primero que
terrified.
hacen es
And they
abandonar
shall
al
be
Señor,
downcast of
como el
countenance,
Macabeos.
and pain shall
Los
seize them
israelitas
when they see
que
that
tuvieron
Son
la
of
vida
Man
difícil,
sitting on the
lo
throne
primero
of
que
his
hicieron fue
glory.
abandonar
And the
al
kings
Señor.
and the mighty and all who
Inmediatamente
possess
dieron
the
la
earth
rodilla
shall
a
bless
Zeus,
and glorify
dieron la
and
rodilla a
extol
los
him who
griegos, al
rules
rey,
over all.
y abandonaron al Señor, porque la
For
vida
from the
estaba
beginning
difícil.
the Son of Man was
Ahora,
hidden, and the
esta
Most
vida
High preserved him in
está
the presence of his
programada
might,
para
and
ser
revealed him to the elect, and
complaciente
the
a la maldad.
congregation of the elect and
Está
holy
hecha
shall
para
be
ser
sown.
complaciente a
And
las
all the elect
cosas
shall
malas,
stand before him on
a
that
lo
day.
malvado, a lo
And
perverso,
all the
a
kings
creer
and the
cosas
mighty and the
negativas, cosas
exalted and
perversas,
those who rule
que
the
son
earth
manchas,
shall
que
fall
van
down
contra la
before him on
Escritura,
their
contra el libro
faces
santo,
and
contra el
worship
Señor,
and set their
contra
hope
esta
on that
verdad,
Son of Man
contra el
and
santo
petition
evangelio.
him and supplicate
Pero
for
esta gente
mercy
no
at his
puede salirse
hands.
nomás, decir,
Nevertheless,
oh,
that
ok,
Lord
tengo
of
que
spirits
dejar
will
de
so
comer
press them
pinche
that they shall
chicharroncito
hastily go
y
forth from his
carnitas, esa
presence,
madre,
and their faces
y
shall be
oh, el
filled
Señor
with
es
shame,
moreno y todo
and the
eso. Ellos no
darkness
quieren
grows
creer
deeper on
que
their
el
faces,
Señor es moreno. A
and he
ellos no
will
les gusta
deliver
un
them
moreno.
to the angels
A la
for
gente no le
punishment,
gusta un moreno. Ellos
to
tienen
execute
pedo
vengeance
con gente
on them,
morena,
because they have oppressed his
de piel
children
oscura
and
llamados
his
negros.
elect. And they
Muchos
shall be a
mexicanos, y
spectacle
son
for the
morenos
righteous
y
and
tienen
for his
pedos, les
elect.
dicen mayates.
They shall
Y ellos
rejoice over
también
them,
están bien pinches
because the
prietos.
wrath of the Lord of
Hay
spirits rested
mexicanos bien
upon
prietos
them,
y
and
llaman
his sword
negros
is drunk
a
with their
nuestros
blood.
hermanos
And the
de
righteous
Judá.
and elect shall be
Completa
saved
una
on
pinche
that day,
mentalidad bien
and they
torcida.
shall never thenceforward see the face of the sinners and the unrighteous. And the Lord of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of
Pero
Man
están
they shall
sellados.
eat, and lie down and rise up forever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and cease to be a downcast countenance, and they shall have been clothed with garments of glory. And these shall be the garments of life from the Lord of spirits. And your garments shall not grow old, and your glory will not pass away before the Lord of spirits.
Y se convierta.
In those
El
days
Señor no
shall
quiere
the
esta
mighty
gente.
and the kings who possess
El
the
Señor no
earth
quiere
implore
todas esas
him to
manadas que
grant
se
them a
están
little respite from
zambutiendo
the
día a
angels
día
of
en
punishment,
filas de
to
agua. El
whom
Señor
they
no,
were delivered,
y se
that
hacen
they
llamar
might fall
ya el
down and
cristiano.
worship before the Lord of
El Señor no
spirits
quiere
and
manadas de
confess their
gente
sins
entrando.
before him.
¿Qué dijo el Señor?
And
Que
they
este
shall
camino,
bless and glorify the Lord
que
of
este camino es
spirits and
difícil.
say,
En este camino es
Blessed
la
is the
entrada de
Lord
este
of
camino es
spirits, and the
angosto.
Lord of kings, and
Nuestra
the
gente
Lord of the
prefiere lo
mighty,
ancho
and the Lord of
y
the rich,
espacioso.
and the
La
Lord of the
abundancia,
glory,
siempre
and the
buscando
Lord of
abundancia,
wisdom,
siempre
and
buscando
splendid in
riqueza.
every
No tiene nada
secret thing is thy
de
power
malo.
from generation to
Si
generation,
tienes una
and
entrada
thy glory
mejor
forever and
de
ever.
dinero
Deep
y
are
vivir
all
un
thy
poco mejor, no
secrets,
tiene
and
nada de malo.
innumerable,
Pero
and
lo
thy
que tienen de
righteousness
malo
is
es que tienen
beyond
la mente
reckoning.
bien torcida
We have
y no
now
tienen al
learned that
Señor
we
en su
should
corazón, en
glorify
su
and
mente.
bless the Lord of kings and him who is king over all things. And they shall say, Would that we had rest to glorify and give thanks and confess our faith before his glory. And now we long for a little rest, but find it not. We follow hard upon and obtain it not. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place forever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor glorified the name of the Lord of spirits, nor glorified our Lord, for our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom, and in our glory.
Ahorita no hemos entrado todavía en lo pesado de este camino, pero vamos a entrar donde parientes nos van a señalar con el fucking dedo y van a decir, Él no tiene el dispositivo electrónico, la marca de la bestia. Él no se vacunó. Él no tiene esto. Él cree en esto. O por comida. Oye, ¿conoces a un hebreo de los que se hacen llamar hebreos israelitas? Van a estar muriéndose de hambre, queriéndose tragar entre ellos, y nomás va a venir a una pinche organización de agentes con un costal de pinche arroz y frijol. Y oye, ¿alguien sabe dónde hay un hebreo israelita? Y mi primo, mi carnal, la verga, eso va a ser el camino angosto, lo pesado. Abandonar tus posesiones. Porque en lengua de tartamudos y en extraña lengua hablarás a este pueblo, a los cuales él dijo, este es el reposo. Da el reposo alcanzado, porque el que entiende viene a reposar. El que entiende viene, se está quitando una carga, porque literalmente es tirar una pinche carga de este mundo. Tener que soportar convivir con gente indeseada, con culeros, haciendo buenas caras todo el tiempo, diciendo que no tiene nada de malo estos culeros, que así los hizo creyendo que así los habían hecho, porque es lo que te dicen, y eso es nada más algo de una pinche carga que tienen en los trabajos, siempre teniendo que quererla llevar bien con todo, o sea, a la verga con eso. El Señor puso una pinche línea, este es maldito y este es santo. Este está en mi camino y este está en otro camino de muerte. Ama y tiene nuestra familia, nuestros hermanos en esta verdad. A los cuales él dijo, este es el reposo, da reposo alcanzado, esta palabra, esta escritura que no entiende la gente, pero el remanente sí, los elegidos sí. Y este es el refrigerio. Este es el refrigerio, mas no quisieron oír. Mas no quisieron oír. Esta es la vida, como dijo Yahavushai. Yo soy el pan y la vida.
And after that, my grandfather Enoch took hold of me by the hand and raised me up,
el que coma de mí, el que beba de mí,
for I have asked
vivirá la vida eterna.
touching this commotion on the earth. And he said unto me, because of their unrighteousness, their judgment has been determined upon and
a los
shall not
cuales él le
be
dijo,
withheld by
este es
me
el reposo,
forever,
la palabra,
because of the
esta verdad, el
which they
100% de
have
la verdad.
searched out and learned.
Dad reposo
The earth
alcanzado,
and
y
those who
este
dwell
es el
upon it
refrigerio.
shall be destroyed.
Mas no quisieron
And
oír,
these they shall have no place of repentance
siguen
forever,
pensando
because they have shown them what is hidden.
en que el Señor es bueno, son prietos, pero tienen en su casa un cuadro de ángeles güeros que se miran como culeros, y tienen a Jesús dulce, y son bien morenos, tienen un Dios blanco, en su cocina tienen ahí a la Santa Cena una cara que parece puros homosexuales, puras mujeres, bien fino, y tienen a un Dios blanco, y esa gente es bien prieta. No hay entendimiento, no hay entendimiento en que quieran tener un Dios blanco, cuando el Señor no es blanco.
Of punishment who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who abide and dwell on the earth. And the Lord of Spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check. For those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. And in those days the word of God came unto me, and he said unto me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden building, and when they have completed that task, I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life, and the change shall set it, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me forever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with me. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed and multiply on the earth. in the
de
name
indios,
of the
en
Lord.
una gran cena de
And he will
indios,
imprison
en una
those
mesa,
angels who have
indios
shown
celebrando
unrighteousness
matanza de
in that
indios,
burning valley, which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown me
siguiendo
in
con
the
su
west,
costal de
among the
cargas,
mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal
allá
and
tienen el
tin.
pinche
And I
Black
saw
Friday,
that
el
valley in
viernes
which there was
negro,
a great
día de
convulsion
ofertas
and a
donde toda la
convulsion of
gente
the
se
waters.
foguea,
And when all this
porque
took
bajan las
place,
cosas
from
bien
that
baratas,
fiery
¿ven?
molten metal
Y
and
es
from the
gente que tiene la
convulsion thereof
mentalidad
in that
de
place,
tener,
there was produced a smell of
de
sulfur,
siempre
and it was
adquirir
connected with
otro
those
carro,
waters.
otra
And
casa,
that
otra
valley of the
camioneta,
angels who had
tienen
led
un chingo de
astray
ropa, pero quieren
mankind
más
burned
ropa, tienen
beneath that
un
land.
chingo
And through its valley
de cosas,
proceed
pero quieren más
streams of
cosas, tienen
fire,
una
where
pantalla
these
grande,
angels are
pero
punished
quieren una
who had led astray
pantalla
those
más
who dwell
grande,
upon the earth.
la mentalidad
But
de
those
nuestra
waters
gente.
shall in those
Y eso
days serve
no
for the kings
existía
and the mighty and the
en Isacarme,
exalted and
pero hace
those who
unos
dwell on
años
the earth, for
inventaron
the
esa
healing
mamada
of the
del buen
body,
fin,
but for the
donde
punishment
ni
of the
siquiera bajan
spirit.
los pinches precios,
Now, their spirit is
realmente
full of
nomás los
lust,
suben y luego
that they
los
may
bajan,
be punished in their
y
body,
la gente
for they
anda
have denied the
fanatizada
Lord of
comprando
spirits,
chingaderas,
and see their punishment daily, and
porque
yet
eso es la
believe not
corriente
in
de
his
este
name.
mundo.
And in proportion
Tener,
as the burning of their
tener.
bodies becomes
Eso es la
severe,
corriente
a corresponding
de
change
del
shall take
diablo.
place in their spirit forever and ever. For before the Lord of spirits none shall utter an idle word, for the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body, and deny the Spirit of the Lord.
Ese vato
And
trae
those
unos
same
Jordan
waters
y ese
will
güey
undergo a
trae unos
change in those days. For when
guaraches.
those angels are punished in these waters, these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the angels ascend, this water of the spring shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering and saying,
como
this
digo, no tiene
judgment
nada
wherewith the
de
angels
malo
are judged is a
ganar,
testimony for
ganar
the
bien,
kings and the
y
mighty who
tener
possess the
un
earth,
poco de
because
mejor vida,
these waters
pero en la
of
mentalidad
judgment
correcta, mi
minister
Señor,
to the healing of
agradeciendo
the body of the
siempre a
kings
Yahweh
and the
para
lust of their body.
por todo lo que
Therefore
nos
they
da.
will not see and will
Si el
not
Señor nos
believe
da un
that those
plato de
waters
lentejas,
will
tawara
change and
Yahweh.
become a fire which burns
Si el Señor
forever.
te da
And after
frijol,
that, my
tawara
grandfather
Yahweh. Si el
Enoch
Señor te da
gave me the
sopa,
teaching of
tawara
all
Yahweh
the
para
secrets in the book, in the
Si
parables,
después el Señor
which
te
have
da
been
carne,
given to him,
las mismas
and he
gracias.
put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day, Michael answered Raphael and said, the power of the Spirit transports and makes me to tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed and before which they melt away? And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by the word of this judgment that has gone forth upon them because of those who have thus led them out? And it came to pass when he stood before the Lord of spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of spirits has been angry with them because they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all that is hidden shall come upon them forever and ever. For neither angel nor man shall have his portion in it, but alone they have received their judgment forever and ever. And after this judgment they shall terrify and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold the names of those angels, and these are their names. The first of them is Simjaza, the second Arakipha, and the third Armin, the fourth Kokabel, the fifth Tudael, the sixth Rumjal, the seventh Danjal, the eighth Nekael, the ninth Barakel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Armonos, the 12th Batarhal, the 13th Busasehal, the 14th Hananel, the 15th Tudel, and the 16th Simapesiel, the 17th Jetrel, the 18th Tumeel, the 19th Tudel, and the 20th Rumael, the 21st Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels, and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds, and over fifties, and over tens. The name of the first, Jehon, that is, the one who led astray all the sons of God, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second was named Asbael. He imparted to the holy sons of God evil counsel, and led them astray so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gadriel. He it is who showed the children of men all the blows of death, and he led astray Eve, and showed the weapons of death to the sons of men, and the shield, and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Penimue. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many have sinned from eternity to eternity, and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous. And death, which destroys everything, could not have taken hold of them, but through this their knowledge they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming me. And the fifth was named Kazdeja. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the smitings of the soul, and the bites of the serpent, and the smitings which befall through the noontide heat. The son of the serpent named Tabaet, and this is the task of Kazbael, the chief of the oath, which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory, and its name is Bika. This angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might enunciate it in the oath, so that those might quake before that name and oath, who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong. And he placed this oath, Akae, in the hand of Michael. And these are the secrets of this oath, and they are strong through his oath. And the heaven was suspended before the world was created and forever, and through it the earth was founded upon the water. And from the secret recesses of the mountains came beautiful waters, from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundation he set for it the sand against the time of its anger, and it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the depths made fast, and abide and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and moon complete their course, and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And in like manner the spirits of the water, and of the winds, and of all zephyrs in their paths from all the quarters of the winds. And there are preserved the voices of the thunder, and the light of the lightnings, and there are preserved the chambers of the hail, and the chambers of the hoarfrost, and the chambers of the mist, and the chambers of the rain and the dew. And all these believe and give thanks before the Lord of spirits, and glorify him with all their power. And their food is in every act of thanksgiving. They thank and glorify and extol the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it they are preserved, and their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they blessed and glorified and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given unto the Son of Man. And he caused the sinners to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth. And those who have led the world astray, with chains shall they be bound, and in their assembled place of destruction shall they be imprisoned. And all their works vanished from the face of the earth. And from henceforth there shall be nothing corruptible, for that Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory. And all evil shall pass away before his face, and the word of that Son of Man shall go forth and be strong before the Lord of spirits. This is the third parable of Enoch. And it came to pass after this, that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of spirits, from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised aloft on chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them. And he set me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous, who from the beginning dwell in that place. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. And I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand and lifted me up and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heavens. And all the chambers of all the stars and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the Holy One. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens. And I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ophim. And these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000 encircling that house. And Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the holy angels who were above the heavens, go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number, and with them the head of days. And his head was white, and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, and with the spirit of power, and blessed, and glorified, and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels without number. Lost passage wherein the Son of Man was described as accompanying the head of days, and Enoch asked one of the angels concerning the Son of Man as to who he was. And the angel came to me and greeted me with his voice and said unto me, This is the Son of Man who is born into righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto me, He proclaims unto thee peace in the name of the world to come, for from hence has proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto thee forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsaketh him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage. And they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace and an upright way, in the name of the Lord of spirits, forever and ever. The book of the courses of the luminaries of heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, saber que el Señor viene a traer una gran matanza, un gran juicio que va a destruir Estados Unidos. Eso le amarga a ellos. Saber que las ratas, los llamados judíos, si no lo son, allá en Israel, decirles que ellos no son israelitas. Eso les amarga al tiempo. Y eso es motivo para que ellos rechacen esta verdad y muchas cosas. Saber simplemente in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets,
and the
moon rises and sets in these portals. And the leaders of the stars, in those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also, many windows to the right and left of those portals. And first, there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of heaven. And he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal, and shines in the face of heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the fourth. those
A
6
veces ni
portals in the
siquiera quieren
east.
tomar lo
And
dulce,
in
que
that
son
4th
israelitas,
portal from
nuestros
which the
hermanos.
sun rises in the
Que es un
1st month
israelita,
are 12
que es
window
del
openings,
pueblo del
from which
Señor,
proceed
que
a
él tiene
flame when they are
oportunidad de ser
opened in their
salvo,
season.
que él
When the sun
fue
rises in the
enviado para
heaven,
acá
he
en el
comes
pasado,
forth through that
en otra
4th
vida,
portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the
que
heaven.
probablemente
And
sea un
during this
israelita
period, the day becomes daily longer,
que está en la
and the
lista de
night
los que van a
nightly
entrar
shorter,
al
to
reino
the
por
30th
medio
morning. On that day, the day is longer than
renacidos
the
de
night
los
by a ninth part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 4th portal and sets in the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day, the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sun, and sets in the west. On that day, the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length. And the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day, the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day, until the 30th morning. And the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 3rd portal and sets in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day, the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the 2nd portal and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east into the 1st portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day. And the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun is therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and also sets in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the 3rd portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun. And his return, as often as he returns, 60 times and rises, the great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is set in gold, brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size,
que eso se refiere a abandonar todos nuestros pensamientos de cómo es el Señor, de cómo es el camino del Señor, de cómo es el Evangelio, de las filosofías que hemos recibido en el mundo desde que éramos pequeños, de cómo debemos pensar, cómo debemos de comer, cómo debemos de creer, cómo debemos de sentir, que somos indios, que somos mexicanos, y que el gringo nos salvó, que el hombre blanco vino y nos salvó, que éramos como pinches cavernícolas, y que gracias al hombre blanco ahora estamos civilizados. Esa es la mentalidad que se le da a nuestra gente. Hay que sacar toda esa mierda a la basura, como en la parábola el hombre tira todo lo que tiene para darlo todo por esta verdad, porque por esta verdad tienes que darlo todo, tienes que venir con todo por esta verdad. No puedes venir y quitarle una cosa y agregarle otra y querer hacer tu propia doctrina, tu propio conocimiento. Eso es de un diablo. Y lo mejor para venir a esta verdad es simplemente sacar todo, simplemente tirar todo lo que hay en nuestra mente, todas las filosofías, y tomar esta verdad al 100% como es. Lo digo por experiencia. Es mejor venir cuando vienen a esta verdad, no estar siguiendo otros campos, no estar viendo otros campos de hebreos y israelitas, no estar mirando otras filosofías y querer hacer un mix como gente que habla que somos israelitas, pero siguen con el nombre de Jesús, siguen con el nombre de Jesucristo o de Jehová. ¿Y dónde está la salvación ahí? ¿Dónde está la bienaventuranza, ahí? ¿Dónde está lo bueno de saber que eres un israelita, pero seguir con costumbres viejas, seguir con tu mentalidad, seguir invocando, queriendo hablar en el nombre de Jesús, ven al Señor, en el nombre de Jesús, que sabemos que el Señor no escucha, sabemos que el Señor no escucha, sino es en el nombre de Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. El Señor solamente tiene un nombre, pero gente viene a enseñarte que los mexicanos en las escrituras, los indios o los indígenas son israelitas o latinos israelitas o campos que te enseñan como yo sin nada y otros campos que te están enseñando que somos israelitas, pero siguen con el pinche nombre de Jesús, con el maldito nombre de Jehová, un demonio. El nombre de Jehová es un demonio. El nombre de Jesús quiere decir caballo bestia o algo así. No puedes invocar al nombre del diablo para querer conectarte con el Señor. Es imposible. Tienes que tirar todo tu conocimiento, tienen que tirar todo lo que aprendieron en este mundo. Que este mundo es vano, este mundo está en un reinado oscuro por el diablo, todo es engaño y mentira. Tal vez este diablo eromita te da un poquito de verdad, pero para desatarle a nuestra mente un montón de mentiras. Pero por eso dijo nuestro Señor que la palabra es como un tesoro. Y hay que sacar todo lo que tenemos para poder recibir el tesoro.
And the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years, there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years, 1,820 days, so that in 8 years, there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years, she falls 50 days behind. And in years, there are added 1,707 days, so that for the moon, the days in 8 years amount to 2,822 days. For in 8 years, she falls behind to the amount of 80 days, and all the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80.
A restaurar el reino del Señor aquí, ven a poner el reino sobre las demás naciones, el reino del Señor. ¿Cómo se van a querer presentar? Queriéndole decir Jesús, por eso va a haber malditos que le van a decir, Señor, yo hice esto, pero van a ser desechados, porque no tienen el nombre.
According to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. and owing to them men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world's stations. One in the first portal, one in the third portal of the heaven, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory hath set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, the moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution, and all the chariots of the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them warmth is diffused over the earth. And when they are opened at their appointed seasons, and the wind and the spirit of the dew, when they are opened, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed corresponding as the dew to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he hath commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven running in the world above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the end of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left, on the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there comes rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies towards the north, comes cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it, there come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal lying in the west, come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these, the north winds, from the seventh portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts and devastation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction, health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost and snow and rain and dew and locusts.
donde está el nombre del Señor, la lengua que hablaba toda la humanidad en el pasado. Cuando hicieron la torre de Babel, todos tenían un mismo idioma, todos hablaban un mismo idioma, hasta que el Señor bajó y vio que esos malditos estaban haciendo planes contra el Señor, que estaban crecidos en su orgullo, que estaban altaneros, que estaban creyéndose chingones, queriéndose comparar al Señor. Bajó el Señor y ni siquiera hizo una matanza, nada más les confundió la lengua y ahí empezaron a hablar diferentes idiomas.
And the first portal is called the east, because it is the first, and the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the luminaries of heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses, and forests, and rivers, and darkness, and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7
Yahvé o
high
Yahweh,
mountains, higher than
y
all
ese
the
no es el
mountains
nombre
which are
que
on the
Dios nos
earth.
va a dar
And thence
salvación.
comes forth
El nombre
hoarfrost,
tiene que ser
and
en la lengua
days,
santa, y eso
seasons,
vino
and
de
years pass
verdaderos
away.
israelitas
I saw
en
7 rivers on the
esclavitud en
earth,
Nueva
larger
York.
than all the rivers. One of them,
Sacaron
coming
el
from the
nombre.
west,
El
pours
nombre
its
viene de
waters
Israel.
into
El
the
nombre
great sea.
solamente le
And
fue
these
dado
two
a
come
Israel.
from the north to the sea and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own seed, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there. And some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland and 5 in the great sea. And the names of the sun are the following: the first, Orhares, the second, Tomas, and the moon has 4 names. The first name is Esonja, the second, Ebla, the third, Benase, and the fourth, Erae.
Yo iba los domingos, Señor,
Their
sin
circumference
falta,
is
iba a
like the
estar tocando
circumference
toda
of the
la
heaven,
pinche fucking
and the size
colonia
of the circumference of both is
para que
alike.
vinieran a
In the
convertirse,
circumference
hasta
of
que
the
los
sun
enfadara
there
y
are 7
venían.
portions of light,
Y
which are
aceptaron
added to it more than to the moon.
esta
And in
gente
definite
aceptó el nombre de
measures it
Jesús.
is transferred till the
Muchos
7th
aceptaron
portion
el
of
nombre
the
de
sun is
Jesús porque yo hice
exhausted.
la labor.
And they set and enter the portals of
aceptaron
the
a Jehová.
west, and make their revolution by
Yo
the
saqué
north,
demonios,
and come
porque también
forth through the eastern
Satanás
portals on the
espiritual
face of the heaven.
hace que
And when
pasen
the moon
cosas
rises
sobrenaturales
1/14
en
part,
estas
it appears
iglesias
in the heaven,
cristianas.
and the
Eso
light
es con
becomes
el
full
poder
in
de
her.
Satanás.
On the
Están
14th
invocando a
day
Jehová.
she accomplishes her
Están
light.
invocando a un
Then
demonio.
15 parts
Están
of light are
invocando,
transferred to
están
her
pidiendo
till the
sanidad
15th day, when her light
en
is
el nombre
accomplished.
de un demonio
According to the
Jesús,
sign of the year,
a otro
and she
demonio
becomes 15
más
parts,
alto
and the moon
Jehová.
grows by the addition of
Y el
14
demonio
parts.
Jehová
And
les
in her waning the
hace a
moon
veces
decreases
milagros,
on the
porque hay
first
poder
day
en
to
la mano
14
izquierda
parts of her
también.
light, and on the
Porque viene del
second to
Señor, todo
13
eso está
parts of her
puesto por
light,
el Señor.
and on the third
Y
to
esos
12,
vatos y
on the
esas
fourth
mujeres
to 11,
están bien
on the fifth
confirmados
to
ahí.
10, on the sixth to 9,
esa
on the
gente,
7th to 8, on the
ya lo-
8th
la
to 7,
mayoría no
on the
pueden tomar
9th
esta
to
verdad,
6, on the 10th
porque han
to 5,
visto,
on the
según
11th
ellos,
to 4,
han visto
on the
milagros
12th to 3,
en sus
on the
iglesias.
13th to 2,
Han
on
visto
the
gente
14th to the half of the 7th,
paralítica que se
and all her
levanta
remaining
caminando, que
light
muchas veces
disappears
es
wholly
fucking
on
show.
the 15th.
Muchas veces es,
And in
es
certain
gente que lo
months,
hace
the
por dinero.
month has 29 days,
Engaño,
and once
truco,
28.
mentiras.
And Uriel showed me another
Se
law.
levantan,
When
tiran
light is
el bastón,
transferred to the moon, and
ciegos
on
ven
which side it
y
is
sacan la
transferred to
escritura
her
y
by
los
the
ciegos
sun.
verán y el cojo
During all the
saltará.
period during which the
Con
moon
el
is
arpa
growing in
lanzará
her
y
light,
empieza
she
el
is
desmadre.
transferring it to herself when
Y esa
opposite to
gente
the
está
sun
como
during
está,
14
ven,
days. Her
confirmados
light
ahí
is
diciendo que
accomplished in
son
heaven.
de hueso
And when
colorado.
she is
Ese
illuminated
es un dicho
throughout,
de
her light is
cristianos
accomplished
bien,
full in
bien,
heaven.
bien
And on the
encadenados
first
ahí.
day she is called
Yo
the
soy
new moon,
cristiano de
for on
hueso
that
colorado.
day the light
Yo soy
rises upon
cristiano
her.
de hueso
She
colorado.
becomes full moon
Son
exactly on the
inmovibles
day when the sun
con
sets
todo lo
in
que
the
les ha
west.
pasado ahí.
And from the east she rises at night.
Pero,
And the
pero
moon
al fin
shines
del día
the whole night through
sabemos
till
que
the
van a
sun
estar
rises over
ante
against her. And the
el
moon
trono,
is seen over against the
y van a
sun.
estar siendo
On the side whence the light of the moon
reprendidos,
comes
juzgados
forth. There again
nuestro
she
Señor.
wanes
Van a estar-
till the light
van a poner una
vanishes, and
cagada.
all the days of the month are
Que
at
no
an
hicieron
end.
nada, no
And her
tenían el nombre.
circumference is
¿De qué
empty,
pinche
void
nombre
of light.
estabas
In 3
hablando?
months she makes
Yo
the
nunca te
30 days,
escuché.
and at
Porque
her
dice la
time she
Escritura.
makes 3 months of
¿Con
29
qué
days
demonio
each,
estaba sanando?
in which she
El truco
accomplishes her
sana.
waning in the first period of time,
Ustedes pueden,
and in the
bueno,
first portal
gente
for
mundana puede ir,
177
o
days.
israelitas
And in the
malditos
time of her
pueden ir
going out she
con
appears for
fucking
3
brujos.
months
Y el
of
pinche
30
brujo
days
los va a sanar.
each, and
Es
for
más,
3
la
months she
medicina es
appears of
brujería.
29 days each.
Son sanados por medio
At
de
night she
brujería.
appears like a man for 20
creen en
days
eso,
each
creen en la
time,
muerte,
and by
creen en un
day she
demonio.
appears
Pueden
like the
orar,
heaven,
pueden
and there is nothing
darle la
else in
rodilla
her
a
save the
Satanás,
light.
a la muerte,
And now,
Y
my
también
son,
les
I have
hacen
shown thee
milagros.
everything, and the
Entonces,
laws of all the
¿qué hay
stars of
fuera
heaven is
de lo
completed.
normal
And he
aquí en la
showed
mano
me all the
izquierda?
laws of these for every
Eso siempre
day,
ha
and
pasado,
for
lo
every
podemos ahorita
season
vamos
of
a agarrar
bearing
esta
rule,
escritura.
and for
Cuando vino
every year,
Moisés
and
y
for
lanzó
its
su
going
bastón y
forth,
se convirtió
and
en
for
una
the order
serpiente,
prescribed to
también
it every month and
los
every week,
sacerdotes
and the
de
waning of the
Faraón
moon
lanzaron
which
sus
takes place
bastones
in the
y
sixth
se
portal.
convirtieron en
For in this
serpientes.
sixth portal her light is
Porque la
accomplished.
brujería,
And after
la
that
magia,
there is
eso
the
existe,
beginning
es
of the
real.
waning. In the waning, which takes place in the first portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. She falls behind the sun in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed. Such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the
Y esos
archangel
demonios se están
revered
riendo,
showed
se
unto
están
me.
burlando porque
And
realmente
in those days
en
the
el nombre de
angel
Jesús un
Uriel
demonio
answered
no
and
se
said
va.
to me, Behold,
En el nombre de
I have
Jehová
shown
un
thee
demonio no se
everything,
va.
Enoch, and I have
Eso nada
revealed
más es un
everything
engaño
to
que
thee
el
that thou
Señor
shouldest
puso
see
sobre
this sun
nuestra
and
gente
this moon,
para
and the
que
leaders of the
reciban un
stars of the
juicio.
heaven, and all those who turned them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy in their lands and fields, and all things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time, and the rain shall be kept back, and the heaven shall withhold it. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time, and the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine forth brightly in accord with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways. Yea, they shall err and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. And he said unto me, Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth, to the remotest generations. And
o en el Perú,
forthwith
o en
blessed the
todas
great
partes
Lord,
donde están
the King of glory,
los profetas,
forever.
que es por
In
toda la
that he
tierra,
has made all
por todo
the
el
works
globo.
of the world.
Van a, el Señor ahí les va a detener ese momento, van a ver ese momento cuando pasaron por la verdad y estaban mirando a los hombres del Señor y no quisieron creer. Dijeron, yo ya tengo la verdad, yo hago milagros. Vienen brujos y dicen que invocan demonios y hacen milagros que mueven la pinche Wicca. Vienen cristianos y cuando ven que estamos hablando que el Señor es moreno, que no se llama Jesús, nomás le hacen así y se ríen y se van todos entacuchados con una pinche fucking corbata, con su saco, pinches zapatos
1 year will we leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, that thou mayest teach thy children and record it for them, and testify to all thy children. And in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinner shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee, and writing down for thee. I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from thy father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations. This wisdom, namely that passeth their thought, and those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous, blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heavens, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days with the head of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the four which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them for 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded thereon forever. one in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and festivals and years and days has Uriel showed and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Therefore leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year in their first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months.
Al fin del
And
día
for
su
the
gobierno va a pasar
360
y
days
está
there are
terminando.
heads over
Hablando de
thousands who divide
Sahuedón
the days.
y sus
And for the
perros
4
amaestrados
intercalary
israelitas que van a
days
ser
there are the
destruidos.
leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station. But their leaders make the divisions. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year, which are ordained: Milkiel, Helimelech, and Melehal, and Narel, and the names of those who lead them: Adnarel, and Ijasusael, and Elomeel. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchihal rises first and rules, who is named Tamaini, and son. And all the days of his dominion, whilst he bears rule, are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days, which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat, and heat, and calms, and the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the
Cada
days
vez
of
son
the
más
leaders which are
catástrofes,
under
cada vez son más cosas raras, como la
and another
naturaleza,
who is added
neva donde no
ahead of
tiene que nevar,
1,000,
salen
called
ríos de la tierra,
and
volcanes
the days
por
of
todos
the
lados,
dominion of
y
this
todo eso es
leader
por la
are at
voluntad
an
de
end.
Yahweh, porque todo está
The next
sujeto
leader
a
after
Yahweh
him
para
is
su Dios.
Elimelech,
Y
who
todo
one
eso
names the
es para
shining sun,
destruir con
and
un
all
gran
the days
poder
of his
a
life
este
are
hombre
91
blanco y su
days.
reino.
And these are the
Es para
signs of his
destruir
days on
a
the
este
earth: glowing heat
diablo
and dryness,
que tiene
and the trees
siglos
ripen
gobernando
their
el mundo
fruits and produce
para
all
no
their
dejar
fruits
rastro de
ripe
este
and ready,
demonio.
and the sheep pair and become
Y esto
pregnant,
ya está
and
aquí.
all the fruits of
La
the
marca
earth
de la
are gathered
bestia
in, and everything that is
se
in the
está moviendo
fields
cada vez
and in
más
the
rápido.
winepress. These
Bancos
things
se andan
take
moviendo
place in the
para
days
tener su
of
moneda
his
digital
dominion.
conectada
These
y
are
que
the
todos los
names
bancos
and the
sean uno.
orders and the leaders of those heads
Se
of
empieza a
thousands.
empujarme primero en América, en Babilonia, pero sabemos que cuando allá entre, inmediatamente va a entrar aquí, y eso te enseña que todo está mano y mano con este diablo, que no hay verdaderamente ¿cómo se dice? Separación entre naciones, separación entre reinos, diferencias entre ellos. Al fin del día, todas las naciones, todos los gobernantes, que primeramente es por estos malditos, que tienen todo el mundo controlado. Todo el mundo está controlado por estos malditos Illuminatis de mierda. Y cuando esto se ha traído a Babilonia, América, Estados Unidos, entonces va a ser empujado con más fuerza en todas partes del mundo. Y tiene que comenzar en aquel país. Allá está todo Israel. Allá hay israelitas de las 12 naciones, de las 12 tribus. Pero este maldito cree que la gente del Señor va a poner, nos vamos a poner esta marca, pero primeramente Yahweh va a hacer Yahushai, mediante su fuerza, este Espíritu Santo, que somos parte de la nación, vamos a rechazar esta mierda.
And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said unto me, A terrible thing hast thou seen, my son, and of grave moment is thy dream vision. As to the secrets of all the sin of the earth, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my son, arise and make petition to the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven, all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generation of the world, and I will show everything to thee, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment, and extolled him, because he had made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east.
Sabemos que el Señor habla de plagas,
de
pestes, de enfermedades, y este diablo no deja de sacar
and
nuevas,
I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the holy and great one, and spake with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be thou, O Lord, King, great and mighty in thy greatness, Lord of the whole creation of the heaven, King of kings and God of the whole world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide forever and ever. And throughout all generations thy dominion, and all the heavens are thy throne forever. And the whole earth thy footstool forever and ever. For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee. Wisdom departs not from the place of thy throne, nor turns away from thy presence. And thou knowest and seest and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee, for thou seest everything. And now the angels of thy heavens are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men abideth thy wrath, until the great day of judgment. And now, O God, and Lord, and great King, I implore and beseech thee to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my Lord, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused thy wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as the plant of the eternal seed. And hide not thy face from the prayer of thy servant, O Lord. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch lifted up his voice, and spake to his son Methuselah. To thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my words. Incline thine ear to the dream vision of thy father. Before I took thy mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from the earth. And that bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer, and along with this latter came forth two bulls, one of them black and the other red. And that black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and thereupon I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull grew, and that heifer went with him, and I saw that many oxen proceeded from him which resembled and followed him. And that cow, that first one, went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her, and quieted her, and from that time onwards she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls, and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow and become a great white bull. And from him proceeded many great white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls which resembled them, one following the other, even many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose and ate and pastured amongst those oxen. But after that I saw the large and the black oxen. And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heaven, and behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls among those cattle, and they pastured with them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen, And they all became pregnant and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them and were affrighted at them. And they began to bite with their teeth and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other and to devour each other. And the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white men, and 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had come forth last grasped me by my hand and took me up, away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those 4 who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them into an abyss of the earth. And one of those 4 went to that white bull and instructed him in a secret, without his being terrified. And he was born a bull and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes toward heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon. And those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were open on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell, to rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, the mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure. And it stood upon the earth, and all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom of all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, when they were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw in the vision till those water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black. And that white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts in the field, and birds, so that there arose different generations, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull, and they began to bite one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and white bull with it, and the wild asses multiplied. But that white bull which was born from him begat a black wild boar and a white sheep, and the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves, and that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves, and they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to fear them, and they oppressed them until they destroyed their little ones. and they
Yahweh
cast
es
their
un
young
guerrero.
into a river
Al
of
Señor
much
le gusta la
water.
guerra.
But those
Al
sheep
Señor le
began to
gustan los
cry
putazos.
aloud
Él
on account
andaba
of their little ones, and to
interviniendo cuando
complain
Israel
unto
iba a la
their
guerra.
Lord. And the
Yahweh
sheep
siempre
which had
estaba
been saved from the
atentamente
wolves fled and
mirando
escaped to
todos
the
los
wild
sucesos en
asses.
Israel,
And I
cuando
saw
estaba
the
en guerra,
sheep,
cuando
how
andaba
they
el rey David
lamented
en
and
guerra,
cried, and
cuando andaba
besought their
Saúl,
Lord with all
que
their
al
might.
último
So
Saúl
the Lord of the sheep
no
descended
cumplió la
at the
orden del
voice of the
Señor,
sheep from a
o cuando
lofty
andaban
abode, and came to them
los
and pastured
profetas,
them.
los
And he called
jueces,
that
en el
sheep which
tiempo de
had
los
escaped
jueces,
the wolves,
Sansón,
and
todo
spake
estaba
with
allí el
it
Señor,
concerning the wolves, that
enviando
it should
ángeles,
admonish
enviando
them not
que
to touch the
levantaran
sheep. And the
a
sheep
jueces,
went to the wolves
o
according
como
to the
cuando el
word
Señor
of the
mató
Lord.
185,000
And another
sirios
sheep met
que
it and
querían
went with
joder
it.
a
And the
Israel, a
two
Judá.
went and entered together
Mandó
into
un
the
ángel que
assembly of
mató a
those wolves, and spake with
185,000.
them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from
Así
henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves. And the wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves, but the eyes of the wolves were blinded. And those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all the sheep followed him, and his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached the sea of water. And the sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Lord led them and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as those wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of that sea. And the wolves followed the sheep, and those wolves ran after them into that sea. And when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea gathered itself together and became as it had been created. And the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished and were drowned.
de
But the
nuestros
sheep
enemigos.
escaped from
¿Quién
that
es?
water and
Esaú
went
Edom,
forth into a
el primero,
wilderness where
y
there was
después
no
las demás
water and
naciones,
no
pero Esaú Edom
grass.
es
And
el
they
que va a
began to
recibir
open their eyes and to
muerte
see.
para siempre,
And I saw
después de
the
1000
Lord
años
of
de
the sheep
esclavitud.
pasturing them and giving them water and grass. And that sheep going and leading them, and that sheep ascended to the summit of the lofty rock. And the Lord of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Lord of the sheep who stood before them, and his appearance was white and terrible and majestic. And all those sheep saw him and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, "We are not able to stand before our Lord or to behold him." And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of that rock. But the sheep began to be blinded, and to wander from the way which he had showed them. But that sheep wot not thereof. And the Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them. And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence. And thus that sheep brought back their sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became men and built the house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all of the sheep in that house. And I saw till this sheep which had met that sheep which had led them to fall asleep. And I saw all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they left off crying for that sheep and crossed that stream of water.
Mas yo los sacaré con mano poderosa y brazo levantado, en que eso quiere decir en guerra.
And I saw till the sheep came to a goodly place, and a pleasant and glorious land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and that house stood amongst them in that pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened.
con
And the
fuego
dogs and the
termonuclear
foxes and the wild
toda la
boars
tierra.
began to
No va a haber
devour
ningún
those sheep.
sobreviviente
So
en
the Lord
América.
of the sheep raised up
América
another
creída
sheep,
que
a ram from their
va a
midst,
ser
which
América
led them.
quemada más bien.
And that ram began to butt on either side of those dogs, foxes,
Y la
and
destruiré
wild
como
boars, till
antes.
he had destroyed them all.
Egipto
And
llorará
that sheep,
y
whose
sus
eyes were
cimientos
open,
serán
saw that
heridos
ram, which was
de
amongst the
mortandad
sheep,
y
till
de
it forsook
castigo
its glory,
que
and
el
began to
Señor
butt
trae
those
sobre
sheep,
él.
and trample upon them, and behaved itself
Los
unseemly.
labradores que
And
la
the Lord of
labran
the sheep
llorarán,
sent the lamb
porque
to
sus
another lamb, and
simientes
raised it to
les
being a
faltarán
ram
a
and
causa de
leader
la
of the sheep, instead
niebla,
of that
del
ram which had
granizo
forsaken
y
its
del
glory.
terrible
And it went
con
to it,
con
and spoke to it
proyecciones
alone, and
de
raised
todo
it
tipo
to
de
being a ram,
antes que el
and made it
Señor
the prince and leader of the
destruya
sheep. But
a
during
esa
all
tierra
these
con
things,
misiles
those
termonucleares
dogs
va
oppressed
a
the
venir
sheep.
juicio
And the
sobre
first
juicio,
ram pursued that second
catástrofe
ram, and
tras
the second ram
catástrofe,
arose and fled
matanza
before
tras
it. And
matanza,
I saw
pero
till
el
those
Señor,
dogs pulled
por
down
medio
the
de los
first
carros
ram,
celestiales,
and that
que el
second
Señor
ram
va a liberar a
arose
nuestra
and led
gente, el
the
Señor va a
sheep.
sacar
And
a
those
nuestros
sheep grew
hermanos
and
y hermanas de esa
multiplied.
tierra.
But all the dogs,
No van a ser
foxes,
quemados,
and
no van a
wild
ser
boars
destruidos
feared and
junto
fled
con
before
todos los
it.
malditos.
And that ram
Un
butted and
tercio
killed the wild
de
beasts.
toda de
And those
América,
wild
de
beasts had no
israelitas va a ser
longer any
salvo.
power
El
amongst the
tercio va a ser
sheep,
guardado.
and robbed them no more of ox.
Y ahí está el
And that
remanente.
ram begat many sheep and fell asleep. And a little sheep became ram in its stead, and became a prince and a leader of those sheep. And that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. And a tower lofty and great was built on the house for the Lord of the sheep. And that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty. And the Lord of
Las
the
dos
sheep
terceras
stood on
partes
that
se van a
tower,
perder.
and they
Y
offered a
estamos
full
hablando de
table before
millones
him.
de
And
israelitas
again I
allá
saw
en
those
América que
sheep,
van a ser
that they
puestos a la
again
muerte,
erred and
que van a
went
comer
many
sus
ways,
hijos,
and
que
forsook
van a
that their
comer sus
house.
padres,
And that the Lord of the
que
sheep
van a
called some
estar
from amongst the
muriendo
sheep,
en la
and
calle
sent them
enfermos,
to the sheep. But
quedando
the sheep
tirados
began
como
to slay
excremento.
them. And one of them was saved and was not slain. And it sped away and cried aloud over the sheep. And they sought to slay it. But the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep to testify unto them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Lord and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded.
Que no vamos a
And I
poder
saw the
comprar
Lord
ni
of the
vender,
sheep, how
sino
he
el que
wrought
tenga
much slaughter
el número,
amongst them in
la
their
marca,
herds, until those
que
sheep
la marca es
invited
un
that
microchip
slaughter, and betrayed his
que va a ser
plague.
metido por
And he
medio de
gave them
una
over into
estaca
the hands of the
en la
lions
mano o en
and
la frente.
tigers, and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook that their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild
Estar
beasts.
en
And I began
Babilonia,
to
que va a
cry
ser lo más
aloud with
pesado,
all
pero
my
todo eso
power,
también va a
and
estar
to
aquí.
appeal to the Lord of
Porque
the
todo
sheep,
se mueve,
and to
mano,
represent
Latinoamérica
to him
se mueve
in
mano en
regard
mano
to the sheep,
con
that they were
Babilonia.
devoured by
Y
all the
Europa
wild
también, y
beasts.
todo el pinche
But
mundo
he
se mueve
remained
mano en mano.
unmoved, though he saw
Mediante
it,
estos,
and rejoiced that they were
intermedio de estos
devoured and
diablos.
swallowed and robbed, and left them to
Esa
be
va a ser la
devoured
gran
in the
prueba para
hand of all
nosotros.
the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they may pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions, Let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforward, and everything that I shall command that you do ye. And I will deliver them over to you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them destroy ye. And he gave over unto them those sheep, and he called another and spake unto him, Observe and mark everything that the shepherds will do to those sheep, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. And every excess and the destruction which will be wrought in those shepherds record, namely how many they destroy according to my command, and how many according to their own caprice record. Against every individual shepherd all the destruction he effects. And read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a testimony against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may comprehend and see what they do, whether or not they abide by my command which I have commanded them. But they shall not know it, and thou shalt not declare it to them, nor admonish them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I
Él
saw
nada más se
till those
dejó llevar por el
shepherds
Espíritu
pastured
del
in their
Señor
season,
y el
and
Señor
they
lo
began to
respaldó.
slay and to destroy
Y
more
así
than they
vamos a
were
ser
bidden.
nosotros
And
probados.
they delivered
Vamos a
those
tener
sheep
que
into the
confiar
hands of the
en el
lions,
Espíritu
and the
Santo, en el
lions
Señor,
and
aunque las
tigers ate and
circunstancias
devoured the
parezcan que
greater
son
part of those
imposibles de
sheep,
superar
and the
o de
wild boars
pasarme,
ate
como ese
along
sueño
with them,
donde
and
me
they
querían
burnt
agarrar
that
unos
tower and
policías
demolished
y el
that
Señor me
house.
hizo
And I
invisible
became
a mí y a
exceedingly
mi esposa y no
sorrowful
me
over
veían,
that
de aquí a
tower,
ahí no me
because
podían
that
mirar.
house of the sheep
Yo no
was
sabía cómo el
demolished,
Señor me
and
iba a rescatar,
afterwards I was
pero
unable
sabía
to
que el
see if
Señor me
those
iba a
sheep entered
rescatar.
that house.
Porque el
And the
Señor
shepherds
tiene
and their
grandes
associates
milagros
delivered over
para
those
nosotros
sheep
sus
to all
elegidos.
the wild
Tiene
beasts
grandes
to
milagros
devour
para
them.
este tiempo
And each one of
terrible
them
de
received
hambruna,
in his
de
time a
muerte, de
definite
enfermedades,
number.
de
It was
catástrofes
written by
naturales
the
que
other
vienen.
in a book
El Señor va a
how
hacer
many
grandes
each one
milagros
of them
a su
destroyed of
elección.
them. And each one slew and destroyed many more than was prescribed. And I began to weep and lament on account
Exactamente,
of
pero
those sheep.
tenemos que tener
And
fe
thus in a
y
vision
creer en
I
el
saw
Señor,
that one
no
who
dar la
rose,
rodilla a
how
este
he wrote
maldito
down
gobierno
every one that
gringo
was
con su
being
maldita
destroyed
marca
by
de
their
la bestia,
shepherds day
tomando
by
el
day,
microchip.
and carried up and laid down and showed actually the whole book to the Lord of the sheep. Even everything that they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all that they had given over to destruction. And the book was read before the Lord of the sheep, and he took the book from his hand and read it and sealed it and laid it down. And forthwith I saw how the shepherds pastured for 12 hours. And behold, 3 of those sheep turned back, and came and entered, and began to build up all that had fallen down of that house. But the wild boars tried to hinder them, but they were not able. And they began to build as before, and they reared up that tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began again to place a table before the tower, but all the bread on it was polluted and not pure. And as touching all this, the eyes of those sheep were blinded, so that they saw not, the eyes of their shepherds likewise. And they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds for destruction. And they trampled the sheep with their feet and devoured them. And the Lord of the sheep remained unmoved till all the sheep were dispersed over the field and mingled with them the beasts. And the shepherds did not save them out of the hands of the beasts.
Y de los que en él habitan, porque cuchillo y su perdición les viene. Hay del mundo y de la gente, de la raza, porque viene cuchillo, porque viene matanza.
And gave testimony before him against all the shepherds.
Hay
And he
del
took
mundo
the actual book
y de
and
los
laid
que
it
en él
down
habitan,
beside him and departed.
porque
And
cuchillo
I
y su
saw till
perdición
in
les
that manner
viene.
35 shepherds undertook the pasturing of the sheep. And they
Cerca,
severally
su
completed
perdición
their
les viene
period,
cerca,
as did the
y una
first.
gente
And others
se
received
levantará
them
contra
into
otra
their
en
hands
guerra,
to pasture
con
them for
espadas
their
en sus
period,
manos,
each
porque
shepherd
habrá
in his own
sediciones
period. And after
entre
that I
los
saw
hombres,
in my
que
vision
ha
all the
habido
birds of heaven coming,
sediciones
the
en
eagles, the
Francia,
vultures,
en
the
muchos
kites,
países,
the
en
ravens,
China,
but the eagles
pero
led all the
pero no ha
birds,
habido
and they
aquí
began to
todavía en
devour
Israel
those
del
sheep,
norte a
and
una
to
gran
pick out their
escala,
eyes, and to
o en
devour their
Babilonia,
flesh.
pero cuando
And the
las
sheep cried out
sediciones
because their
del
flesh
Señor
was being
vengan, en esas
devoured
ya no
by
se
the
van a
birds.
calmar,
And
y
as
va a haber
for me,
matanza
I
de
looked
gente.
and lamented in my
Gente se va a
sleep
empezar a
over
matar
that shepherd
por
who
agua, por
pastured the
comida,
sheep.
por
And I
defender tu
saw
casa,
again
por
until
defender tu
those sheep
mujer.
were delivered
Mucha
by the
fucking
dogs
matanza
and
viene.
eagles and kites,
Cuchillo
and
del
they
Señor, el
left neither
cuchillo
flesh nor
del Padre
skin nor
viene, el
sinew
cuchillo de
remaining
Diosito
on them, till
viene a
only
la
their
tierra.
bones stood there.
Diosito
And their
viene con un
bones
cuchillo a
too
matar
fell
gente.
to the earth, and the sheep became few.
Que
And I saw
ignorantemente así
until
le dice,
that
pero el
23
Yahweh
had
de los
undertaken the
ejércitos.
pasturing and completed their
Pero
several
pasan las
periods
viejitas,
58
pasan las
times.
viejitas y me ven.
But behold, lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open
Y
their
se
eyes and to
levantarán
see,
una
and to
gente,
cry
se
to the
levantará
sheep.
contra
Yea, they
otra
cried to
gente
them,
en
but
guerra,
they did not
con
hearken to what
espadas
they
en sus
said to
manos,
them,
que
but
espadas
were
representan
exceedingly
armas,
deaf, and their eyes
porque
were
habrá
very
sedición entre
exceedingly
los hombres.
blinded.
Unos se
And I
levantarán
saw in the
contra los
vision
otros
how the ravens
y
flew
no harán
upon those
caso de sus
lambs and
reyes, de su
took one of
gobierno.
those lambs
La
and dashed
gente
the sheep
van a
in
estar
pieces and
levantados,
devoured
matándose,
them.
peleando
And I saw
contra
till
el
horns
gobierno.
grew
El
upon
gobierno va a
those
querer
lambs, and the
controlar
ravens cast down their horns.
las
And I
sediciones,
saw till
pero
there
no van a
sprouted
poder.
a great horn
La gente
of
va a
one of those
pelear
sheep,
con
and
armas.
their eyes were opened,
Como aquí
and
hay
it looked at them,
muchos
and their
carteles
eyes
que tienen un
opened,
chingo
and
de
it
armas.
cried to the sheep, and the ram saw it, and all ran to it. And notwithstanding all those eagles and vultures and ravens and kites still kept tearing the sheep and swooping down upon them and devouring them,
me dirán la razón con lo que podrán hacer, porque ya no van a estar pensando o van a venir aviones de la ONU a traer comida, porque la mayor parte de estas ediciones es porque no va a haber comida, porque va a haber un caos, porque va a haber gente enferma, gente va a salir a levantarse, como que chingados está pasando, leyes abominables, la MDB, que no van a poder ir y comprar, no van a poder subir a un avión, no van a poder agarrar camiones para echar gasolina, te la van a pedirme, todo va a estar puesto en esa madre, en la marca de la bestia.
And I saw that man who wrote the book according to the command of the Lord, till he opened that book concerning the destruction which those 12 last shepherds that wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors before the Lord of the sheep. And I saw till that man who wrote down the names of the shepherd and carried up into the presence of the Lord of the sheep, and came and helped it and showed it everything. He had come down for the help of that ram. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep came unto them, and took in his hand the staff of his wrath, and smote the earth, and the earth clave asunder, and all the beasts and all the birds of heaven fell from among those sheep, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep came unto them in wrath, and all who saw him fled, and they all fell into his shadow from before his face. And I saw till the throne was erected in the pleasant land, and the Lord of the sheep sat himself thereon.
Al fin de tanta gente maldita, al fin de tanta matanza, al fin de la marca de la bestia, al fin de todo eso, va para Yahweh, para Hashem Yahushai. Todo va marchando de acuerdo al plan. Todo es por el Señor. Todo el Señor así lo decidió que así fuera.
And he said to that man who wrote before him, being one of those 7 white ones, and said unto him, take those 70 shepherds to whom I delivered the sheep, and who taking them on their own authority slew more than I had commanded them. And behold, they were all bound, I saw, and they all stood before him.
Eso está hablando de Roma reencarnado. De esa bestia está hablando de una nación, de un poder, de una gente, que es Roma reencarnado, que Roma cayó. Pero después en el Renacimiento, el poder de los blancos, mediante estas familias, como los Borgia y los Medici y otras pinches familias de putos, salieron otra vez a levantar el poder blanco, al poder de Saúl, y esa fue la reencarnación del gobierno romano retomando sus leyes. Luego vinieron a Babilonia, entre llamados ingleses, franceses, portugueses, o más para el norte, holandeses, que digan, porque para Portugal fue acá para el sur, pero eran edomitas, expandiéndose con esa filosofía o con ese estilo de leyes como lo tenían los romanos.
And I saw till the Lord of the sheep brought a new house, greater and loftier than the first, and set it up in the place of the first, which had been folded up. And all its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new, and larger than those of the first. And the old one which he had taken away, and all the sheep were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts on the earth, and all the birds of the heaven.
Todo el que no tome la marca de la bestia van a ser matados mediante la bestia.
And thereafter those 3 who were clothed in white, and had seized me by my hand, who had taken me up before, and the hand of that ram also seizing hold of me, they took me up and set me down in the midst of those sheep before the judgment took place.
Este microchip va a ser puesto a ustedes, porque no están parando a oír cómo pueden salvar su trasero, que no están poniendo atención a ver cómo pueden ser salvos en estos días, pedirle perdón a Yahweh mediante el nombre de Yahushai, arrepentirse. Pero no.
And I saw till they laid down that sword which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the Lord. And all the sheep were invited into that house, but it held them not. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the good, and there
Luego
was not
dice
one among them that did not see.
transliteración,
And I
karagma,
saw that that house
pronunciación,
was large
karagma,
and broad and
parte
very
del
full.
sustantivo
And I saw
neutro,
that a
raíz de la
white bull
palabra,
was born
etimología
with large
de los
horns,
mismos,
and all the beasts of the
capaz.
field and all the birds of the air feared him and made petition to him
Esquema
all the
del uso
time.
bíblico,
And I
un
saw till
sello
all their
o una
generations were
marca
transformed,
impresa,
and they all
que es
became
una
white
marca
bulls. And the
física,
first among them
impresa,
became a lamb,
como un
and
sello.
that lamb became
No,
a
no
great
es algo
animal,
espiritual,
and it had
no es
black
algo
horns
mental,
on its head.
no es
And the
el
Lord of the sheep
dinero, no
rejoiced
es nada,
over it,
es
and
una
over
marca
all the
como,
oxen. And I
se la
slept
clavan
in
a
their
una
midst, and I
res, a
awoke
una
and
vaca,
saw everything.
una marca como
This
se la
is the
ponían a un
vision which I
esclavo,
saw while
que
I
se la ponían
slept,
con un
and I
fierro
awoke
caliente,
and
le
blessed the
ponían
Lord
la
of
inicial
righteousness and gave him
del
glory.
apellido
Then
de
I
su
wept
amo,
with a great weeping,
a un
and my
llamado
tears stayed
afroamericano, a un
not till
indígena.
I could no longer
Nuestra
endure it.
gente era marcada
When I
con
saw
las
they
iniciales
flowed on account
del
of what I
nombre
had
de
seen,
nuestro,
for everything shall come
de
and
nuestro
be
opresor o de
fulfilled,
nuestro
and
dueño.
all the deeds of men in
Del
their order were shown to me. On that night I
Dice, de la
remembered the
marca
first dream,
estampada
and because of it I
en la
wept and
frente o
was
en la
troubled
mano
because I
derecha,
had seen that vision.
como insignia de los
The book
seguidores
written by Enoch.
del
Enoch
anticristo,
indeed
dice
wrote
aquí,
this complete
pero el
doctrine of
anticristo no es
wisdom,
un hombre,
which is
el
praised of
anticristo
all
es
men
una raza.
and a judge of all the
De toda
earth.
esta gente
For all
son
my
todos
children
estos
who shall
edomitas,
dwell on the
ellos
earth,
son
and for the
anticristos,
future
porque ellos están
generations who shall
contrarios a
observe
que el reino
uprightness and peace.
venga.
Let
Ellos son
not your spirit
antimesías,
be
que es lo que
troubled
quiere
on
decir
account of the
anticristo.
times.
Ellos no
For the
quieren que
holy
el
and
Mesías
great
venga a
one has
reinar.
appointed days
Ellos
for
no
all
quieren que
things.
venga y esté sobre
And the
ellos.
righteous
Por
one
eso
shall
ellos andan
arise from
haciendo esta
sleep,
marca,
shall
andan
arise
haciendo
and walk in the paths
armas
of
de
righteousness.
tecnología
And
para
all his
matar a
path and
Yahushua.
conversation shall be in eternal goodness and grace. He will be gracious to the righteous and give him
Insignia de los
eternal
seguidores del
uprightness.
anticristo
And he
o
will
del
give
nuevo
him
orden, que
power
es el nuevo
so that
orden
he shall be
mundial.
endowed with goodness and
Este
righteousness,
gobierno que
and he
quieren
shall
poner,
walk in eternal
donde
life.
todos seamos
And sin shall
esclavos,
perish in
que
darkness
no lo van a
forever,
lograr al fin del
and
día.
shall no
Yahweh
more be
Ba'ashim
seen from
Yahushua
that
los va a
day
matar.
forevermore.
Dice, la
And now,
marca
my son
marcada en los
Methuselah,
caballos,
call to me all thy
cosa
brothers,
tallada en
and gather
escultura,
before
obra
me all
tallada,
the sons
porque
of thy
para hacer
mother.
una obra
For the
tallada en
words
un
call
árbol,
me, and
tú
the
tienes que
Spirit is
clavarle
poured out upon
el
me,
cuchillo,
that I
la
may
navaja
show
o
you
una punta
everything that shall
para
befall
poder hacer
you
un
forever.
rasguño.
And thereupon
Y quede la
Methuselah
marca.
went and summoned to him all his brothers and assembled his relatives. And he spake unto all the children of righteousness and said, Hear ye, sons of Enoch, all the words of your father, and hearken aright to the voice of my mouth. For I exhort you, and say unto you, beloved, love uprightness, and walk therein, and draw not nigh to uprightness with a double heart. And associate not with those of a double heart, but walk in righteousness, my sons, and it shall guide you
número de
on
hombre,
good
¿y de qué hombre?
paths,
Del
and
gringo,
righteousness
de
shall be your
Saúl,
companion.
del
For I
autoproclamado hombre
know that
blanco, de
violence
estos
must increase on the earth, and
Rothschild,
great chastisement
Rockefeller,
be executed on
estos
the earth,
pinches
and all unrighteousness
malditos
come
aquí,
to an end. Yea,
que
it shall
estos
be
son
cut
del
off from
gobierno
its
mundial.
roots,
Ellos
and
son la
its
élite.
whole structure be
Esta es la
destroyed.
raza
And
de hombres que están
unrighteousness shall
empujando la
again be
marca.
consummated on the earth. And all the deeds of unrighteousness and of violence and transgression shall prevail in a twofold degree. And when sin and unrighteousness and blasphemy and violence and all kinds of deeds increase, and apostasy and transgression and uncleanness increase, a great chastisement shall come from heaven upon all these. And the Holy Lord will come forth with wrath and chastisement to execute judgment on earth. In those days violence shall be cut off from its roots, and the roots of unrighteousness together with deceit. And they shall be destroyed from under heaven. And all the idols of the heathen shall be abandoned, and the temples burned with fire. And they shall remove them from the whole earth. And the heathen shall be cast into the judgment of fire, and shall perish in wrath and in grievous judgment forever. And the righteous shall arise from their sleep, and wisdom shall arise and be given unto them. And after that the roots of unrighteousness shall be cut off, and the sinner shall be destroyed by the sword. Shall be cut off from the blasphemers in every place, and those who plan violence with those who commit blasphemy shall perish by the sword. And now I tell you, my sons, and show you the paths of righteousness and the paths of violence. Yea, I will show them to you again, that you may know what will come to pass. And now hearken unto me, my sons, and walk in the paths of righteousness, and walk not in the paths of violence. For all who walk in the
depositar
paths
la
of
marca de la
unrighteousness
bestia,
shall
el
perish
microchip.
forever.
Y el que no
And
tenga la
after
marca de
that,
la bestia
Enoch
no va a
both
poder
gave
comprar
and
ni
began to
vender.
recount from the books. And Enoch said, concerning the children of righteousness, and concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plant of uprightness, I will speak these things. Yea, I, Enoch, will declare them unto you,
Dice
my
una
sons,
estaca, que ese es el
according to
punto
that which
exacto,
appeared to me
una
in the heavenly
empalizada
vision,
o
and which
muralla
I have known
con
through the
título
word
militar
of the
para,
holy angels,
eso ya no
and
es
have
una
learned
estaca,
from the
porque esa
heavenly
querida
tablets.
está
Then Enoch
representando
began
esa
to
estaca.
recount from the books, and said, I was
Y el
born the
rasguño que va a
seventh in the
hacer, que va a
first week,
penetrarme
while
para
judgment and
depositar la marca
righteousness still
impresa,
endured.
estampada, es
And after me
con
there
el
shall arise
microchip.
in the second week great wickedness, and deceit shall have sprung up, and in it there shall be the first end. And in it shall a man be saved. And after it has ended, unrighteousness shall grow up, and the law shall be made for the sinners. And after that, in the third week, at its close, a man shall be elected as the plan of righteous judgment. And his posterity shall become the plan of righteousness forevermore. And after that, in the fourth week, at its close, visions of the holy and righteous shall be seen, and a law for all generations, and an enclosure shall be made for them.
Me está
And
dando la
after that,
rodilla,
in the
ellos me
fifth
quieren
week,
más a
at
mí
its close,
que a ti.
the house of glory and dominion shall be
Las
built
estoy marcando
forever.
como que ellos son
And
míos,
after that,
ellos
in
la
the
tomaron,
sixth week,
como
all
diciendo,
who
no me
live
los
in it
puedes
shall be
quitar.
blinded. And the hearts of all
Son mis
them
hijos
shall
ahora.
godlessly forsake
Son
wisdom. And in
míos.
it a man shall
Porque-
ascend. And at its close, the house of dominion
quería
shall be
sacar
burnt
aquí
with fire.
que este
And
es
the
un
whole race
frasco
of the
de
chosen root shall
de
be
una
dispersed.
medicina
And after that,
que
in the
aquí
seventh
meto la
week,
mirra,
shall an apostate
pero acá atrás en el
generation
código,
arise, and many shall be its deeds. And all its deeds shall be apostate.
acá
And
atrás
at
en el
its
código
close
está
shall be
un
elected
6,
the
2,
elect
6
righteous
y el
of the
último
eternal
acá
plan
al lado
of
del 8.
righteousness,
Los
to
6,
receive sevenfold
esta línea que no
instruction
tiene
concerning
número
all his
aquí,
creation.
cuando lo
For who
escanean,
is there
este es
of
un
the children
6.
of men that is able
Y
to hear
esta
the
línea
voice
de
of the
estas
Holy
dos
One
rayas de
without
en
being
medio,
troubled?
también estos dos
And who
números
can
son un
think his
6.
thoughts?
Y las dos,
Who is there
y las
that
tres
can behold
últimas
all the
también
works
son
of
un
heaven?
6.
And how should there be
Y
one
cuando
who
lo
could
escanean en la
behold the heaven?
computadora,
And who
aparecen
is
los
there
tres
that could
seises ahí.
understand the things of heaven,
Porque
and
todo
see
está
a soul or
controlado
a spirit,
por este
and
diablo.
could tell thereof,
De la
or
bestia todo
ascend
tiene
and see all
controlado.
their ends,
Pero ahora lo
and
va a
think
llevar a
them,
otro
or do
nivel,
like them? And who
diciendo
is
que
there
la
of
gente
all
le
men
pertenece,
that
que
could know
israelitas
what
le
is the breadth
pertenecen,
and the length of
que
the
ellos
earth, and to
doblaron la
whom has
rodilla a
been
la
shown
marca?
the measure of all of them? Or is there anyone who could discern the length of the heaven, and how great its height, and upon what it is founded, and how great is
Eso es
the
lo que van a
number
hacer
of
un
the
producto
stars,
más
and
de
where all
Esaú.
the luminaries
Pero la
rest?
elección no lo va a tomar.
And after that
El
there shall be
remanente de
another,
Israel no
the
lo
eighth
vamos a
week,
tomar.
that of
Primeramente
unrighteousness.
mediante
And a
la
sword
fuerza
shall be
espiritual
given
que
to
Yahweh
it, that a
Bashim
righteous
Yahushua nos va
judgment
a
may
dar.
be executed on the oppressors, and sinners shall be delivered into the hands of the righteous. And at its close they shall acquire houses through their
Cuarto de
righteousness,
Esdras.
and a house shall be built for the great King in glory forevermore. And all
Cuarto de
mankind
Esdras,
shall
15,
look to the
17.
path of uprightness. And after that,
O 15,
in the ninth
16.
week, the righteous
Porque
judgment
habrá
shall be revealed
sediciones
to the
entre
whole
los hombres.
world. And all
Los
the
unos
works of the
se
godless shall
levantarán
vanish
contra
from
los
all the
otros,
earth,
y no
and the
harán
world
caso
shall
de
be
sus
written
reyes.
down for
Y
destruction.
los príncipes,
And after
hablando
this,
del
in the
gobierno,
10th week, in the
que el
seventh
gobierno ya
part,
no va a tener
there
ese
shall be the
poder
great
para
eternal
controlar a la
judgment, in
población.
which he will execute vengeance
Que
amongst
príncipes
the angels. And the
representan
first heaven shall depart and
lugares
pass
en el
away,
gobierno.
and a new heaven shall appear. And all the powers of the
Y los
heavens shall
príncipes
give
medirán la
sevenfold light.
razón con lo que podrán
And after
hacer.
that there will be many
Porque será
weeks without
tiempo
number
cuando el que
forever. And all
cuando el
shall
que
be in
dejare-
goodness and righteousness, and sin shall be no more mentioned forever.
Cuando el que
And
deseare
now I
venir a la
say unto
ciudad
you, my
no
sons,
podrá.
love
Y como
righteousness
hubo
and walk therein.
restricciones
For the
en
paths
ciudades,
of righteousness
ciudades
are
fueron
worthy
cerradas
of
cuando estaba el
acceptation.
COVID-19.
But the paths of
No
unrighteousness
podían en
shall
partes
suddenly be destroyed
del
and
mundo.
vanish.
Había
And a
ciudades que no
certain men
podían
of the
viajar,
generation shall
que
the
estaban
paths
cerradas.
of
Pues ahora
violence
eso va a
and
ser,
death be
pero a
revealed.
una escala
And
total.
they shall hold themselves afar from them, and shall not follow them.
Porque
And now
Será
I
el
say
tiempo
unto you, the
cuando el que
righteous,
deseare
walk
venir
not in the
a la
paths
ciudad
of
no podrá,
wickedness, nor in the
porque la
paths of
ciudad
death,
estará
and draw
en
not nigh
revuelta,
unto
va a ser un
them, lest
desmadre
ye be destroyed.
a causa
But
de su
seek and
soberbia,
choose for
y las
yourselves
casas
righteousness
serán
and an elect
derribadas,
life,
y los
and
hombres
walk in
tendrán
the paths
temor.
of peace,
El
and ye
hombre
shall live and
no tendrá
prosper, and
misericordia
hold
de su
fast my
prójimo, de
words
su
in the
vecino.
thoughts of your
No va a haber
hearts, and
misericordia
suffer
entre
them
hombres.
not to be effaced
Esto
from
es
your hearts.
profecía.
For I know that
Toda la
sinners will tempt
misericordia
men
va a
to
ser
evilly
quitada
use
para esta
wisdom,
gente.
so that no place
Estos
may
hombres
be
no van a
found for
tener
her,
razonamiento.
and no manner of temptation may diminish. Woe to those who build unrighteousness
El hombre no tendrá
and lay
misericordia de
deceit
su
as a
prójimo,
foundation, for they shall
para no poner a
suddenly be
cuchillo,
overthrown,
que es
and they
muerte,
shall have
la
no
casa de
peace.
cada uno,
Woe to those
y
who
robar
build
sus
their
bienes
houses with
por
sin,
falta de
for
pan,
from all their
por diversas
foundations they will
calamidades.
be
He aquí
overthrown,
dice el
and
Señor
by the
que yo
sword shall they
llamo
fall.
aún a
And
todos los
those
reyes
who
de la
acquire
tierra
gold and
para
silver
que
in
me
judgment
teman desde el
suddenly shall
oriente
perish.
al mediodía.
Woe to you, you rich, for you have
Que
trusted
el
in your
Señor va
riches,
a
and
quitar
from your
misericordia
riches
entre la
you
gente
shall
para que se
depart.
maten por
Because you
comida.
have not
El
remembered the
vecino
Most
dice
High
en la
in the days
profecía
of your
que los
riches.
vecinos
You have
van a ir a
committed
matar a la
blasphemy and
familia de sus vecinos
unrighteousness, and
para
have become
quitarles la
ready for the
comida,
day of
el agua,
slaughter,
lo que
and the day
tengan
of
de reservas.
darkness, and the day of
Porque
the
esto
great judgment.
este es el
Thus I
juicio.
speak and declare unto
Esto es lo que
you,
no te
he
enseñan
who hath
en
created
estas
you
pinches
will
iglesias,
overthrow you.
de lo que
And
no
for
te
your
hablan.
fall there shall be no
El gran
compassion.
juicio de nuestro
And your
Señor.
Creator will rejoice at your destruction.
Luego tengo
And your
otra.
righteous ones in those
Cuarta
days
de
shall be a
Esdras,
reproach to the sinners and the godless.
15:57.
Oh, that mine eyes were a cloud
Tus
of
hijos
waters, that I
morirán de
might
hambre.
weep over you, and pour down my tears as a cloud of waters, so that I might rest from my trouble of heart.
Tus hijos morirán
Who
de
has
hambre.
permitted you to practice reproaches and
Tu
wickedness,
esposa a
and so
cuchillo.
judgment shall overtake you, sinners. Fear not the
Tú
sinners,
caerás
you
a
righteous,
cuchillo, será
for
que
again will the Lord deliver
tus
them into
ciudades
your hands,
serán
that you
asoladas.
may execute
Los
judgment upon
tuyos,
them
todos
according
los
to your
que
desires.
estuviesen
fulminate
en el
anathemas
campo
which cannot
serán,
be reversed.
caerán a espada.
Healings therefore shall
Los
be
que
far
estuviesen
from
en
you
los
because
montes
of your
morirán
sins.
de hambre
Woe
y
to you
comerán
who
sus
requite your
propias
neighbor
carnes.
with evil,
Beberán
for ye
su
shall be
sangre por
requited
falta de
according to
pan y
your
por
works.
falta de agua.
Woe to you, lying
El juicio
witnesses,
está
and to
bien
those
pesado.
who weigh out injustice,
El juicio
for
está
suddenly
chingón,
shall you
está toda
perish.
madre.
Woe to you,
Para esta
sinners,
gente.
for you persecute the righteous. For ye shall be delivered up, and persecuted because of injustice, and heavy shall be its yoke upon you. Be hopeful, you righteous, for suddenly shall the sinners perish before you, and ye shall have lordship over them according to your desires. In the day of the tribulation of the sinners, your children shall mount and rise as eagles, and higher than the vultures will be your nest. And ye shall ascend and enter the crevices of the earth, and the clefts of the rock, forever as conies
Nosotros
before
venimos
the
a dar un
unrighteous.
mensaje.
And
A
the
nosotros no
sirens
nos
shall
importa
sigh
si se
because
paran
of
o no
you
se
and weep.
paran.
Wherefore fear
Solamente
not,
estamos
ye that
mirando
have
cómo esta
suffered,
gente
for healing shall be
prefiere
your portion,
la
and a
oscuridad de
bright
este
light
mundo.
shall enlighten
Pero nosotros
you,
venimos
and the
a
voice of
tirar la
rest shall you
palabra,
hear from
a darle
heaven.
a la palabra,
Woe
a dar
unto
un
you, you
mensaje.
sinners,
El
for
que lo toma,
your
lo toma.
riches make you
Y
appear
el que
like
no,
the
pues ya le
righteous,
bailó,
but your
ya se lo va
hearts
a chupar la
convict you
bruja.
of being sinners. And this fact shall be a testimony against you for a memorial of your evil deeds. Woe to you who devour the finest of the wheat, and drink wine in large bowls, and tread underfoot the lowly with your might. Woe to you who drink water from every fountain, for suddenly shall you be consumed and wither away, because you have forsaken the fountain of life. Woe to you who work unrighteousness and deceit and blasphemy. It shall be a memorial against you for evil. Woe to you, ye mighty, who with might oppress the righteous. For the day of your destruction is coming. In those days many and good days shall come to the righteous, in the day of your judgment. Believe, ye righteous, that the sinners will become ashamed, and perish on the day of unrighteousness. Be it known unto you, ye sinners, that the Most High is mindful of your destruction. And the angels of heaven
Eclesiastés
rejoice
12:13.
over your destruction.
El fin
What
de
will
todo
you do,
este
ye sinners?
discurso
And when
oído
will you
es
flee on
este:
that day of
teme
judgment?
a
When you
Yahweh
hear the
Bahashem
voice of the prayer
Yahushua
of the righteous,
y guarda sus
yea,
mandamientos,
ye
porque
shall
esto
bear
es
like
el
unto
todo
them,
del
against
hombre.
whom this word
Esto
shall
es
be
todo
a
lo que le
testimony.
conviene al hombre.
Ye have been companions of sinners.
Al
And
hombre
in those
israelita,
days the prayer of the
entender esta
righteous shall
verdad y
reach
ponerse a
unto
cuentas
the
con el
Lord.
Señor Bahashem
And for you
Yahushua.
the days
Esa
of
es la
your
única
judgment
manera
shall
que podemos ser
come,
salvos.
and all the words of your unrighteousness shall be read out before the great Holy One, and your faces shall be covered with shame, and you will reject every work which is grounded on unrighteousness. Woe to you, ye sinners, who live in the mid-ocean and on the dry land, whose remembrance is evil against you. Woe to you who acquire silver and gold in unrighteousness and say, we have become rich with riches and have possessions, and have acquired everything we have desired. And now let us do what we have purposed. For we have gathered silver, and many are the husbandmen in our houses, and our granaries are brimmed full as with water. Yea, and like water your lives shall flow away. For your riches shall not abide, but speedily ascend from you. For you have acquired it all in unrighteousness, and ye shall be given over to a great curse. And now I swear unto you, to the wise and to the foolish, for ye shall have manifold experiences on the earth. For men shall put on more adornments than a woman, and colored garments more than a virgin, in royalty and in grandeur, and in power, and in silver, and in gold, and in purple, and in splendor, and in food they shall be poured out as water. Therefore they shall be wanting in doctrine and wisdom, and they shall perish thereby, together with their possessions, and with all their glory and their splendor, and in shame and in slaughter and in great destitution. Their spirit shall be cast into the furnace of fire.
Thank you all for being here today.
I have sworn unto you, ye sinners, as a mountain has not become a slave, and a hill does not become the handmaid of a woman. Even so, sin has not been sent upon the earth,
my talk today, ladies
but
and
man
gentlemen,
of himself has created it.
The
And
cult
under a great
of
curse
ultimate
shall they
evil,
fall who commit
order
it.
followers,
And barrenness has
and
not
the
been given to a
destruction
woman,
of the
but on
sacred
account of the
feminine.
deeds of her own hand she died
And
without children.
I just want to
I have
put this
sworn
slide up
unto you,
here
ye
at the very
sinners,
beginning
by the Holy Great One,
to set the
that all your
tone
evil
for what
deeds
this
are revealed in the heavens,
entire
and that none
presentation
of
is
your
going to
deeds
be
of
all
oppression
about.
are covered
Because
and hidden.
that is what the
And do
order
not think in
followers
your
of this
spirit,
world are
nor
actually
say in your
taking
heart
aim
that you
at.
do not know,
They are
and
taking
that you do
aim
not see that every sin
goddess.
is every
They are
day
taking
recorded
aim
in heaven, in the
at the
presence
dynamic
of the
of
Most High.
care
From
that is
henceforth ye know
barely
that
still
all your
alive in our
oppression
world.
wherewith ye oppress
And
is written
ultimately
down
they are the
every day
ones
till the
who
day
are
of
going
your
to
judgment.
snuff it out if
Woe
it is
you,
to be
ye
snuffed out.
fools, for through your folly shall you perish, and ye transgress
Before we begin,
against the
I always
wise,
start
and
my
so good hap
presentations
shall not
with
be
a
your
few
portion.
warnings,
And now,
if you will,
know
or
that you are
caveats,
prepared for the day
so
of
people know what to
destruction.
expect. I think
Wherefore,
most of
do
you know what
not
to
hope
expect,
to
but
live,
you know
ye
there may be
sinners,
some
but
new
ye shall
listeners out
depart
on
and die,
the internet
for
that
ye
aren't
know
familiar
no
with my work,
ransom.
so I'll just run through
For
this
ye
quickly.
are prepared for the
You
day
will
of
not
great
be
judgment,
seeing or
for the
hearing
day of
anything new
tribulation
here
and
today in
great
this
shame for your
presentation.
spirits.
As the old
Woe
saying
to
goes,
you,
there
ye
is nothing
obstinate of heart,
new
who
under
work
the sun.
wickedness and eat
And what
blood.
that
Whence
ancient
have ye good
phrase
things
actually
to eat
means
and
is
drink
that
and to
the
be
truth
filled
has always
from
been
all
here.
the good things
It is
which the Lord
eternal.
the Most High
It is
has
up to
placed in
us to
abundance on the
recognize it.
earth.
It has always
Therefore
been
ye
here,
shall have
it always
no
will
peace.
be here, and it
Woe
can
unto you
ultimately
who love
never
the
be
deeds
destroyed.
of unrighteousness. Wherefore do
My
you hope for good hap unto
presentation
yourselves?
style has been
Know that
described
ye shall be
rightly
delivered
so
into the
by
hands
some
of the
people
righteous,
as very
and they shall
intense
cut
and
off your
at
necks and
times
slay
even
you,
combative.
and have no
Some
mercy
people
upon
here
you.
today
Woe
are
to you
very
who
likely to
rejoice in the
possibly be
tribulation
upset
of the
or
righteous,
angered
for
by
no
this
grave shall
information.
be dug for you.
So be
Woe
it.
to you who
If that
said
is the
not
case,
the
so be it.
words of
Feel
the
those
righteous,
emotions
for ye
and
shall have no
run with
hope
it.
of life. Woe
The
to you
fact
who
of the
write
matter
down
is that
lying
the
and
truth
godless words,
itself,
for they
by
write
its
down their
nature,
lies that
is
men may
belligerent
hear them and
because it
act
wages
godlessly
war
toward their neighbor.
against all forms
Therefore
of
they shall
mind
have
control.
no peace, but die
I
a
don't
sudden death.
present this
Woe
information
to
to
you
be
who work
liked.
godlessness and
I don't present
glory
it to be
and lying
popular.
and
I
extol
don't present
them.
it to make
Ye
money. I
shall
don't present it
perish,
to make
and no
friends.
happy life shall be yours.
I don't really even want to
Woe
do this with
them
my
who
time, as I've
pervert
told
the
many
words of
people in the
uprightness
past.
and transgress
I
the
already know this
eternal law,
information. I already
and
understand it. I
transform
already live it.
themselves
I already
into
put
what
these
they were
principles
not,
to work
into
in my
sinners.
personal life.
They shall be
I
trodden
present
underfoot
publicly
upon the
because
earth.
in the time
In
we're
those
living
days,
in,
make
there is
ready,
so much
ye
overwhelming
righteous, to
ignorance
raise your prayers
regarding
as a
this
memorial,
type of
and
information
place them
that
as
the
a
fact that I
testimony
do
before the
understand it
angels,
and live
that
it
they may place the
places me
sin
in a
of the
position
sinners for a
of moral
memorial before the
obligation
Most High.
to speak those
In
truths
those
to
days
other
the
people
nation
to
shall
help
be
them to
stirred up,
understand it
and
and
the
then apply
families
those
of the
principles
nation
in their
shall
lives as
arise
well.
on the day of destruction. And in those days,
Every person who wants to take away real value from watching this presentation should make a deliberate and conscious effort to do two things. First, set aside your perceptions of me as the presenter. This includes things like how I look, dress, or sound. Paying attention to such trivialities will distract mental focus away from the message that is being delivered. The information is what is critically important, not myself. Be consciously aware, secondly, be consciously aware of any impulses that you may have to reject the information presented during this presentation solely upon your, based initially upon your initial emotional response to what you are hearing, because you may be angry, because you may get upset by some of the things I'm about to say. Be aware that it is a logical fallacy to try to judge the truthfulness of any given information just based upon how you feel when you first hear or see it.
But in those days, blessed are all they who accept the words of wisdom and understand them, and observe the paths of the Most High, and
So with those caveats being laid out there at the beginning, let's jump in with the definition of an order follower. What exactly is an order follower by definition?
With the godless. For they
An
shall
order
be
follower
saved.
is a person
Woe to you
who does
spread
what
evil to your
someone
neighbors,
else
for you shall be
commands
slain
them
in
to do,
Sheol. Woe
and
to
who
you
has
who make
therefore
deceitful and false
attempted
measures, and to
to
them who
abdicate
cause
their free
bitterness
will
on the earth,
and their
for they
personal
shall thereby be
responsibility
utterly
for
consumed.
choosing
Woe
their
to you who
own
build your houses
actions
through the grievous
based
toil of
upon
others,
correct
and all their building
determination
materials are the
of the
bricks and
morality
stones of
or
sin. I
immorality
tell you,
of
ye
a
shall have
particular
no
behavior.
peace. Woe to
That
them
is
who
the
reject the
definition
measure
of
and
what an
eternal
order
heritage
follower
of their
is
fathers,
and
whose souls
does.
follow after idols,
So they're
for they shall
just
have no
acting
rest.
on rote based
Woe
on what
to them
someone
who
else
work
told them to do
unrighteousness and
without
help
making
oppression, and
conscious
slay their neighbors until the
judgments
day of the
regarding
great
whether
judgment.
that behavior
For he shall
is
cast
morally
down
right
your
or morally
glory,
wrong.
and bring affliction on
That's
your
the
hearts,
definition.
and shall arouse his fierce
There are
indignation, and shall
three
destroy
main
all of you
types
with the
of order
sword,
followers.
and all the holy and righteous shall
I
remember
call
your
the
sins.
first type the abdicators,
And in
the
those
people who
days,
attempt
in
to
one place,
abdicate
the
their
fathers,
personal
together with their
responsibility.
sons, shall be
These are
smitten,
individuals
and brothers,
who do what
one
they are
with
told
another,
to
shall
do
fall in death,
by a
till the streams
perceived
flow with their
superior
blood. For a
without
man shall
first
not
judging
withhold his
for
hand from
themselves
slaying his
whether or
sons
not
and
the
his
action they've
sons'
been ordered to
sons.
perform is
And
morally
the sinner
right
shall
or
not
wrong.
withhold his
They're
hand from his
attempting to
honored brother.
abdicate personal
From dawn
responsibility
till sunset
for
they shall
that
slay one
judgment
another,
call.
and the horse shall walk
Those are
up to the
probably
breast in
the
the blood of
largest
sinners,
group of order
and the
followers.
chariot shall
Most
be
order followers
submerged
fall
to its
into this
height.
category.
In those days the
second
angels
group
shall
is
descend
who I
into the
call
secret places,
the
and gather
well-intentioned, and we're
together
going to
into
talk
one
about
place all
intention
those
versus
who brought
reality
down
later
sin.
on.
And the Most High will
well-intentioned,
arise on that
but
day of
incorrect.
judgment to execute great
These are
judgment
individuals
amongst
who
sinners.
erroneously
And over
believe
all the
that they
righteous
have
and holy,
correctly
he will appoint
determined
guardians
the
from amongst
morality
the
of an
holy
action
angels
that they have
to
been
guard
commanded
them
to
as an
perform,
apple of
and
an
so
eye,
they then
until he makes an
willfully
end of
choose to
all
carry it out.
wickedness and all
They
sin.
believe
And though the
that they are
righteous
doing
sleep
the
a
right
long
thing,
sleep,
in other words,
they have not to fear.
although that belief is
And then
not
the children
true,
of the
it's
earth shall
incorrect
see the
belief.
wise in security, and shall
then there are the
understand
people
all
who
the
just
words
don't
of
give a
this
damn.
book, and recognize
There's
that their
something deeply
riches shall not
broken in
be
them,
able to save them in the
possibly
overthrow of their sins.
genetically broken.
Woe to you, sinners, on the day of strong anguish.
These are the
Ye who
psychopaths, whether
afflict the
primary
righteous and
or
burn them
secondary
with fire.
psychopaths.
Ye shall be
These are
requited
individuals
according to your
who
works.
consciously
Woe
do
to you,
recognize
ye obstinate
the
of heart, who watch
immorality
in order
of
to
an action
devise
that they have
wickedness.
been
Therefore
commanded
shall
to
fear
perform,
come upon you,
yet they
and there
willfully
shall
choose
be
to
none
carry
to
it
help
out
you.
anyway,
Woe to you,
knowing
ye sinners,
fully
on
that
account
it
of
is
the
wrong
words of
and
your
violates
mouth,
someone
and on
else's
account of the
rights.
deeds of your
That's
hands
who I call
which
the
your
psychopaths.
godlessness has wrought.
They just don't
In
care,
blazing
and they're going
flames
to do
burning
violence
worse than
anyway
fire
because they
shall you
just want
burn.
to.
And now know ye
Those are the
that from
three
the
kinds of order
angels he will
followers.
inquire
And
as
I'd like
to
to
your
play a
deeds
brief
in heaven,
interview. This is
from the sun
from,
and from the moon and from
Adam
the
Kokesh,
stars,
who I
in
have tremendous
reference to your
respect
sins,
for, from his
because
show
upon
Adam
the
versus the
earth
Man.
he execute judgment on the righteous. And he will summon to
I have
testify
tremendous
against you
respect for
every
this individual
cloud and
because he
mist
is a
and
former
dew and
order
rain,
follower who
for they shall
developed
all be
a true
withheld because of you from descending upon
He
you,
got out
and
of
they
the
shall
cult
be
of ultimate
mindful
evil
of your
and
sins.
started exposing it.
And now, give
And
presence
he's going
to
to
the rain,
interview
that it may
a
not be withheld from
member, an
descending
active
upon
member of
you,
this cult, as
nor
we will
yet to
see, that
do
it
when it
is
has received gold
a
and
typical
silver
order
from you
follower.
that it may
So I'll let this
descend.
video speak
When
for
the
itself.
hoarfrost and the snow with their chilliness, and all the snowstorms with all their plagues fall upon you, in those days you shall not be able to stand before them. Observe the heavens, ye children of heaven, and every work of the Most High, and fear ye him, and work no evil in his presence. If if he closes the windows of heaven and withholds the rain and the dew from descending on the earth on your account, what will you do then? And if he sends his anger upon you because of your deeds, you cannot petition him, for ye spake proud and insolent words against his righteousness. Therefore ye shall have no peace. And see ye not the sailors of the ships, how their ships are tossed to and fro by the waves, and are shaken by the winds, and are in sore trouble. And therefore do they fear, because all their goodly possessions go upon the sea with them, and they have evil forebodings of heart, that the sea will swallow them, and they will perish therein. Are not the entire sea and all its waters, and all its movements the work of the Most High? And has he not set limits to its doings, and confined it throughout by the sand? And at his reproof it is afraid, and dries up, and all of its fish die, and all that is in it. But ye sinners that are on the earth, fear him not. Has he not made the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein? Who has given understanding and wisdom to everything that moves on the earth and in the sea? Do not the sailors of the ship fear the sea? Yet sinners do not fear the Most High.
I work for a living.
In those days, when he hath brought a grievous fire upon you, whither will you flee, and where will you find deliverance? And when he launches forth his word against you, will you not be affrighted and fear? And all the luminaries shall be affrighted with great fear, and all the earth shall be affrighted and tremble and be alarmed. And all the angels shall execute their commands, and shall seek to hide themselves from the presence of the great glory. And the children of the earth shall tremble and quake, and ye sinners shall be cursed forever, and ye shall have no peace. Fear ye not, ye souls of the righteous, and be hopeful ye that have died in righteousness. And grieve not if your soul into Sheol has descended in grief, and that in your life your body fared not according to your goodness. But wait for the day of the judgment of sinners, and for the day of cursing and chastisement. And yet, when ye die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, so die the righteous. And what benefit do they reap for their deeds? Behold, even as we, so did they die in grief and darkness. And what have they more than we? From henceforth we are equal. And what will they receive, and what will they see forever? Behold, they too have died, and henceforth forever they shall see no light. I tell you, ye sinners, you are content to eat and drink, and rob and sin, and strip men naked, and acquire wealth, and see good days. Have you seen the righteous, how their end falls out, that no manner of violence is found in them till their death? Nevertheless they perished, and became as though they had not been, and their spirits descended into Sheol in tribulation. Now therefore I swear to you, the righteous, by the glory of the great and honored and mighty one in dominion, and by his greatness I swear to you, I know a mystery, and I have read the heavenly tablets, and I have seen the holy books, and have found written therein and inscribed regarding them, that all goodness and joy and glory are prepared for them, and written down for the spirits of those who have died in righteousness, and that manifold good shall be given to you in recompense for your labors. And that your lot is abundantly beyond the lot of the living. And the spirits of you who have died in righteousness shall live and rejoice, and their spirits shall not perish, nor their memorial from before the face of the Great One. Unto all the generations of the world, wherefore no longer fear their consuming.
Clearly understood from that
when ye have died,
graphic demonstration,
if you die in the wealth of your sins,
is directly opposed
and those who
to
are
conscience.
like you say regarding you, blessed are the sinners,
when that
for they have
gentleman
seen
was
all their
asked
days,
if he cared
and how
about
they have died
whether
in
he's doing the right thing or
prosperity
not,
and wealth, and have not
he
seen
said, I just do what I'm
tribulation or
told
murder
by
in
my
their life,
leaders.
and they have died in
And when
honor,
asked if he wanted
and
more
judgment has
information
not been
about
executed
the
on them
morality
during
of
their lifetime.
those
Know ye
decision-making
that
processes,
their souls will
he
be made
responded
to
by
descend
saying,
into Sheol,
I'm fine the
and
way I
they
am.
shall be wretched in their great tribulation,
That's
and in
the
the darkness and
typical order
chains,
follower.
and a
That's
burning
the process
flame where
that's
there
going
is
on in their
grievous
mind. It's a
judgment
belief
shall your spirits
system.
enter.
Not based
And
in
the
reality
great
at all,
judgment
and
shall be
certainly
for
not
all the
based in
generations
conscience.
of the world.
Conscience, ladies and gentlemen, is knowledge.
Say not in regard to the righteous and
It is
good
not
who are
action.
in life.
It is not
in
behavior.
Our troubled
It is
days,
knowledge.
We have toiled laboriously
Conscience
and
as a
experienced
word
every
comes
trouble
from the
and
Latin
met with
prefix
much
con,
evil
which
and have
means
been
together,
consumed,
and the
have
Latin
become few
verb
and our spirits
sciere,
small.
which means
And we
to
have
know
been
or to
destroyed and have
understand.
not found any
Hence,
to help
to
us
know
with
together.
even a word.
Conscience
We have been
is
tortured
common
and destroyed
sense
and not hoped
knowledge
to see life
about the
from day to
difference
day.
between right
We
and
hope
wrong.
to be the head and have become the tail. We have
It is the
toiled
common sense
laboriously
knowledge
and
of
had
the
no satisfaction in our toil.
knowable
And we have become the
difference
food of the
between right
sinners and of the
action and wrong
unrighteous.
action.
And they have laid their yoke heavily upon us.
And people will then
And they
ask,
have
well,
had
what is right
dominion
action and what
over
is
us
wrong
that
action?
hated us
Isn't
and
that
smote us.
super
And to
complicated?
those that
Wouldn't that
hated
take
us,
like
we have bowed
lifetimes
our
to understand?
necks,
No.
but they
It's
pitied
very,
us not.
very, very
We
simple,
desired to get
actually.
away from them that we might escape and be at rest.
Right
but found no
is that
place
which is
whereunto we
based
should
in
flee and be
truth,
safe
and
from
hence
them.
it is correct.
And we complained
It is
to
in
the rulers
harmony
in our
with the
tribulation,
laws of
and cried out
morality
against
that
those
exist
who
inherently
devoured
in
us.
nature,
But they did
what
not
I
attend
term
to our
natural
cries,
law,
and
moral
would not
law,
hearken to our
cosmic law,
voice.
God's
And
law.
they helped those
Whatever
who
name you
robbed
want to
us
use
and
for it,
devoured
it's
us,
the
and
laws
those who made
of
us few.
morality
And
and
they
the difference between
concealed
right
their
and wrong.
oppression, and they did not remove
Actions
from us
based
the
in
yoke
right
of those that
do
devoured
not
us
result
and
in
dispersed
harm
us
to
and
other
murdered
sentient
us.
beings.
And they concealed their
Conversely,
murder, and
wrongdoings
remembered
are
not that they had
based
lifted up their hands
in
against
illusion.
us. I swear
and
unto
pure
you
belief
that in
and
heaven
fantasy
the angels remember
and constructs
you for
that only
good before
exist
the glory
in
of
an
the great
imbalanced
one.
mind.
And
They are
your
not
names
based
are
in
written
truth,
before the glory
and therefore
of the
they
great
are
one.
incorrect.
Be hopeful. For
They are
aforetime ye
immoral
were
because
put
they
to
stand in
shame
direct
through ill and
opposition to
affliction.
the laws
But now
of
ye shall
common
shine as the
sense,
lights of
to the
heaven.
laws of morality.
Ye shall shine, and ye shall be
Actions that are
seen,
wrongdoings
and the portals of
result
heaven shall
in
be
harm
opened
to other sentient
you.
beings.
And in your cry for judgment, and it
The
shall
biggest
appear
part of the
to
problem
you.
we're facing
For all
on
your
earth is that the
tribulation shall be
average human
visited on
being,
the
certainly
rulers,
not in
and
this
on
room,
all
but the
who
average
help
human
those
being
who
walking
plundered
around on
you.
this planet
Be
does
hopeful,
not
and
understand
cast
what
not
a
away
right
your
is
hope,
and
for ye
cannot
shall
give
have
you the
great
simple
joy as
definition
the
of a
angels
right.
of heaven.
A right
What shall ye
is
be
an
obliged
action
to do?
that does
Ye shall not have to
cause
hide
harm
on
to
the
another
day of the
sentient
great
being.
judgment, and ye
If
shall
harm
not be
is
found
resulting,
as the sinners, and the
the
eternal
action is
judgment
wrong.
shall be far
If no
from
harm
you,
is
and
resulting
for
to
all the
someone else,
generations of the world.
that action is reserved
and now
as a right,
fear
and it
not,
is
ye righteous, when you see the sinners growing strong and prospering in their ways.
to understand.
Be not companions with them, but
Unfortunately,
keep afar from their
99% of people
violence.
don't
For ye shall
understand that,
become
and therefore they don't
companions of the
exercise
hosts of heaven.
conscience. The
And
exercise
although
of
ye
conscience
sinners say,
is
all
the
our sins
free
shall
will
not be searched
choice
out and be written
of right
down,
action
nevertheless
over wrong
they shall
action.
write down
Once
all your sins
you've taken
every
in
day.
the difference
And now I
between
show
right and wrong,
unto
once
you that
the
light and
definitive
darkness,
knowledge of
day
the
and night,
objective
see
difference
all
between
your
right and
sins.
wrong
Be
according
not
to natural
godless
law
in your hearts,
has been
and lie
acquired
not,
by an
and
individual.
alter not the words of uprightness,
And order
nor charge
followers
with lying
never
the words of the Holy
exercise
Great One,
conscience.
nor take account of
They are
your
not
idols.
acting of their
For
own
all
free
your
will accord.
lying and all
They
your
are attempting to
godlessness
abdicate that
issue
free
not
will
in
choice
righteousness,
to someone
but in
else,
great
who they are
sin.
then just
And
saying,
now I
I
know
will
this
follow what you
mystery,
tell me to
that
do.
sinners will alter and pervert the words
If
of righteousness
someone
in
is
many ways,
following
and will
orders
speak
from
wicked
anyone
words,
else for
and
whatever
lie,
the reason
and
or
practice
intent,
great deceits,
they
and write books
cannot
concerning
be
their
exercising
words.
conscience.
But when they write down
Since by
truthfully
definition,
all my words
the exercise
in
of
their
conscience
languages, and do not
means
change
that
or
someone
diminish
is
aught
willfully
from my
and
words, but write
correctly
them all down
choosing for
truthfully, all that I
themselves
first
right action
testified
over wrong
concerning
action.
them. Then
Out
I
of
know
their
another
own free
mystery,
will.
that books will be given to the righteous and the wise to become a cause
The
of joy
difference
and
between
uprightness and much
the
wisdom.
institutions of
And to
order
them shall
followers
the books
today
be given,
and all
and they
of the
shall
order
believe in
followers
them
that
and
conducted
rejoice
some of the
over
most
them.
heinous
And then shall
atrocities
all
that
the
mankind
righteous
has
who have
ever never
learnt
witnessed.
therefrom all the
Soviet
paths of
Russia,
uprightness be
Mao's
recompensed.
China,
In
Hitler's
those
Germany.
days, the Lord bade
There's
them
no
to
difference
summon and
between them.
testify to the
They are
children
just
of the
as
earth
immoral.
concerning their
They are
wisdom.
just as incorrect.
Show it unto
They
them,
are just
for
as
ye are their
ignorant,
guides,
and they are
and a
just as
recompense
cowardly.
over the whole earth. For I and my
people
son
can get
will
as
be
offended as they
united
want
with
by
them
that. It's
forever in the
nothing
paths
that
of
anybody,
uprightness. In
however
their
anyone
lives,
reacts to it, is
and
not
ye
going to
shall
make that
have
an untrue
peace.
statement.
Rejoice, you children of
I'm going
uprightness.
to really attempt
Amen.
to offend some people's delicate
And after
sensibilities
some
in this
days,
section
my son
because I'm going to
Methuselah
do
took a wife
something
for
that the
his
human
son
ego
Lamech, and she became
abhors.
pregnant by him and
that's
bore a
make
son.
blanket
And his body
statements,
was white as snow,
but blanket
and red as
statements
the
that are
blooming of a
nonetheless
rose. And the hair of his head and his
100%
long locks
true.
were white as wool, and his eyes
I'm going to make 3 true blanket statements regarding order followers. All
and the whole
order
house
followers.
was very bright.
100%.
He arose
Zero
in the hands
exceptions.
of the midwife,
Ever
opened his mouth
in the history
and
of the
conversed
world,
with the Lord of righteousness.
These statements
and
have
his father
been,
Lamech
are
was afraid
now,
of him,
and will
fled.
continue to be
He came
true
to his
forever.
father Methuselah, and he said unto him,
All
I have begotten a strange son,
followers are
diverse
bad
from and
people.
unlike man, and resembling the sons of God in heaven.
are
And his
bad
nature is
people.
different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is
The exit's
glorious.
in the back
And
for
it
some
seems
people
to me
who are
that
a
he
little
is not
too
sprung
offended
from
by
me,
it,
but from
you know?
the angels. And I fear that in his day
And here's
the wonder may be
totally
wrought on the
logical
earth.
proof
And
of
now,
this
my
given by the
Father,
historian
I am
Dr.
here to
Robert
petition
Hicks.
thee and implore
The
thee
good
that thou
cop,
mayest go
bad
to
cop
Enoch, our
question
father,
can
and
be
learn from him the
disposed
truth,
of
for his dwelling
decisively.
place
We
is
need only
amongst the
consider the
angels.
following.
And when Methuselah
Every
heard
cop
these words of
has
his
agreed
son,
as
he
part
came
of their
to me
job
at the ends
to
of
enforce
the
the
earth,
laws.
for he
All
had heard that
the
I was
laws,
there,
all of
and he
them.
cried aloud,
That is
and
their
I heard
job.
his
That is
voice,
what they have agreed
and
to
I
do.
came to him.
Many,
And I said unto him,
many of the
Behold,
laws are
here am I,
manifestly
my son,
unjust
wherefore
or
hast
even
thou come
cruel
to me?
and wicked.
And he answered and
3.
said,
Therefore,
because of a great
every
cause
cop
of
has agreed
anxiety
to
have I
act
come
as an
to thee,
enforcer
and because
of
of a
laws that are
disturbing
manifestly
vision have
unjust
I
or even
approached.
cruel and wicked.
And now, my
The
Father,
inescapable
hear me.
conclusion
Unto Lamech,
based
my
upon
son,
pure
there
logic
hath been born
alone.
a son, the
Not
like
even
of
any
whom there
heart-based
is none,
intelligence, just
and his
pure
nature
logic
is not like
by
man's
itself.
nature,
The
and the color
conclusion
of his body is
invariably
whiter than
is that there
snow
are,
and
is
redder
no
than the
such
bloom
thing
of
as
a
a good
rose.
cop.
And his
There is no
hair
such thing
of
as a
his head
good
is
order
whiter
follower,
than white
period,
wool,
ever and
and
never
his
has
eyes
been.
are like the rays of the sun. And he opened his eyes,
Order,
and thereupon
since
lighted
no
up the
order
whole
follower
house.
is
And he
truly
arose in the hands
exercising
of the
conscience,
midwife, and opened his
and
mouth,
the
and
order
blessed the
follower
Lord
will
of heaven.
carry out
And his
actions that
father
they have
Lamech
been
became
commanded
afraid
to
and fled to
perform,
me,
even
and did
if
not
those actions
believe that he
cause
was
harm
sprung
to other
from him,
beings.
but that he
No
was in the
order
likeness of the
follower
angels
in the
of heaven.
history of the
And
world
behold,
can
I
be
have
said to
come
be
to thee
a
that thou
truly
mayest make known to me
moral
the truth.
human being.
And I, Enoch, answered
They
and
are
said to him,
antitheses
the Lord will do a
of
new
each other.
thing on the
They
earth.
are
And this I
diametrically
have already
opposed,
seen in a
polar
vision,
opposite
and make
conditions.
known to thee
Order
that
following
in the
and
generation of my
moral
father
free
Jared,
will
some of the
choice.
angels of heaven transgressed
can
the
never
word
go
of the
hand in
Lord.
hand.
And behold, they commit sin and transgress the law,
This brings us
and
to
have
the
united
issue of
themselves
moral
with women,
culpability
and commit
when it
sin
comes to
with
order
them,
followers.
and have married some of
The
them,
question
and
always
have
arises,
begot children
who's
by them.
more morally
And they shall
culpable?
produce on the
Where does
earth
the
giants,
real
not according to the
responsibility or
Spirit,
blame
but
lie?
according to the
In
flesh.
the order giver
And there shall be
or
a great
with the order
punishment on the
follower?
earth, and the earth shall be
Moral
cleansed from
culpability
all
is
impurity.
the determination
Yea, there shall
of who
come
is
a great
ultimately
destruction
at
over the
fault or
whole
deserving
earth,
of
and there shall
blame
be a
for the
deluge
commission
and a
of
great
actions which
destruction
result
for
in
1
harm
year.
or loss to
And
other
this son
beings.
who has been born unto
Culpable
you
as
shall
a
be
word
left on
comes
the
from
earth,
Latin
and his 3 children
culpa,
shall be
meaning
saved
blame,
with him.
and
When
the
all
word
mankind
culpable
that
in
are
English
on the
means
earth
at
shall
fault or
die,
deserving
he
of
and his
blame.
son shall be saved.
There is such a thing
And
as
now
blame.
make
There is
known
such
to
a
thy
thing
son
as
Lamech
who is at
that
fault,
he who
who
has been
brought
born
that
to him
resultant
is in
harm
truth his
into
son,
manifestation
and call his
in
name
reality.
Noah, for he shall be left to you.
So who is more
and
morally
he and his
culpable?
son shall be
And
saved from
please
the
read the
destruction which
question
shall come upon the
specifically. Who is
earth on account of all the
more
sin and all the
morally
unrighteousness
culpable?
which shall be
I'm not making the
consummated on
statement
the
that
earth in his days.
neither party
And after
is
that there
morally
shall be
culpable.
still more
I'm saying
unrighteousness than that
both
which was
are morally
first consummated
culpable,
on the earth.
but who is
For I know the
more at
mysteries of the
fault
Holy
or deserving
One.
of blame?
For he, the
when
Lord,
harm
has showed
results
me and
as a result of
informed
one
me, and I have
group
read
giving
them
an
in
order
the heavenly
and another
tablets.
group carrying out
And I
those
saw
orders.
written on them
The
that
order giver or the
generation
order
upon
follower?
generation
There's
shall
a correct
transgress
answer to
till a
that
generation
question.
of
It is not
righteousness righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go and make known to thy son Lamech that this son which has been born is in truth his son, and that this is no lie.
Into manifested
and when
reality.
Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had shown to him everything in secret, he returned and showed them to him, and called the name of that son Noah, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction.
You know, the problem
Another
is,
book which Enoch wrote for his son
so many people still
and for those who will come after him,
like this
and keep the law in the last days.
Is the bombs aren't
Ye
raining
who
down
have done
on their
good
children.
shall wait for those days till an end is made of those who are evil, and an end of the might of the transgressors. And wait ye indeed till sin has passed away.
And who's telling
for
the
their
truth?
name shall be blotted out of the book of life,
those
and out of
politicians
the holy
aren't lying.
books. and their seed shall be destroyed forever, and their spirit shall be slain.
You could say their words had a part in it, and therefore they're still morally culpable.
In a place that
they
is
didn't
a chaotic
actually pull those triggers. They didn't drop
and in
those
the
bombs.
fire they shall burn.
The order followers did those immoral behaviors.
And I saw there something like an invisible cloud.
The painful
for by reason of its depths I could no longer look over. And I saw a flame of fire blazing brightly,
than the
and
order
things
giver,
like shining
because the order
mountains
follower is
circling
the
and
one
sweeping to and fro. And I asked one of the holy angels who was with me and said unto him, What is this shining thing? For it is not a heaven, but only the flame of a blazing fire, and the voice of weeping and crying and lamentation and strong pain.
Never be seen as a
and he
virtue
said unto me,
by
This
anyone
place
who
which
considers
thou
themselves
seest,
a moral
here are
human
cast
being.
the spirits
Order
of sinners and
followers have
blasphemers,
ultimately been
and those
personally
who work
responsible
wickedness,
and morally
and of those who
culpable for
pervert
every form
everything
of
that the Lord
slavery
has spoken
and every
through the
single
mouth of the
totalitarian
prophets,
regime
even the
that
things
has
that
ever
shall
existed
be.
upon the face
For
of this
some
planet.
of them are written and inscribed above in the heavens, in
This
order
is
that
the
the
result
angels
of
may
following
read them and
orders.
know that which will befall the
Invariably,
sinners, and
to
the
its
spirits of the
inevitable
humble, and of
conclusion,
those who have afflicted
genocide,
their bodies and been
mass
recompensed
death,
by
mass
God,
graves,
and of those who have been
people
put to
committing
shame by
themselves to
wicked
evil,
men,
that
who
they
love
even
God
know
and
is
love
evil,
neither gold
and
nor
they give
silver
themselves
nor any
over
of the
to it,
good things
because,
which
hey,
are in the world,
I was just doing
but
what I was
gave
told.
over their bodies
I was just
to
doing
torture,
my job.
who, since they came into
Just
being,
following
long
orders.
not after earthly food,
I
but
was
regarded
just following
everything
orders,
as a
or I was
passing
just
breath,
doing my job
and
is
lived
never a
accordingly.
valid
And the
excuse
Lord
or
tried them much,
justification
and their
for
spirits were
immoral
found
criminal
pure, so that they
behavior.
should
And
bless
this
His
lame
name.
attempt to
And all the
abdicate one's
blessings
own
destined
personal
for them I have
responsibility
recounted
should
in the
never
books.
be accepted
And He hath
as a
assigned
valid
them their
excuse for such
recompense,
criminal
because
behavior.
they have been found to be
Unfortunately,
such
too
as
many
love
people
heaven
let
more
people
than
like
their
this
life
off
in
the
the
hook,
world.
off the line, because
And
they
though they were
accept
trodden
this
under foot of
justification
wicked men,
that, oh, you
and
were just following
experienced
your orders,
abuse
you
and
were just doing your
reviling
job.
from
Well,
them, and were
okay,
put to
well, that
shame,
excuses
yet they blessed
you
me.
somehow.
And
No,
now
it
I will
doesn't.
summon the spirits of
Doesn't
the good
excuse you of
who
your
belong
personal
to the
responsibility
generation
to
of light,
choose
and
right
I will
action over
transform
wrong
those
action,
who
and
were
never
born in
should be accepted
darkness,
as
who in
such.
the flesh were not recompensed with such honor
The
as
word
their faithfulness
justification
deserved.
comes from the
And I
Latin
will
noun
bring forth
jus,
in
which
shining
means
light those who
law
have
or
loved
right
my
in
holy
Latin.
name. And I will
And
seat
the
each
Latin
on the
verb
throne of His
facere,
honor,
which
and they
means
shall
to
be
make or to
resplendent
create.
for times
Thus,
without number.
the word
For
justification
righteousness
coming
is the
with those
judgment
two
of
root
God.
forms together
For to the
actually means
faithful He
to
will give
create a
faithfulness
right,
in the
to
habitation
attempt to
of upright
create a right
paths.
which did not
And they shall
actually
see
exist in
those
nature.
who are born in
You're
darkness led
inventing
into
rights. You're saying a wrongdoing can somehow become a right, something that you're allowed to do under the laws of morality. So, here's a little internet meme. This is a picture of a criminal who didn't obey the law here on the left side, and some other guys who are just following orders. Order followers are ultimately the servants of evil in the world. Evil cannot accomplish its goals or its objectives without people willing to carry out the evil, because they were told to carry it out. A great quote by Gandhi, he said, "You assist an evil system most effectively by obeying its orders and decrees," talking about the order followers in the world. An evil system never deserves such allegiance. Allegiance to it means partaking of the evil. A good person will resist an evil system with his or her whole soul. Beautiful quote. I wholeheartedly concur.
Spectacle of the pain. And He said,
I want to
unto
talk
me,
a little bit about
this
intention.
place is
The
prison
intention of the
angels,
order followers.
And here they
you'll
will
hear a
be
lot
in
of New
prison
Agers
forever.
bring this up. Well, doesn't the
And
intent
thence I
matter?
went to
Doesn't what
another
they actually
place,
intended in
and
their
the
mind
mountain
matter
of
so
hard
much?
rock. And there was
Absolutely
in it 4 hollow
not.
places, deep and wide,
It's
and very
meaningless.
smooth. How smooth
Intention,
are the
when it
hollow
comes to
places,
carrying
deep
out
and
immoral
dark to look at.
behaviors,
Then
is
Raphael
meaningless.
answered, one of the holy angels who
Your
was with me,
behaviors
and said
either
unto me,
caused harm to
These
another
hollow
being or
places have
did
been
not
created for
cause
this
harm to
very
another
purpose,
being.
that
What
the
you
spirits of the
intended
souls
has
of the
absolutely
dead
no
should assemble
bearing on that.
therein.
The
Yea,
action
that
has
all
all
the
the bearing
souls
on
of the
that.
children of men
And
should
the
assemble
action
here.
only.
And these
that's
places have
some,
been made
that's what
to
our
receive
souls
them
will be
till the
judged
day of their
upon.
judgment,
Okay?
until
That's
their
what
appointed
we'll
period,
judge our souls
till the
based
period
upon.
appointed, till the
And
great judgment
this is how this gets obfuscated, okay? How reality is actually structured and built, how we experience our reality in this powerful, very simple building block demonstration. It all begins with knowledge. Without knowledge, there is no foundation to understand how reality is built. There is no foundation to understand the laws, the real laws of attraction. This is why the order follower continues to do what they do, because they don't have knowledge,
till his
or
seed
they
is
ignore
destroyed from
that
the
knowledge.
face of the earth, and
Okay,
his
they
seed is
willfully refuse to
annihilated
accept
from
it.
amongst the seed of men.
Knowledge
Then I asked
is
regarding it,
the
and
available
regarding all
information,
the hollow
the grammar,
places. Why
okay,
is one
all the
separated from
components
the
that
other?
we need to assemble and
And
bring
he
together.
answered me and said unto me,
Potential knowledge
These
that may be
three have
gathered,
been made,
processed,
that the
understood, and then
spirits of the
eventually
dead might
acted
be
upon by
separated.
individuals.
And such
That's
a
the
division
base
has
level
been
of how
made
we
for the
create our
spirits of
reality.
the righteous,
Without access
in
to
which
that
there
knowledge,
is a bright spring of
we
water.
cannot
And such has
consciously
been made for the
create
sinners
our
when they
reality
die and are
effectively the way
buried
we
in the
want.
earth,
To
and
create it
judgment
without
has not been
chaos.
executed
To create
on
it in an
them in their
orderly
lifetime.
fashion, in a peaceful
Here
fashion, in
their
a harmonious
spirits shall be
fashion.
set apart in this
Upon
great pain
the
until the
knowledge
great
step
day of
of the
judgment and
reality
punishment
building
and torment
process,
of
if
those
you
who
will,
curse
or what I'm
forever,
building here,
and
many will
retribution
recognize
for
is
their
the
spirits.
trivium process.
There
The
he shall
second
find
step of
them
this process
forever.
is the understanding
And such a division
phase.
has been made
Okay?
for the spirits of
It is
those who
the
make
processes
their suit,
that take
who make
place in the human
discourses
mind
concerning
that are
their
chosen by
destruction,
each
when they were
individual
slain in the
based
days of the
upon
sinners.
the
Such
available
has been made
information
for
that
the
they've
spirits
taken
of
in.
men who were
So this
not
is where you're
righteous,
processing
but
that
sinners,
data,
who were
and you're
complete in
weeding out the
transgression. And of the
inconsistencies, and you're coming to
they
an
shall be
understanding of it.
companions.
You're
But their
grasping
spirits
how
shall
it
not be
works.
slain in the
Without
day
that
of
knowledge
judgment,
being
nor
present,
shall they
you
be
can't
raised from
understand.
thence.
You
Then
cannot
I
move
blessed
to that
the Lord
second
of
step at
glory
all.
and said,
This is why
Blessed be
dark
my
occultists
Lord,
and people
the
who want
Lord
to
of
keep the world in
righteousness, who
thrall,
ruleth
in
forever.
slavery, always try to control
From
the
thence I
availability
went
of
to another
information
place,
first and
to
foremost.
the west of the ends
Because
of the
they want
earth.
to cut
And I
people's
saw a
ability
burning
to
fire
consciously
which ran
create
without
reality off
resting,
at the
and
root.
paused not from its
The third
course
step of
day
this
or night,
trivium process
but ran
is
regularly.
wisdom.
And I
Right
asked,
action.
saying,
You'll
What
notice
is
I
this
put
which
on all the
rests
building
not?
blocks or lack
Then
thereof.
Raguel, one of the
Without
holy
knowledge,
angels
there's
who was
ignorance.
with me,
Without
answered
understanding,
me
there's
and said
confusion.
unto me,
Without wisdom, there
This
is
course
folly.
of fire which thou hast seen
Wisdom,
is the fire
or
in
the
west,
behavioral
which
stage of
persecutes
the
all the luminaries
reality
of heaven.
creation process,
And
is
from thence I went
based
to
upon
another
each
place
individual's
of the earth,
behavior.
and he
Each individual's
showed me
behavior is
a
based
mountain
upon
range
the
of
quality
fire,
of
which
their
burned day
decision-making
and night.
processes in
And I
step
went
2,
beyond
which
it
are in
and saw
turn based
7
upon the quality
magnificent
of the available
mountains, all
information
differing
they
each
took
from
in
the other.
step 1.
And the stones
Then we
thereof were
get a
magnificent
result
and
in the
beautiful,
real world.
magnificent
We
as
get
a
a
whole,
manifested
of
result.
glorious appearance
Is it order?
and fair
Is it chaos?
exterior. 3
Is it
towards
peace?
the east,
Or is
one
it
founded
destruction?
on the other,
You know,
and
is it
3
life or
towards
death?
the south,
You know,
one
is it
upon
what we
the other,
say we wanted,
and deep and
or do we
rough
get the opposite
ravines,
of what we
no
said we
one of
wanted?
which
Suffering.
joined with any other.
The manifested
And the
reality,
seventh
the
mountain was in the
quality
midst
of the
of these,
condition with
and it
which
excelled them in
manifests in
height,
any society
resembling
is
the
always
seat of a
based
throne.
upon the
And
aggregate, the
fragrant trees
collective
encircled
quality
the throne,
of the behavior
and
within
amongst
that
them
society.
was a tree such as I had
This
never yet
process
smelt.
is what
Neither
all
was any
order
amongst
followers
them,
do
nor
not
were
understand.
the others like it.
They do not
It
have
had a
any knowledge
fragrance
of
beyond
how
all
the reality
fragrance,
that
and
they
its
are
leaves and blooms
unconsciously
and wood withered not
co-creating
forever.
is structured
And its
or
fruit
works.
is beautiful,
And it is,
and its
that
fruit
information
resembles
is
the dates
deliberately
of a
held back
palm.
from them.
Then I
Never
said,
offered,
how
and
beautiful
they
is
don't
this
seek
tree
it out
and
because they're
fragrant,
looking to
and its
abdicate
leaves
their
are
responsibility.
fair, and its blooms are
And we'll get
very
to why that
delightful
is.
in appearance.
They don't
Then
understand
answered
natural
Michael,
law.
one of the holy and honored
This is
angels
why an
who
order
was with
follower
me, and was
cannot be
their
a good
leader.
person because of this lack
And he
of
said unto me,
knowledge.
Enoch,
We're ultimately
why
talking
dost
about
thou
the
ask
lack of
me regarding the
conscience,
fragrance
which
of the
is
tree?
knowledge.
And why dost thou wish
The
to
natural
learn the
law
truth?
expressions.
Then I answered him,
It
saying,
all starts with
I
either
wish to
love
know
or
about
fear,
everything,
and it
but
moves down
especially about this
unilaterally
tree.
through these
And he
progressions.
answered, saying,
If our
This high
consciousness
mountain which
is
thou hast
is
seen,
based in
whose
the
summit is
acceptance
like
of
the throne
truth,
of God, is the
knowledge.
throne.
And that comes from opening up our minds and hearts to the energy known as love.
King will sit.
Then we will understand our own inherent individual sovereignty, what I call eternal monarchy, being a ruler of the self, a self-master.
When he shall
nobody
take
else ruling
on all
you, no one else having the right
everything
to
to its consummation forever.
What will
and it
manifest
shall then
in
be
the
given
aggregate
to the
of
righteous
society
and holy.
will be true freedom.
Its
What I
fruit shall
call
be for
anarchy,
food to the
external
elect.
anarchy,
It
meaning
shall be
no one
transplanted to
outside
the
of
holy
himself
place,
is attempting
to
to
the
rule
temple
anybody
of the
else.
Lord, the eternal King.
That's order, ladies and
Then
gentlemen.
shall they
That's the
rejoice
manifested
with joy
condition
and be
called
glad.
order or
and into
good,
the holy
or
place
what
shall
we
they
say
enter,
we
and
want.
its fragrance
The
shall be in their
absence of
bones,
self-inflicted
and
suffering.
they shall live a long
Conversely,
life on
fear
earth, such
is
as
the
thy
underlying
fathers lived.
modality
days
of consciousness.
shall no
We're going to
sorrow
remain
or
in a
plague
state of
or
ignorance
torment
because that
or
fear is
calamity
going to
touch
drive
them.
us to refuse to
Then
accept
blessed I,
truth.
the God of glory,
And in that,
the
we're going to
eternal
go into a
King,
state of
who hath
confusion
prepared
internally.
such things for the righteous,
No ruler at
and hath
home, no
created
ruler in
them,
the
and promised
kingdom
to
of the
give
self.
to them.
internal anarchy is a very
And I
bad
went
thing.
from thence to the
You need
middle
to
of the
rule
earth,
within.
and I saw a
This is the
blessed
kingdom that you have the
place in
right
which
to
there were
rule.
trees
Your
with
own thoughts, your own
branches
emotions, your own
abiding and
actions,
blooming
and nothing
of a
else.
dismembered tree.
When we're
And
in that
there I
state of
saw a
internal
holy
anarchy or
mountain,
confusion
and
in the
underneath the
external
mountain, to
realm
the
in our
east,
society,
there was a
control
stream, and
results,
it
or
flowed
slavery
towards
would
the
actually
south.
really be a better
And I
term.
saw towards
External
the east
monarchy,
another mountain
rulership
higher
by
than
an
this,
elite class.
and between them
And
a
that's
deep
chaos,
and narrow
which is what we
ravine.
have now.
In it also
Now,
ran
we're
a
in
stream
this bottom
underneath the
stage
mountain,
here on the
and
far
to the
right-hand
west thereof
bottom
there was
corner,
another mountain,
manifested evil.
lower than the former, and of small
These
elevation,
energies, these
and a
expressions of
ravine
natural
deep
law
and
always
dry
work
between them,
unilaterally. You
and
cannot
another
jump
deep
columns.
and dry
Once you
ravine
start with
was at the
love, you
extremities
cannot
of
jump
three
over to the
mountains,
right-hand column. Once
and
you start
all
with
the
fear, you
ravines
cannot
were
jump over
deep
to the
and
left-hand
narrow,
column.
being formed
Okay?
of hard rock, and trees were not
The
planted
order
upon
follower
them.
never
And
understands
I
cause and
marveled at the
effect,
rocks,
and that's another
and I
reason
marveled at the
that their
ravine. Yea,
intentions
I marveled
are
very much.
meaningless. Only
Then said I,
understanding how
"For what
reality
object
works,
is this blessed
how we are
land,
getting
which
the
is
result
entirely
of what we
filled with
put out
trees,
into the
and this
universe,
accursed valley
often over a
between?"
time lag.
Then Uriel, one of
Okay?
the holy
That's
angels
the
who
hard
was
part
with
of
me,
recognizing
answered
the
and
laws
said,
of cause and effect.
"This accursed
Only when we
valley
understand
is for
how those
those who are
dynamics work
accursed
do we
forever.
understand
Here
we
shall
are
all
getting
the
what we have
accursed
put
be
out there through
gathered
our own
together, who
behavior.
utter with their
Every
lips
cause
against the Lord
has its effect
unseemly words,
invariably.
and of
It
his
is
glory
law.
speak hard
Every
things.
effect has its
Here
cause.
they shall be gathered
Everything
together,
happens according
and
to
here
law.
shall be their
Nothing
place of
happens by
judgment.
chance.
In the
Cause
last
and
days there
effect,
shall be
however,
upon them the
are often
spectacle of
separated by
righteous
time and
judgment
space,
in the presence
which
of the
makes
righteous
the
forever.
understanding of the
Here
laws of
shall
cause and
the
effect
merciful
sometimes
bless
difficult,
the Lord of
because as soon as you
glory,
do an
the
immoral
eternal
behavior,
King.
an anvil
In
doesn't
the
drop on
days
your
of
head from the
judgment
sky.
over the former, they
It would
shall
be nice
bless
if it
him
happened
for
that
the
way,
mercy
but
in
unfortunately it doesn't
accordance
work
with
that
which
way.
he has assigned
What happens
them
is,
their
as
lot.
more immoral
Then I
behavior
blessed the
builds
Lord
up
of
in the
glory,
aggregate of
and set
society,
forth his
in the
glory,
collective
and
of
lauded
society,
him
of any
gloriously.
given society, the
And
more
thence I went
chaos
towards the
and
east,
slavery is
into
going
the
to
midst
result
of
in
the
that
mountain
society.
range of the desert.
This is
And
called
I
the
saw a
law of
wilderness,
freedom,
and
as
it
I
was
call it.
solitary,
Freedom
full of
and
trees
morality
plants,
are directly
and water
proportional
gushed
to
forth
each
from
other.
above,
The order
rushing
follower
like a
also
copious
doesn't understand
watercourse,
this law
which
of the
flowed
universe
towards the
that is
northwest.
inherent to
It caused
creation and
clouds
can
and
never be
dew to
changed.
ascend on every
Nothing
side.
any being
And thence I
in
went to
creation
another
does
place
can
in
ever
the
change
desert,
this law,
and approached
because
to
it is a
the east of
natural
this
inherent
mountain
law
range.
built
And there
into
I
the
saw
fabric of
aromatic
reality.
trees exhaling the
The
fragrance
aggregate
of
amount
frankincense
of
and myrrh,
truth and
and the
morality
trees
present in the
also
lives
were
of the
similar
people
to
of
the
any
almond
given
tree.
society is
And
directly
beyond these I went
proportional to the
afar
amount
to
of
the east,
freedom and
and I
order
saw
in
another
that
place,
society.
a valley
And
full
it is
of water.
inversely
And
proportional
therein
to
there
the
was a
presence of
tree,
chaos,
the color
tyranny,
of fragrant trees,
and enslavement
such as
in that
the
society.
mastic.
More
And on
simply
the sides
put,
of those valleys I
as
saw
morality
fragrant cinnamon.
increases
And beyond
in the
these I
aggregate
proceeded
of a
to the
society,
east, and I saw
freedom
other mountains,
in the
and
aggregate
amongst
increases
them
in
were
that
groves
society.
of trees, and there
As
flowed
the
forth
society
from them
in the
nectar,
aggregate becomes
which is
more
named
immoral
Sorara
collectively,
and Galbanum.
slavery
And beyond these
increases in
mountains
that
I saw
society,
another
and
mountain,
freedom
to the
dies in
east
it.
of the ends
And that's
of the
why
earth,
freedom's
whereon
dying in
were
our
also
society,
trees, and
because
all
the
the trees
vast
were
bulk
full
of the human
stacte,
population
being
is
like
making
almond
immoral
trees.
choices,
But
and
when
in the
one burnt
aggregate,
it, it
that
smelled
adds up
sweeter
and
than any
equals
fragrant
chaos
odor.
and slavery.
And after these fragrant odors,
That's the
as I
key to
looked
understanding
toward
how
the
reality
north over
works,
the
folks, which is why
I
I
saw
put that
7
gift of the
mountains full
key
of
out
choice
there. That's
nard
the
and fragrant trees
overarching
and
law
cinnamon and pepper.
of
And thence I
creation
went over the summits
and
of
the
all these
overarching
mountains,
law of
far
attraction that's
towards the
operating in
east
the
of
universe.
earth,
That's
and
the
passed
real
over
law of
the
attraction,
Erythraean
not the
sea,
fake
and
nonsense
went far
New Age
from it,
variant
and
of it.
passed over the angel Zotiel.
Second
And
blanket
I came to the
statement,
garden
no
of righteousness,
order follower
and from
ever
afar off trees
is a
more
truly
numerous
intelligent
than these
being.
trees, and great.
No order
2
followers
trees there,
are truly
very great,
intelligent.
beautiful and glorious.
Now, an order
and
follower can be
magnificent,
an
and the tree of
intellectual
knowledge,
being,
whose
but
holy
they
fruit
cannot
eat,
be
and know great
an
wisdom.
intelligent one. There's
That
a
tree is
huge
in height
difference
like the fir,
between the two.
and its leaves
Oh, you
are
can,
like those
you can
of
know
the
how
carob
to
tree,
solve
and its
differential
fruit is like the
equations
clusters
and
of the
solve
vine,
complicated
very
physics
beautiful.
equations.
And
Yeah,
the fragrance
an
of the
order
tree
follower can do that.
penetrates afar.
But what they
Then I
lack is
said,
heart-based
how
intelligence,
beautiful is the tree,
the sacred
and how
feminine
attractive
dynamic
to
of
look
true
at.
care.
Then
Therefore,
Raphael,
they can
the
never be
holy angel who
holistically
was with
intelligent.
me,
Left
answered me
brain
and said to
intellect
me,
does not
"This
equate to
is the
intelligence.
tree of wisdom, of which thy
Only
father,
when we take in the
old
generative
years, and thy
principle
aged
of
mother,
care and
who
compassion
were
that the
before
right
thee,
brain
have
opens
eaten,
up to us
and
can
they
we
learnt
become truly
wisdom,
holistically
and their
intelligent.
eyes were opened,
And since
and they
all
knew
order
that they
followers
were naked,
exhibit
and
both
they were
forms
driven
of
out
brain
of the garden.
imbalance, left brain dominant tendencies when it comes to dealing with those they perceive to be their subjects, and right brain dominant tendencies when it comes to dealing with their perceived superiors, no order follower can be said to have a truly balanced brain or balanced psyche. Therefore, they cannot be holistically intelligent.
Whereon the heavens rest.
One way you can actually scientifically prove this is through brain scans, PET and SPECT brain scans, which I touched on early in my work in the What on Earth is Happening series. This is a brain scan from the ventral view, the underneath view of the neocortical brain, of a person who is in the state of what's known as EEG coherence, which means global brain balance between hemispheres. The right and left brain hemispheres are operating in a state of balance. Holistic intelligence is at work in this person. That's the typical brain of an order follower. Those black areas are not damaged physical areas of the brain. They are areas of electrochemically deadened activity in the neocortex of the brain. Scientifically provable with the most advanced type of brain scans available today.
Frost.
And that's what a person with a completely imbalanced brain looks like. In other words, your typical order follower.
But when they blow through the other two portals, it is with violence.
The reason for this is because the left and right brain hemispheres govern different types of functions when it comes to human capacities. The left brain is the analytical, logical, repetitive and organized and detail-oriented part of the brain, the analysis-oriented part of the brain. That's the intellect, the masculine component.
And from thence I went to the
Then there's the feminine component, the intuitive, the compassionate, the nurturing side of the brain, the sacred feminine component of the self, if you will. It's creative, it's imaginative, it's compassionate, it deals with the big picture, intuition, etc., creativity. Without that sacred feminine component, a being is only a half human being at best. And the order follower is generally completely dominated by the left masculine brain hemisphere. And hence they are destroying the sacred feminine aspect of themselves. Not just destroying the sacred feminine aspect of care within society because of the immoral behaviors that they take, but they're actually cutting off part of themselves because the masculine and feminine component is not just in male and female. These need to be present in balance in all of us, regardless of gender.
Vision which he saw.
True intelligence comes from a blending and balancing of both of these dynamic energies. Only when they are operating in unison and harmony equally can true intelligence be born. The coming together of the sacred masculine components of the consciousness and the sacred feminine components of the consciousness to give birth to true intelligence. No order follower has true intelligence and never has. Only when you stop being an order follower can you develop true holistic intelligence.
To the men of old time. But even from
Third
those that
blanket
come after,
statement
we will
regarding
not
order
withhold
followers,
the
and
beginning
get as
of wisdom.
offended as you like, people.
Till the present
All
day, such
order
wisdom has never been
followers
given by the Lord
cowards.
of Spirits, as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of Spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me.
No order follower actually
now, 3 parables
possesses
were imparted to
the
me,
knowledge
and
of
I lifted up my
conscience in the
voice
degree
and recounted
required,
them to those
and the
that dwell
spiritual
on earth.
fortitude in the degree required to refuse
When
to
the
obey the
congregation
commands
of the
from their
righteous shall appear,
so-called
and sinners shall
quote-unquote
be judged
superiors.
for their sins,
No
and
order
shall be
follower
driven from
ever
the face of the
can
earth.
ever
And when the
be
righteous
said
one shall
to have
appear before
true
the eyes of the
courage.
righteous, whose
True
elect
courage
works hang upon
versus
the
what
Lord of
people
Spirits,
think of as
and light
courage
shall
are
appear
two
to the righteous
vastly,
and the elect who dwell on the
dynamically
earth.
different things.
Where then will be the dwelling of the sinners?
True
and where
courage
the resting
is saying
place of
no
those
to
who have
evil.
denied the Lord of Spirits?
Be that
it had
guy.
been good for them if they
Be
had not
that
been
guy.
born.
There's true
When
courage.
the secrets of the
You know,
righteous
where for
shall
not
be
giving the
revealed,
Nazi
and the
salute, he could have
sinners
been
judged,
shot on sight.
and the godless driven from the presence
You
of
know,
the righteous
to
and
stand
elect.
up and say,
From
no,
that
I will
time,
not
those
comply.
that possess
I
the
will
earth
not go
shall
along
no
with the
longer
crowd
be
because they're
powerful and
wrong.
exalted,
And
and
if
they
I'm in the
shall not
minority
be
of
able to
one
behold
and
the
I'm in the
face of
right,
the holy.
I'm going to stand in the
For the Lord
truth,
of Spirits
regardless
has
of what that
caused
means
his
for what
light
happens
to
to me.
appear on
That's
the face
courage.
of the holy,
That's
righteous, and
courage.
elect. Then shall the kings and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and
True
holy.
courage lies
and
in
thenceforward,
the
none shall
lost
seek
word,
for themselves mercy
saying no.
from the Lord of Spirits.
You want to see where the real
for their
hero
life
is in that
at an
picture?
end.
It's the one that didn't show up to partake in the evil.
Children will descend
That's
from
the
the
hero.
high heaven.
That's the
and
person
their seed
with
will
real
become
courage.
one with the children of men.
You know,
and in those days, Enoch
one of my
received
best
books
friends
of zeal
in life,
and
Michael
wrath,
Falsetta,
and
recently
books of
said to me,
disquiet and
Mark,
expulsion.
you're the most
And
fearless
mercy
person
shall
I've
not
ever
be
met.
accorded
And I
to
said, I
them,
refuse
saith
to
the Lord
accept
of
that,
spirits.
Michael.
And in
I
those
am
days,
not
the whirlwind
fearless.
carried me off from the earth.
I have fears.
And set me down at the end of the heavens.
Many of them.
And there I saw another vision.
True courage
dwelling
is
places
not the
of the
absence
holy,
of fear.
and the resting places of
True
the righteous.
courage is right
Here mine
action
eyes saw their
in
dwellings
spite of
with his
fear.
righteous angels, and their resting places with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. And righteousness flowed before them as water.
Next section.
And mercy
And this
like
is where I
dew
start to
upon the
introduce
earth.
the concepts of
Thus
what
it
cults
is
are
amongst
and their
them forever
methodologies.
and ever.
Modern
And in that
institutional
place,
order
mine eyes
followers,
saw the
and
elect one
let's
of
just,
righteousness and
not
of
mince
faith.
words
And I
or
saw
be
his dwelling
too
place
verbose
under
here.
the wings
I'm
of the
talking
Lord
about the
of
police
spirits.
and military.
And righteousness shall prevail
cult
in his
members.
days. And the righteous
Modern
and elect
institutional
shall be without
order
number
followers, the
before
police
him
and the
forever
military,
and ever.
are
And all
cult
the
members.
righteous
They're not
and
like
elect
cult
before him
members.
shall
They
be
are
as
cult
strong
members,
as fiery
provably.
lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing. And their
To
lips
understand what a
extol
cult
the
is, we
name of
first
the
have
Lord
to
of spirits.
really understand
And
what religion
righteousness
is
before
and
him
means.
shall never fail.
Religion as a word in English
uprightness
comes from
shall
the
never
Latin
fail before
roots,
him.
the Latin verb
There I wish to
religare.
dwell.
Of course,
And my
religare
spirit
means in
longs for
Latin
that
to tie
dwelling
back,
place.
to
And
hold
there
back, to
heretofore
thwart
hath
from
been my
forward
portion.
progress,
For so it
to
has been
bind by
established
tying
concerning
up,
me
to
before the
prevent from
Lord of
going
the spirits.
forward. What
In
a
those
false
days I
religion
praised
is.
and extolled
Okay,
the name
I
of
want
the
to
Lord
qualify
of
that by
spirits
saying
with blessings
all
and
false
praises,
religions.
because he hath destined
False
me
religions
for
are
blessing
systems
and
of
glory,
control that are
according to the
based
good
in
pleasure of the Lord of
unchallenged,
spirits.
dogmatic
For a long
belief,
time my eyes
which holds
regarded
back
that
the
place,
progress
and I
of human
blessed him and
consciousness.
praised
It
him,
holds
saying,
back
Blessed
the
is
proper
he, and
understanding
may
and
he be blessed
reception
from the
of the
beginning
laws of morality,
and forevermore.
the understanding
And
of the
before
difference
him
between
there
right
is
and
no
wrong
ceasing.
behavior. That's
He
what a
knows
false
before
religion
the world
does.
was created what is
True
forever,
religion
and what
unites
will be
us
from
to
generation
something.
unto
It reunites
generation.
us to natural law.
Those
It
who
reunites us
sleep
to the
not
divine
bless thee.
spark
They
within all
stand
of us.
before thy
And I would
glory
make the
and
claim
bless,
there's only one
praise,
true
and
religion,
extol,
and that's truth
saying,
itself.
Holy,
Just
holy,
my take on
holy
what
is
real
the
religion
Lord
is
of
all
spirits.
about.
He filleth the earth with
If I had a
spirits.
religion,
And
I
here
would
my eyes
define it
saw
as the
all
truth.
those who sleep
Period.
not. And they stand before
That brings us
him
to the
and bless
question,
him
what
and say,
is a cult?
Blessed
If we have to
be
define
thou,
what a
and
cult is,
blessed
how will
be
we go
the
about
name
doing
of the
that?
Lord
Most
forever
people
and
think
ever.
of cults, and
And my
rightly
faith
so
was
in these
changed,
cases,
for I could
is
no
what we
longer
might see in
behold.
like Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut movie.
And after that I
a
saw
powerful
thousands
elite
of
class,
thousands,
meeting
and
together and
10,000
doing
times
perverse
10,000.
sexual
I saw a
rituals,
multitude beyond
and that's like
number
kind
and
of
reckoning,
much
who
lighter than
stood
reality.
before the
Actually,
Lord of spirits.
what they were
And
doing
on the
compared to
four
what goes
sides
on
of the Lord
with the
of
real
spirits, I
cults
saw
of the
four
world.
presences,
As you
different
heard
from
at
those
the
that
begin this
sleep
day
not.
with my
And I learned
good
their
friend Jay
names,
Parker.
for the
I mean,
angel
you
that
want to
went
talk
with
about
me
what cults are
made
really
known
doing to
me
children
their
and,
names,
and even their
showed
own
me all
membership.
the hidden
It goes
things.
way beyond what's
And I
depicted
heard
in
the
any
voices
Hollywood
of those
variants.
four
Okay,
presences
so
as
this
they
is
uttered
Bohemian Grove.
praises
This is the
before
kind
the
of
Lord of
strange
glory.
rituals that
The
the elite
first
of our
voice,
world, the
blesses
so-called
the
elite,
Lord of spirits forever and ever.
highest levels of
And the
banking and
second voice,
politics
I heard
and
blessing
media
the
and
elect one,
entertainment,
and the
etc.,
elect ones who hang
partaking out
upon
in the
the Lord of
California
spirits.
redwoods.
And the third voice I heard pray
If we had to
and
define
intercede
what a
for
cult
those who
actually
dwell
is,
on the
this
earth
would be my
and
best
supplicate
definition
in
of
the
it.
name of the Lord
It's
of spirits.
a system of
And I heard the
religious
fourth voice
veneration
fending
and
off the
devotion,
Satans and
which
forbidding them to come
espouses
before
beliefs
the
that
Lord of
are
spirits,
dangerous,
to accuse them who dwell on
especially
the
to
earth.
the lives,
After that,
rights
I
and freedoms of those who are not its members. That is what crosses over the line of being a religion just based on belief that holds back your understanding of truth, and when it goes into the realm of being a cult.
And the second,
a cult's beliefs are dangerous to others because cult members erroneously believe that they have rights which they actually do not possess in nature. This is what real modern-day cult members look like, more so than the images you just saw on the last slide. The overwhelming bulk of the cult members of this world are in these two institutions.
And after that I saw all the secrets of the
how
heavens,
the cult
and how the
system is
divided,
maintained is
and how
through
the actions of
hierarchy
men are weighed in the balance.
and
And there I saw
compartmentalization,
the mansions of
visualized
the elect,
in
and
a
the
simple
mansions
pyramidal
of the holy.
structure
And mine
where
eyes
knowledge
saw
is
there all the
compartmentalized
sinners
at
being
the top,
driven from thence,
and the
which
few
deny
at the
the
very
name
top
of the Lord of
are
spirits,
completely in
and
the
being
know.
dragged off,
And then
and
all
they could
the
not
ignorant
abide because of the
followers,
punishment
the
which
ignorant
proceeds from
hordes
the
of
Lord
followers who are
spirits.
just going
And
along
there mine
for a
eyes saw the
paycheck,
secrets
or
of the
because
lightning
they don't want to be
and of the
singled out,
thunder,
or because
and
they
the
don't want to be
secrets of the
thought of
winds,
as by
how
their
they are
other peers
divided
as,
to
oh, you
blow
went
over
against
the earth,
the family,
and the
you
secrets
went
of the
against
clouds and
the
dew.
collective.
And there I
You
saw
know?
from whence
You
they
rebelled against
proceed
your
in that
programming
place,
somehow.
and from whence
These
they
ignorant
saturate
masses
the dusty
are not in the
earth.
know at all.
And there I
They're
saw
not given
closed
any of the
chambers
information
out
they
of
need
which
to
the
make
winds
truly
are
informed
divided.
decisions.
The chamber of
That's
the hail
how
and
the cult
wind,
is maintained.
the chamber of the mist, and of the cloud.
Let's look at some of the
and
cult
the cloud
beliefs
thereof hovers over
of
the
order
earth
followers.
from the beginning of the world.
What are the belief
and I saw the
systems
chambers
of
the
the
sun
cult
and moon,
of ultimate evil?
whence they proceed, and
Cult
whither they come again,
belief
and
number
their
one.
glorious return.
We place
And how
our
one is
faith
superior
in
to the other,
authority.
and their stately orbit, and how they do
The
not leave
cult
their
of
orbit,
order
and they
followers
add nothing
rigidly
to their
believe
orbit,
that
and
there
they
is
take
such a
nothing
thing,
from it. And they
that
keep
it exists
faith
in
with each
nature,
other in accordance with the oath
that it is
by
the
which
most
they are
natural
bound
thing
together.
that can
And
exist,
first
and that,
the Son
God
goes
forbid,
forth
we
and
ever should
traverses his
do away
path
with that
according
concept.
to the commandment of the Lord of
Authority
spirits.
is an
And mighty
illusion.
is his
It does
name
not exist
forever
in
and ever.
nature. Regardless of what
And
anyone
after
believes,
that, I saw the
doesn't
hidden
exist
and the
in
visible
nature.
path of the moon.
It exists
And she
only within a
accomplishes the
diseased
course of her
mind.
path in that
Authority
place
is
by day
based
and by
entirely
night,
in
the one
violence,
holding a position
and it is built
opposite
upon
to
the
other
erroneous and
before the Lord
dogmatic
of spirits.
belief
And they give
that
thanks
some
and
people
praise
are
and rest
masters
not,
who have
for
the moral
unto
right
them
to
is
issue
their
commands,
thanksgiving rest.
while others are
For
their
the sun
slaves
changes
who have
oft
a
for
moral
blessing or a
obligation
curse.
to obey the
And
commands
the
of
course
the
of the path
masters.
of the moon
And
is
that's
light
not
to the
my
righteous,
definition.
and
That's what
darkness to the
authority
sinners
is, period.
in the name of the Lord.
That's what the belief
Who
in
made a
authority is. That's
separation
what the
between the
illusory
light and the darkness,
construct
and
in a
divided the
diseased
spirits of
mind
men,
of what
and
authority
strengthened
actually
the
is.
spirits of
It
the
does not
righteous
exist in
in
nature.
the name of
It
his
only exists in a
righteousness.
mind
For
that
no
is
angel
completely,
hinders, and
severely
no power is
imbalanced
able
and does
to
not
hinder.
understand
For he
truth or
appoints a
reality at
judge
all.
for them all, and he judges them all
What these
before
people
him.
believe in and condone, regardless of what anyone wants to call it, I'll call it what it really is.
Then a dwelling
Slavery.
place was assigned her in the heavens.
And
Wisdom
from
went
day one, I
forth to
told
make her
people what my
dwelling
show
among the
is
children of
ultimately
men,
about
and
is that I
found
stand
no
against
dwelling
all
place.
forms of
Wisdom
slavery.
returned to her
Physical,
place, and took her
mental,
seat among the
spiritual,
angels.
manipulated
And
slavery,
unrighteousness went forth
soft
from her
mind
chambers.
control,
Whom she
any
sought
form
not,
of it.
she found,
I want to see
and dwelt
slavery
with
in
them,
all of its
as rain
forms
in the
abolished
desert,
forever
and dew
because
on
it's
a
based in
thirsty
violence,
land.
it's immoral, and it results in
And I saw
chaos
other lightnings
and suffering.
and the stars of heaven.
And it's
And I
unnecessary
saw how
because
he
it's
called them all
self-inflicted.
by their
It's
names, and they
self-inflicted
hearkened unto
through
him.
the
And I saw
cult
how they are
belief
weighed in a righteous
system.
balance, according
And
to
so
their
many people who are
proportions
not
of light.
direct members
I
of
saw
this
the
cult
width
are
of their
ancillary
spaces, and the
supporters
day
of it,
their appearing,
have this cult
and how the
mentality as well. We're
revolution
going to talk about
produces
them
lightning.
in a future
And I
section.
saw their revolution according
Cult
to the
belief
number
number
of the
2,
angels,
the
and
second
how they
belief of the
keep
cult
faith
of
with
ultimate
each
evil.
other.
We
And I
have
asked the
rights
angel who was
that
with
others
me,
don't have.
who showed me what was hidden.
The
What
cult
are
of
these? And he said to
ultimate
me,
evil believes in the
Lord of
inequality
spirits has
of
showed
human
thee
rights.
their
Order
parabolic
followers
meaning.
erroneously
These are the names of
believe
the holy who
that they
dwell
possess
on the earth
rights that
and
others do
believe
not.
in the name of the
Due
Lord
to their
of
cult
spirits
indoctrination,
forever
they
and ever.
refuse to accept the truth that
Also,
everyone
another
has
phenomenon
the
I saw in
exact
regard to
same
the lightning,
rights,
how some of
and
the
that
stars
no one has
arise
any
and
more or
become
less rights than
lightnings,
anyone
and
else.
cannot part
The
with their
cult
new
of
form.
order followers believes believes that human beings can decide what rights people have or do not have. They think that comes from us, that rights come from us, that we get to make up rights based in just constructs in the mind, our whims, our likes, our preferences. Rights don't come from human beings. A right is just what I said it is, an action that doesn't cause harm to another. If you perform an action that doesn't cause harm to another, that's a right. If you perform an action that does cause harm to another, that's a wrong. And those actions exist in nature. They are real-world natural conditions that we put into effect through our free will. Therefore, we don't determine whether a right is a right or a wrong is a wrong. That happens inherently as a result of the behavior itself. It's built into creation. It's something that is inherent. We don't get to make it up.
But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot thereon.
the cult followers also believe that human beings are actually capable of delegating rights which do not exist. They think we can turn wrongdoings into rights and say, oh, you're allowed to do that wrongdoing. You're allowed to inflict harm upon someone else and cause suffering. You know, some magical authority can grant that to you. We'll see how this religious belief works, how this cult belief works very soon. And they also believe that they are capable of revoking rights which actually do exist, preventing someone from carrying out an action that doesn't result in harm to another being. That's what the cult of order followers believes, that they have a right to do that, to prevent right action from being carried out. Cult belief number 3 of the cult of ultimate evil, the order followers of this world, government is our God. This supernatural entity that can grant rights or revoke rights. It can determine morality based upon its whim, the legislative stroke of a pen. I can write something down and I can make it moral. I could say the next day, oh no, we were wrong about that. That's prohibited now it's immoral, and you could be punished for doing it. I mean, if you believe this, folks, you know, it's a naive child's mentality, which is what ultimately all these people are. They're people who've never grown up, and they have mommy and daddy issues, as we're going to come to soon. They have parental abandonment issues going on psychologically, whether they are even aware of them or not. I'm going to play a video about the cult of statism, the cult of the belief in government authority, okay? Just listen to the complete contradiction that you're about to hear from a former United States Senator.
Let's see if I understand your position. Is basically, would you say that it's wrong for the citizens to initiate physical force against other citizens like an armed robber does? But it's okay for the government to do so.
Because the government has been authorized by the people.
If the government authorized armed robbers to do it, it would be okay?
And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous, and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits.
In
those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice and supplicate and praise and give thanks and bless the name of the Lord of spirits. On behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed, and that the prayer of the righteous might not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that judgment might be done to them, and that they may not have to suffer forever.
Do the individual citizens have the right to initiate physical force against other citizens that have not initiated or threatened to initiate force against anybody and haven't violated anybody's property rights?
And all his hosts which is in heaven above, and his counselors stood before him, and the hearts of the holy were filled with joy,
if they don't have the right to initiate physical force against other citizens,
and the prayer of the righteous had
delegated that right,
and the blood of the righteous had been required before the Lord of spirits.
Can you properly delegate a right that you do not have?
And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom, and all the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous and holy and elect. And at that hour the Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name before the head of days. Yea, before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall.
Is that correct?
And he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those
I don't have the right to use your home in Hawaii, right? But could I delegate that right to some of my friends?
Praise and bless and celebrate with
so
song
you really can't delegate a right that you don't have. You have to have the right in order to delegate, right?
Before him.
Right, but you agree that the individuals do not have the right.
You can authorize the
government. And the wisdom of the Lord of spirits
hath
revealed him to the holy and righteous. For he hath preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure hath it been in regard to their life. In these days, downcast and counted continent shall the kings of the earth have become, and the strong who possess
even if
the
they don't
land
have
because
the right,
of the works
they can
of their
delegate
hands.
it to somebody else.
For on the day of their anguish and affliction,
So then
they
you
shall
think that you
not
can
be able
actually
to save
delegate a right that
themselves,
you do not have.
and I will give
the
them
individuals
over
do
into
not
the
have the
hands
right
of mine
to
elect.
initiate force against others.
As straw
I
and
would
fire,
suppose,
so shall they burn before the face of the
if they
holy.
get
As
together,
lead
then
in
all
the
of a sudden they have
water
the right.
shall they sink before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth.
That's all right.
And before them they shall fall and not rise again. And there shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them. For they have denied the Lord of the spirits and his anointed. The name of the Lord of spirits hath been blessed. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him forevermore.
Why don't we just leave it at this? I'm in a cult and government is my God.
And unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow and have no continuance. Because the elect one standeth before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is
I feel
forever
horrifically
and
sorry for
might
anyone
unto
who
all
cannot
generations.
fully cognize
And in him dwells
the complete
spirit of wisdom,
inconsistencies
the spirit which gives
of
insight,
a
and the
brainwashed
spirit of
person like that.
understanding and of might,
Whoever
and the
cannot
spirit of those
see
who have
the logical
fallen asleep in
fallacies and
righteousness.
total
And he shall
inconsistencies
judge
in this
the secret
person's
things, and
total
none shall be able to
perversion
utter a
of
lying
cognitive
word before
processes,
him. For he
I
is the
feel
elect
they
one before the
are just
Lord
as
of
sick as
spirits,
this
according to
individual
his
is,
good pleasure.
if it can't readily be seen.
And in those days a change shall take place for the holy
So let's
and
talk
elect.
about the
And
techniques
the light
of cults.
day
How
shall
do
abide
the
upon
cult
them,
leaders
and glory and
keep
honor
the
shall
cult
turn to the holy.
lower
On
down
the day of
members,
affliction,
the rank
on
and
which
file,
evil
in
shall
line?
have been treasured up against
They have
the
very
sinners.
strict,
And the righteous
rigid
shall
sets
be
of techniques that they have
victorious in the
employed
name
throughout
of the
human
Lord of
history,
spirits.
and they
And he will
don't
cause
waver
the others
with
to
them
witness this,
because they have
that
always
they may
worked.
repent and
They've
forgo
worked
the works
consistently.
of their hands. They shall have no honor
Because
through
people
the name
have
of the
still
Lord
not
of spirits.
built their
Yet through his
consciousness
name
up
they
to a
shall be
level
saved.
where they
And the Lord
understand
of spirits
how these
will have
methodologies of
compassion on
manipulation
them,
work.
For his compassion is great.
I call this
And he
the
is
techniques of
righteous
cults,
also in
or
his judgment.
how to
And
brainwash
in the
willing
presence of his
followers
glory,
who want to give away
unrighteousness
personal
also shall not
responsibility for their
maintain
own
itself.
actions.
And his
And there are
judgment,
four
the
main
unrepentant
cult
shall perish
techniques:
before him.
isolation,
And from henceforth I will have
conformity,
no mercy on
indoctrination
them, saith the
through
Lord of spirits.
repetition, and
And in
trauma.
those days shall the earth also
Isolation,
give back that which has
conformity,
been entrusted
indoctrination,
to it.
and trauma.
Sheol
Let's take them one at a
also
time.
shall give back that which it
Cult
has
technique
received,
number one,
and hell
isolation.
shall give back that which it owes.
Probably
For
the
in
single
those
most
days
important
the elect
technique.
one shall arise, and
Because
he shall
it makes it
choose the
very
righteous and
difficult for
holy from
anybody
among
to
them.
penetrate
For the
the
day has
collective
drawn
of the
nigh
cult,
that they
the
should be
boundary of
saved.
the cult.
And the elect
You have to
one shall in
physically
those days
separate
sit
the
on
cult
my
members
throne,
or the
and his
potential
mouth
cult
shall
members
pour
from the
forth
rest
all
of their
the
community,
secrets of
so
wisdom
no
and
reason
counsel.
can be
For the
spoken to
Lord of
them,
spirits
as
hath
much as that
given them
is
to
within
him,
your
and
power
hath
to do so.
glorified him. And in
Create
those
an
days shall
us
the mountains
versus
leap
them
like
mentality.
rams, and the
We
hills
are the
also
family.
shall skip
We
like
are the
rams,
collective.
satisfied with
Anybody
milk.
outside
And the
of
faces
us
of all
is
the
them, and
angels
they are
in
not
heaven
us.
shall be lighted up with joy.
Demonize
and
the
the
outsiders,
earth shall rejoice.
those
and the
who don't
righteous shall
belong.
dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk thereon.
The civilians.
And
You
after
know,
those days,
somebody
in that
recently
place
just
where I
told
had
me
seen all
what
the visions of that which is
police
hidden,
and military
for I
are
had been
calling
carried off
us
in a
our
whirlwind,
civilian
and they had borne
pukes.
me towards the
One
west.
of the big names going
There mine
around
eyes
within
saw
the cult.
all the secret
The
things of the
civilian
heaven that
pukes.
shall be, a mountain of
just
iron,
like
and a mountain
their
of copper,
cult
and a mountain
leaders
of
call them
silver,
their
and a
dogs, their
mountain of
pets,
gold,
their animals,
and a mountain
as we'll
of
get
soft
to.
metal, and a mountain of lead.
Isolation
And I
is
asked
probably the most
angel who went
important
with me,
technique.
saying, what
And
things
why?
are these which
Why
I
is
have
it
seen
so?
in secret?
Because you have to
And he
cut
said unto
off
me,
the cult
all
members
these things
from
which
the
thou hast
knowledge
seen shall
that they
serve
could
the dominion
receive
of his anointed,
from outside of
that
the
he
cult.
may be potent
And
and mighty
therefore,
on the earth.
it makes them
And
incapable
that
of
angel of
changing.
peace answered, saying unto me, wait a
Cult
little,
technique
and
number Number two, conformity. Don't tolerate any individuality within the cult. One's old identity has to be completely broken down and reformed, completely shed and then built back up to something new and different that falls in the rigidly restricted parameters of the cult belief. And you know what? They'll be all too happy to tell you that this is what they're doing to you. In the Marines, they tell people, we're going to break you down, boy, and then we'll rebuild you back up in our image. They're all too open about how they employ these techniques.
either by gold
They use
or by
uniforms,
silver. And none shall
one
be able
form.
to escape.
Rigidity.
And there shall be no iron for
Uniforms
war,
to create
nor shall one
sameness
clothe
in
oneself
appearance,
with a breastplate.
and they use
Bronze
modes of
shall
sameness
be
in
of no
speech
service,
and
tin
behaviors.
shall be of no service,
Regimented
and shall not
actions.
be esteemed.
What this
and
does
lead
is this
shall
builds
not
up
be desired.
resonance.
And all these things
It
shall
keeps
be
people
denied
locked
and
in
destroyed
step.
from the face of the earth.
And they just
When
go
the
along
elect
with the
one shall
behaviors by
appear before
rote,
the face of the Lord of spirits.
like a wind-up doll.
There
Cult
mine eyes
technique
saw a
number
deep valley
3,
with open
indoctrination
mouths, and all
through
who dwell on the
repetition.
earth and sea and island shall
Rigorous
bring to him
schedules
gifts
and
presents
instructions.
and tokens of homage.
Repetitive
But that
behaviors
deep
doing
valley
the
shall
same thing
not become
over
full.
and over and
In
over
their
and
hands
over again.
commit lawless deeds.
And repetition is one of the greatest forms of mind control, if not the most powerful form of mind control.
The face of the Lord of
They
spirits.
put them through
And they
obstacle
shall be
courses,
banished
drills,
from off the face of
formations,
his
marching
earth.
in step,
And they shall
etc.
perish forever and ever.
Repeated
And I saw
phrases,
all the
chants,
angels
and
of
songs
punishment
being
abiding
employed
there,
to
and
put them in a
preparing
certain
all the
rhythm, a certain
instruments of
vibratory
Satan.
energy.
And I asked the angel of peace who
Indoctrinate
went
the
with
mind.
me, "For
Give it
whom
the
are they
belief
preparing
system
these
over and
instruments?"
over again
And he
until they
said unto
believe
me,
it. Keep
"They
repeating the
prepare
lie
these for the
until it
kings
is
and the
widely
mighty
believed.
of the earth, that they may be destroyed
Cult
thereby.
technique number
And
4 is
after
broken
this,
down
the
in two
righteous
halves,
and
two
elect one
parts.
shall cause the
There's
house
physical
of his
trauma,
congregation
and then
to
there's
appear.
mental and emotional
Henceforth
trauma.
They shall be no
The
more
physical
hindered in
trauma
the name
consists
of the Lord
of
of
high
spirits.
levels of
And
activity
these
to the
mountains
point of
shall not
exhaustion,
stand as
low
the earth
sleep
before
time,
his
and
righteousness.
disrupted sleep,
But the hills
high
shall
carbohydrate
be as a fountain
intake
of
and
water,
low nutrient
and the
intake in the
righteous shall
diet.
have rest from the
This
oppression of
damages the brain.
And I looked
It
and
puts somebody
turned to
in a
another
state
part of
of
the earth,
weakened
and saw there
resistance.
a deep valley with
Their
burning
body,
fire.
mind, and
And they
spirit are
brought the
unable
kings
to
and the
resist the
mighty,
dictates
and
of the
began
cult.
to cast them
They
into
weaken
this
them
deep valley.
through these techniques
And there mine
physically.
eyes saw how
And then they
made
use
these
emotional
their
trauma to weaken the
iron
spirit.
chains of immeasurable
Verbal
weight.
and psychological
And I asked the
abuse
angel of
heaped at
peace who
them
went with
continuously,
me, saying,
constantly
"For
telling them
whom
they're
are
not
these
good
chains
enough.
being prepared?" And he said unto
Unexpected,
me,
sudden, or shocking
"These are being
scenarios
prepared for the
create
hosts
trauma,
of
create a
Azazel,
situation.
so
You
that
have to
they
jump
may
up in
take
the middle of
them
the
and
night,
cast
respond
them
to this
into the abyss
scenario
of
that's happening.
complete condemnation.
A
And they shall
perpetual
cover their
atmosphere
jaws with
of
rough stones,
fear.
as the Lord of spirits commanded.
And as we saw in the natural law
And
expressions,
Michael and
fear
Gabriel
can
and Raphael
only
and
lead
Phanuel shall
to
take hold
ignorance,
of them on that
confusion,
great day and cast
control,
them
or slavery,
on that day
and ultimately
into the burning
chaos.
furnace. That the
That's
Lord
all
of
it can ever lead
spirits
to.
may take
Can't ever lead to
vengeance
any of the
on
good
them
expressions
for their
of natural law,
unrighteousness in becoming
knowledge,
subject to Satan,
understanding,
and leading
wisdom,
astray those who
freedom,
dwell on the earth.
sovereignty.
And in those days
Can't lead to
shall
any
punishment
of those
come
things.
from the
Certainly
Lord of
can't lead to
spirits.
order and
he will
justice in
open
a society.
all the chambers of waters which
And
are
that's why
above
they
the
employ
heavens,
these
and
4
of the
overarching
fountains which are beneath
methodologies.
the earth.
And you see,
all the waters
I've
shall
used
be
images of
joined
the
with
modern
waters.
day cults.
That which is above
But you
the
know what?
heavens is the
These
masculine,
are the same with
and the water
every
which is beneath
single
the earth
destructive
is the
religious
feminine.
cult that has
And
ever
they shall
existed on the
destroy
face
all
of the
who
earth.
dwell on
The
earth,
techniques
and those
are
who
the
dwell under the
exact
ends of
same,
the heaven.
identical.
And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought
The
on the
cult
earth, then by
rank
these shall
and
they
file
perish.
membership
And
of
after that,
the
the
cult
head
of
days
ultimate evil,
repented
which I'm
and said,
talking about,
"In
the
vain
order
have I
followers,
destroyed
the
all who
police and
dwell on the
military,
earth." And
are
he sware by his great
viciously,
name, henceforth I will
symbolically,
not do so to all who
occultically
dwell on
mocked
earth. And
by
I
the
will
cult,
set a
their
sign
cult
in the
leaders.
heavens, and this
And I
shall
talked
be a
about
pledge
this at
of
Free
good
Your
faith
Mind
between
1
me and
back
them
in
forever,
2011 in
so
Philadelphia.
long as heaven is above the
I gave a
earth.
presentation
And
called
this
The
is in
Occult
accordance with my
Mockery
command.
of Police and
When I have
Military
desired to
Personnel,
take hold of them by
where
the hand of the
through
angels on
first-hand
the day
experience of being
tribulation and
involved
pain
in a
because of
satanic
this,
cult myself,
I will cause my
with
chastisement
the
and
cult
my
of
wrath
ultimate
to
evil's
abide upon them,
leaders,
saith
the people who actually direct these cult members, these order followers, being around them in that satanic cult, firsthand from their lips to my ears, when I was a membership of that cult, in the membership of that cult, they expressed what they think about their order followers, the people who protect them and their agenda. And the only thing they ever call these people is their dogs or their pets. That's it. They look at them as attack dogs on leashes. You'll attack when I tell you to attack, dog. You'll sit when I tell you to sit, dog. You'll sleep when I tell you to sleep. You'll eat when I tell you to eat. And they give them dog tags to wear around their neck. And they put all kinds of dark occultic symbolism all over their brain. The checkerboard floor of the house in Freemasonry represents total ignorance. total unconsciousness, the complete lack of understanding of the difference between right and wrong is what the checkered floor represents. Why would the cult leaders wrap it around the brain of their followers? Around the brain, symbolically. And then let's throw an inverted pentagram that represents the destruction of the human spirit and the raising of dualistic tendencies, duality, confrontation, conflict, us versus them mentality. You know, put that right on the third eye and the crown chakra, why don't we? Yeah, we're not ritualistically mocking anybody who doesn't even understand our language, our symbolic language, no. They call them their dogs, and that's what they're doing, getting it to eat their worthless fiat currency out of a trough, out of a dog bowl.
And their destruction shall be at an end.
The supporters of order followers constitute ancillary cult membership. They are ancillary cult members, secondary members of the cult of ultimate evil. And you know what? There's a whole lot more of them than there are the main membership of the cult. A whole lot who support what this cult does, thinking that they're doing something that is good or can lead to something that is good.
In one day.
This is the exact dynamic that I'm talking about of ancillary cult members.
The second parable.
The supporters of the order followers. Because they're my husband or my son or my brother, etc.
Blessed are ye, righteous and elect. For glorious shall
not
be
to make
your
this
lot,
any kind of a gender-related statement, but the ancillary followers of the cult are largely women, because they're supporting the men who are involved in the cult. The men in their lives, they'll often support blindly, because they don't want to believe they're doing something that is evil. They don't want to confront them on it. And that's what women have to step into a infinitely more powerful role that they have within their capability to change this world through the non-support of these cult members, the non-support of dominators. When they step into that kind of power, that's when women are stepping into the true sacred feminine power of real care, real heart-based intelligence, and that's where is going to be their power to completely transform this world.
The Lord of spirits, and the light of uprightness established forever before the Lord of spirits. In those days,
but you know, the supporters of order followers are everywhere. Men, women, children,
and the judgments they
execute. Now, he should have obeyed the law. They're crucifying him for a legitimate reason. They're just doing their jobs, just following orders. You know, and of course, this is just, it's allegorical. It's about how people just support evil and put down the thing that's actually trying to tell them to do the right thing.
Whether they be for
destroying conscience,
and blessing,
destroying the sacred feminine essence.
According to the word of the Lord.
In many ways, the supporters of order followers, the ancillary members of the cult of ultimate evil, are doing more damage to the morality of human society than the order followers themselves, especially due to their vastly greater numbers.
On the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch.
Order followers
parable,
and their supporters
I saw how a
are the true destroyers
made the
of this
heaven
world.
Of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High,
that statement
and
is
the
true.
angels.
People always want to pass the buck.
And 10,000 times
they want to point fingers
were disquieted with
outward.
A great disquiet.
They never want to do
and
this.
And the head of days sat on
that's
the
what I
throne
had to
of
do
his
to get out of the
glory,
cult.
And the
Couldn't
angels
do this.
and the righteous
say it was
stood around
you.
him.
Couldn't say it was the cult
trembling
leaders.
Seized me. And
I had to recognize at a deep fundamental level of my being that I was the problem,
and I fell
and
upon my face.
I was wrong.
And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this
we want to
host,
pass that responsibility on to other people in the upper echelons of power, the politicians aren't really in the upper echelons of power, they're the puppets. They think of the politicians as the one who are there, the international bankers, even the actual cult members, the real legitimate cult members that are part of the satanic worldwide network of Satanism and dark Luciferianism.
And the judgment come.
Ultimately, those aren't the people who are destroying the world. Are they taking a role in it? Without any question. Should they be held responsible? Without any question.
And for those
who's
who take his name in
ultimately
vain,
bringing that harm into physical manifestation? The people who follow their commands, the people who enact their agenda through their behavior.
It shall rest
These
in order that
are the creators of the dark new world order.
Not come in vain.
The order followers are ushering in the new dark age, not the order givers.
Afterwards,
the order givers
the
play their role,
shall take place
but the order
according to
followers
his
are the
mercy
ones
and
who
his
bring the
patience.
harm into
And
actual
on that day
manifested
were
reality.
two monsters parted. A female monster named
Order followers are the
to dwell
destroyers
in
of the sacred
ocean,
feminine dynamic of care.
fountains of
This
the
is the
waters.
background for my entire presentation.
But the male
I
is
brought it up
named
as the first
Behemoth,
slide for people
who
to contemplate at the
occupied with his
beginning.
breast a waste
They're
wilderness
taking aim
named
at the goddess
Siguen,
principle,
on
the
east of
non-aggression
garden,
principle,
where the elect
true
and righteous
care,
dwell, where my
the compassionate
grandfather
and
was
nurturing
taken up,
aspects
the seventh
of the
from Adam,
being.
the
That's
first
what they're
man whom
destroying
the Lord
within
of
themselves,
spirits
and then
created.
through the
And I besought the other
violence
angel
and the
that he should
slavery
show me
that they're
the might
enacting
of
and
those
supporting
monsters,
through their
how
behaviors.
they were
They're
parted
destroying
on
that
one
dynamic
day
of
and
care
cast,
outwardly,
the one into
in
the
a wider
abysses of
sense
the
in
sea,
society.
and the other into the dry land of the wilderness.
And
he
this is
said
the
to
state
me,
of the sacred
"Thou
feminine
son of
dynamic
man,
of the people of
herein
the
thou
earth.
dost
The goddess
seek
is
to know what
weeping,
is
ladies
hidden."
and gentlemen.
And the other
she needs
angels
to
who
be
went with me
rejuvenated
and showed
desperately.
me what was hidden,
And we
told
need to
me
be the
what
people
is
to help
first and
rejuvenate
last
that
in
sacred
heaven,
feminine
in the
energy.
height, and beneath the earth, in the depth. And at the ends of
Let's
the
talk
heaven,
about the
and on the
solution. What is to
foundation
be
of the
done
heaven,
about this? What
and the
can be done
chambers
about
of the
this?
winds,
Is there a solution?
and how
Yes,
the
there
winds
is.
are divided, and
The
how they
solution
are
is
weighed,
people right
and how
here in
the
this room.
portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power
And
that
those
is
who these
fitting,
words will
and the
reach and
divisions of
resonate
the
with
stars
wherever you may be
according to
watching
their
from.
names, and how all the divisions
The solution
are
is what I
divided,
call the great work,
and the thunders according to the
or
places
the
where they fall,
infiltration
and
of the
all
cult
the
of
divisions
ultimate
that
evil.
are made among the
We
lightnings
need to
that it may
infiltrate the
lighten,
cult.
and
We
their
need to
hosts
break the
that they
first
may at
technique
once
of cults.
obey.
Isolation.
For the thunder has places of rest,
This is where
which
most
are
people get a little
assigned to
timid, a
it,
little afraid.
while it is waiting
You want me
for
to
its
speak
peal.
what you're
And
talking
the
about
thunder
here
and lightning are
to people
inseparable,
involved in the
and
police and the
although
military?
not one and undivided,
That's the only
they
solution.
both go
That's the only way
together
we're going to get
through
out of
the
this mess
Spirit and
without
separate
bloodshed.
not. For when the lightning lightens,
What
the
is the great
thunder
work?
utters its voice.
The great
and the
work
Spirit
of truth,
enforces a pause
love,
during the
and
peal,
freedom.
and divides equally between
a
them.
new kind
For
of
the treasury of their
symbolic
peals
seal.
is like the sand,
A symbolic
and each
sigil,
one
if you
of
will,
them, as its
that communicates
peal, is held
everything
in with
that
a
is
bridle,
of
and turned
ultimate
back by the
importance.
power of the Spirit,
The
and pushed
light of the
forward,
Creator, the
according
light
to
of
the many
natural law.
quarters of the earth. And
The
the
understanding
spirit
of
the sea
conscience,
is
what that
masculine
I
and strong,
ultimately
and according
represents.
to the might
We
of
need to
its
stop
strength,
thinking
he
about that
draws
as
it
the
back
dark
with the rain. And in
occultist, the
like
dark
manner it is
Illuminati.
driven forward and
But we need to
disperses
take that
amid
symbol
all
of
the
the all-seeing
mountains
eye
of the
back,
earth.
because the
And
Illuminati
the
are
spirit
seated
of the
in this room.
hoarfrost is his own angel, and the spirit of the hail is a good angel. And the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his
We
strength.
are illuminated
There is
with
a
the knowledge
special
of the
spirit
difference
therein,
between right and wrong behavior.
and that which ascends from it
That's
is
what
like
that eye
smoke,
ultimately
and its
represented
name
throughout
is frost.
history.
And the spirit of the
To do the
mist
great
is
work
not united
is to do the
with them
hardest
in their
work there is
chambers,
to do.
but it
It
has
is to
a
try to
special
move
chamber,
the
for
human
its course is
race
glorious,
into
both in light
uncharted
and in
territory,
darkness,
into
and
the
in
unknown
winter
country,
and in summer. And in its
into a place
chamber
that many
is an
fear to
angel,
go because they've
and the
gotten so
spirit of the
comfortable in their
dew has
slavery.
its dwelling
The
at
great
the ends
work
of
is
the
the
earth,
arduous
and it is
task
connected with the
of
chambers of the rain.
influencing others.
And its course is in winter
and this
and
happens
summer,
once
and its
you've
clouds
become
and the
illuminated
dew
with the
of
knowledge
mist
of the
are
difference between
connected,
right and wrong.
and the one
You got to
gives
start
to
there
the other.
first. You got to get
And
your
when the
head straight.
spirit
You got to
of the
get your
rain
soul
then
straight.
goes forth
Then
from
you
its
can assist
chamber,
with others.
the angels
But that's
come
what the
and
great
open
work
the
is. The
chamber
great
and
work
lead it
begins
out.
once you've healed
And when
yourself.
it is diffused over
Then
the
you
whole
can start
earth,
influencing
it
others.
unites
That's
with
doing
the
the great
water
work.
on the earth.
It's the
And
arduous task of influencing others to abandon their false religions, the dogmatic and dangerous beliefs which hold back the progress of consciousness by impeding the reception of truth and natural law. Doing the great work is to help others to realize that in supporting and condoning the legitimacy of authority and government, that they have actually been supporting and condoning the legitimacy of violence and slavery, and that they were immoral for having done so. This is the very reason that the great work is so difficult to do, and why it is so unpopular, why so few people on this planet are actually engaged in doing it. We need to increase the numbers by not the thousands, not the tens or hundreds of thousands, but by the hundreds of millions. Is the number of people that need to be doing the great work.
Of the righteous to the righteous, that they may stay themselves on the name of the Lord of spirits
involved
forever and ever.
At the highest level of doing the great work is our own deep understanding of the psychological factors that are at work in the order follower. Because if we don't have that knowledge, how can we possibly help them to heal and overcome this condition of being indoctrinated into a cult? So we have to understand where their mindset is. Why are they acting in the capacity as order followers? What's going on in their mind and soul that's making them want to behave this way?
For none shall be destroyed.
This is what I call the tree of evil.
And none can be destroyed.
It's willful ignorance. But that's just the top portion of the tree, the leaves and power and the little twigs. Then we go to the branches. The refusal to own one's personal responsibility, the fear of personal responsibility.
And they were wise.
That's at a deeper level
and in the spirit of
the imbalanced
and
psyche.
The Lord of spirits placed
then
the
we go deeper into the darkness, deeper into that
and he shall judge
world
all the works of the
dark
holy
matter that needs to be drudged up
and in the balance shall their deeds
transmuted.
Be weighed. And when he shall
the
lift
long
up his
dark night of the soul, the shadow material, if you will.
To the word of the
trunk
of the Lord
tree
of spirits
is self-loathing,
according to the way of the righteous
and the reason these people hate themselves is because they have a very deeply instilled lack of self-respect and self-esteem.
And extol and
there's
sanctify
often
the name of the Lord of spirits.
Overarching, underlying reason for that. Because they have parental abandonment issues, which is what I call the roots of the tree of ultimate evil.
And
understanding those deep underlying psychological, often unconscious or subconscious psychological roots is where we need to go. And parental abandonment issues lies at the very, very base,
and glorify,
at the very heart, if you will, of the psychological factors that make order followers want to continue to be order followers. They are looking for a family in proxy for one that did not exist or did not help them to become a better being. They have mommy issues and daddy issues, parental abandonment issues, whether physical, mental, psychological, emotional, or spiritual abandonment issues by their parents. And therefore they are looking to fulfill that psychologically by proxy with a family, a collective family that basically acts as their new identity. And unless we understand that dynamic is at work and where their mindset is at is that of a tortured child.
He has revealed
and what
to the
they ultimately need is healing of that dynamic, transmutation of that dynamic by engaging
and the mighty and the exalted
with them and helping them to understand these psychological factors that are taking place within them. Until we commit to engage in that work, do not expect it to change, expect it to get worse. Because when these factors are not dealt with at a conscious level and healed at a conscious level, they eat us at a subconscious level. And eventually that subconscious level, those demons come into the real world and they eat us there too. And that's what's happening.
And those who hold the earth, and they shall see
we'll
and
look at these dynamics one at a time.
on the throne of his
Ignorance.
glory. And righteousness is just
this is what doing the great work right now
no
at this point in history should probably make most people
then
feel
shall
like.
pain come upon them as on a woman in travail.
We're the ones who know what's going on in our conscience, and a lot of other people around us are asleep.
And she has
but you have to battle through that condition
and one portion of them shall look on the
persistence.
Other, and they shall be terrified.
Persistence is required to do the great work.
And pain shall
even if
seize
this
them.
is people's
when
condition,
you
speak the truth to them
sitting on
anyway.
the throne of his
you
glory.
plant seeds
and
that could blossom at a later point in time, once they've seen a little bit more and grown a little bit more.
Him who rules over
Never
all
stay silent.
Who was hidden.
when it comes to issues of right or wrong. You have to speak that truth out into existence, into the universe. The fear of personal responsibility. Again, the advocators, the biggest group of order followers. This is what they don't want. You heard the typical order follower that Adam Kokesh interviewed.
And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces and worship and set their hope on that Son of Man.
He doesn't want that obligation on him. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's on you whether you want it or not.
Nevertheless, that Lord of spirits
an individual's personal responsibility to choose right action over wrong action for themselves is always their own and can never be quote-unquote given away to someone else. One can only make the claim, the erroneous claim, that they are abdicating personal responsibility for such moral decision-making to someone else. You can't actually do that in reality, in nature. You can only make the claim that you're doing it. And it's a false claim at that. It can never actually be done in reality. More simply put, an individual is always responsible for their own actions. There are no cop-outs, pun intended.
And the Lord
you cannot pass the buck to someone else.
And with that Son of Man they shall eat.
I love David Icke's quote on this from one of his early books. He said, accept responsibility for yourself and your actions, thoughts, and words. You alone make choices. You alone are answerable to the consequences of your behavior. The feeble excuse that your boss required it, the establishment expected it, holds no truth or justification. What is the point of having principles if you allow others to dictate your behavior? At the end of the day, you will judge your performance and the contribution you have made to creation. It will not be based on what another expected of you or what you did because you felt trapped.
And they shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits and say, blessed is the Lord of spirits.
There are no cop-outs or excuses for immoral behavior.
And the Lord of the rich.
We have that personal responsibility on us whether we accept it, want it or not, or understand it or not. Self-loathing is the next psychological dynamic that keeps order followers in the positions that they are in. Self-loathing is one of the main underlying psychological conditions that causes people to attempt to abdicate their own personal responsibility to exercise conscience and to fall into patterns of order following and justification. Just as it is not possible for an order follower to truly be exercising conscience, it is not possible for an order follower to truly love themselves. Not possible. No one who is actively involved in the dynamic of order following can be an individual who truly loves themselves. At some core psychological, spiritual level of their being, they are engaged in self-hatred. Self-loathing is created when an earlier trauma technique of the cult has been suppressed and buried into the subconscious mind instead of being confronted, dealt with, and healed directly. Such trauma could take the form of feelings of inadequacy, whether real, suggested, or imagined. And that brings us to parental abandonment. That's what's creating those feelings of inadequacy.
Now they should say unto themselves,
this image is what's known as a golem, a being that isn't actually imbued with soul but can perform rote behaviors. And it's holding this sign that says, I have suffered, and therefore I shall cause suffering. And that is the path to slavery. That is the mindset of the perfect slave. Anyone who wants to just continue to inflict harm and suffering just because they've gone through harm and suffering themselves is putting themselves into a deeper prison.
And those who possess the earth
the only thing that can ever heal self-loathing is self-respect. The word respect itself comes from the Latin prefix re, meaning again, and the Latin verb spectare, meaning to look at. Only self-respect can heal self-loathing and therefore help to put an order follower on the path to conscience. Working with the shadow material of the self is some of the most difficult work one can ever do, and that's why most people turn around and run away from it a million miles an hour in the opposite direction. Because looking in that mirror is the most difficult place to look. And when
I said unto him,
got out of the cult that I was involved in, it took long, hard hours of self-introspection
and shaken, lest perchance
endless, what seemed like endless days of suffering.
And thereupon there was a great commotion on the earth.
Because I had to keep delving into that shadow material and working with it. And saying, hey,
grandfather came and
you
stood by
caused
me and
this.
said unto me,
you're part
Why
of this
hast thou
condition.
cried unto me
you're
with a
part of the
bitter cry
continuation
and
of this evil.
And a command
and
has gone
you have to
forth
change
from the
what's
presence
going
of
on
the
in
Lord
here
concerning those
and
who
here.
dwell on the earth,
if anything out there is going to change.
ruin is accomplished because
and
they
most
have
people don't want to do
all
that
the
work.
secrets of the angels.
That's what real
and
respect
all
is
the
about. That's when I
violence
finally
of the
developed
and all
self-respect.
Their powers, the most
it means to
secret
take
ones,
another look
and
at yourself.
All the power of those
That's
who
what you're
practice
respecting,
and the
looking
power
at
of
again.
witchcraft,
Self.
and the power of those who make molten
all
images
of these psychological
for the whole
conditions.
Earth. And how silver
willful
is
ignorance,
produced from the
self-loathing,
dust of the earth,
refusal to accept personal responsibility. It all comes down to
lead and tin are
the
not
being
produced
is
from the
still
earth like
acting
the first.
at an inner
it is a fountain
level,
that
like
produces
the abandoned child,
and an angel
because they did
therein,
not receive
and
the
that angel
support
is
from their parents, from their
and
community,
after that, my grandfather
etc. And they're
Enoch
looking
took
to the
hold of me
cult
by the
belief
hand
system
and raised me
as
up,
the
and
proxy parent that they never really had fully developed. That relationship was never fully, truly developed. Which is why this connects so deeply in with Len and Honor's work. I can't even tell you. Conscious parenting.
And shall not be
good parenting is so big a part of the solution.
You know, which they have searched out and learned. The earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed.
It's all about ending the abuse victim cycle that is so much a huge part of cult behavior.
What is hidden.
The cult inflicts the trauma. And then the cult member, they grow up traumatized, and they continue to inflict the trauma. It's an endless loop. Unless the one who has undergone the trauma through help, often it has to happen through help, because they're so traumatized and victimized that they can't do it on their own. That's what this is the support system that they need. Those who are going to reach out and do that great work with these people, you have to be that support system for these people to help them to go through that narrow pathway to healing, where the experiencer of trauma is finally healed through applied knowledge, care, and will. Most of all, through the sacred feminine dynamic of care.
On all who abide and dwell on the earth.
Cult members often have a fear of chaos, of what would happen if this thing I've always known and always been a part of would suddenly be gone. How would I live? What would be my identity? How would we do things that we've been doing, with this system in place if it wasn't in place?
And in those days, the word of God came unto me.
True
and he
freedom,
said unto me,
ladies and gentlemen, includes infinite possibilities.
Without blame,
no better definition of true freedom in my book.
And now the angels are making a wooden building.
Infinite
and when they have completed that
task,
I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life. And a change shall set in, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me forever and ever. And I will spread abroad those who dwell with thee. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed and multiply on the earth in the name of the Lord.
Even if you fear that,
and he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown me in the west, among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft
can be a
metal
powerful
and tin.
teacher.
And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulfur, and it was connected with those waters. And that valley of the angels who had led astray mankind burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now, their spirit is full of lust, that they may be punished in their body, for they have denied the Lord of spirits, and see their punishment daily, and yet believe not in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever.
Through
For
their
before the
fear
Lord of
of the
spirits,
possibility
none
of
shall utter
chaos,
an idle word,
order
for the
followers
judgment shall come
advocate
upon
the
them, because
legitimacy
they
and the
believe in the lust of
continuance
their
of
body,
authority
and
and
deny the
government.
Spirit of the
And
Lord.
therefore,
And those
they are
same waters will
actually
undergo a change
advocating
in
the
those
legitimacy
days. For when
and
those angels
continuance
are
of
punished in
violence
these
and
waters,
slavery.
these water springs shall
think they
change their
can
temperature. And when
get
the
rid of
angels
those
ascend,
conditions
this water of the
by
spring shall change and become
what
cold.
they continue to
And
do.
I heard
When
Michael
what they
answering
continue
and
to
saying,
do can only continue
this
to
judgment
create those
wherewith the
conditions.
angels are judged is a
Pure
testimony for the
logic,
kings
ladies
and
and
the mighty
gentlemen.
who possess the earth.
Those who
Because
believe
these
that
waters
authority
of
is
judgment
necessary and that it
minister
must
to the healing
continue
of the body
have
of the
actually
kings
been
and the
duped
lust of their
into
body.
believing that human
Therefore they will not
slavery
see and
is
will not
necessary
believe that
and
those
must
waters will
continue
change
in
and
order
become
to
a fire which burns
prevent
forever.
chaos.
And after
Violence
that,
and
my grandfather
slavery
Enoch gave me the
cannot
teaching of
prevent
all the
chaos
secrets in the
because
book,
violence
in
and
the parables,
slavery
which
are
had been given to
chaos.
him. And he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day, Michael answered Raphael and said, the power of the Spirit transports and makes me to tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed and before which they melt away? And Michael answered again and said to Raphael, who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by the word of this judgment that has gone forth upon them because of those who have thus led them out?
We have to
and
make this almost a mantra.
When he stood before the Lord of spirits,
so far
Michael said thus to Raphael,
tell you my
I will
tally
not
that
take
I've
their
racked
part
up.
under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of spirits has been angry with them because they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all that is hidden shall come
it
upon
may not
them
be that
forever
impressive
and ever.
of a number,
For neither
but it's a
angel
start,
nor man
right?
shall have
You
his
gotta
portion
start
in
somewhere.
it, but alone they have received their judgment forever and ever.
Former order
and
followers,
after this
two
judgment,
former
they shall
order followers
terrify
have
and make them to
communicated to me
tremble
that it
because
was
they have
directly
shown
because
this
of
to
the
those who
information I
dwell on
put
the
out
earth.
regarding natural
And
law and
behold the
morality
names
that
of
they
those
quit the cult
angels,
of ultimate
and these
evil.
are their names. The first of them is Simjaza, the second Arakipa, and the third Armin, the fourth Kokabel,
We need the return
fifth,
of the sacred
Tudael,
feminine energy,
the sixth,
which is the dynamic
Runjal,
of true care,
the seventh,
nurturing,
Danjal,
and compassion.
the eighth,
You know,
the
last year,
ninth,
2 years ago at the
Barakel,
Free Your Mind
the
conference,
10th,
back in
Azazel,
2013, I
the
gave
11th,
a lecture called
Armonos,
New Age
the
Bullshit
12th,
and the Suppression
Batarhal,
of the Sacred
the 13th,
Masculine,
Usasehal,
which is about
the
how the New
14th,
Age religions
Hananel,
ultimately
the
want to
15th,
create
Tudel, and the
a
16th,
dynamic of not
Simapesiel,
taking
the
action,
17th,
of suppressing the
Jetrel,
masculine,
the
the sacred
18th,
masculine
Tumel,
dynamics
the
of the
19th,
personality.
Tudel, and the 20th,
What this
Rumael,
lecture is all about
the 21st,
are the forces that are trying to
Azazel,
suppress
and
the
these are
sacred
the chiefs
feminine
of their
aspect
angels
of the
and their
consciousness
names,
and
and
personality.
their chief ones over hundreds
The
and over
sacred
50s
feminine,
and over
or the
10s.
lost principle, as I
The name
refer
of the
to it,
first,
is the dynamic
Jacon,
of
that
care.
is the one who led astray
What
all
we
the
care
sons of
about
God
on a
and brought
day-to-day
them
basis
down to
acts
the
as
earth
the
and led
driving
them
force
astray
of our
through the
thoughts
daughters of
and,
men.
most importantly, the
And the
driving
second
force of
was
our
named
actions.
Asbael. He
Therefore,
imparted to the
care
holy
can be
sons
seen
of
as the
God evil
ultimate
counsel and
generator
led them astray
of the
so that they
quality
could
of our
defile their bodies
experience.
with the daughters
This
of men.
principle has
And
been
the
often
third was
referred
named
to as the
Gabriel. He it
generative
is who showed the
principle, the
children of
creative
men all
principle.
the blows of death.
The word
And he led astray
generative is
Eve
derived from the
and
Latin
showed the
verb
weapons of
generare,
death to the sons
which
of
means
men,
to create.
and the shield and the coat
What
of
we
mail,
care
and
enough
the
to
sword
put our
for battle,
will behind,
and all the
what
weapons
we
of
care
death
enough, what
to
we
the
use
children
the
of men.
sacred feminine
And from
care
his hand they have
enough to
proceeded
put our
against
will
those who
behind the
dwell on the
sacred
earth from
masculine
that day
action
and
of will,
forevermore.
dynamic of will,
And the fourth was
is what
named
ultimately
Penimmue.
gets
He taught the children of
created
men
in
the
our
bitter
world.
and the sweet,
This is the
and he
real
taught them
law
all
of
the
attraction,
secrets of
the
their
real law of
wisdom.
manifestation.
And he instructed mankind in
The
writing
world
with ink
is
and paper,
the way that it
and
is today,
thereby
sadly,
many have
because
sinned
most
from
people
eternity
do not
to eternity,
care
and until
enough,
this day.
even if they
For
say
men were
they
not
want things to
created
be
for
different,
such a purpose,
to change
give
the world
confirmation to their
through
good faith
their
with pen and
actions.
ink.
This is why the dark occult, the cult of ultimate evil, the order givers of the cult of ultimate evil engage in a ceremony yearly, a symbolic ceremony called the cremation of terror,
their knowledge, they are
immolating
and through
terror
this power it is
symbolically.
consuming me.
And their order followers continue to do it right here in the real world, not the symbolic world, the very real world
all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb that it may pass away, and the smitings of the soul, and the bites of the
if we're going to see the return of both the sacred masculine and the sacred
heat.
feminine.
The
sacred feminine principle is the principle of non-aggression, the non-aggression principle. The first pillar of enlightenment is the sacred feminine principle. It's also called the non-aggression principle. It states, very simply, do not engage in violence. Violence is the immoral initiation of undue physical force, which one does not have the right to take against their fellow being. In other words, do not immorally initiate non-rightful use of physical power to coerce, constrain, or compel the rightful physical behavior or free will choice of other sentient beings. Don't engage in violence.
And these are the secrets of this oath. And they are strong through his oath.
Along with that,
and the heaven
wedded
was
to that,
before the
in
world
union,
was
in
created
sacred
and
union
forever.
with that is the
And through
sacred
it,
masculine
the earth
principle of
was founded upon the
self-defense, which I
water.
talked a lot
And from
about
the secret
at last
recesses
for
of
your
the
mind, for your
mountains
mind
came
too.
beautiful waters.
The
From
second
the
pillar of
creation of the
enlightenment is
world
the
and
sacred
unto
masculine
eternity.
principle,
And through
also
that
called the
oath,
self-defense
created.
principle.
And
This
as
principle
its
states
foundation, he set
sentient
for it
beings
to
have
stand
the
against the
inherent
time of
right
its anger.
to use
And it dare
force
not pass
to
beyond it from the
defend
creation of the
themselves
world unto
from
eternity.
violence
And through
conducted
that
upon them
oath
by
are the
another.
debts made
Never
fast,
to initiate
and
that
abide
force,
and stir
but to
not
use it
from their place from
in
eternity to
response
eternity.
to violence
And
that
through
has
that
been waged
oath, the
against
sun
them
and
in
moon
proportion
complete
to
their
that
course,
violence.
and deviate not
That's
from
the
their
sacred
ordinance from
masculine
eternity to
principle of
eternity.
self-defense.
And through that oath, the stars complete
True
their
enlightenment
course,
is the
and he
sacred
calls them
union
by their
of
names,
both of these
and
principles,
they
the
answer
sacred
him from
feminine
eternity
principle of
to
non-aggression,
eternity. And
combined
in
with
like
and
manner,
wed
the
to
spirits of
the
the
sacred
water,
masculine
and of the
principle of
winds,
self-defense.
and of all zephyrs in their paths, from all the
Only
quarters
when
of the
we
winds.
create that
And there are
sacred
preserved
union
the voices of the
between
thunder,
the sacred
and the light of the
masculine and sacred
lightnings,
feminine
and there are preserved the
within
chambers of the
each
hail,
us
and the chambers
are we
of the
going to see
hoarfrost,
real
and the
world change
chambers of the
happen.
mist,
This
and
is
the
the
chambers
alchemical
of the
wedding,
rain and
as
the dew.
it has been referred to
And
as.
all these
And it's
believe and give
beautifully,
thanks before the Lord
symbolically
of
depicted
spirits,
here
and glorify
on,
him with all their power,
the tarot
and their
card,
food
the
is in
Lovers.
every act of thanksgiving. They thank and
Once
glorify
again, I
and
just want to
extol the
reiterate
name of the Lord of
powerful
spirits forever
role,
and ever.
especially
And
that
this
women
oath is
can
mighty
play
over them,
in this
and through
sacred
it they
union
are
of
preserved,
bringing
and their
forward
paths
the
are
care
preserved,
and the
and their
compassion
course is
to help
not destroyed.
transmute
And there was great joy
the
amongst
consciousness
them,
and the
and they
mindset of the
blessed
order
and
followers.
glorified
Because
and
let's face
extolled,
it,
because
these
the
order
name of
followers
that
who are
Son
really
of
bringing
Man
this harm
had
into
been
manifestation are
revealed
largely
unto them.
men.
And he
doing
sat
the
on the
bidding
throne of his
their,
glory, and the
cult
sum of
leaders.
judgment was given
just
unto the
happens
Son
to
of
be
Man.
their-
And he
men are
caused
the
the sinners to
physically
pass
stronger
away
of the
and be
genders
destroyed
here
from
on
off
Earth
the
of
face
our
of the
species,
earth.
and therefore
And those who
they're
have led
groomed
the
for that
world
role,
astray,
the out of
with
control
chain shall they be
masculine
bound,
aspect,
and in their
the dark
assemblage place of
masculine
destruction
aspect.
shall they be
But women
imprisoned.
can play the
And all
powerful
their
role of
works vanish from the
transformers if
face
they
of the
step
earth.
into that
And
courage
from
and they
henceforth there shall be
challenge the
nothing
cult of ultimate
corruptible,
evil,
for that
challenge
Son
its
of Man
validity.
has appeared, and has
On
seated
its face,
himself
it
on the
needs to be
throne of his
challenged. It
glory.
needs to be
And all
recognized as
evil shall pass
inherently
away before
illegitimate
his face,
authority and
and the
government.
word of that Son of
and the
Man shall
violence
go
that they
forth and
conduct.
be strong before the Lord
So
of spirits.
women can help
This is the
men
third
to break,
parable of
who are
Enoch.
involved in that cult to break free.
And it
if
came
they
to
step
pass
into that
after
courage,
this,
and
that
they
his
step into
name
that
during
sacred
his
feminine
lifetime was
dynamic.
raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of
Then
spirits,
that
from
sacred
amongst those
feminine
who dwell
energy
on the earth.
can drive
And
the
he was
sacred
raised
masculine
aloft on
energy.
chariots of the
Because
Spirit,
care
and his
ultimately
name
has to drive
vanished
the
among
will.
them.
This is
And
what was
from
meant
that
by the
day
phrase,
I was no longer
love
numbered
is the
amongst
law,
them.
love
And he set me
under
between
will.
the two winds, between the north
Love
and the
has
west,
to be the
where the
foundation.
angels took the
Higher
cords to measure
consciousness
for
has to
me
be
the
the
place for
foundation
the elect and
upon
righteous.
which you build
And there I saw the first
sacred
fathers
masculine
and the righteous
will.
who
So
from
the
the
sacred
beginning
feminine
dwell in
has to
that
be
place.
the foundation. That's true care.
And it came
Then
to
you can
pass
build the
after
true
this that
will,
my
the
spirit
sacred
was
masculine
translated,
dynamic
and it
upon
ascended
that
into the
foundation,
heavens.
that sacred
And I
feminine
saw the
dynamic of
holy
love.
sons of God. They were stepping on flames
The
of fire.
sacred feminine
Their garments
drives
were
the sacred
white, and
masculine
their raiment
action.
and their faces
And
shone
how
like snow.
ultimately
And I saw two
the
streams
cult
of fire, and the light of that fire
followers,
shone
the
like
order followers
hyacinth,
of the
and I
cult of
fell on
ultimate
my
evil
face
are
before
going
the
to
Lord
have
of
to break
spirits.
their
And the
mental
angel
bondage
Michael,
is
one of
through
the
the use of the lost
archangels,
word.
seized me by my right
A
hand
very
and
powerful
lifted me
concept
up
in my
and
work,
led me
which
forth
comes from
into
the
all the
esoteric
secrets. And he
tradition of
showed me all the
Freemasonry,
secrets
as I will
of
describe here.
righteousness. And he
The
showed me
lost
all the
word is a
secrets of the
concept
ends of the
in
heavens,
esoteric
and all the
Freemasonry,
chambers of all the
which
stars,
represents
and
a
all the
state of
luminaries,
consciousness
whence they
that has been
proceed before the
largely
face of the holy
lost
ones.
to the majority of human
And he
beings.
translated my
in order
spirit
to
into
speak
the
the
heaven of
so-called
heavens,
lost
and I saw
word.
there, as it were,
A
a
human
structure
being
built
must
of
work
crystals,
upon themselves
and
in order
between
to
those
achieve a
crystals
state
tongues of living fire. And
non-contradiction
my spirit saw
between
the
their
girl which
thoughts,
girt that house
emotions,
of
and
fire,
actions.
and on its
In
four
such a
sides were
state
streams
of unity
full of living
consciousness,
fire, and they girt that
being
house.
has truly
And
come
round
to
about were
understand the self
seraphim,
and the
cherubim,
working operations
and
of
opening.
natural law,
And these
moral
are they
law.
who sleep not,
And
and
in doing
guard the
so,
throne of his
they
glory.
deeply
And I
realize
saw
the
angels
objective
who could
difference
not be
between right
counted,
and wrong action.
1,000 thousands,
Or,
and 10,000
as these
times
concepts are
10,000
referred to in
encircling that house.
Freemasonry,
And
light
Michael,
and
and
darkness,
Raphael, and
respectively.
Gabriel, and
Light
Phanuel,
is truth
and the
right
holy
action,
angels who
and
are
darkness
above the heavens
in
go in
Freemasonry
and out of
is
that house.
ignorance and wrong action.
And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel,
I'll just go back a
Raphael,
slide. You'll
and
notice
Phanuel,
the
and
G,
many holy angels
okay?
without number.
The G
and
stands
with
for the
them the head of
generative
days.
principle, the
And his
sacred
head was
feminine
white
principle
and
that
pure
has
as
to
wool,
drive
and
right
his raiment
action, the
indescribable.
compasses, compassion,
And I fell
that's
on
to
my face,
circumscribe our
and my whole
behavior,
body became
be the
relaxed,
actual
and my
boundary
spirit was
conditions through which
transfigured.
we operate
And
in
I
the
cried
world.
with a loud
Beautiful
voice,
symbolic
and with the
allegory
spirit of
if
power,
Freemasonry is
and blessed
properly
and
understood.
glorified and extolled.
In the
And these
enlightened state
blessings
of
which went
consciousness
forth
that
out
is
of my mouth
generated
were well
through the
pleasing
knowledge
before
of
that
natural
head of
law,
days. And that head of
conscience,
days
in other
came with
words,
Michael
a human
and
being is
Gabriel,
finally
Raphael
able
and
to step up
Phanuel,
and speak the
thousands
lost
and
word,
10,000s
which
of
is
angels
no.
without number.
No
Lost
is the
passage
lost
wherein the Son
word.
of Man was described as accompanying the head of
is
days.
the word
And
of
Enoch
all
asked one of the
power.
angels concerning the Son of
When
Man
we
as to
claim
who he
all
was.
of our power as sovereign beings,
And the angel
when we
came
say
to me
no
and greeted
to
me
evil,
with his
when we
voice
say
and said
no
unto me,
to authority,
This
when we
is
say
the Son
no
of Man
to someone
who
who
is
is
born
trying to
into
tell us what to
righteousness,
do against
and
our better
righteousness
judgment
abides
and
over
against
him.
what we know to
And the
be
righteousness
right.
of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto
Only
me,
when we say
He
no to
proclaims
those who would
unto
claim
thee
to be
peace
our
in the
owners,
name of the
to
world
those who
to
would
come.
claim that it is
For
they
from
who will
hence
decide
has
which
proceeded
rights we
peace
have or do
since
not
the
have.
creation of
Do
the
we
world.
stop
And so shall
externalizing
it be
our
unto thee
power
forever
to
and
anyone
forever
outside of
and
ourselves?
ever.
And in
And
doing
all shall
so,
walk
we
in his
claim
ways,
all
since
of our
righteousness
natural
never
rights.
forsaketh him.
Sadly,
With him will
very,
be their
very
dwelling
few people in our
places,
world have
and
the
with him
knowledge,
their
the
heritage,
care,
and they
and
shall
most
not be
importantly,
separated
the
from
courage
him
that is
forever and
required to
ever
do
and
this.
ever.
That's the
And so
courage
there
that
shall
the
be
order
length of
follower
days with that
currently
Son of
lacks.
Man,
They
and the
can only
righteous
develop
shall
that
have
courage
peace and
to
an
get out
upright
of the
way,
cult
in the
through
name of the
the
Lord of
lost word,
spirits,
saying no
forever
to
and
evil.
ever.
Unfortunately, since so
The
many
book
lack
of the
that courage,
courses of
that
the
is why
luminaries of
the
heaven, the
all-powerful
relations of
lost
each,
word
according to their
is
classes, their
considered
dominion, and their
lost
seasons,
to humanity.
according to their names
But
and
we
places
can
of
reclaim
origin,
it. We
and
can
according
reclaim
to
it
their
through
months,
the knowledge
which
of our
Uriel,
rights,
the holy
through the
angel who
knowledge
was with
of
me,
right
who is
versus
their
wrong
guide, showed
behavior.
me. And he showed me
Those
all
who
their
don't
laws
know will
exactly
never
as they
say no
are,
to evil. See,
and
the
how it
lost
is
word
with
is not
regard
only
to all
no
the years of the
N-O,
world and
but
unto
it is also
eternity,
no,
till the new creation is accomplished,
K-N-O-W.
which dureth till eternity.
Knowledge is
And
the
this is the
transformer
first law
that
of the
we need to
luminaries.
use to
The
change
luminary, the
the
sun,
modality of
has its
consciousness that
rising
the
in the
order
eastern portals
followers
of the
are
heaven,
in.
and its setting
When
in
we
the
know
western
the
portals
difference
of the
between
heaven.
right and wrong through
And I
conscience,
saw 6 portals
then we
in
will
which
step
the
up
sun
and
rises,
say no to
and
evil.
6 portals in
That
which
is
the
my
sun sets.
recommendation to
And the
the order
moon rises
followers.
and sets in these
You know,
portals.
this is an internet meme I
And the
found.
leaders of the stars, in those whom they lead, 6 in the east and
Just
6 in the
say
west,
no to gangs.
and all following
I
each
couldn't
other
have said
in
it any better,
accurately
or
corresponding
maybe
order.
I could have.
Also,
What
many
they need to
windows
do
to
is
the
just
right
say
and
no
left
to
of those
cults.
portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary stationary.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the principles that I personally live my life by is never give someone else advice that you haven't followed yourself.
The chariot on which
well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to give some really important advice to all the order followers out there today.
And I can do it
that he comes to the appropriate portal
and shines in the face of heaven.
Quit your cult.
In this way, he rises in the first month in the great portal.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind attention.
And in that fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are open in their season. When the sun rises in the heavens, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter, to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that fourth portal and sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it and sets in the fifth portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal for 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day the day is equalized with the night, and becomes of equal length. And the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the 3rd portal, and sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day, until the 30th morning. And the night amounts to exactly 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 3rd portal and sets in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the 2nd portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the 2nd portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the 2nd portal, and sets in the west in the 2nd portal, and returns to the east into the 1st portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the 1st portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun is therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and also sets in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the 2nd portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the 3rd portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and the night arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun. In his return, as often as he returns, 60 times and rises, the great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part, and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in the night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night, with the 14 parts and the half of 1 of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth, and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days, she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts.
I played 4 years of football.
And I saw another course, a law for her, and how, according to that law, she performs her monthly revolutions. And all these, Uriel, the holy angel, who was the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions. And I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me. And I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts she accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun. In those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th, she goes forth for 7 days, and turns about, and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in 8 days enters the 6th portal, from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal, from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone the days amount in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind. And in years there are added 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days, for in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days, and all the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations, and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which the sun rises and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, one in the 1st portal, one in the 3rd portal of the heaven, one in the 4th portal, and one in the 6th portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory hath set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, the moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. Through through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them warmth is diffused over the earth. And when they are opened at their appointed seasons, and the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west, there are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding as these do to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he hath commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left, of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth, and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting. And from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies toward the north, come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them, inclining to the east, comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it, there come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal lying in the west come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these the north winds. From the 7th portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts and devastation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost and snow and rain and dew and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed. And all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their benefactions I have shown to thee, my son Methuselah. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first. And the second, the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the luminaries of heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses and forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, pours its waters into the great sea. And these 2 come from the north to the sea, and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the Great Sea, and discharged themselves there, and some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the Great Sea. And the names of the sun are the following: the first, Orhares, the second, Tomas, and the moon has 4 names. The first name is Asonja, the second, Ebla, the third, Benasse, and the fourth, Edae. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon, and in definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when the moon rises 1/14th part, it appears in the heaven, and the light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light. Then 15 parts of light are transferred to her till the 15th day, when her light is accomplished, according to the sign of the year. And she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by the addition of 14 parts. And in her waning the moon decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, and on the second to 13 parts of her light, and on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the 5th to 10, on the 6th to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months, the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law, when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun during 14 days. Her light is accomplished in the heaven. And when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. And the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun, on the side whence the light of the moon comes forth. There again she wanes till the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears of 29 days each. At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the heaven, and there is nothing else in her save her light. And now, my son, I have shown thee everything, and the laws of all the stars of heaven is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week, and the waning of the moon which takes place in the 6th portal. For in this 6th portal her light is accomplished. And after that there is the beginning of the waning. And the waning which takes place in the first portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 weeks and 2 days. She falls behind the sun in the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel, who is their leader, showed unto me. And in those days the angel Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou shouldest see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the heaven, and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy in their lands and fields. And all things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. And the rain shall be kept back, and the heaven shall withhold it. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time. And the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west.
I never even thought of
and shall shine more brightly than accords with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed. And these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners. And the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways. Yea, they shall err and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all. And he said unto me, Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth to the remotest generations. And forthwith I blessed the great Lord, the King of glory, forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and I blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year will we leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands, that thou mayest teach thy children and record it for them, and testify to all thy children. And in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinner shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee, and writing down for thee. I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from thy father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations. This wisdom, namely that passeth their thought. And those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom. And it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous. Blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days with the head of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them for 4 days. Owing to them, men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded thereon forever. 1 in the 1st portal, and 1 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th, and 1 in the 6th. And the year is completed in 364 days, and the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries and the months and festivals and years and days has Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven, which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. There are 4 leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days there are heads over thousands who divide the days, and for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station. But their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year, which are ordained: Milkiel, Helimelech, and Melehal, and Narel, and the names of those who lead them: Adnarel, and Ijasusael, and Elomeel. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Melchihal rises first and rules, who is named Tamaini, and son, and all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days, which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat, and heat, and calms, and the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelebsel, and another who is added a head of 1,000, called Helujaseph. And the days of the dominion of this leader are at an end. The next leader after him is Helimelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the sign of his days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields, and in the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gidaijal, Kael, and Hael. And the name of the head of 1,000 which is added to them, Asphael. And the days of his dominion are at an end. And now, my son Methuselah, I will show thee all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before thee. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first when I was learning to write, the second before I took thy mother, when I saw a terrible vision. And regarding them I prayed to the Lord, and he laid me down in the house of my grandfather Mahalalel. When I saw in a vision how the heaven collapsed and was borne off and fell to the earth, and when it fell to the earth, I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were rent from their stems and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And thereupon a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up my voice to cry aloud and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalalel waked me as I lay near him, and said unto me, Why dost thou cry so, my son? And why dost thou make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said unto me, A terrible thing hast thou seen, my son, and of grave moment is thy dream vision. As to the secrets of all the sin of the earth, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with a great destruction. And now, my son, arise and make petition to the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generation of the world, and I will show everything to thee, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment, and extolled him, because he had made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east, and he ascended and rose on the face of the heaven, and set out, and kept traversing the path shown unto him. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One, and spake with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be thou, O Lord, King, great and mighty in thy greatness, Lord of the whole creation of the heaven, King of kings, and God of the whole world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide forever and ever. And throughout all generations thy dominion, and all the heavens are thy throne forever, and the whole earth thy footstool forever and ever. For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee. Wisdom departs not from the place of thy throne, nor turns away from thy presence. And thou knowest and seest and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee, for thou seest everything. And now the angels of thy heavens are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men abideth thy wrath, until the great day of judgment. And now, O God, and Lord, and great King, I implore and beseech thee to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitant, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my Lord, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused thy wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as the plant of the eternal seed. And hide not thy face from the prayer of thy servant, O Lord. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch lifted up his voice, and spake to his son Methuselah, To thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my words. Incline thine ear to the dream vision of thy father. Before I took thy mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from the earth. And that bull was white, and after it came forth a heifer. And along with this latter came forth two bulls, one of them black, and the other red. And that black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and thereupon I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull grew, and that heifer went with him. And I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And that cow, that first one, went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her, and quieted her, and from that time onwards she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls, and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow, and become a great white bull. And from him proceeded many great white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls which resembled them, one following the other, even many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose and ate and pastured amongst those oxen. But after that I saw the large and the black oxen. And behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heaven. And behold, I saw many stars descend and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls among those cattle, and they pastured with them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members, like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen. And they all became pregnant, and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affrighted at them. And they began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began moreover to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven beings who were like white men, and 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had come forth last grasped me by my hand, and took me up, away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those 4 who had come forth stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them into an abyss of the earth. And one of those 4 went to that white bull, and instructed him in a secret, without his being terrified. And he was born a bull, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were open on the surface of that great enclosure. And that water began to swell and to rise upon the surface. And I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, and mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together, until I saw how they sank, and were swallowed up, and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, but perished and sank into the depths. And again I saw in the vision till those water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were leveled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible. But that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull which had become a man came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him. And one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black, and that white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts in the field, and birds, so that there arose different generations, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens. And among them was born a white bull. And they began to bite one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and white bull with it. And the wild asses multiplied. But that white bull which was born from him begat a black wild boar and a white sheep. And the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves. And that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves. And they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to fear them, and they oppressed them until they destroyed their little ones, and they cast their young into a river of much water. But those sheep began to cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Lord. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled and escaped to the wild asses. And I saw the sheep, how they lamented and cried, and besought their Lord with all their might, So the Lord of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a lofty abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called that sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spake with it concerning the wolves, that it should admonish them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Lord. And another sheep met it, and went with it. And the two went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spake with them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud, and the Lord came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves. And the wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves. But the eyes of the wolves were blinded. And those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all his sheep followed him, and his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached the sea of water. And the sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face. And their Lord led them, and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as those wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of that sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and those wolves ran after them into that sea. And when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created. And the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from that water, and went forth into a wilderness, where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes and to see. And I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass. And that sheep going and leading them, and that sheep ascended to the summit of the lofty rock. And the Lord of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Lord of the sheep who stood before them, and his appearance was white, and terrible, and majestic. And all those sheep saw him, and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him. And they cried to that sheep with them, which was amongst them, We are not able to stand before our Lord, or to behold him. And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of that rock. But the sheep began to be blinded, and to wander from the way which he had showed them. But that sheep wot not thereof. And the Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them. And that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence, and thus that sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their fold. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became a man, and built a house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all of the sheep in that house. And I saw till this sheep which had met that sheep which had led them to fall asleep. And I saw all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them, and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they left off crying for that sheep, and crossed that stream of water. And there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. And I saw till the sheep came to a goodly place, and a pleasant and glorious land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and that house stood amongst them in that pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Lord of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram from their midst, which led them. And that ram began to butt on either side of those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep whose eyes were opened saw that ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its glory, and began to butt those sheep, and trample upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. And the Lord of the sheep sent the lamb to another lamb and raised it to being a ram and leader of the sheep instead of that ram which had forsaken its glory. And it went to it and spoke to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these things, those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first ram pursued that second ram, and that second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till those dogs pulled down the first ram. And that second ram arose and led the little sheep, and those sheep grew and multiplied. But all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it. And that ram butted and killed the wild beasts. And those wild beasts had no longer any power amongst the sheep, and robbed them no more of aught. And that ram begat many sheep, and fell asleep. And a little sheep became ram in its stead, and became a prince and a leader of those sheep. And that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. And a tower lofty and great was built on the house for the Lord of the sheep. And that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty. And the Lord of the sheep stood on that tower, and they offered a full table before him. And again I saw those sheep, that they again erred and went many ways, and forsook that their house, and that the Lord of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep, and sent them to the sheep, but the sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved, and was not slain, and it sped away, and cried aloud over the sheep, and they sought to slay it, but the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep, to testify unto them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Lord and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, how he wrought much slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter, and betrayed his place. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers, and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook that their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions, to tear and devour them, into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my power, and to appeal to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep, that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured and swallowed and robbed, and left them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they may pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions, Let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforward, and everything that I shall command that you do, do ye. And I will deliver them over to you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them destroy ye. And he gave over unto them those sheep, and The Book of Enoch. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the day of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And he took up this parable and said, Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me, and from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw. But not for this generation, but for a remote one which is for to come. Concerning the elect I said, and took up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and appear from his camp, and appear in the strength of his might from the heaven of heavens. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountain shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent and sunder, and all that is upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all men. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, He cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order, each in its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it from first to last, how steadfast they are, how none of the things upon the earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water and clouds and dew, and rain lie upon it. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years, till the new comes. And again, observe ye the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth, over against it, and you seek shade and shelter by reason of the heat of the sun. And the earth also burns with glowing heat, and so you cannot tread on the earth, or on a rock, by reason of its heat. Observe ye how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit. Wherefore give ye heed, and know with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth forever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus from year to year forever, and all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks change not, but according as God hath ordained, so it is done. And behold how the sea and the rivers in like manner accomplish and change not their tasks from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord. But ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall you execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal execration, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal execration unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse, and all the sinners and godless shall imprecate by you. And for you, the godless, there shall be a curse, and all the shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you shall abide a curse. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of the divine anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life. And their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace, all the days of their life. A fragment from the book of Noah. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Simjaza was their leader, and said unto them, I fear you will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then sware they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200 who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon, and they called it Mount Hermon because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Simeazaz their leader, Arakiba, Ramael, Kokabeel, Tamiel, Ramiel, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakihal, Asael, Almaros, Batarel, Ananel, Zakiel, Samsapeel, Satarel, Turel, Jomjael, Sarael. These are the chiefs of tens. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them, and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds, and beasts, and reptiles, and fish, and to devour one another's flesh, and to drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords, and knives, and shields, and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets, and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Simjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, Armoros the resolving of enchantments, Barakihal taught astrology, Kokabel the constellations, Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel the signs of the earth, Shamseel the signs of the sun, and Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said to one another, The earth, made without inhabitant, cries the voice of their crying up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel has done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Semjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates, and they have gone unto the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them, and thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One, spake, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole world will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein. And place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever. And cover his face, that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire. And heal the earth, which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed and taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said the Lord, proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication and the children of the watchers from amongst men, and cause them to go forth. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have. And no request that their fathers make of thee shall be granted unto them on their behalf, for they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And the Lord said unto Michael, Go, bind Simjaza and his associates who have united themselves with women so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end, and let the plant of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they beget thousands of children, and all the days of their youth and their old age shall be completed in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees, and be full of blessing, and all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it, and the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure of it shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olive shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness, and all uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth destroy from off the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration and praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send them upon it from generation to generation forever. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labor of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. End of the fragment of Noah. Book of Enoch. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him, and his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty, and the King of the ages, and lo, the watchers called me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go declare to the watchers of heaven who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their spirits, and their deeds individually, and in regard to their requests, that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. And I read their petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding me to tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awaked, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel's-Gel, which is between Lebanon and Seneser, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep. And I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. The book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with a tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith, and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom, so hath he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity. And in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. And your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me. And the course of the stars and the lightning sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire. And it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew near to a large house which was built of crystals. And the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. And its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, and their heaven was clear as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice, and there were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling gat hold upon me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceiling was also a flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne, and its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of cherubim, and from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter, and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones were nigh to him, and did not leave by night, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling, and the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me and waked me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and had lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And though you are holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And, as the children of men have lusted after flesh and blood, as those also do who die and perish, therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you. As for the spiritual ones of heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men, and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of the earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men, and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, You have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones. And these, in your hardness of hearts, you have made known to the women. And through these mysteries, women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, You have no peace. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire. And when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to a place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where were a fiery bow, and arrows, and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into a great sea towards the west. And I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river, and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers, and of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he has furnished them with the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth, I saw the four winds which bear the earth and the firmament of heaven, and I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of heaven above. And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of a colored stone, and one of a pearl, and one of a jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire, and I saw a flaming fire. And beyond these mountains is a region at the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed, and I saw a deep abyss, with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it, and there was no water upon it, and no birds. But it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars, like great burning mountains. And to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, at the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind and over chaos. Sarachael, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits, who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise, and the serpents, and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains and burning with fire. Then I said, For what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years. The time entailed by their sins are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent or magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon! Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, Because of this fearful place, and because of the